Chapter 1. High-priced acquisition of brains. First come, first served have I traversed time? Lu Sheng lowered his gaze to his own youthful hands, then glanced around at the unfamiliar surroundings, his eyes reflecting a hint of disbelief. He could not recall having done anything extraordinary. It seemed he had merely enjoyed a comfortable slumber the night prior. Could this merely be a dream? Next, Uchiha Sasuke. Lost in thought, a young man's voice suddenly resonated ahead. Lu Sheng turned toward the source of the sound and discovered a man at the entrance adorned with a Konoha headband, bearing a scar across his face and possessing a slightly darker complexion. A cold boy dressed in a blue short-sleeved shirt and white shorts was striding toward the man. Uchiha Sasuke? A Konoha headband? Could it be that I have entered the world of Naruto? Then this man must be Iruka, I presume? Lu Sheng deduced, based on the information before him, the world to which he might have traversed, yet he wondered how he found himself in the Naruto universe so seamlessly. He pinched his arm. It hurt. This did not seem like a dream. It appears I have indeed traversed time, and my current identity must be that of a student at the Ninja Academy. Being in the same class as Uchiha Sasuke, whether this is a boon or a bane remains to be seen. The good news was that Konoha seemed relatively peaceful and secure at present. The bad news was that Konoha's future did not promise safety. Let's take it one step at a time. Sighing inwardly, Lu Sheng pondered. Sasuke was just called out. What could that entail? He curiously observed the people around him, eavesdropping on their whispered conversations. It soon became evident why Sasuke had been summoned. The graduation exam. I possess no memories of being a ninja, let alone mastering ninjutsu. How am I to take the exam? Lu Sheng found himself in a quandary. Just as he hesitated to inquire whether he possessed a system, Sasuke returned. At that moment, Iruka's voice rang out once more. Next, Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, Iruka's sensei is calling you. Why are you in a daze? Ah, me? Seeing his classmates' gaze turn toward him, Lu Sheng was taken aback. He had believed himself merely a passerby, yet unexpectedly found himself transmogrified into the protagonist, Naruto. What to do? I cannot utilize ninjutsu at all. Am I to save the ninja world? Alas, it seems I must take it one step at a time. With a resigned expression, Lu Sheng rose from his seat and walked toward the adjacent classroom. Regardless of what lay ahead, he needed to confront this examination first. Do not be nervous. Naruto, trust in your capabilities. Upon entering, Lu Sheng heard an encouraging voice addressing him. He turned to see a young man with blue and white hair speaking to him. This individual should be Mizuki? Lu Sheng nodded impassively in response. He understood that Mizuki's friendliness was merely a fraud, with ulterior motives to exploit him. Noticing Naruto's indifferent demeanor, Mizuki's face momentarily flickered with a cold glimmer, but he quickly masked it from view. Let's begin, Naruto. In contrast to Mizuki, the proctor Iruka appeared somewhat stern. However, Lu Sheng was not concerned about the proctor's severity. What mattered most was how to form hand seals. Before his traversal, he had been a cloud shadow, and he barely recalled the plot's trajectory, let alone the hand-sealing techniques. What is it, Naruto? Are you too nervous? It's all right, just perform earnestly. Mizuki, noticing Naruto's frozen stance, assumed he was merely anxious and offered further encouragement. Yet Naruto's subsequent words left him utterly speechless. Were the hand seals for the shadow clone technique? Iruka and Mizuki's mouths fell slightly agape, their expressions blank. Naruto, this is an examination, do not jest. Did you not declare your ambition to become a ninja and the Hokage? Is this how you approach an examination? Although Naruto's usual performance was subpar, he had never been so incompetent as to forget the hand seals. Thus, Iruka assumed Naruto was merely up to his usual mischief. Seeing Iruka's expression, which conveyed that he believed it impossible to inform him, Lu Sheng sighed. Sigh, I understand. He intended to casually make a hand gesture to appease the situation. After all, he would not pass anyway. So whether he executed the gesture correctly or incorrectly mattered little. However, at that moment, Mizuki subtly gestured to him, shaping the word with his lips. Incomplete. Upon witnessing this, Lu Sheng paused momentarily, then mimicked Mizuki's actions. Had he not been aware of Mizuki's true nature, he might have genuinely grown fond of this teacher. Yet alas, he was a time traveler. Incomplete. The classroom fell silent. Nothing transpired. Although Lu Sheng had learned to form the seal, he could not channel his chakra, rendering the successful execution of ninjutsu impossible. Thus, he was destined to fail this examination. Naruto, leave, you have failed. Observing Iroh's anger, Lu Sheng shook his head and exited the classroom, returning to his original seat. The youth of today truly possess little patience. That straggler surely failed the exam and has managed to infuriate Iroha Sensei. Failing the exam is no reason to be this upset, is it? I bet that idiot is just up to his usual tricks. Daring to play pranks during the graduation exam? Impressive. Truly impressive. Iroha's earlier outburst had been loud enough for the entire class to overhear. This led to Naruto, who already had a poor reputation among his peers, receiving some criticism from classmates. However, Lu Sheng paid little heed to such remarks. Just a bunch of childish brats. He ignored everyone and directly returned to his previous seat. It seems I must embrace my new identity whether I accept it or not. I am now Uzumaki Naruto. Lu Sheng recognized that he would inevitably inherit all that belonged to Naruto, and his name was merely a trivial aspect of that. From now on, I shall be known as Uzumaki Naruto. I must acclimate to it otherwise. I shall be caught off guard when others call my name. As Naruto contemplated this, a sudden chime echoed in his ear. Ding! Detected time traveler. Random system binding in progress. Congratulations, time traveler. You have acquired the Xiao Ai system. Ding! System Xiao Ai, at your service. A system? Xiao Ai? Naruto rubbed his ears, confirming he was not hallucinating, then queried in his mind, Xiao Ai? I am here. Is there truly a system? I dare not open my eyes, hoping it is merely an illusion. Turn off the music. Certainly, master. The music has been turned off. Good news, there's a system. Bad news, it is somewhat amusing. Naruto took a deep breath and addressed the system. Xiao Ai, what can you do? Xiao Ai offers numerous functions, such as playing music, watching movies, searching, chatting. Is there anything that can aid me in enhancing my strength? Indeed, master. You possess a novice gift pack. Would you like to open it? Open. Congratulations, master. You have received the max level shining fruit. All attributes too. Max level shining fruit. Indeed, master. By consuming this devil fruit, you shall directly attain the awakening level, without the need for self-cultivation. Humanity, I like it. What about my devil fruit? Naruto inquired, gazing at his empty hands. Master, it is in Xiao Ai's backpack. Aside from the direct distribution of attribute points, all other items will be temporarily stored in the backpack. Simply think of opening the backpack to retrieve the shining fruit. Naruto had indeed felt an enhancement in his physical abilities earlier, confirming that the rewards from this system were authentic. None of this was a figment of his imagination. Master, it is Xiao Ai's reward. Please call me Xiao Ai. Naruto disregarded the system's playful tone and focused on the system's backpack. Master, it is Xiao Ai's backpack. Please call me Xiao Ai. Understood. Xiao Ai, open your backpack for me to see. Certainly, Master O. Backpack. Max level shining fruit 1 empty space. Xiao Ai, why are there so many empty spaces? Naruto queried, perplexed. Master, of course, it is to increase word count otherwise. Is it to remind you that you are poor? I thank you. In the crowded classroom, Naruto refrained from retrieving the shining fruit. He had no desire to explain his ability to conjure objects out of thin air. Was it magic? Who would believe that? After a brief wait, every student in the classroom had completed their exam. The results revealed that only Naruto had failed. Many classmates cast sympathetic yet mocking glances his way. Yet, Naruto seemed oblivious, maintaining a stoic expression as he awaited his departure. All he desired was to swiftly find a quiet place to consume the shining fruit. Exam results would not dictate his future, nor could they determine theirs. The exam has concluded. Everyone may leave. Remember to return to the classroom for class assignments the day after tomorrow. Hey! The successful graduates were evidently jubilant, their tones brimming with joy as they responded to Iroha. Except for Naruto. Having not graduated, he found no necessity to reply to Iroha. He gathered his belongings today, marked his graduation, Yet the original Naruto appeared to have left no trace behind. He could return home empty-handed. With his hands in his pockets, Naruto walked out of the classroom, emerging into the schoolyard. Numerous parents of graduates stood at the entrance, brimming with pride and joy at their children's accomplishments. As he listened to their praises and tender conversations, Naruto felt no stirring within. He passed by them with an impassive demeanor. Yet, to others, this expression conveyed disappointment. Disappointment stemming from his failure. Hey, is that the kid? Indeed, my child mentioned that he was the only one in the class who failed. He deserves it. Yes, it would be dreadful if someone like him became a ninja, especially since that child. Wait, don't say any more. As he walked past two women, Naruto overheard their conversation about him. He turned his head, his expression devoid of emotion, fixing his gaze on them. What kind of eyes were those? Cold, with no flicker of emotion. It was as if they were staring at a corpse. Hey, he's looking at us. What kind of gaze is that? I feel a bit frightened. Frightened of what? He's just a child. Let's not forget, he's still that. By the time the two women reached this point, their legs were trembling, fearing that Naruto might suddenly transform into a nine-tailed fox and devour them whole. Fortunately, Naruto merely stared at them for a moment before moving on, leaving them unharmed. This brought a sigh of relief from the tense pair. Really, just a look can be so frightening. He truly is a monster. All right, enough of that. I want no part in this. Let's hurry away. Naruto paid little heed to the disparaging remarks from the two women. Compared to two inconsequential villagers of Konoha, he was far more concerned with discovering the location of his home. Not having inherited any memories was indeed troublesome. Xiao Ai, do you know how I should get home? Ding. I don't know, master. With all your functions, don't you have a navigation feature? I do, master. However, Xiao Ai can only navigate the paths you have traversed. I am unfamiliar with those you have not yet walked. Do I really need you to guide me on paths I've already taken? Forget it'll just find a random spot to eat the shining fruit. He surveyed his surroundings, noticing that no one seemed to pay attention to him. Yet, as a Jinchuriki, it was odd if he had no one watching over him. With this thought, Naruto swiftly made his way to a nearby patch of grass, and upon emerging, he held a golden-patterned devil fruit in his hand. Without any hesitation, he took a bite. So sweet. Ding. Produced by Xiao Ai, guaranteed premium. Indeed, it's delightful. Naruto silently gave Xiao Ai a thumbs up before devouring the entire devil fruit. Though the fruit only required one bite to take effect, given its sweetness, he had no qualms about finishing it. Consider it a means to satisfy his hunger. After consuming the entire devil fruit, Naruto distinctly felt his body acquire a certain ability. The surrounding light seemed to be at his disposal. What level does the fully awakened ability of the shining fruit correspond to among ninjas? If it were Borsalino, would his strength be on par with Kage level, Super Kage, or perhaps Sage of Six Paths? It's hard to say. Many ninjas' strengths cannot be defined by a single tier, as long as their abilities are sufficiently bizarre and mysterious. Even a Chunin can defeat a Kage. And if we analyze purely from the perspectives of power and speed, Borsalino's strength is certainly no less than any Kage's. But against the Sage of Six Paths level, without first-hand experience, Yagyu could not accurately define Borsalino's standing in this world. Yet, he was certain he could not reach the Sage of Six Paths level. He lacked Haki, and his overall attributes surely fell short of Borsalino's. Whether in prolonged battles or sheer strength, he was likely far inferior. Xiao Ai, aside from the beginner's package, are there other ways to enhance my strength? Ding. Yes, master. As long as you complete the tasks set by Xiao Ai, you can earn new rewards. Tasks? Where are they? Xiao Ai had yet to issue any tasks. Naruto mistakenly thought tasks had been silently assigned, only for him to overlook them. Little did he anticipate that none had been released. When will you issue them? If you wish, I could provide you with a task right now. Then go ahead and release it. Naruto now questioned who truly was the master here. Generally, the one issuing tasks should be the master, right? Then Xiao Ai shall issue a task. Master, please accept your first task. Ding. Beginner's task. Please successfully pass the graduation examination and become a Chunin. Task reward. Max-level swordsmanship, all attributes too. Max-level swordsmanship? He understood the all attributes too, but what exactly was max-level swordsmanship? Ding! Max-level swordsmanship surpasses that of the world's greatest swordsman, Master. Truly a product of Xiao Ai. Indeed, Master. Xiao Ai's creations are guaranteed to be exquisite. Xiao Ai beamed with joy at Naruto's compliments, nearly dancing with glee though regrettably, she lacked hands and feet. Master, that was rather impolite. Hee. Naruto chuckled awkwardly, redirecting his focus to his task. The requirement was to become a genin, but how could he fulfill this task? Although there have been instances in the Hidden Leaf where individuals could not learn ninjutsu to become ninjas, such as Rock Lee, he had the recommendation of the esteemed Jonin Might Guy. What do I possess? Am I to emulate the original Naruto and resort to stealing the Scroll of Seals? My memory holds no knowledge of ninjutsu, and even if I were to acquire the scroll, it is uncertain whether I could master its contents. Yet, this Mizuki could be of use. If I were to defeat Mizuki before Irika, it would serve as proof of my capabilities, and I could potentially qualify as a ninja. Right? After all, I've bested even a Chunin. It stands to reason that I should be able to become a ninja. Just as Naruto was contemplating how to outmaneuver Mizuki, a figure appeared beside him. Naruto, what are you thinking about? Upon hearing the voice, Naruto looked up to find none other than Teacher Mizuki. Instinctively, he displayed a cunning smile. Ah, Mizuki, you've arrived. Mizuki felt a twinge of unease under Naruto's sly gaze. What is the matter? Oh, nothing. I merely thought of you, Teacher Mizuki, and was pleasantly surprised by your sudden appearance. Naruto concealed his smile, reverting to an expressionless demeanor. Where is the semblance of surprise in that? This little brat. Observing Naruto's apparent lack of emotional fluctuation, Mizuki cursed him inwardly, yet maintained a facade of cheerfulness. Really? I thought you were still mulling over the graduation exam. Mizuki casually mentioned. Naruto squinted, aware that Mizuki was intentionally probing his sore spot to evoke feelings of despondency, only to later incite him to steal the Scroll of Seals. But I am not the original Naruto. The tides have turned. Naruto feigned dejection, lowering his head. His acting was subpar, yet it barely sufficed to deceive Mizuki. Would you like to have a chat? Seeing this, Mizuki felt a surge of elation. Sure. Naruto replied readily, seemingly devoid of any wariness as he followed Mizuki away. Before long, they arrived at the rooftop balcony of a building. They sat at the edge of the balcony, with a silent street below and a beautiful sunset on the horizon. In truth, given your usual performance, you would undoubtedly pass the exam. Irika is certainly not deliberately making things difficult for you. Mizuki suddenly stated, I know. Naruto replied, nonchalantly, I attempted the shadow clone technique, yet I failed to produce even a single clone. It would be a miracle if I managed to pass. Mizuki cast a curious glance at Naruto. Finding it odd that since the exam began, Naruto had been unusually quiet. The old Naruto was always loud and boisterous. Why was this Naruto so subdued? Was it due to the graduation exam? Mizuki, having concocted an excuse for Naruto, did not delve deeper as the first minor antagonist. Mizuki's intellect was indeed lacking. Otherwise, he would not have devised such a foolish scheme as enticing a Jinchuriki to steal the Scroll of Seals, only to contemplate eliminating the Jinchuriki afterward. So, do you wish to graduate? Mizuki pressed directly to the point, avoiding idle chatter. Yes, Naruto said, gazing at the distant sunset. If you truly wish to graduate, let me share a secret about the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf. As he spoke, the breeze tousled Mizuki's hair, complimenting his fair and somewhat handsome features. And oh wonder, such a foolish antagonist has a fiancé. What secret? The Hidden Leaf has long possessed a scroll containing numerous powerful ninjutsu. Known as the Scroll of Seals, Mizuki smiled, glancing at Naruto with his peripheral vision. If you can acquire this scroll, learning just a couple of techniques from it would suffice to graduate from the Ninja Academy. Where is this Scroll of Seals? Naruto inquired, playing along. Mizuki shook his head, maintaining an air of mystery. I only have a general idea of its location. I'm not privy to its exact whereabouts. If you wish to find this scroll, you might want to check out the Hokage's residence. With that, Mizuki pointed in a direction that in the center of the Hidden Leaf, there stands an old building with an unusual appearance. That is where the Hokage's residence is located. Then I shall retrieve it right now. Naruto, like a headstrong fool, stood up, intent on heading to the Hokage's residence, but was pulled back by Mizuki. You truly are something else. Mizuki said, exasperated. The scroll of seals contains many powerful ninjutsu. How could it be left unguarded for you to simply take? Then will you fetch it for me? Naruto tilted his head, his expression blank. The teacher has matters to attend to. Retrieving the scroll of seals is solely your responsibility. Mizuki found an excuse to refuse, then added, there are hidden leaf ninjas guarding the area around the scroll of seals. If you wish to take it, it would be best to go at night under the cover of darkness. Follow me. Naruto accompanied Mizuki to a secluded cabin deep within the forest. Once you take the scroll of seals, it will undoubtedly incite a manhunt by the hidden leaf ninjas, and you cannot return home, Mizuki declared. This place is relatively unknown. After you acquire the scroll, come here to hide and study ninjutsu. I assure you, no one will find you. Naruto nodded. I understand. When shall we act? Naruto, it's you. Before Naruto obtains the scroll, he must distance himself from the matter. Should he fail to acquire the scroll and expose himself, it would be a case of losing both the lady and the troops. Do you not wish to learn the ninjutsu within? Naruto suddenly asked that Mizuki's heart raced. Could this little brat have figured something out? I have no need for it, Mizuki said, betraying his conscience that I am already a Chunin. Learning the ninjutsu within is of no use to me. Naruto's face, devoid of emotion, left Mizuki unable to discern his thoughts. However, as the sky darkened, he realized there was no time for idle chatter with Naruto. Even if Naruto had guessed something, what of it? Who would believe him if he spoke out? After all, he was the gentle and kind teacher Mizuki. But Naruto, who would believe the words of a demon fox? With that thought, Mizuki relaxed his vigilance towards Naruto. I shall take my leave now. I wish you luck, Naruto. I hope to hear news of your successful graduation tomorrow. After subtly coaxing Naruto, Mizuki swiftly departed. However, he did not venture far, but instead hid in the shadows to observe Naruto's actions. He remained somewhat apprehensive about Naruto. If Naruto did not attempt to steal the scroll of seals, he planned to re-emerge and persuade him. After Mizuki's departure, Naruto indeed refrained from attempting to steal the scroll. Instead, he entered the small cabin he had prepared. Tisich, what is this demon fox up to? Mizuki's expression soured as he resolved to circle around to the other side of the cabin and peep through the window to observe Naruto, only to find that Naruto had closed the window. Surely he isn't planning to sleep inside? Mizuki was puzzled. A vague sense of worry creeping in. Today's unusual Naruto left him completely baffled. Meanwhile, within the cabin, Naruto had his own plans prior to stealing the scroll of seals. He intended to hone his mastery of the Shining Fruit's abilities to excel in one's craft. One must first sharpen their tools. Currently, Naruto lacks seduction techniques. Should he encounter the old Sarutobi, he would have no means of defeating him through such peculiar methods. The reason he chose to familiarize himself with his abilities inside the cabin was that he suspected Mizuki might be lurking in the shadows, observing him. He did not wish for Mizuki to discover his true strength. Otherwise, once he pilfered the scroll of seals, Mizuki would not take the blame, which would solidify his role as the mastermind behind the theft. Although even if that fact were established, it mattered little. He could always defect. After all, being a ninja is not confined to one place. Yet, if it were not absolutely necessary, Naruto was loath to stir trouble, preferring not to venture elsewhere to become a ninja. After securing the doors and windows to ensure that the outside could not see within, Naruto activated the abilities of the Shining Fruit for the first time. His fingertips gathered glimmers of golden light, forming an eye-blinding flash. The flash instantly illuminated the dim room. Laser. Naruto gazed at the laser in his hand, his heart tumultuous. Just a day prior, he had been living in a world of scientific rationality. Yet now, he wielded such supernatural power. It is utterly impossible to assert that there was not a single ripple of emotion within his heart. However, the disturbance was fleeting, and he soon regained his composure. Having lived for decades on Blue Star, his character had long been tempered into a tranquil reservoir by the harshness of society. The mere possession of superhuman abilities and the Shining Fruit was hardly significant. After taking a deep breath to thoroughly calm his inner turmoil, Naruto began to familiarize himself with the abilities that Borsalino wielded in his memory. Laser beams, light speed kicks, the Amanurka no Tsurugi, the Yata mirror, the Yata no Kagami. With the full potential of the shining fruit at his disposal, Naruto executed these abilities with remarkable ease, as if he had practiced them for countless years. However, the ensuing chaos had left the room in disarray. If Mizuki were to witness this, he would undoubtedly harbor suspicions, wouldn't he? And Naruto gazed at the craters he had created with the shining fruit, feeling somewhat troubled, but he quickly devised a plan. He would collapse the house. As long as Mizuki did not move the house, he would not see the scene inside and would merely think it was a prank. What is the big deal about Naruto Uzumaki graffitiing on Hokage Rock or toppling a house? With this thought in mind, Naruto directed a laser beam at the house's supporting pillar. Outside, Mizuki had been anxiously waiting. Hearing the noise from inside the house, resembling a demolition, he contemplated whether to open a window or door to see what Naruto was up to, only to hear a loud crash as the house collapsed. Then he saw Naruto, covered in dust, crawl out from beneath the wreckage to Mizuki-sensei. "What brings you back? This house just collapsed on its own. I was nearly crushed. Come help me. The house collapsed on its own. Did you think I hadn't heard the ruckus you were making inside?" Though Mizuki mentally berated Naruto, he nonetheless moved to assist him. This was the first step of the plan. Without Naruto, his scheme for the day would be utterly ruined. "I forgot something and was just about to come back for it while rescuing him." Mizuki made sure to concoct a reason for his presence. However, Naruto had already surmised that Mizuki had not left and felt no surprise. The inquiry was merely to fit the narrative. "Thank you, Mizuki-sensei." While Naruto expressed gratitude, his face remained devoid of emotion, clearly insincere. Mizuki took a deep breath and managed to smile, saying, "As long as you're unharmed, don't worry about the house. I don't usually stay here anyway. I'm not concerned, as I can't afford to compensate for it anyway." Mizuki's lips twitched, suppressing his anger as he said, "Since you're fine, hurry and retrieve the Book of Seals. Once dawn breaks, you'll have no opportunity left. I already know that without you saying." Naruto dusted himself off and replied nonchalantly, then began to walk slowly towards the center of Konoha. Mizuki watched Naruto's retreating figure, a flicker of unease in his eyes. Was this cunning fox planning any tricks? Somewhat apprehensive, Mizuki stealthily followed Naruto. Fortunately, Naruto did not engage in any further antics and headed straight to the center of Konoha, entering the Hokage residence. However, as he observed Naruto brazenly walking into such a heavily guarded place, Mizuki began to doubt his choice of ally for the plan. After a brief wait, the silence from within only heightened his anxiety. Was it the change of guard? Were there no sentinels inside? Or had this fox been apprehended? Mizuki felt perplexed but dared not enter to investigate. If Naruto had been captured and confessed, he could simply deny any involvement, and nothing would come of it. But if he entered and was caught, he would find himself in a predicament. At this time, he had no valid reason to be present. Even claiming he was following Naruto out of suspicion would lack credibility. The Umbu would not easily believe his casual assertions that if they were to torture him, he knew he would not be able to endure it. Inside the Hokage residence, Naruto was cautiously navigating the hallways, attempting to locate the storage place for the Book of Seals. However, the interior was far too vast. After searching 2 floors, he had yet to find a suitable location. Material rooms, training rooms, recreation rooms, libraries, this should be the place. Right? Naruto surveyed his surroundings, noting the lack of visible guards. Whether the security was indeed lax or Sarutobi Hiruzen had intentionally allowed him entry was irrelevant. What mattered was that he could obtain the Book of Seals. Pushing the door open, he was greeted by the sight of flickering candles illuminating the room. Clearly, someone had been here recently. He wondered where they had gone. Naruto warily scanned the corners of the room, finding no one else present. Perhaps Hiruzen was here and had simply stepped out for a moment. Such a fortunate coincidence was indeed hard to believe, but it was no longer important. Where was the Book of Seals? Naruto's gaze fell on the bookshelf directly opposite him, where a notably large scroll was prominently marked with the character for seal. No pretense, then. The corner of Naruto's mouth twitched to avoid detection by the Umbu. He had them withdrawn to ensure he could see clearly. He had lit the place up beforehand to prevent himself from losing track. He had placed the scroll in the most conspicuous spot. Had the original Naruto truly lacked any cunning? Otherwise, he would have recognized the situation at a glance. I'm not particularly clever either, he muttered to himself, leaping to retrieve the scroll inscribed with the seal. Although he had not inherited the original Naruto's memories, he had inherited his physical prowess, coupled with the system's doubling of his attributes. He was now akin to a miniature superhero. With relative ease, he made his escape, with the scroll secured on his back. Naruto pushed the door open and prepared to sprint away. However, he barely took a few steps before encountering Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been waiting for him all along. Naruto, what are you doing here? Naruto hesitated, looking at Hiruzen. The original Naruto had relied on a seduction technique to defeat Hiruzen and escape. He now faced two choices. Point one was to utilize the Shining Fruit's abilities to attempt to overpower Hiruzen and flee. The other was to use the abilities of the Shining Fruit to make a direct escape. Naruto's eyes flicked, and he decided to test the waters. If Hiruzen was indeed acting, then even the most clumsy ruse would ensnare him. If not, he doubted Hiruzen could keep up with him at light speed. Feigning surprise, he glanced behind Hiruzen, exclaiming, "Oh, Irika-sensei, what brings you here?" Irika. Upon seeing Hiruzen turn his head, Naruto understood he had guessed correctly. Indeed, Hiruzen was putting on an act. The purpose was to catch him in the act of stealing the scroll, then allow him to escape, subsequently sending someone after him. He was uncertain whether Hiruzen aimed to draw out Mizuki or was deliberately letting him learn the sealing techniques. But Naruto was acutely aware that opportunities were fleeting. If he didn't run now, Hiruzen might not be able to maintain his charade for long. Yata mirror, employing the abilities of the Shining Fruit. Naruto vanished from the Hokage residence in an instant. When Hiruzen turned back, he discovered Naruto had already disappeared without a trace. How swift he is! The Book of Seals was lost, yet rather than feeling anxious, Hiruzen even found time to jest. However, had he witnessed Naruto utilizing the Shining Fruit's abilities, he would not have been able to maintain such composure. After leaving the Hokage residence, Naruto swiftly made his way back to Mizuki's small cabin. Meanwhile, Mizuki, who had been closely monitoring the Hokage residence, failed to notice when Naruto had slipped away and remained anxiously awaiting. As time passed, just when he thought the plan had failed, he spotted several Umbu members hurriedly departing. Did it succeed? Mizuki dared not linger, promptly returning home to wait. Not long after he settled in, a familiar ninja rushed over to inform him that the Book of Seals had been stolen by Naruto Uzumaki. Indeed, it was a success, but when had Naruto accomplished this? How had he not seen him emerge from within? Did he escape through the back door? With a sense of bewilderment, Mizuki promptly went to rouse the still-awake Irika, urging him to accompany him to the Hokage's residence. Once he laid eyes on the third Hokage, he could boldly seek out Naruto, eliminate him, seize the forbidden scroll for himself, all without raising any suspicions. Truly a flawless plan. At that moment, Naruto, under the influence of the Yata mirror's power, had already been at the cabin for a considerable time. Uncertain of when Mizuki and Irika would arrive, he leaned against a tree and opened the forbidden scroll. Though he possessed no understanding of ninjutsu and was unlikely to learn through self-study, glancing at it posed no problem. Who knows, perhaps he might comprehend ninjutsu in the future. Upon opening the first volume, unsurprisingly, it contained the shadow clone technique. However, apart from these few words, Naruto found himself utterly perplexed. Have I become illiterate? Yet, why can I understand others when they speak and communicate normally with Mizuki? I'm not even speaking Japanese. Surely, I haven't crossed over into a dubbed version of this world. But can the disparity between written language and spoken language truly pose no issues? Naruto suddenly felt a sense of unreality enveloping this world, rendering it less tangible. Must I truly start from scratch to learn the written language of this realm, only to begin anew with ninjutsu? Ding! Right, I still have a system. Ding! Master, please call me Xiao Ai. Cough cough, Xiao Ai. Is there a way for me to learn the written language and ninjutsu of this world? Of course, Master. Simply click on Xiao AI search to obtain what you desire. Xiao AI search. Naruto recalled that Xiao Ai had mentioned her abilities upon her emergence. Listening to music, watching movies, searching, chatting. How do these relate to learning Japanese or ninjutsu? Hesitantly, Naruto activated this feature and searched for learning Japanese. Japanese learning from zero to proficiency. I have to learn it myself? Yes, didn't you say there was a way to master the written language and ninjutsu of this world? Let me rephrase that. Is there a way for me to reach max level directly? Certainly, master. What method? Complete Xiao Ai's tasks. Release. Not release. Why? You will only receive a second task upon completing the first. Naruto, exasperated, closed the scroll and tossed it aside. This is absurd. Self-study is out of the question. If I can achieve max level, why would I bother learning on my own? That's right, master. Instead of wasting time on self-study, why not focus on completing Xiao Ai's tasks? Master, you are the best. Master, you are the strongest. Xiao Ai. Here, be quiet. Okay, at last. The noise subsided. Leaning against the tree, Naruto found himself rather bored. When will Iruka and Mizuki arrive? Xiao Ai. I recall you can play music? Indeed. Master, play Qing Yao. Habalala, Idara. Listening to the music around him, Naruto felt a sense of novelty. Doesn't this mean he could have his own BGM in future appearances? However, upon inquiring with Xiao Ai, he learned that this music could not be played aloud. Only he could hear it. The Konoha BGM king had yet to make his entrance. After waiting a while longer, Naruto finally spotted a figure rushing toward him. That it was Iruka, though it was a secret rendezvous arranged by Mizuki. Iruka had managed to arrive first. If there were no experts guiding him, it could only be deemed sheer coincidence. Hey, Naruto! Iruka, panting heavily, approached him, his eyes filled with reproach. If it weren't for the visible shadow of Iruka, Naruto might have mistaken him for a ghost. Good evening, Teacher Iruka, Naruto said, his expression serene. What do you mean, good evening, Teacher Iruka? Do you have any idea how serious your actions are? Iruka imitated Naruto's stoic demeanor. Lamenting that I apologize. Mizuki-sensei informed me that learning the techniques in this scroll would allow me to graduate. Mizuki. Iruka's face contorted in disbelief, making it impossible to discern the authenticity of his expression. If Iruka were acting, then the disparity between Naruto's performance and Iruka's would be akin to that of a mere extra and an award-winning actor. This scroll and this location were both disclosed to me by Mizuki-sensei. Naruto revealed, betraying Mizuki. How could that be? Iruka seemed to be engulfed in the shock of Mizuki's betrayal, unable to process it for the moment. Just then, a sound of shuriken slicing through the air came from behind him. Sensing danger, Iruka instinctively pushed Naruto aside. In the process, he was inadvertently struck by a shuriken. I never thought you could find this place. Iruka, Mizuki, armed with ninja tools, crouched on a tree branch, his expression cold and indifferent as he gazed at Iruka. Mizuki, it truly is you. Iruka gasped, looking at Mizuki with disbelief. Humph. Mizuki cast a fleeting glance at Iruka before disregarding him. He had not forgotten the most crucial aspect of his plan today. Naruto, hand over the scroll. Mizuki stood, his eyes icy as he regarded Naruto. Naruto, I can never relinquish the scroll. Iruka withdrew the shuriken embedded in his right leg, gasping for breath. That is a dangerous object sealed away due to the forbidden techniques it contains. Mizuki seeks to obtain it by using you. Mizuki regarded Naruto with disdain, sneering, Naruto, Iruka is merely afraid of you acquiring that object. Mizuki, what nonsense are you spouting? Naruto, don't let him deceive you. Ha ha ha, deceive? Allow me to reveal the truth. Naruto, silence. Do not speak. Hearing this, Iruka panicked, yet Mizuki ignored his plea and continued to divulge the truth. After the events 12 years ago, the village established a certain regulation that it is a rule that must never allow you. Uzumaki Naruto, to know. Mizuki spoke with a sinister expression, aiming to provoke an emotional response from Naruto. However, Naruto remained unfazed, his composure unshaken. What is it? Mizuki was taken aback that Naruto could remain so calm upon hearing such explosive revelations. Could it be that the graduation exam truly has such a profound effect on a person? Regardless, having broached the subject, even if he did not witness the reaction he desired, he was determined to impart the truth to Naruto. The rule is that it must never be revealed that Uzumaki Naruto is, in fact, the Nine-Tails Fox. In other words, You are the very beast that took the lives of Irika as parents and ravaged the village." The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, and after a moment, Naruto finally spoke in a calm tone. "Oh, and so what? And so what?" Mizuki's expression faltered momentarily before erupting into a furious rage. "What do you mean, and so what? You are the Nine Tails. Do you understand? You are the beast that everyone in the village fears and despises. Even Irika abhors you. He loathes you. No one will ever acknowledge you." Irika, pierced by Mizuki's words, lowered his head, feeling a pang of guilt. "I said, and so what? Whether you deceive me, despise me, or fear me, I do not care. I, Uzumaki Naruto, need no one's validation." Naruto glared coldly at Mizuki, his icy gaze instilling a sense of fear in him. Realizing too late that he was intimidated by Naruto, Mizuki felt a surge of anger. "Stop spouting nonsense. You claim you don't desire validation? That is nothing more than self-deception. Die, Naruto!" Mizuki shouted, drawing a wind shuriken from behind him and hurling it at Naruto. The spinning shuriken was poised to pierce Naruto, but suddenly a figure leaped in front of him. Absorbing the impact with their back, Irika, having taken the blow, spat blood, his eyes filled with remorse as he gazed at Naruto. "That I'm sorry. Naruto, that I regret that you have endured so much suffering over the years. The feeling of being unacknowledged must be so painful, right? You must have felt so lonely without friends. If only I had been more reliable. You wouldn't have had to bear such painful memories." Gazing upon Irika's tear-streaked visage, Naruto found himself unable to ascertain whether the emotions displayed were genuine or merely an act of remarkable skill. Yet, the authenticity of those feelings mattered little in the grand scheme of things. Approaching Irika from behind, he deftly removed the shuriken lodged in his back and remarked nonchalantly, "It is merely a trifling matter of hardship." Naruto's words left Irika momentarily taken aback. 12 years of deception, disdain, and isolation from the entire village. Was that truly just a trifling matter? When had the boisterous, mischievous Naruto transformed into such a bastion of strength? It seemed he had realized his folly far too late. Had he been more dependable and attentive towards Naruto, perhaps the latter would not have had to bear such burdens so early on. In stark contrast to Naruto's fortitude, Irika's earlier display of vulnerability now felt excessively melodramatic. "Rest nearby. I shall resolve this swiftly," Naruto declared suddenly, casting aside the wind blade shuriken as he strode purposefully towards Mizuki. Irika. Watching Naruto's small yet resolute silhouette, Irika felt a surge of guilt. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, observing through the lens of his telescope technique, witnessed the unfolding scene. His gaze lingered on Naruto's familiar form, momentarily lost in thought. Fourth Hokage. Mizuki laughed heartily as he beheld Naruto approaching. "Huh? Do you truly intend to protect him? Irika is merely deceiving you. He seeks to persuade you to return the forbidden scroll." "Enough." Naruto, unwilling to engage Mizuki in further banter, felt a surge of golden energy in his legs and blandly inquired, "Mizuki, have you ever been kicked at light speed?" "Light speed?" Mizuki pondered, only to suddenly feel a force strike his lower back, sending him crashing to the ground with a resounding thud that created a small crater. This spectacle left both Irika and Sarutobi shocked. When had Naruto acquired such formidable power? What was the source of that golden radiance? Within the crater, Mizuki lay incapacitated, struggling to rise, but found his lower body unresponsive. As Naruto approached him step by step, the sound of his footsteps echoed ominously, reminiscent of a demon's whispered "No, this cannot be. How could you possess such strength? You were merely a laggard." Mizuki screamed in terror, desperately trying to convince himself that this was all a fleeting nightmare. Yet, the pain coursing through his body served as a stark reminder of reality. "Being a laggard is simply due to my lack of proficiency in ninjutsu. You do not truly believe I lack all talents, do you?" Naruto remarked coolly, observing Mizuki, who resembled a defeated dog. His explanation lacked rigor and was difficult to accept, yet he was undeniably not the same Naruto of 12 years past. A different temperament, an astonishing surge in strength. No matter the excuses he conjured, none could fully persuade others. However, the undeniable truth remained. He was the Jinchuriki, as long as the Nine Tails resided within him, no matter how much he had changed. He could not escape the reality of being Uzumaki Naruto. Reaching Mizuki, Naruto delivered a swift, light-speed chop that rendered him unconscious. He harbored no intentions of taking Mizuki's life. After all, growing slightly colder in demeanor was not a grave issue. Yet, should he become a bloodthirsty individual, it would be uncertain whether Iruka would still bestow upon him his forehead protector. Even if Iruka was willing, the third Hokage might not permit his graduation. The will of fire would not allow such darkness to fester. Moreover, Naruto himself was not a bloodthirsty person. Iruka-sensei, are you all right? Naruto turned back to Iruka, who remained engulfed in the shock of Naruto's swift defeat of Mizuki. Are you truly Naruto? Absolutely, Naruto replied dismissively, assessing Iruka's injuries. It appears you are quite wounded. Allow me to escort you to the hospital. Iruka-sensei, very well. However, I can walk on my own. Just take Mizuki with you. All right, but here, take the forbidden scroll, Iruka-sensei. The jutsu within are beyond my grasp, so it would be of no use to me. With that, Naruto handed the scroll to Iruka and proceeded towards Mizuki. Iruka observed Naruto's retreating figure, then glanced at the forbidden scroll. Cannot learn, could he truly be Naruto? Yet how could he possess such speed and strength? While still pondering this, Naruto returned, carrying Mizuki on his back. Let us depart. Iruka-sensei. Oh, very well. Iruka acquiesced, preparing to follow Naruto, but upon seeing the forbidden scroll in his hands, he added, Naruto, why not first take Mizuki to the Konoha hospital? I must deliver the forbidden scroll to the Hokage. Just as Naruto was about to agree, he suddenly realized that if Iruka left, who would ensure his graduation? After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, Iruka-sensei, is it true that without the shadow clone technique, one cannot become a ninja? This, Iruka met Naruto's hopeful gaze, unsure how to respond. Is it possible? Konoha has specialized taijutsu ninjas. It should be feasible, right? Only, without a Jonin's endorsement, I lack the authority to grant such an exception. Should he deny Naruto? Yet, Naruto had just vanquished Mizuki to save him. Would it not be excessively harsh to refuse him? After much contemplation, Iruka resolved to make an exception this once. If someone capable of defeating Mizuki could not graduate from the Ninja Academy, then the standards for graduation were far too rigid. Naruto, close your eyes. Upon hearing this, Naruto's heart leaped with joy. Was this to adorn him with his forehead protector? Would he finally graduate? He felt a surge of excitement, though he maintained an outward facade of puzzlement before returning to his calm demeanor. After a moment, Naruto sensed Iruka removing his goggles and replacing them with a firm object secured to his forehead. All right, open your eyes. Congratulations, you have graduated. 1, 2, 3 cheese. All right, the photo is taken. Thank you, Naruto said gratefully as he accepted his photograph, then made his way towards the Hokage Tower. Having earned Iruka's recognition, he successfully graduated, and this acknowledgement had not been dismissed by Sarutobi. This signified that he would soon become a registered genin of Konoha. Entering the Hokage Tower, he filled out his graduation documents in an office, affixing his photograph before proceeding to the Hokage's office to submit his paperwork to Sarutobi. Sarutobi perused Naruto's file, but hesitated to stamp it immediately. Naruto. Yes. Could you come here for a moment? After a brief moment of indecision, Naruto approached. As he drew near, Sarutobi opened Naruto's clothing to examine his abdomen. The seal remained intact. The chakra of the Nine Tails was unmistakably present. This was indeed the genuine Naruto. All is well. With a firm stamp, Sarutobi marked the graduation document. Smiling at Naruto, congratulations on your graduation. Naruto, thank you. Naruto expressed his gratitude politely, preparing to exit the office. Just then, the door swung open, and a small boy with a bun hairstyle and a missing tooth burst in. Grandpa, let us duel. I, Konohamaru, shall become the 5th Hokage. Ouch! Buy-up! Bong! Casting a bemused glance at the peacefully resting Konohamaru, Naruto felt speechless. Was this really Konohamaru? That hurt. How annoying. Is there a trap here? Konohamaru scanned the surroundings warily, trying to identify any traps, when Ebisu caught up and blocked the entrance. Are you all right, young master? There are no traps. Konohamaru flatly refused to believe Ebisu's words, clutching his head and turning to see Uzumaki Naruto, instantly concluding that the trap was indeed set by Naruto. So, it was you who orchestrated this trick? Idiot. Idiot? Konohamaru pointed at himself with his thumb to Oh, you know who I am. How dare you call me an idiot? I'm the grandson of the third Hokage. Hibishu added. Naruto glanced at Hibishu before turning his gaze towards the insufferable Konohamaru. This guy is probably thinking that he is just like Hibishu, a mere lackey of Sarutobi. I don't care who you are. Get lost. Naruto, uninterested in exchanging words with Konohamaru, attempted to bypass him. However, Konohamaru persistently blocked his path once more. You scoundrel! You insulted me. You owe me an apology. Naruto ignored Konohamaru and addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Old man, if I hit him, you wouldn't hold it against me, would you? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hit me? I'm the grandson of the Hokage. Do you dare strike me? Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could respond, Konohamaru provoked him again. This time, Naruto did not let it slide and delivered a solid punch. He did not utilize the powers of the Gomu no Mi, nor did he exert his full strength, with less than 30% of his power. It was still sufficient to leave Konohamaru sprawled on the ground. Idiot, Naruto muttered, looking down at the fallen Konoha. He then turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, We agreed. No unfair treatment. Old man, if you do, I will pluck your beard. Sarutobi Hiruzen, a freshly graduated genin threatening the Hokage. What a predicament. Young master, are you all right? Hokage-sama, is this really acceptable? Hibishu fretted beside Konohamaru, yet he dared not confront Naruto for an explanation. After all, even Konohamaru's grandfather remained silent, making it inappropriate for him to speak up. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a glance at Naruto's departing figure and sighed. It was merely a child's play and not worth his concern. Although Naruto's audacity troubled him, there were traces of the old Naruto in his recent actions, alleviating Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicions about him. It was indeed that Naruto had undergone significant changes in the past 2 days. Even with the confirmation that this Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he still felt uneasy. Thankfully, his worries had been unfounded. Naruto was still the same Naruto. It was just that the graduation exam had been a tremendous blow to him. It seemed necessary to have Iruka and Kakashi bolster Naruto's mental fortitude going forward. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen bore no ill will, Hibishu felt it unnecessary to hold a grudge against Naruto. However, once Konohamaru got back on his feet, he began to speak ill of Naruto. You are the grandson of the third Hokage. Someone like Naruto is unworthy of being compared to you. Yet Konohamaru did not truly absorb the words, and he seized the opportunity to sneak away while Hibishu was distracted. At that moment, Naruto was on his way home. Having no recollection, he was unaware of where his house was. Fortunately, the Umbu arrived shortly after to take away the sealing scroll and Mizuki, leaving only Naruto and Iruka. Seizing this chance, Naruto concocted an excuse to invite Iruka to his home as Naruto's teacher. Iruka naturally knew where Naruto lived. Thus, with Naruto deliberately slowing his pace, Iruka successfully escorted him to his abode. Xiao Ai, have I successfully graduated now? What about my task reward? Ding! Congratulations, master, for completing the task and successfully graduating as a genin. Reward: mastery of swordsmanship. All attributes to. As Xiao Ai's voice echoed, Naruto suddenly felt an influx of understanding regarding swordsmanship in his mind. Even without a sword in hand, he sensed that he could effortlessly unleash a devastating slash. With such swordsmanship, wielding the Tatsuka no Tsurugi would no longer feel like handling a mere glowing toy. When he first summoned the Tatsuka no Tsurugi in Mizuki's cabin, he had no idea how to utilize it, wielding it like a chef's knife instead. Just as Naruto was reveling in his newfound abilities, he sensed a peculiar movement behind him. Turning around, he discovered a strange stone on the path he had just traversed, with a pair of feet peeking from beneath it. Such a clumsy invisibility technique. This must be Konohamaru trying to follow me, right? Initially, Konohamaru should have been tailing him to learn from the experience of having Naruto defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen using the transformation technique. So, what was the purpose of following him now? Naruto approached the stone where Konohamaru was hiding and lightly kicked it, saying, "Come out. I found you." "Humph. I didn't expect you to see through it. Just as the rumors say, Konohamaru emerged from his disguise, pointing at Naruto and declaring, "I am not opposed to being your subordinate. Have you heard my story?" "No." "Then how can you claim to be like the rumors?" Naruto rolled his eyes, urging him to get to the point. "Just say what you need. I have matters to attend to and no time for your nonsense." Ahem. Konohamaru cleared his throat and said, "I think you are very different, unlike anyone else. Therefore, I want to follow you." Although Naruto had not used a transformation technique to defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen, his unique personality had nonetheless captured Konohamaru's attention. After all, as the grandson of the third Hokage, he had been cherished, admired, feared, or envied by everyone since childhood. But someone like Naruto, who seemed entirely unconcerned with his identity, was a first for him. He felt a sense of joy in not being treated differently. However, when it came to being treated differently, Konohamaru and Naruto were polar opposites. Point one was loved and protected by the entire village, while the other was despised and feared. Naruto, observing Konohamaru, initially had no intention of taking him on as a subordinate. To him, the idea of being an older brother with a younger brother was little more than child's play. Yet, a sudden thought crossed his mind. His home only had 2 boxes of instant noodles left, prompting him to reconsider. If it's child's play, then so be it. Maintaining pride is not as crucial as satisfying hunger. Besides, bending for a meal isn't something to be ashamed of. That I can accept you as my subordinate. But I have one condition. Whatever condition, I will agree. Seeing Konohamaru's eager expression, Naruto felt somewhat satisfied. Having a respectful and obedient younger brother was not a bad thing at all. Rest assured, my condition won't be too harsh. Just hand over your monthly allowance, Naruto said nonchalantly. Monthly allowance? Konohamaru tilted his head, looking troubled. But I don't have that. Naruto raised an eyebrow, doubting the veracity of Konohamaru's words. The grandson of the Hokage, and yet he has no allowance? Does he not buy anything? I don't spend money on anything. Konohamaru scratched his head and chuckled, leaving Naruto speechless. Is this the treatment of the Hokage's grandson? An unlimited black card in Konoha. Forget it. Just treat me to 2 lavish meals each month instead. Naruto waved his hand, altering the condition. This new requirement was remarkably easy for Konohamaru. No problem. I can handle that, big brother. Konohamaru patted his chest confidently. That works perfectly. I'm hungry now. Let's go eat. Naruto stated calmly, casting a glance at Konoha. It's all Sarutobi's fault for being so stingy. Regardless of anything, I'm the son of the 4th Hokage and the hero who sealed the 9 tails. Not only did he not allow me to inherit the 4th's legacy, but he also couldn't even spare me a bit more money. Making me eat instant noodles every day is hindering my growth. Even though he had traversed into this world, Naruto still had significant grievances regarding his height. He measured himself last night, and as a 12-year-old boy, he was barely over 1.40 meters. This was utterly unacceptable. It was precisely for this reason that he was eager to resolve his dietary concerns. That let's make some money. I'm also hungry. Big brother, come home with me for a meal. My family's cook is quite good. You have a cook? Anything goes. Naruto nodded nonchalantly and followed Konohamaru towards the Sarutobi clan. Along the way, Konohamaru incessantly questioned Naruto. Big brother, speak. Do you know any impressive ninjutsu? Ninjutsu? Naruto pondered for a moment before replying. I suppose so. Light release ninjutsu is ninjutsu, right? Really? Can you teach me? Not possible. Why not? Because my ninjutsu relies solely on innate talent. Mere effort cannot suffice. However, if you wish to defeat your grandfather, I could certainly teach you a special ninjutsu. A technique that could defeat my grandfather. Is that true? Indeed, but I must be well fed before I can instruct you. Not a problem, big brother. I promise to ensure you have your fill. Would Maru enthusiastically patted his chest, unconsciously quickening his pace. Before long, they arrived at the Sarutobi clan's territory. The Sarutobi clan's domain was vast, and its population was quite substantial. Naruto's arrival drew the attention of several clan members, though their gazes were far from friendly. Naruto could clearly sense their disdain and fear directed towards him. Were it not for Maru's presence by his side, these individuals would likely have already attempted to drive him away. It was hard to imagine how he had managed to survive in this village for the past 12 years. With a furrowed brow, Naruto felt a sense of dissatisfaction towards the Sarutobi clan members. Nevertheless, he was here to mooch a meal. and as long as they didn't directly confront him, he had no desire to stir up trouble. Ignoring the disdainful looks, he followed Woodmaru into the courtyard of Sarutobi Hizashi. Sarutobi Hizashi was not home, or rather, he was seldom found within the Sarutobi clan's residence, often at the Hokage's abode. Thus, Naruto found it difficult to encounter Sarutobi Hizashi here. However, although he did not meet Hizashi, he did come across Woodmaru's caretaker, a young woman with flowing black hair, her appearance and attire suggesting she was no older than 20, making it hard to fathom her role as a caretaker. "Young master, you have returned." Sarutobi Suzum joyfully rushed over to greet Woodmaru. Yet, upon seeing Naruto, her expression froze. Why is this child here? Sarutobi Suzum felt a mix of surprise and wariness at Naruto's presence. Like most villagers, she harbored a dislike for Naruto. However, considering Woodmaru was present, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. "Suzum, my big brother Naruto and I are hungry. Please prepare something for us. This child is also dining here." Suzum hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained her composure, bowing slightly with a smile that "I will prepare it right away, young master Woodmaru." With that, Sarutobi Suzum jogged away, though Naruto noticed her glancing back at him occasionally. Her gaze indicated a sense of vigilance towards him. In the past, Naruto might have felt disheartened, but now he was indifferent. After all, he was merely here to enjoy a meal and did not wish to provoke any conflict. Besides, he couldn't concern himself with whether others liked or disliked him, as long as they did not instigate trouble. He simply wished to be himself. "Big brother Naruto, follow me. We're heading to the dining room." "Okay." Naruto nodded, trailing behind Woodmaru. Compared to the other villagers, the more he observed Woodmaru, the more he appreciated him. Indeed, the perspective one has of another requires a nuanced examination. Some individuals may appear ordinary at first glance, but when juxtaposed with unsavory characters, they can seem remarkably exceptional. Upon reaching the dining room, they found it to be a modest space, even somewhat small. Compared to the expansive courtyard, it felt somewhat out of place. The interior was quite simple, containing only a small table seemingly designed for 2 or 3 people. Naruto and Woodmaru took their seats at either end of the table. "Big brother, could you show me some of your ninjutsu?" The wait for food felt somewhat dull, and Woodmaru did his best to spark a conversation. Having a friend like him would certainly prevent any awkward silences. "Sure." After a moment's thought, Naruto agreed. He had no intention of concealing his abilities. After all, until Sarutobi Hizashi fell, no one dared to lay claim to him. If Hizashi were to target him, he could always defect. He certainly did not need to remain in a village filled with those who despised him. "This is the tank Waiken." Naruto gripped the air with both hands, and a gleaming golden long sword materialized in his grasp. "Wow, that's amazing." Woodmaru's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Can I touch it?" Naruto shook his head. "This sword is composed of laser energy and possesses great destructive power. No one else may handle it but me." With that, Naruto tapped the edge of the table with the sword. To his surprise, a piece of the table corner crumbled away with no effort at all. "That's incredible. Big brother, is there truly no way I can learn this ninjutsu?" Woodmaru gazed at Naruto with pleading eyes, making it difficult for Naruto to refuse him. However, if he couldn't learn it, there was nothing he could do. It's simply not possible. Naruto shook his head and sheathed the tank Waiken. "What a pity," Woodmaru said, visibly disappointed. Yet he quickly regained his enthusiasm. "Big brother, what other ninjutsu do you know?" "Laser. Yata no Kagami. Yata no Kagami. Those might not be easy to demonstrate. The rest of my ninjutsu isn't suited for display. But the technique I just showed you has other applications." As he spoke, Naruto conjured a kunai in his hand. "Light release kunai. How cool. If you can conjure kunai out of thin air, you won't need to carry them around anymore." "Right," Woodmaru said enviously. Naruto nodded. In theory, I can't think of a reason to carry around metal kunai." "Young master, it's time to eat." At that moment, Sarutobi Suzum entered with a tray of prepared dishes. 2 small plates were filled with a variety of foods. The staples included rice balls, and noodles, while the sides featured fish, greens, and pork, along with several types of fruit and snacks. Such a lavish meal was merely a routine for Woodmaru. Suzum placed the food in front of both Woodmaru and Naruto. Their selections were similar, but Naruto's portion appeared more generous. likely considering his age. Clearly, Suzume did not treat him differently due to her dislike. In fact, she seemed to have favored him because of his youth. This small detail shifted Naruto's perception of Suzume. Perhaps in her eyes, disliking Naruto was her personal matter, while caring for her master's guest was her duty. Truly, she was a professional caretaker of the Hokage family. "I'm starting." Maru clapped his hands together and began to feast heartily. Naruto felt hungry but ate at a leisurely pace, an entirely different approach compared to Maru's voracious style. Half an hour later, both Naruto and Maru had polished off their meals. Suzume, who had been quietly observing, stepped forward to clear the dishes and leftovers. Shortly after, she returned with a cup of hot tea for both Naruto and Maru. The warm tea flowed into their satisfied stomachs, providing a sense of comfort and fulfillment. Having a caretaker like her was truly delightful. Naruto mused as he glanced at Suzume. "Big brother, I'm full. When shall we begin learning ninjutsu?" Maru suddenly spoke to Naruto. "Let us start right now." Having enjoyed the hospitality of the Sarutobi family, Naruto had no intention of delaying Maru. "Really?" Maru exclaimed with excitement. "Yes, follow me. We'll head outside." Naruto planned to teach Maru the serpent's technique. However, as this ninjutsu was relatively basic, he dared not instruct Maru within the Sarutobi clan's premises if other clan members were to witness them. It would certainly lead to complications, and of course, he wasn't obligated to teach Maru the serpent's technique. It was simply that aside from that technique, he had no other ninjutsu he could teach. After all, he didn't even know the basic body flicker technique. The two departed the Sarutobi clan, making their way to the bustling streets of Konoha. "The ninjutsu I'm going to teach you is called the serpent's technique." Serpent's technique? In simple terms, it involves transforming into a beautiful woman to launch a mental assault on men. Transforming into a beautiful woman. Maru scratched his head, seemingly puzzled about how such a ninjutsu could be effective. However, since his big brother claimed it could defeat their grandfather, it must surely hold merit. "Could you first demonstrate a transformation technique?" At that moment, Naruto spotted a woman of decent appearance and remarked, "Let us transform into her." Konohamaru glanced at the woman, flashed a confident smile, and declared, "No problem. It's a piece of cake." Transformation. With a puff of smoke, Konohamaru morphed into a plump woman with thick lips. A barrel-shaped waist and no neck. "Do you really think you resemble that woman?" Naruto sighed in exasperation, urging Konohamaru to revert back. "Take a closer look at her features. Her eyes, nose, mouth, and figure. How can you be so rotund?" Oh. Konohamaru nodded in understanding and attempted the transformation once more. This time, the result was slightly better, yet still incorrect. He remained too corpulent. "All right, transformation." Konohamaru continued to practice the technique on the street, drawing the attention of the woman he had attempted to imitate. She observed him performing the hand seals and transforming into a rather distant likeness of herself, momentarily losing her composure. However, rather than chastising Konohamaru, she sought out Naruto to deliver a reprimand, just as she raised her hand. Naruto seized it firmly. He dismissed her, casting a cold gaze in her direction. The frigid intensity of his stare caused her to retreat 2 steps in fear. "You." The woman tried to utter a harsh remark, yet found herself stifled by Naruto's piercing gaze. The words caught in her throat, she could not voice them. Observing her rendered speechless, Naruto turned away in mild disbelief. "Let us go, Konohamaru." "Oh, all right, big brother." Konohamaru glanced at the woman with curiosity before hastily following Naruto's lead. In the Hokage's office, since Konohamaru had departed with Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been intermittently using a telescope technique to monitor the pair. On one hand, he was concerned about Naruto's transformation. On the other, he feared that Konohamaru might pick up bad habits from Naruto. It appeared that his worries were not unfounded, as he had indeed taught Konohamaru the transformation technique. How absurd! Sarutobi Hiruzen watched through the crystal ball as Naruto and Konohamaru interacted. Unable to suppress a sigh of exasperation, he could hardly fathom his grandson transforming into a woman before his very eyes. Naruto was still the same Naruto, yet what was that peculiar technique he had displayed? Was the golden light a contingency left by the 4th Hokage? Aside from that possibility, Sarutobi Hiruzen could think of no other explanation for Naruto's sudden acquisition of new powers. The The stark contrast in Naruto's demeanor before and after graduation might not solely stem from his failure to graduate. Perhaps the fourth Hokage had imparted something to Naruto, catalyzing a significant maturation process. He could only hope that what the fourth Hokage had bestowed upon Naruto was indeed beneficial. Naruto's current demeanor was still a cause for concern. Reflecting on the cold indifference Naruto exhibited towards the other villagers, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained uneasy. He fervently wished for Naruto not to harbor resentment against the villagers, as it would be detrimental to the harmony within Konoha and counterproductive to the Jinchuriki training program. Big brother, you were so cool just now. Konohamaru gazed up at Naruto with admiration, resembling a starstruck fan. Naruto glanced back at him and replied nonchalantly, "Don't you think I appeared fierce?" "Not at all." Konohamaru exclaimed excitedly, "You scared them off with just a glance. That's incredible. It's nothing remarkable. They merely fear the entity residing within me." Naruto replied coolly. "Entity within you?" Konohamaru inquired, puzzled. "It's nothing," Naruto dismissed, unwilling to delve into an explanation of the Nine-Tails' existence, deeming it irrelevant and not worth his breath. Before long, they arrived in front of a bookstore. Naruto recalled that one of the training sessions for mastering the transformation technique was conducted here. "Big brother, why are we at the bookstore?" "To read," Naruto replied, leading the way inside, with Konohamaru following closely behind. The bookstore owner was taking a nap, seemingly in no hurry to awaken. Thus, Naruto boldly led Konohamaru to the shelves in search of books. To master the transformation technique, one must first understand women. Naruto handed Konohamaru a book, saying, "Start with this one." "Yes, big brother," Konohamaru responded loudly, inadvertently rousing the sleeping owner. The owner, upon awakening and seeing Naruto, immediately erupted in anger. "Naruto, didn't I tell you that you can't read my books for free?" Naruto raised his hand to halt the irate bookstore owner, clarifying, "It's not me who wants to read. It's him. No one is allowed to read for free here, including you, young Master Konohamaru." The bookstore owner hesitated, eyeing Naruto with a warning glare. "You better not let me catch you sneaking a peek at my books, or I won't let you off lightly." Naruto shrugged nonchalantly, as he had no interest in the books anyway. "Konohamaru, hurry up and read. We have other places to go." "Yes, big brother." A fashion magazine was not particularly thick, and Konohamaru finished in just a few minutes. As he closed the magazine, Naruto inquired, "Have you finished?" "I'm done, big brother," Konohamaru replied loudly. "Did you remember everything?" Naruto asked again. "Did I remember, big brother?" Konohamaru affirmed. Then read another one. "Yes, big brother." Naruto had not forgotten that despite Konohamaru's series of training sessions, he still lagged behind. Thus, he planned to be a bit stricter with him before commencing formal training. After all, he had plenty of time and did not mind taking it slow to teach Konohamaru. Half an hour later, Konohamaru had perused all the fashion magazines in the bookstore before they proceeded to their next destination, the Konoha bathhouse. Standing before the bathhouse, Naruto's expression was unusually serious. "This final training will depend entirely on you, Konohamaru." "Yes, big brother." "Go on." Konohamaru, with a serious demeanor, saluted Naruto and then entered the bathhouse with a sense of determination. Naruto quietly awaited him outside. Minutes later, chaos erupted from within the bathhouse as Konohamaru burst out. "Big brother, I'm back. Did you complete it?" "I did." "Then let us go. The final training awaits." Naruto led Konohamaru to a clearing in the woods, instructing him to demonstrate the transformation technique once more. Transformation! With a puff of smoke, a figure resembling the previous transformation appeared before Naruto. "Are you sure you paid attention?" "Absolutely, big brother. But do you think you resemble those lovely young ladies in any way?" "Transform again." "Yes, big brother." Konohamaru was indeed slow to grasp this ninjutsu, practicing from the afternoon until nearly dusk before finally achieving a somewhat respectable form. However, this could also be attributed to his average mastery of the transformation technique. "You've improved somewhat, but if you wish to surpass your grandfather, you'll need to practice more." Though the woman Konohamaru transformed into was quite beautiful, there was always something lacking, besides his insufficient proficiency in ninjutsu. Konohamaru's understanding of the technique was also wanting. "Got it, big brother." The praise for Naruto brought Konohamaru great joy. Just then, a figure appeared behind them. "Finally found you." Hibi looked at Naruto with disdain before addressing Konohamaru softly. Come, young master Konohamaru, let us go home. Naruto paid no mind to Hibi's glance, noting the dimming sky, and spoke to Konohamaru, just in time. I was also preparing to head home. I'll continue your training another day. Konohamaru. Yes, big brother, Konohamaru replied. But before you leave, may I ask you for a favor? What is it? Naruto inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. That I wish to test the fruits of my training. Konohamaru stood at attention, bowing respectfully as he pleaded. Please. Naruto glanced at Ebisu, then at Konohamaru, hesitating momentarily before conceding. Then let us make this swift. Yes, Konohamaru exclaimed with enthusiasm. Just watch, big brother. I will undoubtedly defeat grandfather using the ninjutsu you taught me and become Hokage. But first, allow me to vanquish this troublesome fellow. Upon hearing Konohamaru refer to him as a nuisance, Ebisu felt a twinge of sadness. However, his primary concern was that Konohamaru was actually learning ninjutsu from Naruto. Furrowing his brow, Ebisu cast a disapproving glance at Naruto before turning back to Konohamaru. Young Master Konohamaru, learning ninjutsu from such a person will never allow you to defeat Lord Hokage. The fastest route to becoming the 5th Hokage is to study under me, an elite instructor of Konoha. You must not speak of my brother in such a manner. Here I come. Transformation. The art of the shuriken. Ah, what a pitifully low-level ninjutsu. I am a gentleman. How could I possibly fall victim to such a rudimentary technique? Ebisu's face flushed with embarrassment as he flailed his limbs, yet he did not collapse as Konohamaru had anticipated. What? He hasn't fallen. Konohamaru felt a pang of disappointment, but he attributed it to his own lack of skill rather than the ninjutsu itself. I am sorry, big brother. It's my fault for not mastering the ninjutsu you taught me, he said apologetically to Naruto. Naruto shook his head, offering reassurance that you've only practiced for half a day. Mastering this technique is already impressive. As long as you continue to diligently study and refine your ninjutsu, I believe you will soon surpass Ebisu. Really? Indeed. If you can master the shadow clone technique, I can teach you an even more powerful ninjutsu. An even stronger ninjutsu? The upgraded version of the shuriken technique, the art of heavy work. Once you learn this technique, there will not be a single man in Konoha who can stand against you. Is that true? Does that include you, big brother? Perhaps. Naruto, being a man himself, could not guarantee that he would remain unaffected in the presence of a group of beautiful women. Little Ai reminds you. No sulking. Enough chattering, Naruto mentally retorted to little Ai. What are these shuriken technique and art of heavy work, but mere low-level ninjutsu? Naruto, I absolutely will not allow you to corrupt young master Konohamaru any further. As Konohamaru sank deeper into this misguided path, Ebisu could no longer contain his frustration and resolved to teach Naruto a lesson. He positioned himself before Naruto, adjusting his glasses with an air of arrogance. Did you not claim that once one masters the shuriken technique and the art of heavy work, no man in Konoha could rival you? Then let me witness this so-called invincible ninjutsu of yours. Naruto regarded Ebisu with an impassive expression and replied coolly, I need not resort to such ninjutsu to defeat you. I care not what ninjutsu you employ, if you can best me today. I shall permit you to continue teaching young master Konohamaru ninjutsu. But should you lose to me, you must keep your distance from him henceforth. I refuse. Before Naruto could respond, Konohamaru loudly objected, I will not leave big brother Naruto. Young master Konohamaru, you absolutely must not indulge in such frivolities with this person. If you wish to become Hokage, the quickest method is to study under me. Ebisu continued his futile attempts to persuade Konohamaru. I refuse, young master Konohamaru. I consent. Seeing that their bickering was poised to continue, Naruto interjected. Big brother Naruto. Konohamaru looked at him anxiously. Rest assured, if I cannot defeat a mere special jonin, how can I possibly teach you to defeat the Hokage? Naruto assured Konohamaru, a rare smile gracing his face. Konohamaru paused, then nodded vigorously. Yes, he had not even realized that he held little faith in Naruto's abilities. It was only upon Naruto's affirmation that he came to this realization. His admiration for Naruto stemmed solely from Naruto's age. In terms of strength, Naruto had yet to truly demonstrate his prowess, nor had he earned Konohamaru's genuine respect. Merely a special jonin. Ebisu scoffed at Naruto. You speak too grandly. A special jonin is still a jonin. And I am no comparison to a subpar ninja like Mizuki. He was well aware that Naruto had graduated to become a genin by defeating Mizuki. However, defeating a lackluster Chunin instructor hardly constituted a remarkable achievement. That's so. Naruto directed his gaze at Ebisu, his legs shimmering with golden light. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Ebisu, what light? Before Ebisu could finish his sentence, Naruto had already darted in front of him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Speed equated to strength. Despite Naruto's seemingly slender frame, his kick propelled Ebisu more than 10 meters away, crashing into 3 trees before finally coming to a halt. Observing the unconscious Ebisu, Naruto shook his head, disappointment etched across his face. It seems you are no different from Mizuki. Konohamaru. Yes, startled by Naruto's call. Konohamaru snapped to attention. Take him to Konoha Hospital for treatment. We cannot have him perish. I shall take my leave. Yes, big brother. Please, take care. Konohamaru saluted respectfully, his gaze filled with admiration as he watched Naruto depart. Is this truly the extent of big brother Naruto's strength? No wonder I hold him in such high regard. He is incredibly formidable. Young Master Konohamaru, help me. Glasses teacher, do not die. I shall take you to the hospital. At the Hokage Tower, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed Naruto's decisive victory over Ebisu, his expression growing serious. Could it be that technique again? If even Ebisu fell in one blow, what level of power does Naruto possess now? With this thought, Sarutobi began to worry for Kakashi. With Naruto's current strength, could Kakashi keep him in check? If the 9 tails within him were to go berserk, hopefully, no complications would arise. The following morning, Naruto rose from bed, casually brushing his teeth and washing his face before preparing a bowl of instant noodles. Last night had been instant noodles, and today was the same. When would he finally enjoy a better life? Naruto sighed, lamenting to little Ai as he ate his noodles. Little Ai, what is the next task? Ding! The next task for the master is to pass Kakashi's trial. The reward is max-level Japanese language skills and 5,000 Ryo. 5,000 Ryo? Upon hearing of the monetary reward, Naruto's eyes sparkled with interest. He cared little for max-level Japanese. After all, being unable to read Japanese merely made one illiterate. But lacking money would lead to hunger. Glancing at the time, it was 8:30 in the morning, and there was half an hour left before class division. Kakashi's trial would be tomorrow. Rushing through his meal, Naruto headed to school. Along the way, he pondered how he could pass Kakashi's assessment. According to Kakashi's standards, as long as the 3-member team could unite, assist one another, and demonstrate camaraderie, it should suffice. He understood the assessment criteria and could put on an act. However, Sasuke and Sakura were unknown variables, and he could not disclose the evaluation standards to them. After all, he was uncertain if Sarutobi was observing them. If they were caught cheating, they might be deemed failures. Thus, he would need to gauge Sasuke and Sakura's performances. That if they could perform normally, there should be no issues. That he just feared that his presence might trigger an unforeseen butterfly effect. While lost in thought, Naruto suddenly noticed a peculiar wall ahead, with a pair of feet visible beneath it. Konohamaru, come out. As expected of big brother Naruto, even my superb stealth technique cannot evade your perception. Naruto felt somewhat exasperated. Any reasonable person could see through such a disguise. Konohamaru removed his disguise, gazing at Naruto with admiration. Big brother, please teach me ninjutsu today. I want to become as formidable as you today. Naruto pondered over his schedule, recalling that he needed to sort classes in the morning and wait for guidance from the J-Nin in the afternoon, leaving only lunchtime and evening available. If you can treat me to a grand feast at noon, I might consider offering you a bit of guidance in the evening, he replied thoughtfully. Really? Then it's settled, Konohamaru exclaimed excitedly. All right, see you at the school gate at noon. I have to hurry to the Ninja Academy for class sorting. There are less than 10 minutes left. I'm off. Konohamaru. Yata mirror. Naruto clasped his hands together, conjuring a radiant, golden mirror at its center. The mirror emitted beams of light that refracted and rebounded, creating a luminous trail. Naruto then moved along this path of light at incredible speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Konohamaru could only catch a fleeting glimpse of golden flashes reflected on the nearby windows. filled with envy. That's so cool. It's a pity Big Brother says I can't master such ninjutsu. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, Konohamaru quickly rallied his spirits. Although he might not be as impressive as his brother, he recalled Naruto's words about the sexy jutsu and the harem jutsu being capable of defeating all the men in Konohagakure. If I master these two ninjutsu, I, Konohamaru, can still become the strongest ninja in the village. In mere seconds, Naruto arrived at the Ninja Academy, having traversed several streets. Entering the classroom, he found most seats already occupied. He glanced around. These classmates were both familiar and unfamiliar to him, in a sense. He had only met them once before. Naruto, what are you doing here? This meeting is exclusively for graduates, Shikamaru questioned, puzzled upon seeing him. Shikamaru? Naruto stared at the boy with the spiky hair, returning the question. Ah, it's me. What's wrong? Can't you even recognize me? Shikamaru replied, astonished. Nothing, Naruto said flatly, bypassing Shikamaru to find a random seat. To avoid getting entangled in the troubles between Sakura and Sasuke, he deliberately chose a spot far from Sasuke. Although he had no memories and was unfamiliar with Sasuke, he still had a vague impression of him, having witnessed Sasuke during his exam shortly after his arrival. What a strange guy, Shikamaru muttered to himself, scratching his cheek before returning to his seat. After a brief wait, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Naruto then beheld two girls, one with pink hair clad in red, the other with blonde hair dressed in purple, hastily squeezing through the doorway. They both shouted in unison, catching their breath as they entered, clearly exhausted. I won again. Sakura! What did you say? My feet clearly crossed the threshold a centimeter before yours. Not a chance, are you blind? Such noise. Naruto remarked, casting a glance at the duo before averting his gaze once more. Compared to the other mismatched students, Sakura and Ino were undeniably attractive, yet their personalities were far from feminine. If he had the option to choose his teammates, he would have gladly replaced Sakura. As Sakura and Ino bickered, they suddenly spotted Sasuke and rushed over. Good morning, Sasuke-kun. May I sit next to you? Hey, Sasuke, that spot beside you is mine. First come, first served, right? That was me who entered the classroom first. It was me. No, it should be me. I want to sit next to Sasuke. Witnessing the sudden surge of girls vying for the seat beside Sasuke, alongside Sakura and Ino, Naruto felt exasperated. How unbearably loud. Turning his head, he unexpectedly met the gaze of a pair of eyes peeking at him. Good morning, Naruto-kun, Hinata said, her face flushed with shyness. Naruto's eyes narrowed, recognizing her white eyes and short hair. Hinata, why yes. Naruto hadn't even realized when Hinata had taken a seat beside him. Don't be so nervous. Good morning, why yes, good morning. Naruto-kun, Hinata stammered, still cautiously stealing glances at him. Naruto-kun is so gentle, she thought to herself. Compared to Sakura and Ino, Hinata's demeanor was genuinely endearing, but at least interacting with her was far more pleasant. Unlike Sakura and Ino, whose attention could be both irritating or troublesome, Hinata was a breath of fresh air. With Sakura's previous hurtful remarks, including mocking another orphan in front of Naruto, he found it hard to warm up to her. Ino, while slightly less bothersome, was still similar enough to Sakura that they could easily bond as close friends. In summary, Naruto harbored a lack of fondness for these two girls, at least based on his initial impressions. Just then, Irika entered, prompting the girls to settle down and cease their squabbling over the seat beside Sasuke. Congratulations! From today onward, you will be independent ninjas. However, you are still only rookie genin, and your true tests are just beginning. Henceforth, you will form teams of 3, each paired with a J-nin for mission assignments. To ensure balanced strength among the teams, the teachers will decide the groupings. The first few teams consisted of students with similar assessment scores. But then came the announcement, Team 7, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke. Hearing his name, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. For balanced strength? Does it look like we 3 are evenly matched? This must be some hidden manipulation. Casting a glance at Hinata, who appeared disheartened over not being in the same team as him, he observed Sakura's disappointment for being in the same team as Naruto. Although Naruto had not antagonized Sakura by competing against Sasuke, his previous self had evidently been an annoying underdog, leaving Sakura with an unfavorable view of him. That I wish I could switch teams. Naruto mused soon. the class sorting concluded, since the Nin instructor would not arrive until the afternoon. Irika dismissed the students for now to avoid missing their meeting with the Nin. Most students brought their lunches to eat nearby. With no bento of his own, Naruto decided to mooch a meal from Konohamaru's house. After all, Kakashi was bound to be late, so Naruto was worried about missing his first meeting with the Nin instructor. As Naruto stepped out of the school gate, he noticed a conspicuously footed stone at the entrance. "Konohamaru, come out. Sure enough, you found me again, big brother," Konohamaru exclaimed, rolling his eyes. "Don't use that ninjutsu anymore." "Why not? It's too rudimentary. It doesn't suit your status at all." "I see," Konohamaru exclaimed, suddenly realizing and silently deeming the invisibility technique as a low-level ninjutsu. "Let's go eat." "Yes, big brother." Upon returning to the Sarutobi clan, the disdain in their gazes towards Naruto remained unchanged. "Young Master Konohamaru, lunch is ready," said Sarutobi Shj respectfully, ignoring Naruto entirely as he led them to the dining hall. Naruto, unfazed, shamelessly indulged in a sumptuous meal once more. "Big brother Naruto, what was that ninjutsu you used this morning?" Konohamaru inquired after finishing his meal. "It's called the light release. Yata mirror." "Light release. Yata mirror? So cool. Can I learn it?" Naruto shook his head and concentrated a beam of laser at his fingertips, declaring, "Unless you can perceive the power of light and transform into it, you will never master this ninjutsu." The power of light? Konohamaru inched closer, hoping to feel the laser emanating from Naruto's hand, but Naruto promptly dissipated the beam. "Don't get too close. It's dangerous." "Oh," Konohamaru replied, somewhat disheartened, although he understood that he couldn't learn it. He still yearned to confirm it repeatedly. If only he could master even one of the myriad formidable jutsus that Naruto possessed. Noticing Konohamaru's disappointment, Naruto felt powerless. If Konohamaru were capable of learning, he might have considered teaching him a technique or two in the future. Alas, it was simply not feasible. Glancing at the time, Naruto realized they still had a while before the afternoon gathering. Thus, he led Konohamaru outside to continue practicing the transformation technique, which served as a small consolation for the young boy's tender spirit. In the afternoon, Naruto returned to the classroom. Due to the class restructuring, all the students sat together, forcing him to sit beside Sakura and Sasuke. He exchanged glances with them, and while their eyes met, no words were spoken, compared to the lively chatter of other teams. The atmosphere in Team 7 was particularly somber. After a moment, Sakura attempted to initiate a conversation with Sasuke, but he disregarded her completely. Feeling disheartened, Sakura turned her head to see Naruto's impassive expression and muttered under her breath, "That annoying guy, why is he imitating Sasuke's expression?" Naruto heard Sakura's words, but had no desire to acknowledge her, completely ignoring her presence. Thus, Sakura found herself inexplicably isolated by the two members of her team. At that moment, a Nin with a sideswept fringe entered, taking a small team with him. His appearance sparked a flurry of discussion among the other teams. Sakura, eager to engage Sasuke, spoke aloud, "I wonder what our guiding Nin will be like." Time passed, and after waiting for what felt like an eternity, Sakura received no response from Sasuke. Not even Naruto seemed inclined to engage her. How infuriating! What's going on? Why won't even that irritating Naruto speak? Usually he was quite talkative. Unable to contain her frustration, Sakura glared at Naruto and demanded, "Naruto, how did you even graduate? Didn't you struggle with the clone technique?" Faced with Sakura's sudden outburst, Naruto furrowed his brow and coldly retorted, "What business is it of yours?" Sakura was taken aback. She had not anticipated Naruto would insult her. Was this the same guy who used to fawn over her? In a fit of anger, she slammed her fist on the table, exclaiming, "What do you mean, Naruto?" Fortunately, at that moment, the other students were led away by their guiding Nin. Otherwise, Sakura's outburst would surely have attracted everyone's attention. "If you have nothing better to do, go bother him and leave me alone," Naruto said, his expression rife with impatience. Sasuke, overhearing, cast a curious glance at Naruto with a slight frown. "Damn it, Naruto, I will definitely teach you a lesson today." Sakura, her face flushed with anger, clenched her fists, ready to strike Naruto. However, just as she prepared to act, the classroom door swung open, and a masked man with a forehead protector covering his left eye walked in. "Oh dear, Have I arrived at an inconvenient time? Upon seeing the guiding Jainin, Sakura quickly retracted her fists, attempting to maintain a good impression, and awkwardly stated, "We were just joking around." Joking around? Kakashi observed Sakura, then glanced at Naruto and Sasuke. Well, to be frank, your first impression is rather dismal. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Sakura's expression immediately fell, while Sasuke closed his eyes, appearing somewhat perturbed. Only Naruto remained unfazed, maintaining a blank expression as he exchanged glances with Kakashi. Kakashi took note of their reactions, particularly lingering on Naruto. Well, who can blame me for being assigned to your team by the Hokage? Follow me. With an air of reluctance, Kakashi led the trio to the training grounds. Let's start with some self-introductions. Kakashi leaned against the railing at the edge of the training area and addressed the three. What should we say in our introductions? Sakura raised her hand to inquire. Just mention what you like, what you dislike, your dreams for the future, and your interests, something along those lines, Kakashi replied. Then why not let the teacher introduce himself first? We don't even know your name. Sakura added to me. Kakashi pointed to himself and said, I'm Hitaki Kakashi. I prefer not to disclose what I like or dislike as for my future dreams. Kakashi suddenly looked skyward, seamlessly evading the topic that I have many interests. In the end, he merely revealed his name. Sakura was left speechless. Kakashi paid no mind to her reaction and turned to the three. All right, now it's your turn. Let's start with you to me. Sakura was taken aback to be the first called upon. I am Hiruzen. As for what I like, it's more about the person I like. And my future dream is... While speaking, she kept glancing at Sasuke, eager for everyone to know that her aspirations revolved solely around him. Kakashi, unimpressed, interjected, and what about what you dislike? Naruto. Sakura's expression suddenly turned icy. Kakashi wiped the sweat from his brow. Then, next, Naruto glanced at Sasuke, noting his lack of intention to speak first, and said, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. As for what I like, I'm not even sure if it counts as liking, but if I were to say what I'm interested in at the moment, it would be money.as for my dreams. I haven't decided yet, perhaps earn a lot of money to improve my life, or maybe to become the strongest ninja, or even the Hokage. Who knows? And what I dislike are fangirls, those with pink hair. Especially, as if worried that Sakura wouldn't grasp his insinuation, Naruto emphasized his point. What did you say, Naruto? Upon understanding his implication, Sakura's face turned crimson with fury. Clenching her fists, she looked ready to strike him. However, Naruto seemed utterly unconcerned, even casually adding, Oh, and I also dislike short-tempered women. How infuriating, Naruto! Sakura could no longer contain herself, ready to lash out at him when she was interrupted by Kakashi. All right, the last one. Sasuke, unaffected by the exchange between Naruto and Sakura, rested his chin on his hands and solemnly declared, I'm Uchiha Sasuke. There are many things I dislike, but I have nothing that I particularly like. Furthermore, I don't just want to talk about my dreams. I have ambition. I intend to restore the Uchiha clan and personally eliminate a certain man. The room fell silent in the wake of Sasuke's declaration, leaving Sakura stunned, momentarily forgetting her irritation with Naruto. Yet within a second, she was once again captivated by Sasuke's handsome profile. Naruto sat on the steps, propping his chin on his hand, contemplating whether he should give Sakura a piece of his mind. Kakashi, meanwhile, felt a weighty concern for the trio of Team 7. All right, all three of you have vibrant personalities. Very interesting. Kakashi tilted his head and announced, from tomorrow onward, we'll commence our missions. Missions? What kind of missions? Sakura inquired, looking at Kakashi. Kakashi crossed his arms. Survival exercise. Survival exercise? Aren't we supposed to be doing missions? We've already done plenty of exercises at school. Sakura expressed her confusion and dissatisfaction. This isn't an ordinary exercise. Kakashi suddenly broke into a grin at what's so funny, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura pouted. Because I'm afraid that if I told you the details of the exercise, it might frighten you. Kakashi shielded half of his face with his hand and spoke in a deep voice. Among the 27 graduates, only 9 have been recognized as ninjas. The remaining 18 will be sent back to school, which means this is a grueling trial with an elimination rate exceeding 66. How could this happen? Sakura exclaimed, her face filled with discontent. If this is the case, what is the significance of our graduation exam? It is merely meant to select those qualified to become genin, not to assess whether one can truly become a ninja. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Otherwise, don't you think becoming a ninja would be too easy? Sakura, feeling dejected, turned her gaze sideways and noticed Sasuke appeared somewhat anxious, his clenched hands tightening further. Shifting her focus to Naruto, she thought, he clearly ranks at the bottom, yet he feigns indifference to its truly infuriating. I hope he gets eliminated in tomorrow's exam, so we can find a new teammate. Anyone but Ino or Naruto. Sakura grimaced, her expression one of disdain. Kakashi also observed Naruto's nonchalance, confidence from defeating Ebisu. He was quite surprised when the third Hokage had informed him of this news yesterday, although Ebisu was merely a special genin. He had been a ninja of the same generation as Kakashi, an elite who had survived many perilous missions. Yet despite this, Ebisu had lost to Naruto, reportedly in a single move. It seems the exercise requires earnestness tomorrow. Kakashi mused, turning away and addressing the three. I will assess your qualifications during the practice tomorrow. Remember to bring a complete set of ninja tools, and we will gather at 5 a.m. Oh, and skip breakfast, or you might vomit. Now, you are dismissed. With that, Kakashi departed. Sakura intended to return home with Sasuke, but he declined her offer. In an instant, he vanished from the spot, leaving only Naruto behind. Seeing Naruto, Sakura's frustration boiled over. Naruto! The combination of Sasuke's disappearance and Naruto's earlier disdain for her ignited her anger once more. What do you want? Naruto replied, his deadpan expression revealing a hint of annoyance. To be frank, he truly despised Sakura Haruno. What kind of expression is that? Sakura clenched her fists and sneered. About what happened in class and earlier. Don't you owe me an explanation? Explanation? What is there to explain? Naruto scoffed. Does my graduation concern you? Did I say it was your business? You. Hold on. I'm not done yet. Naruto continued. As for what I said earlier, what's wrong with disliking fangirls and violent girls? Did I strike a nerve? Naruto. Sakura could no longer contain herself and swung a punch at Naruto's face. However, he caught her fist with one hand effortlessly. That all the strength you have? Haven't you eaten? Naruto mocked. Sakura struggled to pull her hand free, but found it impossible. Noticing her exertion, Naruto relaxed his grip, allowing Sakura to tumble backward and sit on the ground. Naruto, she exclaimed, sitting on the ground, feeling the pain in her hand while gazing up at Naruto, who looked down upon her. A sudden wave of fear washed over her. Don't come any closer. Don't worry, I won T. Naruto replied coolly. You're not that likable. I'd rather keep my distance. Hearing this, Sakura's face filled with grievance, tears glimmering at the corners of her eyes. Throughout her life, she had never been so openly disliked. Even those who mocked her broad forehead in childhood hadn't been as indifferent as Naruto. She could sense his deep-seated aversion toward her. But why? She had done nothing wrong and considered herself quite attractive. Hadn't he liked her before? Why did he now harbor such disdain? As she looked at Sakura, who appeared utterly forlorn, a flicker of disgust crossed Naruto's eyes. If you want to hit me, go ahead. If you wish to berate me, feel free. If I merely retaliate, why do you feel wronged? Although he lacked memories from those 12 years, Sakura's audacious demeanor was telling enough. Furthermore, as a traveler from another world, he had no doubt about the terrible things Sakura had done to his original self. Sakura's face reflected a moment of confusion upon hearing Naruto's words. Have I gone too far? But should Naruto truly despise me? Should he speak to me in such a manner? She wanted to reason with Naruto, but he showed no intention of engaging further and left while she was still in a daze. The next morning at 4:30 a.m., Naruto rubbed his bleary eyes and climbed out of bed. He was aware that Kakashi would be late today, yet he had no intention of arriving late himself. What if Kakashi was simply pretending to keep them waiting while he had already arrived? Naruto was determined not to let such trivial matters lead to failure in the exercise. He had to endure for a bit of money. Fortunately, he had gone to bed early the previous night and was not particularly tired now. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he glanced at the instant noodles in the corner. After a moment's hesitation, he decided against cooking a bowl for himself. He had dined with Konohamaru the previous night, so skipping a meal of instant noodles was no great loss. Yata Kagami. Early in the morning. Konoha was still shrouded in dimness. The sun had yet to rise, and the villagers remained asleep. However, Naruto did not require much light for long-distance movement. Any object that could refract light would suffice. Glass windows, dew, or even shining bricks would do. With a flash of golden light refracting from Naruto's home, he vanished from the spot. Just as Naruto transformed into light and departed, Kakashi emerged from behind his house. The golden flash? Could Naruto have inherited the fourth Hokage's techniques? Such speed could be quite troublesome. Kakashi scratched his head, feeling a headache coming on regarding the upcoming exercise. If Naruto were to utilize such power, it would be difficult for him to safeguard the bells. Moreover, being defeated by a genin in mere seconds would be quite embarrassing for 8J Nin instructor. Unbeknownst to Naruto, Kakashi had arrived early to secretly observe him in preparation for the exercise, contemplating ways to counter his abilities. Shortly after, Naruto arrived at the practice field, with Sasuke and Sakura arriving almost simultaneously. "Good morning, everyone." Sakura squinted her eyes, appearing as if she were in a daze. Sasuke and Naruto, on the other hand, looked quite lively. The two exchanged glances, seemingly in silent agreement to ignore Sakura. This cold reception jolted Sakura out of her stupor. She glanced at Sasuke, then at Naruto, hesitating to speak, ultimately deciding to sulk in silence. Talking to Sasuke would yield no response, while speaking to Naruto would only invite a retort that it was better to remain silent. As time passed, the sky transformed from dark to azure. The sun climbed high into the sky, and only then did Kakashi make his tardy entrance to, "Oh, good morning, everyone." Kakashi greeted the trio with a squinty-eyed smile. "That you're late, Kakashi-sensei," Sakura called out, pointing in discontent. "Apologies, apologies. A black cat crossed my path and obstructed my way." Who would believe such a trivial excuse? Sakura felt as though Kakashi was treating them like fools, yet Kakashi was quite adept at playing the fool. Seeing their disbelief, he chose not to elaborate and instead pulled out an alarm clock. Bypassing the topic, Kakashi placed the alarm clock on a nearby wooden stump and pressed a button. "Today's task is to seize the 2 bells from my hand before noon. And by the way, those who fail to obtain a bell will miss lunch. Not only will you miss lunch, but you will also be tied to a wooden post while I enjoy my bento." How could this be? Sakura, with a despondent expression, let out a heart-wrenching wail, while Sasuke wore a look of deep resentment. It turned out that the reason we were advised against having breakfast was for this. How outrageous. Kakashi smiled, clearly pleased with the reactions of Sasuke and Sakura. However, he was somewhat taken aback upon seeing Naruto. Was there truly nothing else besides the infatuated girl with pink hair that could stir his emotions? "Kakashi-sensei, why are there only 2 bells?" Sakura inquired, extending 2 fingers. "Because at least one of you must be tied to a post," Kakashi replied with a squinting smile, adding that the unfortunate individual will be disqualified due to failing the mission. "At least one of you, or possibly all, will have to return to the Ninja Academy for a redo." Naruto remained unconvinced by the notion of disqualification, considering that their ninja records had already been documented by the 3rd Hokage. If disqualification were to occur, what would be the purpose of maintaining those records? Moreover, why not conduct assessments before compiling such files? And if Konoha only produced 9 ninjas each year, could that truly offset the losses incurred during missions? Where had the over 10,000 ninjas in Konoha come from? Given these considerations, Naruto concluded that Kakashi's words were merely a ruse, yet it was not to say that Kakashi's statements were entirely deceitful. Perhaps if they failed the assessment, they would indeed return to the Ninja Academy for retraining, but they could still become ninjas in the following year, albeit missing the opportunity to be led by a jonin. After all, there were limited jonin in Konoha. Not every ninja could qualify to learn alongside a jonin for a year or even years. You may use shurikens and kunai. Remember to approach the task with a resolve to kill me. Otherwise, you won't be able to seize the bells, Kakashi remarked, observing the anxious expressions of Sakura and Sasuke. But won't it be quite dangerous? Sakura innocently questioned. There is no such thing as a risk-free ninja. Kakashi retorted that if you're not prepared to kill or be killed, you might as well return to the Ninja Academy. Kakashi's words struck a chord with Sakura, whose previously cheerful demeanor faltered as a wave of grievance washed over her. Why had everything gone awry since graduation? The class heartthrob Sasuke ignored her, and the lovesick Naruto no longer fawned over her. Even their guiding jonin seemed indifferent toward her. Kakashi did not allow Sakura any time to process her emotions. After outlining all the rules, he declared the assessment to commence. Sasuke quickly found a place to hide. Though Sakura was momentarily affected by her emotions, she too managed to find a spot to conceal herself. Albeit slightly behind Sasuke. Only Naruto remained motionless. Sakura and Sasuke watched him, believing he was oblivious to even the most basic knowledge of being a ninja, secretly berating him as an idiot. Sakura even felt a twinge of delight, imagining that once Naruto was eliminated, she and Sasuke would each claim a bell. However, they failed to notice the serious glint in Kakashi's eyes that aren't you planning to hide. Concealing your presence is a fundamental skill for ninjas. Kakashi said to Naruto, without strength, no matter how well you hide, it will merely be a game of catching mice. Naruto replied nonchalantly. Kakashi pondered for a moment before conceding. That is true. This affirmation shocked Sakura and Sasuke, who could not comprehend why Kakashi would agree with Naruto. Was the Ninja Academy teaching them erroneous principles? Or did Kakashi believe Naruto's abilities surpassed theirs? But that seemed impossible. Naruto was merely the class underachiever. Noticing the seriousness in Kakashi's gaze, Naruto surmised that Kakashi must have some understanding of his abilities. Otherwise, he would never have offered such an affirmation. But could mere knowledge provide protection? Aren't you going to raise your forehead protector? If you don't give it your all now, you might miss your chance later, Kakashi warned. Naruto was eager to witness Kakashi's prowess with the Sharingan. However, it appeared that Kakashi had no intention of utilizing it at this moment. Ah, it seems you are aware of me, Kakashi remarked, scratching his head as if in mild distress. But this is merely a drill. It would not be appropriate to use that. Not appropriate? Indeed, I fear I might lose control and end up killing you all. Kakashi's tone suddenly shifted to one of seriousness, his jonin aura causing Sasuke and Sakura, hidden in the shadows, to tense up. Yet Naruto remained unfazed. That I asked at a cold joke? He replied nonchalantly, then slightly lifted his leg. Kakashi, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? In an instant, a golden flash darted past, and Kakashi had scarcely a moment to respond before Naruto's leg connected with him. However, Naruto sensed that his kick had not struck flesh. Peering closer, he realized he had kicked a wooden post instead. Had he preemptively used the body replacement technique? Naruto doubted Kakashi could evade his strike at the moment it was unleashed, yet Kakashi had indeed evaded. This could only mean he had anticipated Naruto's movements and reacted accordingly. Quite a quick response. I assent it. Naruto mused, glancing at the splintered post he had just obliterated. But can you evade a second time? Kakashi could not possibly predict Naruto's attacks indefinitely. Moreover, the body replacement technique was not infallible. At that moment, Kakashi was perched on a tree not far from Naruto, his expression grave as he regarded him. What Naruto had just stated was accurate. Had he not observed Naruto's abilities earlier and prepared accordingly, that kick could have inflicted serious injury. Furthermore, if he were to engage Naruto in a direct confrontation, he would struggle to evade another strike of such velocity. Relying on battle experience and information disparity to predict attacks could not guarantee success every time, especially against such rapid onslaughts. This is troublesome, he thought, but fortunately, Naruto lacked sufficient reconnaissance skills and battle experience. Otherwise, I would have no chance at all. Yet even so, being cornered by a mere genin was quite embarrassing, while Kakashi grappled with how to deal with Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura were left in a state of shock at Naruto's newfound speed. They could hardly believe that the class underperformer Naruto possessed such velocity. And what was that peculiar golden-hued ninjutsu? Was this truly Naruto? Kakashi, do you intend to keep hiding? Naruto mused. Indeed, Naruto's reconnaissance methods and combat experience were lacking. If Kakashi were intent on remaining concealed, it would be a challenge for Naruto to locate him. Of course, he wasn't without options if he unleashed the 8-span jewel. Even if Kakashi hid underground, Naruto could unearth him. However, he could not resort to such a tactic. The power of the 8-span jewel was far too immense. He feared he might inadvertently slay Kakashi and the others. If the exercise devolved into a funeral, that would be quite the spectacle. After all, reconnaissance capabilities are fundamental qualities for a ninja, aren't they? Kakashi's voice suddenly resonated from the riverbank. Naruto turned to see Kakashi standing upon the water's surface. Are you attempting to restrict me with water? Unfortunately, that will not suffice. With that, Naruto extended a finger towards Kakashi, and a laser beam shot forth instantaneously. Kakashi had barely enough time to react before a hole was punctured in the hem of his clothing. Observing the hole, Kakashi's expression turned grave. It seems I have underestimated you. Naruto. With that, Kakashi transformed into smoke, clearly a mere shadow clone created to test Naruto's weaknesses. Naruto was not fond of playing hide and seek. If only he could master the observation haki Xiao Ai. When will a mission to achieve max level observation haki be released? Ding! Please complete the current task first. Asking was futile. However, Xiao Ai's words served to remind Naruto that the true objective of this mission was not to defeat Kakashi or seize the bells, but rather to foster teamwork. He strode into the forest, calling out, Sakura, Sasuke, come out. Do you truly wish to play hide and seek with Kakashi and be picked off one by one? In the forest, a few birds fluttered overhead, yet no one emerged from the shadows. Observing this scene, Naruto surmised that either Sakura and Sasuke had been discreetly dealt with by Kakashi, or they were simply being foolishly clever. With no other choice, he pressed deeper into the woods in search of either Kakashi or Sasuke. Shortly after entering the forest, a gruesome figure suddenly materialized before him. Naruto, save me. Sakura, Naruto, raised an eyebrow. Although he felt a surge of satisfaction at seeing Sakura in such a pitiable state, he knew this could not possibly be the genuine Sakura. Kakashi would never inflict such harm upon her. The figure before him was either an illusion conjured by Kakashi or Kakashi himself. Given Kakashi's meticulous nature, he would never reveal himself without first ascertaining Naruto's vulnerabilities. Thus, it was highly improbable that this was Kakashi in his true form. Am I under a ninjutsu? Naruto reflected on his numerous shortcomings. His reconnaissance skills were lacking, his combat experience was insufficient, he was unable to swim, and now he faced illusions. Did it seem as though Kakashi had come to point out his flaws? Muttering under his breath, Naruto unleashed a beam of light that detonated around the false Sakura. Observing that the immobile apparition remained unaffected by the explosion, Naruto concluded that he was indeed ensnared in a ninjutsu. However, he lacked a reliable method to dispel the illusion, or rather, he did not possess the specialized knowledge required to counteract it. The mechanism of a ninjutsu operates by disrupting the target's 5 senses and chakra flow, compelling them into a state of hallucination. The caster can break the illusion by disturbing their own chakra flow or resorting to self-harm. Naruto was unwilling to harm himself and had no means to disrupt his chakra flow. In fact, he could not even control the chakra within his body. Thus, he found himself at a loss. Yata mirror. Naruto transformed into light and distanced himself from that place, returning to the forest's edge. The obstructed visibility within the forest posed a significant disadvantage for him, leaving him unaware of when he had fallen prey to Kakashi's ninjutsu. It was clear that the ability to sense one's surroundings was essential. Naruto mused, glancing at the clock mounted on a nearby stake. He noted that it was already 11:55. This meant that if he did not secure the bells within the next 5 minutes, they would officially fail. Lingering in place was not an option. Yet if Kakashi wished to remain concealed, Naruto had no means to locate him. The battle-hardened Kakashi had imparted a lesson to Naruto, elucidating what it meant to be a versatile warrior and the fundamental skill of a ninja to mask one's presence. Could it be that the fully awakened Glint-Glint Fruit had no means to contend with a Chunin? He could not believe that aside from the Yata mirror, there were no other options to confront Kakashi. The awakened Glint-Glint Fruit held infinite potential. The limitations of his thinking were merely due to his focus on the development of Borsalino's abilities, preventing him from realizing the broader possibilities. Naruto began to ponder the myriad applications of the Glint-Glint Fruit. What else could it do? As he toyed with the light in his hand, he suddenly murmured, "Light can do more than merely transform into laser beams." With that, he directed a beam toward the lake's surface, which refracted repeatedly in the air, forming a massive golden light mirror. The sky mirror. This was Naruto's improved technique based on the Yata mirror. Through this heavenly mirror, he could gain aerial perspective, allowing him to observe the ground below from a vantage point and reflect the entire scene into the mirrored. He could then instantaneously teleport to the location reflected in the mirror. There's nowhere for you to hide now, Kakashi. With his newfound aerial perspective, Naruto quickly identified Kakashi's concealed position. Approximately 10 meters behind him, atop a tree, Yata mirror. Naruto crafted a Yata mirror in his hand, directing the light toward the sky mirror, establishing a connection between himself and the aerial reflection. Subsequently, he traversed through the shimmering pathway of light, instantly appearing behind Kakashi, delivering a powerful kick that sent Kakashi crashing. Another shadow clone, is it? But with your chakra reserves, how many clones can you realistically conjure? Naruto maintained a stoic expression. Sky mirror, Naruto commanded, manipulating the golden mirror in the sky to rotate the eye in mere moments. He pinpointed Kakashi's location once more. Without hesitation, he utilized the Yata mirror to open a passage, reappearing behind Kakashi to deliver another kick. This time, Naruto had found Kakashi's true form. However, having absorbed the memories of the shadow clone, Kakashi had gained some understanding of Naruto's new skill. Thus, the instant the sky mirror revealed him, he executed the body switch technique. Consequently, he narrowly evaded Naruto's lethal blow, though his speed had ultimately faltered slightly. While he managed to escape, the bell at his waist was inadvertently kicked to the ground by Naruto. Naruto picked up the bell, clutching it in his hand as he gazed at Kakashi in the distance. Grinning that "It seems I have triumphed," Kakashi, a fleeting grimace, crossed Kakashi's masked face before it quickly morphed into a smile. "Congratulations, you have successfully obtained the bell." Yet his praise was solely for the bell, not for passing the test, indicating that his words held deeper meaning. Naruto grasped Kakashi's subtle implication, and the joy on his face vanished. What about Sasuke and the others? Kakashi gestured toward a nearby thicket, revealing that they had all failed. One was asleep, while the other was immobilized. Naruto approached the underbrush and pushed aside the foliage, discovering Sasuke buried in the earth, his head protruding. Sakura lay unconscious on the ground, her face still reflecting terror. It appeared she had been significantly frightened. Upon regaining consciousness, Sasuke, seeing Naruto, could not help but inquire, "Did you get the bell?" Had this been the original Naruto, Sasuke would never have posed such a question. However, the current Naruto's strength left him somewhat bewildered. Prompting his concern, Naruto brandished the bell before Sasuke, then used a laser to excavate a hole around him. "Honestly, you two should have listened and refrained from acting on your own," Naruto remarked, yanking Sasuke free. Sasuke cast a jealous glance at the bell in Naruto's grasp before turning to leave without even a word of thanks. "Where are you off to?" "Time is of the essence. I must hurry to find Kakashi and snatch the bell." "Give it up. The time has already elapsed." Sasuke paused, disbelief evident on his face. "The time is up?" "Indeed. I only managed to grab the bell in the final few minutes." As Naruto spoke, he glanced at the still unconscious Sakura, hesitated, then approached her to rouse her. With two sharp slaps against her face, the pain jolted Sakura back to consciousness. "Oh, Naruto! Sasuke! What are you doing here? Wait, why does my face hurt so much?" Naruto refrained from revealing that he was the one who had struck her. Otherwise, this fiery girl would surely explode in anger. "The assessment has concluded. Let us depart." With that, Naruto disregarded the two and made his way toward the gathering point. Sakura, still dazed, turned to Sasuke, asking, "The assessment is over? What does that mean? Did we pass?" Sasuke shot her a look of exasperation. "You should know your own capabilities. Are you unaware? We both failed, and only he secured the bell." "How could that be?" Sakura stared blankly at Naruto's retreating figure, struggling to comprehend that, "Is this really the Naruto I know?" "Sasuke, do you think it's possible that this Naruto is an imposter, perhaps transformed by Kakashi-sensei?" Sasuke furrowed his brow, contemplating Naruto's form with newfound scrutiny. Noticing Sasuke's silence, Sakura pressed on. "Think about it. Naruto was clearly the bottom of our class. How could he suddenly become so formidable? Even Kakashi-sensei wouldn't dare confront him directly. Thus, the truth must be singular. This Naruto has been impersonated by Kakashi-sensei from the very beginning, deliberately performing for our benefit." Although Sasuke could not fathom Kakashi's motive for such a ruse, it seemed the only explanation that could account for Naruto's sudden prowess. Soon, Sakura filled in the gaps of reasoning that, "I believe Kakashi-sensei orchestrated this to test our observational skills." As for that Naruto, he must have been eliminated early due to his inadequate strength. This also clarifies why there were only 2 bells. Sakura pointed a finger skyward, her animated discourse having successfully persuaded Sasuke that Kakashi-sensei, stop pretending. We've seen through your ruse. As Naruto ambled along, he heard Sakura's voice emanating from behind him, but he turned to face her. Confusion evident in his eyes. Has this woman lost her mind? What did you just call me? Still playing the part. Sakura flashed a confident smile. We already know this is your test, Kakashi-sensei. You intend to assess our perceptiveness. Don't you? I must admit, Sasuke and I nearly fell for your trick. However, regrettably, you overlooked a crucial detail. What? Naruto instinctively inquired. That is, it is utterly impossible for Naruto to rival your prowess. Naruto glanced at his hands, wondering if he had struck this foolish woman too hard, rendering her mentally incapacitated. Kakashi-sensei, aren't you going to revert back? Sakura urged, perplexed by Naruto's sudden focus on his hands. Revert? You imbecile! Naruto shot Sakura an exasperated look before turning to Sasuke. Do you actually believe her nonsense? Sasuke silently distanced himself from Sakura, indicating his unfamiliarity. Yet, Naruto was well aware that this foolish Sasuke had undoubtedly bought into Sakura's claims, believing himself to be Kakashi's impersonation. I'm truly exasperated with both of you. Why must I be teammates with such dimwits? If you're unwell, seek treatment. If your intelligence is lacking, perhaps purchase some walnuts to enhance your brain power. Observing that Naruto had not transformed back into Kakashi, but instead chastised them both, Sakura was left utterly dumbfounded. Did I misjudge? Indeed, only that irritating individual would resort to such insults. Although Kakashi-sensei may not appear to be a good person, he would never berate her. Realizing she had made such a significant blunder in front of Naruto, Sakura's face flushed with embarrassment. It seems there has been some misunderstanding, Kakashi remarked, having materialized behind the group. Teasingly, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura's embarrassment intensified upon seeing him. All right, the farce is over. You two, come along. Kakashi shook his head at Sakura and Sasuke, pondering how the gap between equally ranked genin could be so vast. Oh, it seems I was not as competent as Naruto is now during my own genin days. One could say it is no surprise he is the child of the 4th Hokage. Upon returning to the assembly point, Kakashi tossed Naruto 2 ropes, instructing him to bind the 2 of them. Naruto caught the ropes and tossed them to Sasuke, saying, You bind her, and then bind yourself. Sasuke. Kakashi, Sakura. Shortly thereafter, Sasuke used the rope to tie Sakura to a post. Then, sitting before the post, he wrapped the remaining rope around himself, securing it tightly. He knotted the end of the rope, ensuring he was firmly bound. Naruto watched Sasuke's flamboyant maneuver with admiration. Truly, he is skilled with ropes. Such technique is unmatched in the entirety of the ninja world. Now, let us proceed with the task summary, Kakashi said, regarding the trio with a nonchalant tone. This time, aside from Naruto, both of you have failed. Although they had anticipated this outcome, Sasuke and Sakura still felt a pang of disappointment. Especially Sasuke, whose eyes were filled with a sense of injustice. Perhaps you believe that not seizing the bells equated to failure, but that is not the case. Kakashi observed their expressions and continued. It is not merely that. Not? Sakura queried, bewildered. That wasn't the objective of the exercise to seize the bells in order to pass the test. Moreover, did Naruto not pass because he acquired a bell? Yes and no. Kakashi replied, glancing at Naruto. His exceptional individual abilities allowed him to snatch a bell from me. However, the reason he passed the assessment was due to his team spirit. Team spirit? Sasuke and Sakura exchanged puzzled looks directed at Kakashi. Yet, Kakashi refrained from directly answering them, instead posing a question. Why do you think teams are composed of 3 members? A team of 3. What does that have to do with this assessment? Sakura inquired. Perplexed. Noticing their continued confusion, Kakashi's tone turned somewhat chilly. Tasks must be accomplished through mutual cooperation. While individual capability is important, neglecting your comrades can place them in peril. The reason Naruto succeeded is that he considered the presence of his teammates. Conversely, you two, when Naruto sought to collaborate with you, you disregarded his efforts entirely. Sakura, your gaze was solely fixated on Sasuke. Sasuke, you only wish to be a lone wolf. With their thoughts exposed, both Sakura and Sasuke lowered their heads in shame. However, Sakura soon detected another issue. But Kakashi-sensei, there are only 2 bells. How can 3 people engage in teamwork? Even if we obtain the bells, one person would have to yield, right? Do you still not comprehend? Kakashi replied coldly. This was a deliberately designed trap, intended to test whether you could prioritize teamwork in such a scenario. Did Naruto not realize there were only 2 bells? Yet, even so, he still proactively sought collaboration with you two. Did he not? Sakura and Sasuke instinctively glanced at the expressionless Naruto, their faces flushed with embarrassment. They had not anticipated the magnitude of the gap between themselves and Naruto. It was not only in terms of strength, but also in ideology. It is crucial to note that Naruto had previously demonstrated prowess that surpassed both of theirs. Yet, even so, he did not choose to fight alone. The tasks you will undertake in the future will be life-or-death missions. Observe this. Kakashi approached a nearby stone monument, stating, the names engraved upon this stone belong to those ninjas who have been hailed as heroes by the village. Yet, they all perished while on missions. Including my own comrades. Sasuke and Sakura fell silent, their expressions somber. In that moment, they seemed to grasp the significance of comradeship and the fragility of life. Engaging in missions truly entails the risk of death. You two, I grant you one final opportunity. This afternoon, we shall conduct another bell-snatching exercise. However, due to your failure in the morning assessment, you are forbidden from having lunch. Naruto. You may consume 2 bento boxes by yourself, but you are prohibited from sharing with them. This is the rule. Should you violate it, your assessment result will be deemed unsatisfactory. Do you understand? Naruto locked eyes with Kakashi, who bore the expression of a dead fish. For a moment before responding, I understand. Naruto recognized that while Kakashi outwardly claimed he had passed the assessment, the reality was that he aimed to lower Naruto's guard, thereby further evaluating his understanding of comradeship. Had Naruto not been a time traveler, he might have truly fallen for Kakashi's ploy. After issuing his orders, Kakashi found an excuse to depart. Nevertheless, Naruto was certain he remained hidden nearby. What a cunning individual. Naruto muttered softly, then opened a bento box, oblivious to Sasuke and Sakura's watchful gazes as he began to eat. Halfway through his meal, Naruto suddenly stood up, taking another bento box and approaching Sasuke, swiftly tearing the ropes binding him. What are you doing? Sasuke asked, bewildered. Eat that if you're not full. You want to have a chance to seize the bells this afternoon, Naruto stated, placing the intact bento box in Sasuke's hands, before proceeding to untie Sakura and offering her half of his own bento. But if you do this, your eligibility for the exam will be revoked, right? Naruto, Sakura clutched the bento, torn between desire and hesitation. Even though she had previously detested Naruto, she found herself moved by his actions. Such fools. Leaning against the post, Naruto remarked lightly, haven't you grasped the essence of this assessment yet? Teamwork, Sakura instinctively replied, before abruptly realizing the implication. Could it be? Exactly, we are a team. How could I possibly graduate alone? Kakashi's words were not merely to remind you. They were also meant to deceive me. Naruto stated nonchalantly. Tisich, what a tiresome trick. Sasuke remained silent for a moment before opening his bento and beginning to eat. Upon witnessing this, Sakura also commenced her meal, simultaneously offering her apologies to Naruto. Naruto, I'm sorry for the past. What has done is done, Naruto replied, seemingly uninterested in hearing any sentimental words from Sakura. As long as she refrained from acting erratically in the future, he had no desire to confront her. Thank you, Naruto. Sakura felt even more guilty at Naruto's generous response. She was now deeply regretful for her previous attitude and treatment towards him. After all, Naruto was such a wonderful person. Why had she ever held prejudices against him? Unbeknownst to her, Naruto's current image had almost entirely eclipsed the negative impression he had once left in her heart. The Naruto of yore had been a misfit, a pest who constantly boasted and played pranks for amusement. The Naruto of today was a genius, no longer the aloof boy who clung to her. Therefore, it wasn't that she disliked Naruto. She simply no longer disliked the current version of him. Naru, Sasuke suddenly spoke up while eating. How did you become so powerful? Sakura, too, looked at Naruto with curiosity. Yeah, Naruto, you seem completely different from before. People change, Naruto replied, nonchalantly. As for my strength, I recently mastered a special talent, which is why I've become so formidable. Special talent? Is it that glowing ability? Sakura inquired further. Naruto said, extending a finger and concentrating a laser beam of light upon it. The power of light. Light? Is that a type of chakra attribute? Sakura pondered but could not recall Irika-sensei ever mentioning a light attribute in chakra. Sort of, Naruto replied. The shining fruit consumed his physical energy, but did not deplete his chakra. However, he would not divulge this fact to anyone. Just then, a cloud of smoke erupted. Kakashi suddenly appeared before the three. Glaring menacingly at Naruto. Naruto, didn't I tell you not to feed them? How dare you defy my rules? Do you not wish to graduate? Kakashi declared, forming hand seals as dark clouds gathered in the sky. Accompanied by thunder and lightning on onlooker, it might have seemed as if Enel had arrived. Yet, even if Enel were to come, it would not intimidate Naruto. Naruto maintained a stoic expression while gazing at Kakashi. His heart unperturbed. Didn't you say we are comrades? If they can't graduate this afternoon, then I won't be able to graduate either, right? I can't believe you guessed that, but even so, you cannot disregard my rules. Here, my rules are absolute. Kakashi feigned anger as he spoke. Thus you, Uzumaki Naruto, are eliminated. No, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura exclaimed anxiously. It was our decision to eat lunch. It has nothing to do with Naruto that if you must cancel someone as qualification, then let it be ours. Yes, it's not Naruto's fault, Sasuke added. Oh, you take me for a fool. I witnessed everything. Kakashi glared at the two. Furthermore, because Naruto violated the rules, both of you are eliminated. At this proclamation, Sakura and Sasuke's hearts quivered. Let us be eliminated together. After all, we are a team. If we pass together. If we are eliminated together, Sakura declared, standing beside Naruto. Sasuke silently placed his bento down and joined Naruto, expressing his solidarity. You three? Kakashi seemed infuriated by their actions, but suddenly broke into a smile, as if the storm had passed. Congratulations, you have all passed the assessment. Passed? But we haven't even fought for the bells yet, Sakura said, momentarily taken aback. Fighting for the bells has never been the goal. Naruto has always understood this, whether it be the trap of the two bells or my earlier statement about him passing the assessment. None could deter him. This is something that deserves commendation. As for the two of you, had you not firmly stood by Naruto just now, I would have still declared you three eliminated. Remember, Naruto took the risk of elimination to help you complete the bell task this afternoon. A ninja who cannot trust their comrades and cannot advance or retreat together with them is not worthy of the title. Sakura and Sasuke were in complete agreement, their eyes filled with gratitude as they looked at Naruto. Without Naruto, they would have struggled to pass this assessment. This is wonderful. We have finally graduated and become true ninjas, Sakura exclaimed to celebrate the official formation of Team 7. Let us go out for a feast. I'll pass, Naruto declined. Why not? Sakura asked as if doused with cold water, puzzled. I have no money, Naruto replied nonchalantly. No worries. I'll treat you all today. Kakashi chuckled. He was aware of Naruto's financial situation and knew that the third Hokage had not provided him with ample living expenses. Thus he willingly took on the costs of this gathering. Really? You're too kind, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Ah, it's just a meal. It doesn't cost much. Kakashi appeared quite generous, but half an hour later, Naruto and the others found themselves at a roadside ramen stall confused. Huh, is this what we're eating? Ah, this morning that black cat seemed to have stolen my wallet. Naruto lamented that, oh well, Ichiraka ramen is quite delicious too. Then I'll dig in. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, how will you eat without removing your mask? Kakashi ultimately did not unveil his mask before Naruto and the others. Instead, while they were engrossed in their ramen, he leaned to the side and swiftly consumed his meal in one gulp. It was uncertain whether this method of eating would burn his mouth. Hey, what do you think Kakashi-sensei looks like under his mask? Why doesn't he let us see his face? The next day, while Team 7 gathered and waited, Sakura suddenly expressed her curiosity. I don't know. Maybe he has mismatched eyes and a sausage-shaped mouth, Naruto said mischievously. The thought of Kakashi with a sausage mouth and uneven eyes made Sakura and Sasuke stifle their laughter. Should we try to remove Kakashi-sensei's mask and uncover his true identity? Sakura suggested. Not interested. Boring. Naruto and Sasuke both dismissed Sakura's idea in succession, leaving her a bit disheartened. Just then, Kakashi arrived at the training ground. Good morning, everyone. Sakura, unable to resist commenting on Kakashi's habitual tardiness, asked Kakashi-sensei, why do you always arrive last? Were you blocked by a black cat again? Ah, this time it was a white one. The three looked at Kakashi in speechless astonishment. Ahem, Kakashi cleared his throat and said, back to the point, today is the first time Team 7 will execute a mission together, so everyone needs to be energized. Now let us set off. Half an hour later, Team 7 received their first D-rank mission at the Hokage building. To care for the Tanaka family's children for a day, did such a task genuinely require a ninja's assistance? At the Tanaka residence, Naruto and Sasuke stood on the beams, watching Sakura frolic joyfully with a 3- or 4-year-old child on the grass below. Every day, the village entrusts us with numerous tasks. Some of high difficulty and others of low, Kakashi explained, standing beside them. Tasks can be categorized from lowest to highest as D, C, B, A, and S rank. As new genin, you must complete at least 10 D-rank tasks before you can take on more advanced missions. If we have to do 10 of these tasks, it's quite vexing, Naruto remarked. By the way, what's the reward for this mission? How much can we earn this time? 500 Ryo. Dividing 500 Ryo among 4 people would yield only 125 Ryo each. And a bowl of ramen costs 400 Ryo. Kakashi. Naruto rolled his eyes, exasperated. After a whole day of work, we can't even afford a bowl of ramen. I don't want to eat instant noodles today. My apologies that I'll ask the Hokage to assign us some higher-paying tasks tomorrow. As Kakashi spoke with an expression of regret, he seemed to have just recalled Naruto's living situation. Naruto remained silent. His face devoid of words. It appeared that today he would have to go to Konohamaru's house to scrounge a meal. Although the completion of little Ai's task yesterday had earned him 5,000 Ryo, such an amount would only suffice for 3 or 4 days of sustenance. It would be wise to be frugal. Little Ai, do you have any new tasks? Ding. Yes, master. Beginner task. Perfectly complete your first D-rank mission in your ninja career. Task reward. Maximum chakra control. Currency. 500 Ryo. 500 Ryo, though meager, was certainly better than nothing. At least it was more generous than the old man Sarutobi. As for the maximum chakra control ability, it would indeed resolve his inability to swim. That it was not that Naruto's flashy fruit was countered by water. Rather, he simply did not know how to swim. He had tested his capabilities on the very first night after consuming the fruit, discovering that he had no fear of water. Whether the ocean's water could counter his flashy fruit remained a mystery, as there was no seawater in Konoha, unless one considered salt water to be an exception. Sakura, what is it? Naruto, be careful. Sakura was slightly taken aback by Naruto's sudden concern for her, but her heart warmed nonetheless. Understood. Naruto, she replied cheerfully, feeling that Naruto was becoming increasingly likable instead of annoying. However, had she known that Naruto's warning to be careful was concerning the safety of the children in the Tanaka household, she would surely have retracted her favorable opinion of him. Kakashi, witnessing this scene, felt a genuine sense of satisfaction. The 7th squad was improving remarkably. Soon, evening arrived, and Tanaka-ye, the client from the Tanaka household, returned. After handing the children back to her, their mission was deemed complete. Collect the task reward. We must report to Lord Hokage tomorrow morning, so I must trouble you to wait a bit. Naruto, Kakashi informed him. New teams like theirs typically reported the completion of the previous task when accepting a new one the following day. This practice was also intended to avoid wasting everyone's time running back and forth to the Hokage's office. Naturally, Kakashi had his own little scheme. The less they visited the Hokage's office, the less workload there would be for the 3rd Hokage, thereby indirectly alleviating his burdens. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no concern. Given that Kakashi had treated them to lunch, he was not bothered by such trivial matters. Furthermore, he was slated to enjoy a grand feast at Konohamaru's house that evening. A mere 100 Ryo hardly registered on his radar. Seeing Naruto's lack of objections, Kakashi declared the squad dismissed and scheduled their next meeting for 7 o'clock the following morning. Hey, Sasuke, let's head home together. Sakura exclaimed as she jumped in front of Sasuke. No, thanks, Sasuke replied, bypassing her to approach Naruto. Naruto, do you have a moment? Why does it feel like Naruto has become my rival? Why does it feel like I've become Sakura's rival? Naruto and Sakura exchanged glances, both mentally questioning the unfolding situation. There's something you need? Naruto inquired, gazing at Sasuke. Yes, I want to spar with you, Sasuke stated. Spar? Naruto paused momentarily before adding a condition. If you treat me to dinner, I'll agree. Deal. Unlike Naruto, who lacked the financial means of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke was not short on funds. At the very least, he would not face the same level of deprivation in terms of meals. As Sakura watched Sasuke and Naruto prepare to leave, she hurriedly interjected, Can I join you? Sasuke? Naruto. Sasuke glanced at Sakura, and despite her evident anxiety, he nodded. Sure, come along. Yeah. Thank you, Sasuke, Sakura exclaimed, excitedly embracing him, only to be met with a look of disdain from Sasuke. Let go of me, you weirdo. Naruto chuckled quietly at the scene. After these 2 days of interaction, while their bond was not particularly deep, they had indeed become genuine friends. Even Sakura seemed less intolerable now. In a bid to ensure Naruto took their duel seriously, Sasuke was far more generous than Kakashi, treating both of them to a barbecue. The feast lasted from 6 to 8 o'clock, indulging for a full 2 hours and costing 6,000 ryo, equivalent to Naruto's entire savings. Yet, Sasuke did not even blink as he paid the bill. Such extravagant behavior left Naruto feeling envious. Once they had their fill, the trio returned to the training grounds. Sakura acted as the referee while Naruto and Sasuke prepared to duel. You can go first, Naruto offered, feeling indebted to Sasuke for the meal. Understanding the disparity in their strengths, Sasuke wasted no time, launching the first attack that he swiftly maneuvered and threw 2 shuriken to test Naruto's defenses. The shuriken sliced through the air beautifully, heading straight for Naruto. However, to Sasuke and Sakura's astonishment, Naruto made no effort to evade. He allowed the shuriken to pass right through him. Sakura gasped, calling out, Naruto! Huh? What is it? Naruto responded, looking perplexed and entirely uninjured. Are you okay? Both Sakura and Sasuke wore expressions of uncertainty. Elementalization, Naruto explained, transforming his hand into a golden light. You may interpret this as the light transformation technique. Under these circumstances, I am completely immune to physical attacks. Wow. Sakura and Sasuke exhaled in relief, but soon their astonishment at Naruto's ability returned. What an impressive jutsu! If you're immune to physical attacks, does that mean no one can harm you? Sakura remarked with envy. Naruto smiled, but chose not to answer. Even among friends, he would not casually reveal his weaknesses. Sasuke scrutinized Naruto, contemplating for a moment before quickly closing the distance between them and forming hand seals. If physical attacks are ineffective, what about fire? Fire style. Fireball jutsu. A sizable fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, hurtling toward Naruto. Yet again, Naruto did not dodge. He braced himself against the searing flames, emerging unscathed. How could fire possibly burn light? Naruto teased Sasuke. With physical attacks rendered futile and fire techniques proving ineffective, Sasuke felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. What is the point of continuing this? He dropped his aggressive stance, silently turning to leave. Until he discovered a method to counter Naruto, he would not challenge him again. Sakura attempted to follow, but was once more rebuffed by Sasuke. Observing Sakura's infatuation, Naruto shook his head and also departed. Being infatuated would lead to no favorable outcome. In the days that followed, Team 7 continued to undertake various tasks together, ranging from weeding, picking up litter, locating individuals, harvesting corn, to delivering love letters and so forth, culminating in today's mission to assist Lady Shizum, the wife of the Fire Country's daimyo, in finding her missing little tiger. Naruto recalled that upon completing this task, it would be the day when Dasna from the Land of Waves arrived in Konoha to issue a mission. At present, Naruto would not pursue Sarutobi for a task, nor was he certain whether Team 7 would be assigned this mission. All right, one of you per street. Kakashi distributed communication headsets to the 3 of them, explaining that this mission would be rather arduous and might require a search throughout Konoha. With these devices, they could rapidly relay information to one another. Naruto, donned the headset on his left ear. He listened to the voices of others within, feeling a sense of wonder at the technology of this world. Despite the presence of televisions, radios, cameras, and even Orochimaru's cloning technology, transportation still relied on horse-drawn carriages. And messages were predominantly conveyed through manual means or summoning beasts. If telephones were more widely available, perhaps Jiraiya would not have had to sacrifice himself. All right, let's split up and search for Little Tiger. Yes. The trio responded in unison, each setting off in a different direction down their respective streets. Little Tiger was a brown creature adorned with a bow, possessing distinct features. However, finding one within the entirety of Konoha is no easy feat. Naruto and his companions searched throughout the morning, scouring every street in the village, comparing over 100 candidates, yet they could not locate the elusive creature. During their lunch break, as everyone rested with their bento, Sakura could not help but voice her frustration. Kakashi-sensei, why is it that today, the one obstructing your path isn't Kyuubi? Kakashi replied, this afternoon, let us search in the forest. It appears that the creature is not in the village. Kakashi deftly changed the subject. It seems we have no choice but to proceed this way. Sakura looked despondent, utterly devoid of motivation. If only we could converse with these animals, perhaps they would have seen it. Naruto mused, glancing at Kakashi. Kakashi noticed Naruto's gaze and understood he was hinting at him. But how did Naruto know that he had a method to communicate with animals? Perhaps it was merely his own illusion. But he felt that he had no secrets from Naruto. Yet, how could one possibly converse with animals? They do not speak human language, and if there were truly animals that could, it would be rather terrifying. Wouldn't it? Sakura thought Naruto was jesting and teased. Animals may not talk, but wouldn't it be surprising if summon creatures could? Naruto replied, summon creatures? Sakura and Sasuke's impression of summon creatures was still limited to Inuzuka Kiba's Akamaru. A dog that did not speak dada. I truly don't know what to do with you. Kakashi scratched his head, seemingly a bit helpless. During this period, he had never intervened to assist Naruto and the others. On one hand, it was to allow them to gain experience and hone their skills in completing missions independently. On the other hand, the tasks had been too simple, and he was too lazy to intervene. However, this task was indeed a bit troublesome that, if it could not be completed today, it would delay Team 7's progress. Kakashi had originally planned to lead Team 7 to complete one D-rank mission each day, and then start taking C-rank missions on the 11th day. To ensure this plan proceeded smoothly, Kakashi decided to heed Naruto's wishes and lend his assistance. Summoning technique. Bang! A cloud of smoke erupted and dissipated. A peculiarly looking pug materialized out of thin air. Summoning technique? A dog. Sasuke and Sakura were focused on entirely different aspects, yet both gazed at Pakin with astonishment. Suddenly, Pakin extended his paw towards Kakashi and said, Yo, Kakashi, long time no see. The dog spoke? Pakin, could you assist them with a task today? A trivial matter. Pakin waved his paw dismissively, then looked at Naruto and the others. These three must be your new subordinates. Right? Their eyes seem promising, but this girl... Sniff, sniff, wait, you use the same brand of shampoo as me. Sakura stared in disbelief at Pakin, and in an instant, she seemed to lose all her vitality. I actually use the same brand of shampoo as a dog. Don't be so disheartened. Using the same shampoo brand as me isn't something to be ashamed of. Pakin jumped onto Sakura, offering comfort. Aren't you supposed to be on a mission? Here's the deal. If you complete your task well, I'll reward you with a chance to touch my paw pads. Sakura and the others looked at Pakin in silence. Who wants to touch your paw pads? All right, break time is over. Let us commence the mission. Kakashi clapped his hands, cutting off their conversation. Naruto. Pakin is excellent at tracking sense. And of course, what you mentioned about conversing with animals is also feasible. This afternoon, I will teach it to you. Ensure that you complete the task. Understood. Naruto remained silent, but gave an okay hand gesture. Very well. Let us resume our actions. Naruto, what should we do next? Over this period of interaction, Naruto had become a leader among the three. Sakura and Sasuke had developed a habit of turning to Naruto when faced with uncertainty. I'll take Pakin to inquire with the nearby stray dogs to see if they've seen Kyuubi. You and Sasuke should find Madame Shizune and ask for something that is Kyuubi sent. Upon receiving Naruto's instructions, Sasuke and Sakura promptly set off to find Madame Shizen. Naruto followed Pakin in search of nearby stray animals. I can't believe you're the leader among the three of you. I thought that taller guy was your leader, Pakin remarked as he walked ahead. Naruto responded softly, not inclined to engage in conversation. He didn't believe he had any common ground with Pakin. Are we going to discuss the brand of shampoo on Sakura's head? Pakin sensed Naruto's disinterest, but showed no signs of quieting down that a dog as self-assured as him would never feel awkward or inferior. You remind me of the old Kakashi, though the current Kakashi is considerably gentler. Speaking of which, the guy named Sasuke is also quite similar to Kakashi. Kakashi really is something else. I can't tell if he is looking for subordinates or a son. Why not ask him? Naruto spotted a passing black dog and instructed Pakin. Pakin obediently approached the black dog and asked, "Hey, little black, have you seen a dog named QB? If you tell me, I'll let you touch my paw pads. You need to ask if it has a red bow on its head and is entirely brown." Naruto interrupted the conversation between the dog and the black dog. I see. Hey, little black, have you seen a dog with a red bow on its head? Entirely brown, named QB. If you have, please inform us, and as a reward, I'll allow you to touch my paw pads. Meow, meow, meow. Oh, it says it hasn't seen it. Naruto squinted at Pakin, hesitating but chose not to say anything. Though he wished Pakin wouldn't mention the reward of touching the paw pads, as it might lead some animals to withhold information even if they knew. However, Naruto sensed that Pakin would not heed his words. To Pakin, the chance to touch his paw pads was the highest form of reward. As a dog living in its own world, no one could persuade him. In this manner, Naruto, along with Pakin, wandered through several streets until they finally encountered a little white dog that seemed to have seen QB. However, it merely stated that it had seen QB that morning but did not know where it had gone now. This information was nearly worthless. Naruto had Pakin inquire about QB's location that morning. Planning to head there and try their luck at that moment, Sakura's voice came through his earpiece. "Naruto, we're back. Where are you?" "I'm at Minksha Street." "Come over." Before long, Naruto reunited with Sakura and Sasuke. "Where's the item?" "Here." Sakura pulled out a seemingly precious little garment from her pocket. "People these days live better than us." Naruto silently grumbled, then took the garment and handed it to Pakin. "Pakin, can you locate the owner of this garment?" "Leave it to me." Pakin's expression turned serious as he leaned in to sniff the garment, quickly pinpointing a direction. "This way." With Pakin leading the way, Naruto and the others no longer had to flounder about like headless flies. They traversed through the streets of Konoha, arriving at a thicket where Pakin came to a halt. He sniffed the air and said, "It should be inside. The scent here is strong, likely left not long ago." So is indeed within the thicket. Sakura recalled Kakashi's earlier judgment and couldn't help but feel surprised. Split up and act. Once you two spot the target, do not act recklessly. Inform me first, understood? Understood. Sasuke and Sakura nodded in agreement before venturing into the forest in opposite directions. Meanwhile, Naruto, accompanied by Parker, proceeded straight through the middle. Truly dependable. "Naruto, would you be interested in signing a contract with me?" Parker leaped onto Naruto's shoulder and inquired at no. Naruto replied in a flat tone. "Can you ascertain its location?" "How cold he is," Parker remarked. Sniffing the air again, to the left, with Parker guiding him, Naruto had a greater chance of locating Little Tiger first. However, Sasuke and Sakura, exploring their respective paths, might also reach Little Tiger before him. After all, the interior of the jungle was quite complex, and none could predict where Little Tiger would hide after entering. Before long, Sasuke's voice suddenly echoed in Naruto's earpiece. Suspected target detected. Receiving this information, Naruto and Sakura swiftly converged towards Sasuke's direction. "I am within 5 meters of the target, and it has yet to notice me. Should I proceed?" Sasuke, tailing Little Tiger, inquired of Naruto when he noticed that they had not yet arrived. "Oh, you have confidence?" "Yes, you may proceed, but failure is not an option. Rest assured." With Naruto's approval, Sasuke promptly took action. He stealthily approached and, with utmost speed, pounced to subdue the target. Target secured. Mission accomplished, although it was merely a routine capture task. Sasuke executed it with exceptional seriousness. He did not wish to leave Naruto with the impression that he was incapable of capturing even a small target. By the time Naruto and Sakura arrived, Little Tiger was being held aloft by Sasuke. Sporting a look of utter despair, it seemed the task had indeed been completed. Kakashi appeared behind them at some point, smiling. Kakashi-sensei, when did you arrive? Sakura exclaimed in surprise. Oh, I've been following you the whole time. Kakashi approached Parker, hands in his pockets. Thank you for your assistance. Parker shook his head. It was no trouble. Your subordinates are quite clever. Even without my help, they would eventually find the target. If it were just the two of us, it would take too long. Naruto replied nonchalantly, acknowledging Parker's capabilities. Parker felt a surge of happiness at Naruto's recognition and extended his palm towards him, saying, Naruto, may I reward you with a chance to touch my paw? I shouldn't have said that. Naruto tossed Parker to Kakashi and turned to leave. It was time to report the mission, although discarded. Parker gazed at Naruto's retreating figure with admiration. Still so indifferent. Naruto. Seems you rather like him? Kakashi chuckled. Yes, he's as reliable as you. Kakashi, it's a pity he is unwilling to enter into contract with me. Parker replied, shaking his head in disappointment. The contract between summoning beasts and humans is not merely a mutual aid agreement. It also embodies emotional recognition. Parker holds high hopes for Naruto's future and acknowledges his abilities. Yet, it seems Naruto is not particularly interested in him. Life is bound to have its regrets, Kakashi remarked with a slight smile, sending Parker back and leading Team 7 to the Hokage's office to report. Given that the target of their mission was the wife of a feudal lord, they could not afford to delay until the next day. They could neither keep the target overnight nor disregard the status of the feudal lord's wife. Both factors necessitated immediate action. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, they found Lady Kazumi waiting for them. My dear little tiger, I was so worried. Seeing little tiger being embraced by the plump Lady Kazumi, Sakura couldn't help but feel embarrassed. No wonder he attempted to escape. Your next mission as Team 7 is to assist the Nara family with childcare or run errands for the neighboring village, as well as help dig sweet potatoes. Hokage-sama, could we have a simpler D-rank mission for the last one? Kakashi interjected. I believe Naruto and the others are ready to become exceptional genin and can certainly handle a C-rank mission a bit earlier. Iruka glanced at Naruto, hesitant to speak. The Naruto of today was no longer the mischievous little brat he once was. It was said that during missions, he even outperformed Sasuke, gaining the recognition of elite J-nin Kakashi. Such an outstanding Naruto was difficult for him to accept all at once. Well, how about this? I have a letter here. If you deliver it to the head of the Yamanaka clan, you will have completed your final D-rank mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen had originally intended for the Umbu to deliver this letter. However, since Kakashi had made such a judgment, he did not mind lending a hand. Naruto stepped forward, taking the letter from Hiruzen's hand and asked, What is the reward? Sarutobi Hiruzen raised a finger and said, 1,000 RYO. It seemed to be a letter of little value. Losing it wouldn't matter much, would it? Naruto, you little rascal. Kakashi, witnessing Sarutobi Hiruzen's incredulous expression, quickly restrained Naruto to silence him. What ninja negotiates rewards with the Hokage? Then let's make it 2,000 Ryo. Splendid. Naruto broke free from Kakashi's grip and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Can it be delivered today? The sooner, the better, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. No problem. Naruto turned to Kakashi and the others. Wait here for me. I'll be back shortly. Yata mirror. In a flash, Naruto transformed into a beam of light and vanished, leaving Iruka astonished. Hokage-sama. Naruto. The members of Team 7 had long since grown accustomed to Naruto's abilities and were not surprised. While Sarutobi Hiruzen often observed Naruto and was well aware of his capabilities, hence he was unfazed. Only Iruka's impression of Naruto was still stuck on that fateful night against Mizuki. This was a special ninjutsu mastered by Naruto, known as light release. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered the brim of his hat and remarked, Light release. Iruka was taken aback. Does chakra possess this attribute? Is it perhaps a bloodline limit or a bloodline elimination? A minute later, a beam of golden light streamed through the window into the Hokage's office, and Naruto's figure gradually materialized within the golden glow. Delivered? Despite knowing Naruto's abilities, everyone still wore expressions of disbelief. If you don't believe me, you can call the head of the Yamanaka clan over to ask, Naruto stated calmly. If I were to call him over, what would be the point of sending you? Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, somewhat exasperated. Yet he trusted Naruto. He did not believe Naruto would lie during a mission. There was simply no need for that in that case. Team 7 has completed 10 D-rank missions ahead of schedule. As for the C-rank missions, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the mission request form and, after glancing at it, focused on a task that had just been accepted. I will assign this mission to you. Please enter, Mr. Tazuna. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, the door behind Naruto and the others swung open, revealing a drunken old man who staggered in. What? Just a bunch of kids. Noticing the group, Tazuna took a swig from his bottle and leaned against the door, scrutinizing them, especially the shortest among them, who looked. His words were cut short as he met Naruto's icy gaze. Instantly, he felt a bone-chilling cold envelop him, sobering him up considerably. What do you want to say? Naruto asked indifferently, regarding Tazuna. Nothing. Tazuna quickly waved his hands, awkwardly chuckling. It seems the food in Konoha is somewhat lacking. With such capable ninjas, they could have grown a bit taller. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt he had been subtly insulted and coughed lightly. Kakashi, Naruto, this is your next mission's client, Mr. Tazuna. Tazuna continued. Let me introduce myself. I am Tazuna, a renowned bridge builder from the Land of Waves. During my time here to complete the bridge, I hope you can ensure my safety. Ding! Master, you have a new mission. Please check. Elementary task. Perfectly complete the first C-rank mission of a ninja's career. Ever since the last D-rank mission was accomplished, Xiao Ai had not issued any new tasks. During this period, Naruto had been solely focused on completing missions for Konoha, thus neglecting Xiao Ai's endeavors. Unexpectedly, upon taking on this C-rank mission, it also activated her. Setting aside the transformation technique for now, the reward of 50,000 Ryo is rather enticing. After all, completing a C-rank mission yields a maximum of 50,000 Ryo, which would then be divided among the 4 members of the team. That IT is already late in the day. We need to prepare. And setting the departure time for tomorrow should be acceptable. Mr. Tazuna? Kakashi glanced at the time and addressed Tazuna. Tazuna checked the time and nodded. I have no objections. Although he yearned to return home sooner, he understood the importance of safety. If the ninjas were not given adequate preparation time, they could easily fall victim to ambushes on the road. Therefore, we shall gather at the village gate tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. Kakashi agreed on the time with Tazuna and then announced to Naruto and the others. Team 7, disperse. Wait a moment. Naruto interrupted. We haven't collected the rewards for our 2 D-rank missions yet. The total reward for the 2 missions amounts to 12,000 Ryo, with Madame Shizen's task alone offering a staggering 10,000 Ryo. It is undoubtedly the highest among D-rank missions. One could say that she's indeed a generous lady. The following morning, Naruto arrived punctually at the village entrance, slightly surprised to see Kakashi and the others already present. Kakashi, you're not late today, Kakashi replied. I find it rather strange myself. Today, Kakashi-sensei has not arrived late. Could it be that with Little Tiger captured, there are no more obstacles in the way? Sakura teased. That's enough from both of you. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Is everything ready? We are about to set off. All set, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura replied. Naruto signaled with an OK gesture. Sasuke nodded in agreement. Excellent, Kakashi acknowledged, then turned to Tazuna. Mr. Tazuna, do you have any issues? Tazuna shook his head, sipping his drink. I have no problems. Let us depart. I wish to reach the Land of Waves as soon as possible to complete the bridge's construction. Then let us set off early and aim to arrive in the Land of Waves before nightfall. Kakashi looked up at the sky, which was a clear azure, indicating favorable weather conditions. Mr. Tazuna, Kakashi inquired. The country you hail from is the Land of Waves, correct? Indeed. What of it? Does the Land of Waves have ninjas? Sakura and the others had never left Konoha, only hearing tales of other nations without any real understanding. The Land of Waves does not possess ninjas, Kakashi replied on behalf of Tazuna. While most countries have different customs and cultures, they typically have ninja villages and ninjas. For these nations, the existence of a ninja village represents a form of military strength. Countries establish diplomatic relations through their ninja villages. The relationship between a country and a ninja village is close, yet the village is not governed by the country. They merely share a common stance. However, nations like the Land of Waves, which lack a ninja village, do exist for various reasons, primarily due to their status as small overseas nations, which are less susceptible to external influences. Consequently, there is no necessity for the existence of ninjas. If ninjas are not needed, then why did Mr. Dazuna travel such a great distance to Konoha in search of ninjas? Sakura interjected, interrupting Kakashi. Mr. Dazuna is an individual with a need, but the establishment of a ninja village is not predicated on the demands of a few. Kakashi remarked, casting a glance at Sakura. The establishment of a ninja village requires substantial economic backing. Without the support of daimyos and wealthy merchants, a ninja village cannot sustain itself for long. Sakura nodded, somewhat understanding. She was unaware that, given the current prices in the ninja world, relying solely on ninjas to complete missions would be insufficient to maintain a village's financial expenditures. It is known that even if ninjas exhaust themselves completing an S-rank mission, the maximum reward ranges from 1 million to 10 million Ryo, and the number of ninjas capable of completing such missions is exceedingly rare, making them elite within their respective villages. Furthermore, it is not only S-rank missions that carry danger. 4 Jounin rank missions already require cautious handling. B-rank missions demand life-threatening efforts from Chunin and lower-ranked ninjas. Other categories of missions can also present various unforeseen dangers. No ninja village can afford the cost of life for monetary gain. After all, the time invested in training a ninja is extensive, ranging from 5 to 6 years, or even over a decade. Thus, in large villages like Konoha, the majority of financial support comes from daimyos. Wealthy merchants and prominent clans ask for the rewards given by clients for missions. They are primarily allocated to the ninjas who accomplish the tasks. This policy not only helps to win the hearts of the people, but also enables Konoha to sustain a larger number of ninjas. Among the great nations, the 5 great shinobi countries, fire, wind, earth, lightning, and water, boast the most expansive territories and the strongest national powers. Kakashi continued, stating that the strongest ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village of the Land of Fire, the Hidden Mist Village of the Land of Water, the Hidden Sand Village of the Land of Wind, the Hidden Stone Village of the Land of Earth, and the Hidden Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning are referred to as Kage, existing above tens of thousands of ninjas. The Hokage is that impressive. Sakura's face reflected admiration, though she secretly doubted Sarutobi Hiruzen's abilities. Can that frail old man really be that powerful? Do not underestimate the Hokage. Kakashi seemed to sense Sakura's inner thoughts and asserted, although the 3rd Hokage appears frail, he is undoubtedly Konoha's mightiest ninja. After all, he is well-versed in all of Konoha's ninjutsu, and is renowned as the Professor of Ninjutsu. Well-versed in all of Konoha's ninjutsu. Professor of Ninjutsu. Hearing such grandiose claims, Sakura gradually found herself swayed by Kakashi's words. That's just a lie. It's best not to take it seriously. That old man certainly doesn't know many jutsu. Naruto chimed in, his finger glowing with chakra. He can't even perform my jutsu. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura looked at Kakashi skeptically, seemingly awaiting an explanation. However, Kakashi remained silent, continuing to walk. Sakura understood that Kakashi's tales were not to be taken at face value. Perhaps the Hokage truly possessed a plethora of jutsu, but claiming he mastered all of Konoha's techniques was implausible. After all, he couldn't even perform Naruto's jutsu. What kind of professor of ninjutsu is that? Naruto, do you think we might encounter ninjas from other countries on our journey? Yes. Why? Aren't we undertaking a C-rank mission? Wouldn't we only run into other ninjas on B-rank missions and above? In theory, yes, but there are exceptional circumstances, such as the present one. Sakura was puzzled when she suddenly noticed Naruto halt, staring intently at a small puddle without moving. What's wrong with that puddle? The others, noticing Naruto's sudden stop, inquired. It didn't rain in Konoha yesterday. How could there be standing water here? Naruto replied nonchalantly. Upon reflection, the others conceded that he had a point. However, Sakura offered a different perspective. Could it not be possible that a passing merchant accidentally spilled a water barrel? And even if there is a puddle, it does not necessarily indicate anything, right? As she spoke, Sakura approached to investigate, but after only a couple of steps, she was halted by Naruto. While that is a possibility, have you considered the alternative? If it isn't from a merchant, then what? Sakura remained perplexed, prompting Naruto to clarify. One of the chakra elements is water. Water release. Sakura's heart raced at the revelation, though skepticism lingered. What harm could a small puddle cause? Could it possibly conceal a person? At this moment, Naruto turned to Sasuke and instructed, Sasuke, use fire release on that puddle. Unlike Sasuke, who possesses a certain skepticism, he places his complete trust in Naruto's judgment. Even if there were errors in judgment, it matters not. After all, exercising caution during missions is never a fault. Kakashi also concurs with Naruto's assessment, although he initially intended to remain aloof, seeking to gauge the intentions of these ninjas. However, given that Naruto has his own plans, he chooses not to intervene. Following the orders given, Sasuke steps forward and swiftly performs hand seals. Just as the fire technique is about to be unleashed, two chains suddenly spring forth from the water pit. The chains move with incredible speed, forcing Sasuke to abandon his fire release in order to evade them. T-Siege, how could a mere child see through my intentions? A cold snort emanates from the water, and then two figures rise to the surface like driftwood. These two individuals were the forehead protectors of the hidden mist village, their faces obscured by gas masks, rendering them unrecognizable. One possesses a metallic claw for a right arm, while the other wields a similar weapon on the left, their fierce gazes indicating a history of bloodshed as skilled ninjas. Upon seeing the duo, Sakura's complexion pales, shocked to discover that the seemingly innocuous water pit concealed not one, but two individuals. Had it not been for Naruto's timely intervention, she might have met her demise. Thank you, Naruto. Just as Sakura finishes her words, Naruto appears at her side, delivering a swift kick to a ninja attempting to ambush her. We can express our gratitude later. Another adversary is heading toward Mr. Tazuna. Right. Sakura snaps back to reality, hastening to assist Tazuna. However, she is ultimately too slow. By the time she arrives, Sasuke has already dealt with the other foe. Well done, Naruto, Sasuke, and you too, Sakura. Observing how effortlessly the trio has vanquished the duo of the Ghost Brothers in their first battle, Kakashi cannot help but commend them. Although Sakura was merely astonished throughout the encounter, her lack of fear in the face of battle is enough to earn Kakashi's approval. Mr. Tazuna, I have some questions for you. Kakashi secures the defeated Mist Village ninjas to a tree, then turns to Tazuna with a serious expression. You must be concealing something, correct? What do you mean? Tazuna replies, somewhat defensively. The fact that the Mist Ninja bypassed us to approach you indicates that you are being targeted, Kakashi states calmly. The mission you assigned is a C-rank task. Our responsibility is merely to protect you from gangsters and thieves. However, if ninjas are involved, it escalates to a B-rank or higher mission. Are you still withholding information? Tazuna falls silent, seemingly at a loss for words. Seeing this, Kakashi continues, stating that they must now consider whether to proceed with a mission that exceeds the stipulated conditions. If you intend to keep concealing the truth, I believe we need not deliberate further. Indeed, dealing with ninjas might be premature for us. Sakura echoes Kakashi's sentiment. Kakashi glances at Sakura, then turns to Sasuke and Naruto. What are your thoughts? Undertaking a task ranked above C is beyond the original plan. However, Team 7 has proven capable of handling ninjas with ease. Therefore, it is essential to weigh everyone's opinions, particularly Naruto's. My suggestion is to continue with the mission, Naruto states matter-of-factly, with the presence of my beloved mission. Even if this C-rank task yields lesser rewards, it is imperative to see it through. I share the same opinion, Sasuke adds, crossing his arms in agreement with Naruto. That brings us to a tally of 2 votes in favor and 1 against. Kakashi looks to Sakura, seemingly seeking to confirm her stance. Sakura, if you are unwilling to proceed with the mission, we can veto it and abandon the task that you Sakura hesitates, feeling immense pressure under the gazes of Naruto and Sasuke. At that moment, Naruto reassures her, saying, don't worry. Even if we encounter formidable ninjas, I will protect you. We are comrades. Are we not? Yes, with the 2 of us here, you won't face any danger, Sasuke chimes in, despite his disdain for Sakura's shortcomings. He recognizes the necessity of calming her fears for the mission's continuity. Observing the detached expressions on Naruto and Sasuke's faces, Sakura wonders if they are reciting lines. Nevertheless, with their assurances, she feels a sense of relief. Throughout this time, Naruto has established himself as a reliable figure in her mind that if Naruto says he will protect her, then he surely will. With that thought, Sakura changes her mind, declaring, let's continue the mission. Kakashi-sensei, excellent. Let us proceed. Kakashi replies with a satisfied smile, though his expression swiftly turns cold as he addresses Tazuna. However, Mr. Tazuna, regardless of the circumstances, we require you to divulge the full story during our journey. Otherwise, should we encounter unforeseen dangers, I will prioritize the safety of my comrades over yours, I understand. But first, we must head to the port. My companions await us there, and we have already delayed here for some time. If we do not arrive at the designated location on schedule, we will have to hire another vessel. That will cost money. Naruto is taken aback, realizing that their employer, Tazuna, is even poorer than himself. Yet, in order to avoid incurring expenses during the mission, they must hasten to the port. What shall we do with these two? Sakura inquires, glancing at the bound ghost brothers. He'll prevent them from escaping and causing further trouble. We must resolve this here, Kakashi replies, turning to Naruto and Sasuke. Will you handle it? As the mission progresses, he feels it is necessary to further test the resolve of the two, that a ninja's determination to kill is insufficient. One must also be prepared to take lives. If one hesitates, it could complicate the mission and endanger both oneself and one's comrades. Of course, he refrains from asking Sakura, believing she is not yet ready. Following Kakashi's command, Naruto uses a laser to pierce through one of the adversary's chests. His face is devoid of emotion, resembling a demon indifferent to life. Yet, this is far from the truth. If one could measure his heart rate, it would reveal that Naruto's inner turmoil belies his outward calm. Killing and engaging in a full-fledged battle are not synonymous. Moreover, taking the life of one who can no longer resist, Sasuke fares slightly better than Naruto, as he has survived amidst death since a young age. Thus, killing does not require any psychological preparation for him. A shuriken is thrown, piercing through another's brain. His expression remains unchanged, both internally and externally. After confirming the demise of the Ghost Brothers, Kakashi states, "Let us move." Before leaving, Sakura casts a glance at the bodies of the Ghost Brothers, feeling a profound discomfort, anticipating nightmares to come, as Kakashi had surmised. She is far from prepared. The group hastens onward, finally arriving at the port before noon. However, due to the coastal fog, distinguishing between day and night becomes challenging. "Over here," Tazuna calls out to his companion at the port. The individual is a middle-aged man dressed in simple clothing, wearing a conical hat resembling a top. His plain face is lined with wrinkles, yet he appears to be younger than Tazuna. "Finally, you have arrived. I was about to leave if you didn't show up." "Thank you for your assistance," Tazuna replies, ushering everyone onto the boat. Once everyone is settled, the small vessel gradually departs from the port, heading toward the land of waves. "Mr. Tazuna, may we speak now? If you do not disclose the full story, we may consider abandoning the mission upon our arrival, as I must be responsible for my comrades," Kakashi states coolly. Sigh. Tazuna exhales slowly, explaining that the entire situation stems from being targeted by a truly fearsome individual. "Who?" Sakura inquires. "Gato." Gato. At the mention of this name, Kakashi's pupils constrict, indicating that it belongs to someone of considerable notoriety. "Is it the Gato of Gato Corporation?" "Yes, the very same Gato, one of the world's most prominent billionaires." Tazuna let out a deep sigh, for although he appeared to be the grand proprietor of a shipping company, he was, in fact, a scoundrel who clandestinely engaged in the trafficking of drugs and contraband with the aid of thugs and ninjas, ultimately aiming to engulf other enterprises and nations. Approximately a year ago, Kato set his sights on the land of waves. He wielded his wealth and violence with reckless abandon, swiftly monopolizing the maritime trade and transportation of this nation, in an island nation like the land of waves. To control its naval power is to command its wealth, politics, and populace. Presently, the only thing Kato feared was the bridge that had been under construction for quite some time. Thus, it became clear that Mr. Tazuna had become a stumbling block for Kato. Sakura pondered thoughtfully. "The ninjas we encountered earlier must have been dispatched by Kato as well." Sasuke remarked, "If I were Kato, I would wait for you to complete the bridge and then seize control of it. This way, I would avoid the expense of hiring ninjas to deal with you and, in return, acquire a bridge to collect protection fees," Naruto stated. The others gazed at Naruto in disbelief. "Thank goodness you aren't the owner of Kato's company, or the land of waves would be in grave danger." Sakura exclaimed, I believe a person like him would pose a significant threat, even if he were not the owner of Kato's company. Sasuke added. Naruto glanced at the two, prompting them to fall silent. Ahem. Kakashi coughed twice, interrupting the awkward atmosphere. Mr. Dasna, I have one more question. If this mission is so perilous, why did you conceal the truth and entrust it to us? What other reason could there be? It is, of course, due to poverty. Naruto, who had always been impoverished, resonated with Dasna on this point. Indeed, the land of waves is a very destitute country. Even the feudal lord possesses little wealth. Let alone myself. Dasna feigned sorrow, saying, Well, if you cancel the mission once we reach shore, I will surely be killed before I get home. However, you need not concern yourselves too much. After my demise, my 8-year-old grandson will merely weep day in and day out. And my daughter will harbor a lifelong hatred for the Leaf Ninjas, living alone in solitude until her death. But it's of no consequence. After all, it is not your fault. Who can blame me for being unable to pay? The four fell silent, while Kakashi pressed his fingers against his forehead protector, displaying a look of deep concern. After contemplating for a moment, Kakashi resignedly stated, It seems there is no other choice. We shall continue to protect you until the bridge is completed. Oh, really? I cannot thank you enough, Dasna said, devoid of emotion, then discreetly signaled a thumbs up to his companions behind him. Hey, don't think we can't see you, Naruto remarked, exasperated. Don't mind such trivial matters. Just ignore it. Ha! Dasna scratched his head sheepishly upon being discovered. You really are impossible, Sakura said. Her head hung low, feeling somewhat helpless. Among all those on the boat, she was the one least inclined to partake in this mission. Yet, Dasna, the old man, was too cunning and unscrupulous. Her still persistent kindness would not allow her to disregard such a pitiable old man. We've arrived. One of Dasna's companions suddenly announced, It seems we have not been discovered. Dasna, you've worked hard, Dasna replied. As the small boat glided beneath an arched bridge, the visage of the land of waves unfolded before Naruto and the others. Numerous trees with well-developed roots, the species of which remained unknown, lined the water's edge. On the shore stood many short houses with parted hairstyles. Before long, the boat was docked at a wooden bridge by Dasna's companion. I can only take you this far. It has truly been a hassle. Take care on your journey. After bidding farewell to the boatman, the group set forth once more. However, Kakashi felt a twinge of worry as they traveled. The demon brothers were Nin. If they were defeated, the next assailants would surely be Nin. Relying solely on his strength might prove troublesome. Although Naruto's power was formidable, his lack of battle experience was a significant flaw. Thus, Kakashi could not fully trust him as a Nin, despite Naruto possessing the capability to defeat him. As Team 7 walked along, Kakashi suddenly sensed a murderous intent. Upon turning his head, he saw a large blade sailing towards them. Everyone, duck! Sasuke reacted swiftly and dropped to the ground. Sakura and Dasna, however, were momentarily startled, still wanted to turn back to investigate the strange sound from behind. Little did they know that turning around would be their undoing. In that critical moment, a golden flash appeared before them, catching the decapitating blade with one hand. Enhanced fourfold, Naruto's physical prowess was on par with that of a Nin. Indeed, even stronger. Not a bad blade. Naruto remarked as he examined the weapon, then suddenly cleaved downward in the direction for which the blade had come, unleashing a 3-meter-long slash. What? Zabuza's eyes widened, his pupils constricting. The fact that this small child could catch his blade was already astonishing. Now, this child was capable of executing a slash that rivaled a B-rank ninjutsu. It was utterly unfathomable. Could it be that the current gen of Leaf's genius ninjas were this terrifying, barely evading Naruto's strike? Zabuza gazed warily at him. This kid's talent is even more formidable than Haku's. What a pity. Observing the missed opportunity to strike Zabuza, Naruto murmured in regret, although his swordsmanship was at its zenith. The extent of his slashes did not solely correlate with his skill. The strength of his body and the prowess of his haki also significantly influenced the power and speed of his strikes. Naruto, what was that just now? Kakashi inquired curiously. The slash was a blue-white color, distinctly different from the golden ninjutsu Naruto typically employed. Just swordsmanship. Naruto replied nonchalantly, showing no inclination to elaborate further. Sasuke, do you want the blade? Naruto asked, waving the decapitating sword in his hand. You mean this for me? Sasuke asked, puzzled. But I don't know swordsmanship, that if you don't know, just practice until you do, Naruto said, tossing the sword to Sasuke. Sasuke instinctively caught it, but his body sank under the immense weight. How heavy? He thought. How could Naruto have caught it with a single hand? Sasuke felt the gap between himself and Naruto widening. You've taken the sword. What will you use? Sasuke asked. Naruto formed an imaginary grip with both hands, and a shining sword appeared in his grasp. Don't worry, I have something even better. Initially, Sasuke thought the decapitating sword was quite impressive. However, compared to Naruto's weapon, it paled in comparison. Naruto performed a flourish with his sword, returning the Amaterasu to its sheath, only to suddenly realize that Kakashi was missing. That where's Kakashi? Naruto asked. Sensei went after that enemy. Sakura replied that I'll assist Kakashi. You all stay here to protect this old man. With that, Naruto transformed into a golden flash and vanished, pursuing Zabuza's fleeing figure. With Kakashi's strength, facing Zabuza one-on-one might lead to exhaustion. He did not wish to bear the burden of an injured companion during the mission. Like that moment, Zabuza had just been intercepted by Kakashi, and the two stood poised in a standoff. Isn't that Zabuza Momochi, the rogue ninja from the mist? Are you leaving so soon? Kakashi feigned nonchalance. Copy ninja Kakashi, step aside. Zabuza replied coldly, I'm afraid, not if I let you go now. You might return later to strike us from behind, and we would find ourselves at a disadvantage. Kakashi wore an expression of feigned annoyance, placing his hand over the forehead protector that obscured his left eye. Avoid further complications. I must keep you here. Humph, keep me here. If I truly want to leave, do you think you can stop me? Zabuza scoffed, regarding Kakashi with a hint of disdain. Zabuza had been a prodigy who fought his way out from piles of corpses since childhood. Thus, he held not an ounce of reverence for Kakashi's renown. What are the copy ninja? What are the Sharingan? The ability to replicate 1,000 jutsu. In the end, he was merely a lifeless corpse. The primary reason for his retreat was the presence of Naruto. That yellow-haired brat clearly possessed strength exceeding that of a Jonin. Facing two Jonin would necessitate a more prudent strategy for this operation. At the very least, he needed to find an opportunity to reclaim his blade before systematically dismantling Team 7. However, Kakashi had already seen through Zabuza's intentions and had no intention of granting him that chance. Just as the two were on the brink of conflict, a golden flash appeared behind Zabuza. Such incredible speed! Zabuza's eyes darted back to the vigilant Naruto, his heart filled with astonishment. What jutsu was that golden light? Zabuza found it difficult to gauge Naruto's true power. With a single hand, he had snatched away Zabuza's decapitating sword and unleashed an impressive Barank jutsu, moving with terrifying swiftness. Were even the lower-rank ninjas this formidable nowadays? Casting a glance at Kakashi, the Leaf Village Jonin standing directly in front of him, Zabuza's resolve to retreat intensified. Yet under the current circumstances, escaping unscathed seemed rather challenging. Naruto, you shouldn't have followed me. Kakashi kept his hand poised on his forehead protector, unwilling to fully remove it. After all, doing so would drastically increase his chakra consumption. Every second saved counted. I fear you may not be able to handle him alone, Naruto stated calmly. But, humph, before Kakashi could continue, Zabuza suddenly snorted coldly and charged at Naruto. Get lost, brat! Zabuza hurled several shuriken at Naruto, and then swiftly advanced. He intended to break through while forcing Naruto back with the shuriken or create an opening for his other attacks. This was a common strategy employed by most ninjas. However, Naruto executed an utterly unexpected maneuver. Or rather, he did nothing at all. He simply stood there and allowed Zabuza's shuriken to pierce through his body. What? This bizarre scene caused Zabuza to halt instantly, his gaze narrowing in suspicion as he scrutinized Naruto. Unharmed. How could that be? Glancing at the two shuriken embedded in the tree, Zabuza's expression fluctuated between confusion and disbelief. He couldn't fathom missing. He had absolute confidence in his fundamental skills as a ninja when it came to throwing shuriken. Yet, why had he failed to hit? No, that's not right. I saw with my own eyes the shuriken pass through that brat's body. So it wasn't that I missed. but rather that this brat possesses some strange ability that evaded the shuriken's attack. Kakashi, I suddenly feel that the two of us ganging up on him is a bit unfair. At that moment, Naruto unexpectedly bypassed Zabuza and addressed Kakashi behind him. He seems a bit too weak. Naruto felt that Zabuza's displayed taijutsu and abilities were not particularly impressive. In terms of taijutsu, it appeared Zabuza was somewhat inferior to Kakashi's for ninjutsu. Neither the silent killing technique of the mist nor the water release posed any threat to Naruto. Unfair? Kakashi paused momentarily, then replied seriously. Naruto, this guy is Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist. Do not underestimate him. Even though you displayed immense strength just now, I still do not believe you can easily handle Zabuza. This individual single-handedly killed over 100 graduates before he even became a ninja. To possess such ruthlessness at such a young age is terrifying, and coupled with his ownership of the sword of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Although he has lost his sword now, he remains a formidable opponent. Zabuza Momochi, the demon? How frightening! Naruto mused aloud, yet his expression revealed not a trace of fear, nor any emotion at all. To Zabuza, this was a complete humiliation and provocation. Damn brat, Zabuza growled, then turned to charge at Kakashi. This left the vigilant Kakashi momentarily bewildered. Are you scolding him or attacking me? Kakashi quickly removed his forehead protector, utilizing his Sharingan to engage Zabuza in taijutsu combat. Must be said, Zabuza's taijutsu was exceptionally refined. Even without his decapitating sword, he could trade blows with Kakashi on equal footing. Naruto hesitated to intervene, realizing that the rhythm of the battle between Kakashi and Zabuza was extremely tight and their attacks were dangerously close. Naruto was still unable to precisely gauge the finesse of his own attacks. Should he suddenly join the fray, he might inadvertently injure Kakashi. Indeed, 2 against 1 was still unfair to Zabuza. A one-on-one battle would be far more equitable. Naruto thought to himself, planning to wait until Kakashi had exhausted more of Zabuza's stamina before striking with a decisive blow. However, after a brief wait, he sensed something amiss. Why was Zabuza emitting water? Kakashi, retreat. Acting on trust, Kakashi immediately withdrew upon receiving Naruto's signal. Zabuza attempted to press forward, but was instantly pierced through the chest by a beam of laser light from Naruto. Water clone. Observing that the wound in Zabuza's chest was leaking water rather than blood, Naruto grew solemn. When had this occurred? Had he quietly utilized it during his battle with Kakashi, or had it been planned from the very beginning? Yata mirror. Realizing something, Naruto transformed into a beam of light. Vanishing from his spot, Kakashi, upon witnessing Zabuza's water clone, understood that he and Naruto had been deceived. Sakura and Sasuke were in danger. Meanwhile, after Naruto's departure, Sasuke and Sakura, guarding Dazuna's side, had grown somewhat complacent. After all, even the mightiest like Kakashi and Naruto had failed to detect any other enemies nearby, making the likelihood of additional foes very low. Suddenly, 2 shuriken flew from the shadows towards the 2 of them. Reacting swiftly, Sasuke blocked one shuriken with his decapitating sword, while simultaneously drawing another shuriken to throw at Sakura, helping her deflect the other shuriken. I initially thought a water clone could only distract one, but I never expected a single clone could deceive both of them. The Leaf Ninjas truly are foolish. Zabuza emerged from the shadows, observing Sasuke and Sakura, a cruel smile forming beneath the bandages encasing his mouth. How could there still be enemies here? Sakura, be on guard. Sakura gasped in shock. Sasuke remained calm, urging Sakura to prepare for battle. One wielded a sword, while the other brandished a shuriken, both standing protectively in front of Dazuna. At that moment, Dazuna's heart raced violently, feeling as though his life was at stake. The 2 strongest ninjas had been drawn away. Humph, brat. Seeing Sasuke brandishing his own sword against him, Zabuza's expression soured. However, he did not strike immediately. Instead, he utilized a mist technique to envelop the area in thick fog. That yellow-haired kid's speed was too formidable. He needed to create some distractions to prevent him from returning and thwarting his plans. It's getting foggy. Observing the increasingly dense mist, Sasuke and Sakura felt a growing sense of tension. They understood this was the enemy's jutsu, but had no countermeasures. Throat, spine, lungs. Guess from which of the 8 fatal points I will attack. Zabuza's voice echoed through the mist, sending a chill down Sasuke and Sakura's spines, rendering them utterly speechless. Fear gripped their hearts, leaving little room for any thoughts of resistance. Was this the opponent Naruto and Kakashi were facing? Could we truly survive an encounter with such a foe? Suddenly, Zabuza appeared behind Sasuke. Sasuke sensed someone behind him but was paralyzed with fear, unable to move. The aura of death emanating from the Jonin left Sasuke's mind unable to command his own body. My sword is not something a brat like you can wield. Sensing Sasuke's weakness, Zabuza lost interest, snatching the decapitating sword from his grasp, and then kicking Sasuke away. Ugh! Sasuke let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying several meters away. Unable to rise for a long time, Sakura cried out in alarm upon witnessing Sasuke being thrown away. But her voice quickly faded. She felt a terrifying gaze fixed upon her, seemingly promising death should she make even the slightest move. Trash. As Zabuza maintained his disdainful smirk, he perceived Sakura to be even weaker than the previous little brat. Consequently, he felt no desire to slay her, raising his decapitating blade instead to strike at Dazuna. Just as Dazuna internally lamented, "My life is forfeit," a beam of golden light pierced through the dense fog, blinding Zabuza. "What is this?" Zabuza grimaced against the discomfort in his eyes. Straining to look upwards to his astonishment, he beheld a radiant golden sun. Is this ninjutsu? It appeared that the yellow-haired brat was returning. He needed to act swiftly. Squinting to mitigate the blinding glare, Zabuza once again raised his blade, intent on ending Dazuna's life at that moment. However, Sakura, emboldened by an unknown courage, closed her eyes and hurled a kunai towards Zabuza, exclaiming, "You shall not harm Uncle Dazuna. Do not interfere." Zabuza, enraged by yet another interruption, seized Sakura, who was charging at him, and flung her aside. Thud! Sakura's frail body crashed heavily to the ground, letting out a pained scream. "Tish, you seek your own demise," Zabuza sneered, once more lifting his blade to slay Dazuna. Yet at that instant, a metallic whoosh resonated from behind him. Enough of this. Zabuza deflected the shuriken that came flying towards him with his decapitating blade, casting an impatient glance at Sasuke, who had risen again. The previous golden light not only obstructed his attempt to kill Dazuna, but it also diminished the fear these two insignificant insects held towards him. How infuriating! Since you have chosen to court death, I shall eliminate you both first. In a flash, Zabuza lunged towards Sasuke, initiating a powerful downward strike. Sasuke's speed and reflexes paled in comparison to Zabuza's, rendering him unable to evade in that tense moment. However, a transformation occurred in Sasuke's eyes, spurred by the life-and-death crisis. The original single Tomo Sharingan evolved into a double Tomo. I see it. The newly awakened double Tomo Sharingan allowed Sasuke to discern the flaw in Zabuza's attack, enhancing his reaction time. Seizing the opportunity, he rolled to evade Zabuza's downward cleave, swiftly forming hand seals as the blade plunged into the earth. Fire style. Fireball Jutsu. A roaring inferno surged towards Zabuza, illuminating his cheeks with a fierce red glow. Just as victory seemed within Sasuke's grasp, Zabuza raised his decapitating blade and forcefully struck down, cleaving through the C-rank fire jutsu with ease. What? Sasuke was utterly astonished that Zabuza could so effortlessly dismantle his ninjutsu. He had anticipated at least forcing Zabuza back to buy some time. That pair of eyes must be the Sharingan. Zabuza noted, observing Sasuke's eyes without immediate action, that a member of the Uchiha clan, I never imagined there would be so many prodigies in your class. One Kakashi, one yellow hair brat, and now a Uchiha like you. If I were to eliminate you all here, Konoha would surely be troubled. Sasuke remained silent, his brow furrowed, eyes warily fixed on Zabuza. His Sharingan had just awakened its double Tomo, and he was still unfamiliar with its use. He could not guarantee his ability to evade Zabuza's next strike. However, the next moment he relaxed, a radiant golden flash suddenly burst through the fog, appearing before him. It was Naruto returning. Unbeknownst to him, he had developed an unexpected trust and reliance on Naruto. This was not Sasuke's usual demeanor. It was a choice he instinctively made in that moment. Who do you intend to kill? Naruto glared at Zabuza, his eyes icy, as though he were staring down a corpse. Tisich, still too slow. It's all that pair of brats' fault. Zabuza, unfazed by Naruto's return, seemed to have anticipated his impending failure. Noticing Zabuza's unusual reaction, Naruto quickly delivered a lightning-fast kick, obliterating his form. However, what exploded was not blood, but water. Another water clone. Naruto felt a twinge of annoyance. Both Kakashi and Zabuza, upon realizing their abilities were difficult to confront, preferred to use clones as a means of testing. Although the clone was swiftly dispatched by Naruto, they had gathered the intelligence they sought. Naruto was certain that after this failed ambush, Zabuza would return with renewed vigor. The next time he came, he would undoubtedly be better prepared, and the situation they faced would be far more perilous. Yet, he was not worried for himself. With Zabuza and Haku's abilities, they could not harm him. His concern lay with Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke, are you all right? Naruto inquired. Sasuke shook his head, replying, I'm fine. It's just that Sakura has fainted. What about the old man? Naruto asked as he approached Sakura. I'm here, Dezuna called from nearby, though Naruto had overlooked him in his focus on Zabuza's presence. Honestly, weren't you all supposed to protect me? In the end, each of you fled. If it weren't for my meager payment, I would surely file a complaint. Dezuna grumbled, though inwardly he too felt disgruntled. Yet he dared not complain, for his payment had not been substantial, strictly speaking. Even if he were to perish, these Konoha ninjas would not be deemed to have failed their mission. This was my oversight. I neglected to consider the possibility of the enemy employing shadow clones. My apologies. Naruto was not a stubborn individual. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. This time, his poor command nearly endangered his comrades and almost led to the mission's failure. He would reflect deeply on this in his heart. Dezuna was taken aback at Naruto's unexpected apology. It's all right. After all, I'm still alive and unscathed. He waved his hand, forgiving Naruto's lapse in judgment. Just then, Kakashi arrived, albeit a bit late. His speed lagged behind Naruto's, compounded by the fog that obscured visibility. Are you all right? Kakashi inquired, glancing at Naruto, who was carrying Sakura. We're fine. It's just that Sakura has fainted, Naruto replied, shaking his head. That's good to hear. Kakashi sighed in relief before apologizing to everyone. I am sorry, everyone. I should not have pursued the enemy recklessly. No, it was my fault, Kakashi, Naruto replied expressionlessly, offering another apology. You pursued Zabuza, believing I could protect everyone, right? But I failed to recognize this issue and followed you. I apologize. Kakashi had cautioned Naruto when he took off after Zabuza, indicating he had considered the possibility of it being a ruse if there was a flaw in Kakashi's approach during this mission. It was that he overestimated Naruto's composure, but he believed that by pursuing Zabuza, Naruto would remain with Sasuke and Sakura to safeguard Dezuna. That Naruto's recent performance had instilled too much trust in Kakashi, causing him to overlook the need for vigilance regarding Naruto's instructions or perhaps Naruto's consistent ability to manage everything so well led Kakashi to mistakenly think that Naruto could handle any situation. Yet he failed to realize that a genius, though brilliant, is not an elite jonin. Inexperience can lead to errors. Naruto too recognized that he had been overly reckless, neglecting the safety of Sasuke and Sakura, as well as the mission itself. Like Kakashi, he believed that since the enemy had attacked, they could not allow him to escape easily. Otherwise, he would return. But Naruto had not considered whether this might be a trap. The phrase luring the tiger from its den was not an unfamiliar one. In fact, Naruto was quite acquainted with it. Yet, when faced with a real situation, he still fell into the snare. This vividly illustrated the perils of theoretical knowledge compared to practical experience. There are some truths you may know, and you might be well-versed in military strategy. However, when thrust in the battlefield, you may not be as wise and composed as you envisioned. Fortunately, Zabuza's purpose in this assault was merely a test. A collection of information. Had the enemy initially sent Haku to engage, Sasuke and the others would have had no chance of survival. Though Naruto could not fathom why Zabuza had not enlisted Haku's assistance. It was akin to the original plot, where Zabuza had entrapped Kakashi using the water prison technique, that if Haku had been present, either guarding Zabuza or attacking alongside his water clone, Dazuna would have been dead long ago. Kakashi and his team's mission would have inevitably failed. Yet Haku simply did not make a move. Kakashi gazed at Naruto, who appeared somewhat remorseful, and gently patted his shoulder without uttering another word. The journey of a ninja is invariably fraught with challenges. Setbacks and disappointments are merely part of the norm. If fortune is unkind, one might witness comrades falling in battle before their very eyes. Naruto is the most talented ninja Kakashi has ever encountered, both in personal prowess and leadership qualities, making him the strongest of his age that Kakashi has seen. However, combat and mission experience cannot be acquired overnight. Naruto still requires time to mature. Mr. Dazna, shall we continue our journey? Indeed. After defeating Zabuza, they encountered no further obstacles on their way, swiftly arriving at Dazna's residence. Tsunami. I have returned, Dazna called at the entrance, and soon the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from within, followed by the door swinging open. Father, it's wonderful to have you back, Tsunami sighed in relief upon seeing her father's safe return. Are these the ninjas from Konoha? Thank you for escorting my father home. We can exchange pleasantries later. First, we require a room, as one of our comrades is injured. Naruto stated, Of course. Please follow me. Tsunami, not daring to delay, hastily guided them upstairs, barely managing to express her concern for Dazna. She prepared the best room and instructed Naruto to place Sakura on the tea that moment. Sakura, seemingly having regained some strength, murmured as she opened her eyes. Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei, where am I? What happened to the enemy? You are in Mr. Dazna's home. The enemy has been driven away by Naruto. We are safe for now. Rest assured, Kakashi reassured her. That's a relief. Hearing that the enemy had been vanquished by Naruto, Sakura felt a wave of relief wash over her. That bandage-faced man had been utterly terrifying that if possible, she wished never to lay eyes on him again. Thank you for saving me, Naruto. No need to thank me. It was Sasuke who was protecting you when I arrived. That if you must express gratitude, direct it towards him, Naruto replied, shaking his head. Turning back to Kakashi, he added, Kakashi, could you please examine Sakura again to ensure there are no lingering effects or hidden injuries? No problem. I happen to possess some medical knowledge. Kakashi nodded in agreement. As a versatile ninja from Konoha, Kakashi was almost capable of anything. Reconnaissance, assassination, protection, and medical skills. Naruto could not help but admire Kakashi's all-encompassing abilities. I'll step outside for a moment, Naruto suddenly announced, leaving the room with an impassive expression. Sakura watched him depart, sensing a certain melancholy in his silhouette, and turned to Kakashi with curiosity. To Kakashi-sensei, what is wrong with Naruto? Perhaps he merely wishes to take a breath of fresh air, Kakashi replied, turning back to Sakura with a smile. Now, tell me if you feel any discomfort. Outside, Naruto stood alone on the rooftop, gazing up at the pitch-black sky, allowing the cold wind to caress his face. During the time since Team 7's formation, the bonds he shared with Sasuke and Sakura had quietly transformed, from strangers to teammates, and eventually to so-called comrades. In various missions, Sasuke and Sakura had come to rely on him as their pillar of strength, placing their trust in him. Inevitably, he had assumed the responsibilities and obligations of a leader, even though Kakashi was the nominal captain. However, Kakashi had largely left them to their own devices, allowing Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to manage tasks independently. Thus, Sasuke and Sakura viewed Kakashi merely as a guiding Nin or teacher, while Naruto, being the strongest and the one who led them through their graduation exams, was regarded as their true leader. As the leader, Naruto had not previously recognized the weight of his role. He merely believed that his superior strength warranted obedience from Sasuke and Sakura. Little did he realize that in perilous missions, Sasuke and Sakura had entrusted their very lives to him. After a while, Kakashi suddenly appeared beside Naruto. That I've checked on Sakura. She doesn't have any serious injuries, just some scrapes that will heal soon. Naruto replied without turning his head. You need not feel overly guilty. In our missions, we invariably encounter a myriad of adversaries, some of whom are cunning and difficult to anticipate. It is a common occurrence. Kakashi consoled him. I understand. Naruto replied flatly, I am not overly concerned about the failure. I merely stepped out for some fresh air to clear my mind for the tasks ahead. Observing Naruto's profile, Kakashi was uncertain whether he spoke the truth or not. Yet he knew Naruto was not the type to wallow in self-pity. When faced with challenges and failures, Naruto's thoughts were never about self-denial. Instead, he contemplated how to improve and resolve difficulties to prevent future failures. Perhaps Naruto did indeed blame himself for his misjudgment in command, but he would never succumb to despair. After a moment of silence, Kakashi suddenly chuckled. Mr. Dazna's daughter has prepared a sumptuous dinner for us. We should head down to eat. You go ahead. I'll be down shortly, Naruto replied without turning back. Then do come quickly, or the food will get cold, Kakashi said, leaping down from the rooftop without another word. Naruto lingered for a moment before finally jumping down. However, as he descended, he locked eyes with a small child by a third-floor window who was crying, gazing sorrowfully at the sea. Their eyes met for a fleeting second before Naruto vanished from sight. The child, named Inari, froze for a moment before letting out a terrified scream. Anyone who saw someone leap from their building so close would struggle to remain composed. He hurried to the window to look, but found no trace of Naruto. Is he dead? Inari pondered, instinctively leaning closer to peer out, only to lose his grip and tumble toward the ground. Help! Somebody! Inari shouted desperately. But it seemed there was no time. He was plummeting rapidly, on the verge of crashing to the ground, when a flash of gold suddenly swooped in to save him. Naruto caught Inari with one hand, leaving him momentarily stunned. Glancing down, he realized he was less than half a meter from the ground. Am I saved? Inari murmured, only to feel himself being gently lowered. He looked up to see a boy who was only slightly taller than himself. You are a ninja from Konoha, aren't you? Inari asked. Naruto glanced at him but offered no response. Turning to walk away, he was not particularly fond of Inari, if not for the imminent threat to his life. He would have preferred to avoid him altogether. Considering you saved me, I advise you to leave quickly. You are no match for Kato. Staying here will inevitably lead to your demise, Inari shouted after Naruto's retreating figure. But all he received in return was a single word: fool. Naruto could not fathom Inari's thought process. Out of his own cowardice and fear, he had driven away the Konoha ninja who was protecting his grandfather. What was it? Did he wish for his grandfather to meet his end? Upon closer reflection, it seemed the people of the Land of Waves were not particularly astute. Inari, who loved Konoha ninjas more than his grandfather, naively believed that a mere bridge could save the Land of Waves, while the villain Kato resorted to crude tactics, attempting to defeat ninjas with thugs. He even understood the plan to send ninjas to assassinate Dazna, but failed to consider seizing the bridge or kidnapping Dazna's family to threaten him. Had they acted against Dazna's family from the outset, many of the current troubles could have been avoided. That be why the time Kato thought to target Dazna's family. It was far too late. Such foolishness was beyond redemption. As for Zabuza and Haku's actions were perplexing. If one were to label Haku as foolish, it was a choice made willingly. His innate kindness prevented him from acting like Zabuza. Otherwise, Naruto would have met his end the moment he encountered Haku. As for Zabuza, he had approached the mission with caution, prioritizing intelligence gathering, which was not inherently flawed. Yet tragically, this very caution led him to miss their most opportune moment. On a tranquil evening, Class 7 gathered with the family of Dazna to share a meal. The Land of Waves was not abundant in resources, and Dazna was not affluent either. Yet, in an effort to ensure that Naruto and his companions were well fed, Dazna had Tsunami prepare a lavish spread of food. Why is there a corner missing from this photograph? Sakura inquired, having been fixated on the damaged picture as they dined. After Sakura, who had a smaller appetite, had finished her meal, she approached the wall adorned with the torn photograph. Apart from Naruto and Sasuke, everyone else paused in their chewing, silence enveloping the room for a brief moment. He was my husband, Tsunami replied, her tone tinged with melancholy, as if the photograph had stirred unwelcome memories. Missed Tsunami's husband? Sakura exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, he was a man once hailed as a hero in this town. Dazna added. Upon hearing the mention of Kaiza, Inari suddenly rose with a darkened expression. Tsunami, noticing his distress, urgently asked, Inari, where are you going? However, Inari offered no response, only shutting the door behind him as he left. What has gotten into Inari? Sakura questioned. Observing the contemplative Dasna, Kakashi wore a look of intrigue, sensing there was more to the story. Yes, Dasna nodded. Kaizo was Inari's adoptive father, with whom he shared a profound bond, akin to that of a biological son. Inari was once a cheerful child, but everything changed after that incident involving his father. As Dasna's eyes glistened with tears, Naruto, having finished his meal, silently rose and departed without a backward glance. He had little interest in hearing the tragic tales of others, especially when he was already aware of the story. Naruto, Sakura called out that, "I'm full. I'm leaving first." Naruto waved a hand before vanishing from the room. Sasuke hesitated briefly before following Naruto's lead, not particularly invested in the stories of others either. The room was left with only Kakashi and Sakura, who remained to listen to Dasna recount the tale of the timid Inari and his valiant adoptive father. "Why are you following me?" Naruto sent Sasuke, trailing behind him, and halted his steps. "I want to train with you," Sasuke declared, his fists clenched and tone earnest. "I wish to become stronger. I don't want to always be in your shadow. If you wish to train, you can seek Kakashi." Naruto turned to look at Sasuke, stating flatly, "I'm not a teacher. I won't instruct students I can pay," Sasuke replied. Perhaps Naruto was not a teacher, but he was certainly stronger than Kakashi, which was why Sasuke preferred to pay Naruto for training rather than seeking Kakashi's guidance. If one is to learn, it is only logical to learn from the strongest. Naruto began, "It's not merely about the money. Primarily, 5,000 ryo for a day," he proclaimed, glancing up at the pitch-black sky. "That's 5,000 ryo for one night. Deal." With Sasuke's swift agreement, Naruto extended his hand, saying, "First, the payment." Sasuke retrieved his wallet and tossed it to Naruto, who promptly stuffed it into his pocket. "Follow me." Sasuke stood momentarily stunned before finally trailing after Naruto. Naruto led Sasuke to a tree and began to ascend it effortlessly. There are numerous methods for a ninja to grow stronger, but the most common approaches are twofold: mastering formidable ninjutsu and honing one's physical skills. However, physical training is not something that can be achieved overnight, and I have little to teach you regarding ninjutsu. Therefore, the only thing I can teach you is how to learn ninjutsu more efficiently. You should understand that a ninja's ability to execute ninjutsu is closely tied to their chakra, right? Sasuke nodded, acknowledging that chakra is the energy utilized by ninjas when performing ninjutsu, derived from the amalgamation of physical and mental energy sourced from the body's cells. Ninjas activate their chakra through hand seals to unleash ninjutsu. Although Naruto spoke with confidence, he himself barely grasped the concept. Nevertheless, that was inconsequential. The intricate details found in textbooks were not paramount, just as someone who can repair a motorcycle need not know the textbook definition of its invention, evolution, and component parts. One can learn through observation and practice under a skilled mentor. Ahem, Naruto coughed to mask his awkwardness. To utilize ninjutsu more effectively and learn new techniques requires strong chakra control. Sasuke furrowed his brow, unconvinced of his own lack of chakra control, especially since he could easily perform rank ninjutsu. Naruto, discerning Sasuke's thoughts, remarked, "Do you believe your chakra control is excellent, and that you can perform any ninjutsu you have learned without issue?" Sasuke remained silent, patiently awaiting Naruto's next words. "That is because you have yet to realize that you can do even better," Naruto replied nonchalantly. "For instance, when you execute the fire style, great fireball technique. If the chakra required is 0.01 units, 0.01 units? Sasuke interrupted, puzzled by the unfamiliar measurement. "It's just a common unit of measurement. Don't dwell on it." Naruto dismissed the interruption and continued, "If the normal consumption of chakra for the great fireball technique is 0.01, then someone lacking mastery of chakra would expend 0.02 units, or even more when attempting to execute this ninjutsu. Indeed, the more chakra consumed, the more powerful the technique may become to a certain extent. However, you need not expend 0.02 units of chakra every time you perform the great fireball technique, i.e. in the face of weaker opponents or during feints. Utilizing only 0.01 units would suffice. If you still expend 0.02 units in such situations, you are merely squandering your chakra. To a ninja, chakra represents their strength. Wasting chakra equates to wasting one's power. Do you understand?" Naruto couldn't recall how Kakashi originally instructed Sasuke and the others. He could only rely on his own understanding to guide Sasuke. Ultimately, it was merely an effort to elevate the quality of his teaching. How can I improve my chakra control? Sasuke inquired. Naruto raised two fingers, stating, there are two methods. One is to gather chakra at the soles of your feet, just as I demonstrated, and practice tree climbing. The other is to also gather chakra at your feet. But this time you will practice in a water pool. The latter was more challenging than the former, so let us begin with tree climbing. Following Naruto's guidance, Sasuke commenced his tree climbing practice. He concentrated chakra at his feet, only to fall repeatedly, up the tree and down again. Again and again, it was far from easy, and if progress proved difficult, he could attempt to gather chakra at his feet and make a sudden sprint up the trunk. Try dashing to the top of the tree first, then attempt to walk up. With newfound determination, Sasuke rose to the challenge. Time passed swiftly as he sprinted, fell, and sprinted again. Before long, the night elapsed and Sasuke lay exhausted on the ground. Gasping for breath, Naruto, observing the gradually lightening sky, opened Sasuke's wallet, noting a total of 6,200 ryo. I took 5,000 ryo. I'll return the rest to you. As he spoke, Naruto tossed the wallet back to Sasuke, pocketing 5,000 ryo into his own pouch. Sasuke remained motionless on the ground, allowing the money pouch to land on his chest. Get up. It's time to go home. Naruto approached Sasuke and nudged him with his foot. You go ahead. I want to practice a bit longer, Sasuke replied. Excess is as bad as deficiency, Naruto commented, lifting Sasuke and stuffing the money pouch into his clothes. What if an enemy attacks right now? Will you have the strength to fight back or escape when you're utterly exhausted? Following the ordeal with Zabuza, Naruto had become increasingly vigilant regarding the safety of his companions. While the original storyline did not involve Sasuke or Naruto being ambushed during training, the circumstances with Zabuza had drastically changed the situation. Sasuke found merit in Naruto's words and struggled to rise to his feet. I can walk on my own, he asserted, unwilling to be led back by Naruto in such a manner. The thought of Sakura and Kakashi witnessing this would surely lead them to believe he had been soundly beaten by Naruto. After all, they had trained throughout the night, just as Naruto and Sasuke returned. Kakashi suddenly appeared, casting a teasing glance at the bruised figures of both boys. You trained all night, did you? I'm off to rest, Sasuke, fatigued, replied curtly, ignoring Kakashi's jest as he headed straight for his room. Observing this, Naruto shrugged and remarked, payment for services rendered. Payment for services rendered? Kakashi echoed, puzzled. Is it customary to be compensated for a beating these days? Kakashi, wary of a potential ambush from Zabuza, had not been privy to the details of Naruto and Sasuke's training. He had presumed their session consisted of a one-sided battle. Quite literally, Naruto clarified. Kakashi scratched his head, dismissing the thought. Today, Mr. Dazuna will be repairing the bridge, so I'll take Sakura to ensure his safety. You and Sasuke shall remain here to protect Miss Tsunami and Inari. Tomorrow, we will switch duties. Is that agreeable? To prevent Tazuna and his family from becoming targets, Kakashi decided on a rotational system. He would partner with Sakura, while Naruto would team up with Sasuke, based on their raw capabilities. Kakashi felt that Naruto was not inferior, perhaps even stronger, than himself. However, Naruto's lack of combat experience and mission proficiency concerned Kakashi. He feared that Naruto might falter in critical situations and be unable to safeguard his comrades. Thus, he opted to pair Sakura with himself, leaving Sasuke with Naruto, whose strength surpassed that of Sakura and could better protect himself, thereby alleviating some of Naruto's burdens. As Naruto, as guiding Jonin, Kakashi resolved to shoulder more pressure. Should a tragic scenario arise, he would take full responsibility. Kakashi wished to spare Naruto the anguish of losing a comrade and hoped to prevent him from blaming himself for such a loss. One person suffering that pain was quite enough. Unaware of Kakashi's intentions, Naruto gave him an okay sign and prepared to rest. However, a thought struck him, prompting him to pause. Kakashi, that guy might have accomplices. If trouble arises, you can have pack and come find me. Is that so? Understood. You should rest now, Kakashi replied with a smile. Mimicking Naruto's gesture, in truth, he had already anticipated such a possibility, even without Naruto's warning. He had devised a plan. When it comes to missions and the lives of his comrades, he never took chances. Well, except for that one time with Naruto, upon noticing that Kakashi had absorbed his words. Naruto refrained from further discussion, turning to ascend the stairs and collapsing onto his bed. Despite his commendable physical condition, a night without rest inevitably left him somewhat fatigued. Awakening around noon, Naruto discovered that Sasuke had already vacated his room. Venturing downstairs, he found Tsunami diligently tending to household chores, seemingly perpetually occupied. Meanwhile, Inari sat by the window, weeping. Rather than seeking vengeance for his deceased father, he chose to denounce his father's accomplishments, displaying a lack of courage in the face of his father's murderer. Naruto, unconcerned with Inari's plight, thought little of it and moved outside, where he spotted Sasuke engaged in training. Time after time, he sprinted forward only to fall again, the scene reminiscent of the previous night. Yet, Naruto could discern that Sasuke's leaps were higher and his falls less clumsy. He was indeed making progress. That you're awake? Tsunami called out upon noticing him. Lunch is ready. Come eat. Thank you, Naruto replied as he approached the table. Inari and I have already eaten, as has your friend. So this is the only portion left for you, Tsunami stated, placing a small serving of food before him. All right. Naruto nodded and picked up a rice ball, biting into it. Since Sasuke had already eaten, he had no concerns about it being poisoned. Moreover, with Kakashi present the previous night, Naruto felt assured he was safe from any treachery. After all, he had seen Kakashi eat before him. Do you have plans for today? Naruto inquired casually. Well, I might head to the market this afternoon to purchase some provisions. As our supplies are dwindling, Tsunami replied thoughtfully. Let me know when you go. I'll accompany you, Naruto offered nonchalantly. Yes, I truly appreciate your kindness, Tsunami responded gratefully. Naruto finished his rice ball and remarked, it's merely work. Although Tsunami did not fall under their protective detail, Kakashi had assigned them to safeguard her and Inari to ensure Tizuna could focus on his bridge construction without worry. The sooner the bridge was completed, the sooner they could return home. However, Naruto had an additional motive for protecting Tsunami. Her cooking. Since she provided him with 3 meals a day, he felt it reasonable to ensure her safety. As he often said, payment for services rendered. At 5 in the afternoon, Tsunami finally prepared to leave. I need to visit the market. I hope I'm not a bother. Not at all. Just call me Naruto from now on, he replied, stepping outside to ask Sasuke to pause his training and take a brief respite while remaining vigilant. He certainly did not want to return to find the house in disarray and Sasuke missing. Shall we go? Yes, Naruto, Sasuke replied. The streets of the Land of Waves were predominantly lined with old wooden houses. As Naruto followed Tsunami through the alleyways, he observed the numerous impoverished individuals in their destitution. Men held signs proclaiming their willingness to work for anything. Children were seen thieving, while young beggars roamed, accompanied by a throng of adults whose eyes lacked any glimmer of hope. This is the place, Tsunami announced as she entered a shop to procure ingredients. Naruto followed closely behind, surveying the meager offerings within. A few carrots, a lone cabbage, and a solitary bell pepper constituted the paltry inventory. It was difficult to fathom that currency still held value in such a destitute land. In a place where resources were so scarce, what distinction was there between money and waste paper? Naruto, the items are ready. Let us return. Tsunami's voice jolted Naruto from his reverie, snapping him back to reality. Right, let us go, he agreed, feeling pity for the locals but having no inclination to play the savior. After all, he was hardly affluent himself. It wouldn't do to slay Kato and then distribute his wealth among the inhabitants of this country. Would it? Naruto did not consider himself Spider-Man, possessing no such awareness of great power equating to great responsibility. Nor did he see himself as a bully, capable of wantonly seizing others' belongings. Nevertheless, he hoped that by protecting Tizuna and seeing the bridge constructed, the situation in this country might genuinely improve. Naruto was uncertain whether the prosperity of the Land of Waves stemmed from the bridge's construction, Kato's demise, or perhaps a combination of both. Yet, he could only do so much. Brother, a small voice called out as Naruto followed Tsunami from his shop. Feeling a tug at the back of his clothing, he turned to find a cute yet disheveled child reaching out with both hands. Gazing at him with eager anticipation, Brother, could you spare me some food? Anything would do. After a moment of silence, Naruto retrieved 3 soldier pills from his ninja tool pouch and placed them in the child's hands. One a day, he instructed, patting the boy's head before turning to continue his journey with Tsunami. The boy stared at the 3 black pills in his palm, puzzled. Aren't these just mud balls? What did you give that child? Soldier pills. Soldier pills? Tsunami questioned, perplexed. The land of waves had no ninjas, and she was unfamiliar with such a concept. It's a type of pill that can sustain 1 meal's worth of nourishment. Naruto elucidated. Typically, a regular ninja can sustain themselves for an entire day on just 3 of these. He continued, that young boy, whose body is not fully developed, requires far less sustenance. 1 should suffice for him each day. It became clear to Tsunami, who sighed and lowered her head in despondency, what a kind-hearted individual Naruto is. Alas, our family's resources are limited, and we cannot assist so many impoverished souls. Although the Dezuna household may not be affluent, their ability to hire ninjas and procure materials for bridge construction indicates they are not entirely destitute. With concerted effort, they could ensure a few more families are well fed. However, if assistance is offered, it cannot be limited to just a few families. If you aid 1 person, another will remember your generosity. If you help 1 family, another will take note. Extend your help to 2 families, and the entire village will remember your kindness. Assist a village, and soon an entire nation will be in your debt. With so many people in a nation, it is beyond the capacity of Dezuna and his kin to provide support. As for why Naruto's aid to the young boy went unnoticed, it is primarily because Naruto is an outsider. The citizens of this nation have suffered under Kato's tyranny for too long, rendering them hesitant to provoke an outsider for fear of inadvertently attracting Kato's ire. Of course, it is not to say that everyone fears outsiders. The young boy, seemingly indifferent, along with certain criminals, are unconcerned about such distinctions. Upon returning to Dezuna's residence, Sasuke stood coolly at the door, arms crossed. It was unclear where Irika had wandered off to, but it appeared that no significant events had transpired today. Upon noticing Naruto's return, Sasuke silently resumed his training, having previously stationed himself there primarily as a precaution against potential threats. With Naruto back, such concerns were alleviated. Tsunami busied herself in the kitchen, while Naruto, with nothing pressing to attend to, observed Sasuke's practice. Before long, Kakashi and the others returned safely. Due to the poor visibility at night, the risks associated with bridge construction were too great. For safety's sake, Dezuna had to abandon the evening's work. Tree climbing? Kakashi remarked in surprise upon witnessing Sasuke engaged in this particular form of training. Was it taught to him by Naruto, or was it a technique passed down from the Uchiha clan? Given the Uchiha clan's former prominence, mastering such a fundamental training method would not be particularly extraordinary. Naruto, would you like to engage in some training? Kakashi suddenly inquired, glancing at him. What kind of training? Naruto responded, turning to face Kakashi. The same exercise that Sasuke is doing. It enhances a ninja's control over chakra, Kakashi explained. Without uttering a word, Naruto ascended to the top of a tree and then descended. Kakashi remarked, impressive, his eyes narrowing in a smile, refraining from questioning when Naruto had acquired this skill. Regardless of whether Naruto learned it from Sasuke or elsewhere, it was inconsequential. Given Naruto's prodigious talent, it was entirely possible he could master such a basic exercise with a mere glance. Kakashi-sensei, what kind of training are Sasuke and Naruto doing? Sakura inquired curiously. It's a method for gathering chakra beneath one's feet, aimed at honing a ninja's control over it, Kakashi replied. Sakura, you might consider training alongside Sasuke. It could enhance your abilities to some extent. I see, Sakura exclaimed, glancing at Sasuke in training before deciding. Naruto, could you teach me this exercise? Upon meeting Sakura's earnest gaze, Naruto extended 5 fingers, 5,000 ryo. 5,000 ryo? Sakura blinked in confusion. I charge Sasuke 5,000 ryo to teach him this technique. Ensure fairness. I must charge you the same, Naruto stated flatly. What a sense of fairness, Sakura rolled her eyes but complied, retrieving her wallet to count out 5,000 ryo for Naruto. After receiving the payment and nodding, Naruto said, let us get started. About a few minutes later, Sakura stood at the midpoint of the tree. Watching Sasuke, who was still fervently training, feeling a twinge of anxiety. I hope Sasuke doesn't dislike me. Should I put on a show? In terms of chakra control, Sakura's talent was indeed rare, yet it appeared somewhat ordinary in the face of bloodline abilities. Furthermore, it seemed her chakra affinity was not particularly favorable, destined to lead her down the path of a medical ninja. The following day, Naruto and Sasuke accompanied Dezuna to the bridge construction site. They observed as Dezuna and one of his co-workers transported materials and operated machinery, gradually erecting the bridge. At this pace, it seemed unlikely the project would be completed in under 2 months. By the end of the day, Naruto estimated the construction progress. Earning 10,000 ryo in a month, shared among 4 individuals, would yield each person only 2,500 ryo, less than what he had earned from a single ninjutsu lesson. Sasuke, have you noticed anything suspicious? Naruto inquired. Sasuke shook his head. Everything appears normal. As Dezuna concluded his work for the day, Naruto surmised that Zabuza would likely not make an appearance today. However, if he did not show up today, the likelihood of his arrival tomorrow increased significantly. Currently, Zabuza was uninjured, and the reason for his 2-day hiatus raised suspicions that he was gathering more intelligence, seeking the opportune moment to strike, with the capabilities of a jonin. 2 days should have been ample time. Dezuna, I may not be able to come tomorrow. After Dezuna finished his work, Naruto and Sasuke prepared to leave when they noticed another worker bidding farewell to Dezuna. Why are you leaving too? I'm sorry. Dezuna, did I want to continue helping you? But Kato may have set his sights on us, and we cannot afford to hire ninjas for protection. That I'm truly sorry. Dezuna gazed at his old friend with a mix of resentment and compassion, ultimately letting out a heavy sigh. Very well. You may go. Thank you, Dezuna. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, disheartened to see the last remaining worker resign from the bridge project. This would undoubtedly prolong the construction timeline. The next day, Kakashi brought Sakura along to join Dezuna at the bridge. However, upon their arrival, they were greeted by a thick fog enveloping the area. They're here. Kakashi's expression turned alert as he positioned himself protectively in front of Dezuna alongside Sakura. Kakashi, this time it's just you and that useless pink-haired girl. Are you certain you wish to resist futilely? Just let me kill that old man. Zabuza emerged from a mist. A mocking expression etched across his face. Only one person? Kakashi disregarded Zabuza's taunt, focusing instead on analyzing the surroundings for potential hidden foes. 2 days prior, he and Naruto had deduced that Zabuza might not be acting alone. Thus, upon encountering him again, they remained vigilant. Looking for my comrades, my companions are already dealing with that blonde-haired brat. Suddenly, a circle of Zabuza's water clones surrounded Kakashi and his team, launching an assault. Sasuke! Kakashi called out sharply as Sakura transformed into Sasuke. In an instant, Sasuke and Kakashi retaliated together, swiftly dismantling all of Zabuza's water clones. During their previous confrontation, Kakashi had been unaware that Zabuza used water clones as a diversion. Therefore, while engaging, he had held back, primarily probing Zabuza's capabilities. This time, however, Kakashi unleashed his full strength, effortlessly dispatching Zabuza's water clones. Out of 10 clones, 9 fell to Kakashi's skill, while Sasuke accounted for the remainder. You little Sharingan brat. Zabuza had observed for 2 days before deciding to confront Kakashi and Sakura, the weaker duo. However, he had not anticipated that Kakashi would allow the Sharingan user to transform into a pink-haired girl today. Had he predicted this? It was indeed surprising, yet unfortunately for them, they would still meet their end here. Zabuza remarked coolly, confidence radiating from his demeanor. If the golden-haired brat had come, he might have had to exercise caution. But against the Sharingan user, Haku could easily handle the situation. Emerging from the dense mist, Bai, adorned with the mask of the Umbu of the Mist Village, respectfully addressed Zabuza. The Umbu of the Mist Village? Kakashi remarked, taken aback by the sight of the mask. It is worth noting that Zabuza is a rogue ninja from the Mist Village. The Umbu specializes in hunting down such renegades. But why is this figure standing alongside Zabuza? Are they both defected? Humph. I detest those who hide behind masks. Sasuke seemed to recall something, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, as he said to Kakashi. Leave this one to me. Be careful, Kakashi replied, not hindering Sasuke, as he too needed to focus entirely on Zabuza. Fortunately, he had heeded Naruto's advice before their departure today, substituting Sakura for Sasuke, and allowing Sasuke to distract Zabuza while posing as Sakura. Otherwise, if they were ambushed by Zabuza and this masked individual, it would be quite challenging to ensure the safety of both Sakura and Tizuna. "I do not wish to kill you," Bai stated, gazing at the approaching Sasuke with an indifferent tone. "Less boasting," Sasuke retorted, irritated by Bai's demeanor, as he engaged in close combat with him wielding a kunai. However, the two were evenly matched in speed and skill. In terms of physical prowess alone, neither could claim victory. Just as they faced off with kunai in hand, Bai executed a move that left everyone astounded. With a single hand, he formed a hand seal. Secret technique, Thousand Water Shuriken. As his words fell, the water on the ground surged upward, transforming into a barrage of water shuriken aimed at Sasuke. In a split second, Sasuke activated his double Tomo Sharingan, channeling chakra from his feet to leap high above, evading all the water shuriken attacks. "It seems you're only capable of this much." Sasuke increased his speed, swiftly appearing behind Bai, delivering a cold taunt, and then sweeping his kunai horizontally. Taking advantage of Bai's retreat, he concealed another kunai in his other hand, launching a surprise attack that forced Bai to expose a vulnerability, delivering a swift kick. Bai, unable to dodge in time, was sent flying by the force of the kick. Has he truly gained the upper hand in speed over Bai? Zabuza fixated on Sasuke's Sharingan, his eyes filled with apprehension. One Sharingan belongs to Kakashi, and the other to a mere child. Facing two Uchiha proves to be quite troublesome. "Bai, if you hold back any longer, we may find ourselves in serious trouble," Zabuza warned. "Understand, Lord Zabuza," Bai replied, his voice devoid of emotion, his entire being emanating an icy aura akin to a refrigerator. Secret technique, Ice Mirror. As Bai formed hand seals, the moisture in the air began condensing into numerous ice mirrors around him. Subsequently, Bai touched the ice mirrors, and his form melted into the icy surface. "Ice release," Kakashi exclaimed in astonishment, recalling his last encounter with an ice release ninja was in the land of snow. Furthermore, that opponent was exceedingly difficult to deal with. Could Sasuke manage against him? Kakashi felt a twinge of concern, yet he could not afford to leave. He still had Tizuna to protect. And for now, he had to place his trust in Sasuke. "If Bai gets serious, that boy will undoubtedly perish," Kakashi, Zabuza sneered as he drew his sword, stepping closer to Kakashi. "Is that so? I believe you may be underestimating Sasuke." Kakashi retorted defiantly, his hand once again resting on his forehead protector, ready to activate his Sharingan for battle. Zabuza had not gathered much combat intelligence on Kakashi, and both were exceedingly cautious during their initial confrontation. Suddenly, Zabuza moved. He wielded his large sword, utilizing the surrounding mist to conceal his figure, and in an instant, he appeared before Kakashi, striking down. Kakashi, having failed to activate his Sharingan in time and hindered by the thick fog, found a blade mere half a meter from him. Tizuna stood directly behind him. He could not evade. Gritting his teeth, Kakashi braced one hand against the blade at an upward angle. Yet, Zabuza's strength was overwhelming. And coupled with the might of his executioner's blade, Kakashi's arm trembled as he was forced several steps back. To attempt to block my strike with one hand. You are far too arrogant." Kakashi, Zabuza smirked coldly, shifting from one-handed to two-handed grip, slashing down once more. Faced with this attack, Kakashi found himself unable to evade, just as he prepared to exchange injury for injury, desperately bracing himself against the blow. A golden beam shot through the mist, striking Zabuza's executioner's blade and sending it flying. The golden jutsu. Could it be that blonde brat? Zabuza hastily retreated 2 steps, disappearing into the fog, fearing Naruto might strike again with another laser attack. "It seems I have not arrived too late," Naruto stated calmly, stepping out from the mist behind Kakashi, with Pakken perched on his shoulder. "You finally made it," Kakashi sighed in relief. Naruto set Pakken down and casually remarked, "Often, it is the last one to arrive who takes center stage. Where did you learn such pretentious lines?" Kakashi replied with exasperation, feeling those words were more fitting for Sasuke to utter. "Where is Sasuke?" Due to the dense fog, Naruto's visibility was less than 3 meters. Without Pakken, he would have been utterly lost. Sasuke is engaged in combat with Zabuza's companion. The last I saw him, he was in that direction. Kakashi indicated a direction. Zabuza had been deepening the density of the fog while fighting, which meant Kakashi could no longer see Sasuke. Meanwhile, Zabuza, upon sensing Naruto's arrival, had submerged himself further into the mist. Is there a way to disperse this fog? Naruto asked, frowning at the increasingly thick mist. Kakashi shook his head. I do not possess any particularly adept wind release techniques. I fear they would be ineffective against such dense fog. Is there no other option? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Although he too had a talent for wind release, he had yet to learn any techniques. As for the ability of the flash fruit, he had previously tested it. While the intense light could penetrate the mist, it did not enhance visibility. This meant he was essentially powerless against the thick fog and could only rely on Kakashi. There is one possibility. Kakashi contemplated. If a ninja could control a vast amount of chakra to unleash a burst, it could potentially disrupt the mist. However, my chakra reserves are insufficient. Though this was a potential solution, Kakashi believed none present could achieve such a feat. Controlling a chakra burst of that magnitude necessitated an extraordinarily vast chakra reserve and an unparalleled mastery over chakra. Naruto might possess enough chakra, but his control was merely at the level of tree climbing practice. Kakashi continued to ponder when suddenly an eruption of chakra surged forth, blinding him momentarily. This chakra... Kakashi shielded his forehead, staring in shock at the chakra erupting around Naruto. The sheer volume of chakra. The level of chakra control. Could this truly be a mere genin? With Naruto's strength, he had long transcended the realm of genin. After all, his golden jutsu alone was sufficient to qualify him as a genin of Konoha. Chakra control was merely a supplementary enhancement. Moreover, Naruto's cunning. The reason their confrontation with Zabuza had proceeded so smoothly was entirely due to Naruto's strategy. After returning the previous night, Naruto had informed Kakashi of the high likelihood of Zabuza launching an attack today. Consequently, Naruto had proposed two adjustments to the squad's configuration. One was to have Sasuke replace Sakura's position and disguise himself as her. This not only bolstered the team's strength, but also prevented alarming their enemies. After all, Sakura's abilities were rather inadequate in such a high-stakes battle that Kakashi's prior arrangements had considered the necessity of their pairing, but he had also taken Sakura's pride into account. Regardless, Sakura was still their comrade, and sidelining her due to her perceived weakness would be rather disrespectful. However, Naruto believed there was no need for such considerations. One should act according to their capabilities. Being weak and trying to show off would only burden their allies. Thus, leaving Sakura to protect Tsunami and Inari at the cottage was the best course of action. Zabuza's assigned task was to assassinate Tazuna. Tsunami and Inari were outside his assassination scope. Sakura need not worry about encountering ninja-level opponents. As for the samurai accompanying Gato, if Sakura couldn't handle them, she should reconsider her choice of becoming a ninja. The other adjustment was to have Pakken remain on the outskirts, keeping an eye on the bridge's situation. Should anything unusual arise, he would promptly return for assistance. This configuration was far more reliable and secure than Kakashi's previous plans. Though it was somewhat taxing for Sasuke, there was no alternative. This position could only be filled by Sasuke. Let us not even mention that Naruto has yet to master the transformation technique. Even if he were proficient in it, it could never replace Sasuke. This is due to the potential for unforeseen circumstances. Although Tsunami and Irika are no longer targets for Zabuza and Haku's assassination, for the sake of caution and Sakura's safety, either Naruto or Kakashi must remain in the cabin, even if it means weakening the ambush surrounding Dazna. It is a sacrifice they are willing to make. Neither Naruto nor Kakashi can accept the death of a comrade under their watch. It seems the chakra that has erupted is still insufficient. As Naruto surveyed the area, visibility had only increased by 5 meters, and he could not see Sasuke, so he began to gather chakra once more. He could sense that within him resided two types of chakra. One is the chakra he inherently possesses, which, according to Kakashi, is approximately 4 times greater than his normal capacity. The remaining 96 times is sealed due to the suppression of the 9 tails. The other is the chakra of the 9 tails. This chakra originates from the 9 tails but is not under its control. Rather, it is chakra that has leaked out. Whether this leakage is accidental or intentional remains uncertain. However, Naruto can confirm that the leaked chakra surpasses his normal chakra capacity. To dispel the mist nearby, his own chakra should suffice, right? Yet he is quite curious about the power of the Nine-Tails chakra. As he contemplated this, he resolved to abandon further concentration on his blue-white chakra and instead began to control the portion of the Nine-Tails chakra that had leaked. Naruto uttered a low exclamation, and his entire being erupted with orange chakra. The terrifying wave of chakra blasted away the surrounding fog. This chakra... Kakashi stared in shock at Naruto, whose teeth and eyes had sharpened. This is the power of the Nine-Tails. There could be no mistake. Has the seal loosened? Or has Naruto managed to master the power of the Nine-Tails? If it is the latter, it is acceptable. But if it is the former with this thought, cold sweat trickled down Kakashi's brow. He had no confidence in facing the Nine-Tails alone. Kakashi, I can sense the emotion of your chakra. Are you afraid? Naruto spoke without turning to Kakashi. Why emotions? Kakashi looked at the Nine-Tails chakra swirling around him, startled. Naruto can actually perceive the emotions of others' chakra through the Nine-Tails chakra. To what extent has his control over chakra reached? Kakashi could hardly fathom, but fortunately, Naruto had not lost his sanity, and the seal of the Nine-Tails remained intact. This is at least a good sign to Do not worry. No one can control my sanity, Naruto calmly assured Kakashi. Then, he turned his gaze toward the nearby ice house. Ice release. Naruto extended his finger, ready to unleash a laser attack. However, he could not fully discern the internal situation from outside that a reckless attack might inadvertently harm Sasuke. Thus, he retracted the laser and instead formed a circular shape with both hands. Yata mirror. A golden light ricocheted through the water droplets, instantly penetrating the interior of the nearby ice house. Inside the ice house, Sasuke was confronting Haku. Having activated his two-tomo in advance and with no burdens, Sasuke was only slightly at a disadvantage. However, he bore several injuries, while Haku remained unscathed, appearing somewhat flustered. Sasuke, it seems your situation is rather dire. A beam of golden light struck beside Sasuke, transforming into Naruto's form, who spoke indifferently. I can handle him without your help, Sasuke replied, his expression unchanging as he glanced at Naruto. Then shall I leave this fellow to you? Naruto inquired. Leave it to me, Sasuke replied earnestly. Naruto observed the several kunai on Sasuke as person and hesitated briefly before relinquishing the battlefield to him. Just as Sasuke stated, he did not wish to remain perpetually in Naruto's shadow. If he sought to rely on himself, he must engage in battles of life and death. Naruto would not deprive Sasuke of the opportunity for growth. Then be careful, Naruto said, transforming into golden light and returning to Kakashi's side. Kakashi, seeing that Naruto had not resolved the fight to rescue Sasuke, looked puzzled. What about Sasuke? He intends to handle it himself. Our focus should be on defeating Zabuza, Naruto replied coolly. Is that so? Kakashi murmured. Trusting his comrade, he chose not to intervene with Sasuke. Nevertheless, he remained alert in case Sasuke faltered. Naruto scanned the surroundings again and utilized the empty Yata mirror for aerial observation. However, he could not locate Zabuza's figure. As he fled, Naruto frowned, feeling that it was improbable. But at this moment, the mist enveloping the entire bridge had dispersed. Where could the enemy possibly hide? Kakashi, I'm not skilled at locating individuals. Zabuza is better left to you, Naruto stated, opting not to press stubbornly and instead taking a step back to observe and accumulate experience. Then allow me to handle it. Kakashi was well aware of Naruto's limitations. While the empty Yata mirror could provide an aerial view, Zabuza's disguise might not resemble his original form. To see through such a disguise requires certain experience and special methods. In the past, if Kakashi had transformed into another object or person, Naruto would have been unable to find him as well. This was also the method Kakashi devised to counter Naruto's empty Yata mirror after that battle. One must commend Kakashi's high combat intelligence. With sufficient information, even an Otsutsuki would be met with equal odds. Pakin, locate Zabuza's position. Naruto had anticipated Kakashi would possess a special method, yet the solution was simply this. Nonetheless, it must be said that Pakin is indeed useful for seeking out individuals and objects. It's just that his personality and appearance are somewhat incompatible with Naruto's preferences. Before mastering observation haki, perhaps I could have Kakashi summon a more stylish dog for a contract, Naruto mused. Kakashi's summoning beasts are not limited to just Pakin's intelligence. Kakashi. After searching for a while, Pakin suddenly looked at Kakashi and pointed with his paw towards the bridge surface. Under the bridge? Kakashi grasped the implication, activated his Sharingan, and ran a few steps before leaping off the bridge. Shortly thereafter, sounds of metal clashing and ninjutsu colliding resonated from beneath the bridge. It seems the encounter is nearing its conclusion. Naruto noticed that Sasuke appeared to have gained the upper hand within the ice house, suggesting that his strength had seen a breakthrough. At this rate, Sakura was being pulled further away a few minutes later. The ice house shattered, and Sasuke emerged, covered in wounds, while Haku lay on the ground, his mask shattered, revealing a face more beautiful than any woman's, unconscious and unresponsive. Is he dead? Naruto asked as he and Sasuke exchanged a fist bump. Around that, Sasuke replied coolly. Around that means he hasn't quite died yet. Naruto hesitated, contemplating whether to deliver a finishing blow when a figure leaped up from beneath the bridge. Zabuza? Could it be that Kakashi is lost? Naruto did not believe Kakashi would be defeated, and in the next moment, Kakashi leaped back onto the bridge. Zabuza, unable to contend with Kakashi, had been pursued and caught. Haku! Zabuza, escaping, saw Haku lying on the ground and panicked. If Haku had failed, their mission would be even less likely to succeed. Should they retreat? Last time, Zabuza had chosen to retreat out of fear of Naruto and Kakashi's strength, which had already angered Kato. If he were to retreat again, it would be difficult to explain to Kato. Without Kato's protection, he and Haku would once again become lost dogs, fleeing in all directions, summoning Earth Release Pursuit of Teeth technique. Just as Zabuza was at a loss, Kakashi seized the opportunity to summon 8 ninja hounds, pouncing on Zabuza and restraining him completely, rendering him immobile. It's over. Kakashi's expression was as cold as ice, his left hand gripping his right arm, where lightning crackled ominously. How could this be? The chakra in his hand was visibly pulsating. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Not only Zabuza, but even Sasuke was taken aback. They had assumed Kakashi's power derived solely from his Uchiha lineage's Sharingan, never considering that he had mastered such formidable lightning release techniques. Raikiri. Kakashi wasted no time, brandishing Raikiri as he charged towards Zabuza. As Kakashi closed in, Zabuza found himself firmly held by the 8 ninja hounds, unable to move and awaiting his demise. In this critical moment, a figure stood resolutely before Zabuza. Indeed, it was Haku. Haku had awakened. Sasuke refrained from delivering the final blow, allowing Kakashi's lethal Raikiri to miss its mark. Zabuza. Haku grasped Kakashi's hand tightly, a gentle smile gracing his face for the final time. He had perished. Hey, Kakashi, this is not the end. I still have a chance. Zabuza's eyes gleamed with malice as he beheld Haku's silhouette. With the 8 ninja dogs no longer restraining his movements to evade the Raikiri, a liberated Zabuza raised his massive sword and charged toward Kakashi, whom Haku had a firm hold on. You scoundrel, do you intend to strike down your own comrade? Kakashi's heart tightened as he watched Zabuza's blade approach. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but Haku's lifeless grip held him fast. What could have driven this child to such lengths? Kakashi could not fathom why Haku would sacrifice himself to create an opportunity for Zabuza, yet he had no time for contemplation. Unable to extricate himself, he could only retreat while cradling Haku's corpse. Oddly, Zabuza's attack seemed uncharacteristically slow this time. Whoosh! Just as Kakashi held Haku and dodged, a golden laser pierced through Zabuza's chest. Ugh! One hand propped on the ground with his sword. Zabuza clutched his chest with the other, spitting out a copious amount of blood. The crimson liquid thoroughly stained his bandages, resembling a rose he had bitten into. Your heart is in disarray. Naruto observed Zabuza with a calm demeanor. You care for him, don't you? Though you wish to strike him down, your slow swing reveals your fear of inadvertently harming him. Fool! He is merely a tool to me. How could I possibly care for him? Zabuza gasped, trying to defend himself. It matters not. Whether you care or not, you shall die. Naruto, shook his head, and raised his finger, preparing to eliminate Zabuza. That moment, a group of individuals emerged from the edge of the bridge. Ah, it seems I have arrived just in time. Zabuza, Kato, what brings you here? What is the meaning of that entourage behind you? Zabuza's expression flickered with confusion as he regarded the impeccably dressed Kato, who stood only around 1 meter and 40 centimeters tall. Ha ha ha! Of course, to wrap up your failure. And to kill you, a sinister smirk spread across Kato's face. Oh, you know why I hired you wandering ninjas? Because hiring official ninjas is exorbitantly costly, while employing you rogues is not only cheaper, but also inconsequential if you perish. Ideally, you all should die, ensuring the completion of my mission. Thus, I achieve my goals while saving a considerable sum of money. Ha ha ha! Looking at Kato's grotesque visage, Zabuza felt a surge of fury within him. However, he now lacked the strength to fight back. The laser wound inflicted by Naruto rendered him too weak to even speak, let alone battle. Kakashi, it appears we have no need for further confrontation. Zabuza chuckled bitterly at, Kakashi glanced at Zabuza's injury, noting, but it seems it may be too late. Indeed, puffed. Zabuza coughed up more blood and collapsed on the ground. The weakness in his body becoming increasingly apparent, his eyelids growing heavy, and he sensed that death was imminent. In the final moments of his consciousness, he fixated on Haku's fallen form not far away. He was so beautiful and kind, yet he had been molded into a perfect tool, sacrificing himself for Zabuza. How could he not care for such a child? Haku. Naruto was taken aback that he had not delivered the final blow, and yet Zabuza had succumbed. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Death was a welcome resolution. Now, the only obstacle remaining was Kato and his lackeys. Compared to Zabuza and his group, Kato's men posed no significant threat. However, to prevent Kato from hiring more ninjas to cause trouble later, Naruto resolved to leave no survivors among Kato's crew. Kakashi, leave this batch to me, Naruto stated nonchalantly. Haku had been defeated by Sasuke, and Zabuza by Kakashi. It was time for Naruto to handle the final boss himself. Kakashi concurred with a nod. Did you hear that? This little brat thinks he can take us on alone. Laughter erupted from Kato and his men that I believe he's lost his mind. Once we beat him in a submission, he'll realize this is no mere ninja game. Ha! Kato, filled with confidence, commanded, enough chatter. Go and eliminate that brat. Yes, boss. Brat, your time has come. In your next life, refrain from playing ninja games. Dozens of samurai and ronin charged towards Naruto, weapons at the ready. Yet Naruto remained unfazed. He leaped high in the air, his thumbs and index fingers pressed together, gathering a vast amount of radiant energy in his hands. Yata no Kagami. In an instant, countless luminous orbs erupted from Naruto's hands, raining down upon the samurai and ronin. Before they could react, the warriors were pierced and fell lifelessly to the ground. In mere moments, the bridge was strewn with carnage. The bodies of the samurai and ronin littering the scene. Gulp! Everyone stared in shock at the devastation wrought by Naruto. What sort of jutsu was this? Kakashi dared not contemplate how to counter Naruto's attack. Earth release. Given the extent of the bridge's destruction, a conventional earth release would only serve to delay the inevitable. It could not fully block such an assault. Kakashi realized he was increasingly unable to comprehend Naruto. Sasuke clenched his fists, wondering when he might catch a glimpse of Naruto's back. Tazuna, for the first time, felt awed by the power of ninjas, realizing that with such strength, this boy could single-handedly obliterate the land of waves. What terrifying ability! Was this truly the essence of being a ninja? Please, spare me. I have money. Don't kill me. Kato, having taken refuge at a distance, was fortunate enough to remain unharmed as Naruto had not aimed his attack in his direction. Yet upon witnessing Naruto's prowess, he felt as though living was akin to death. It was utterly terrifying. Such power was beyond what any human should possess. Money. Naruto scratched his cheek, conflicted. Kakashi, if he dies, does that mean his money is unclaimed? Technically, yes, but how do you know he has no children or relatives to inherit his fortune? Kakashi advised, asserting that should he have heirs, taking his money would be thievery. That is not the conduct of a ninja. A ninja should not steal, yet they may trespass, assassinate, gamble, and frequent establishments of ill repute for the sake of their mission. Naruto grimaced slightly before firing a laser that instantly killed Kato. That I feel as though I've missed out on a fortune. While he enjoyed money, it was not an obsession. His fondness for wealth stemmed from a lack of funds, not like Nami, who simply relished collecting it. Thus, even if he had genuinely missed out on a fortune, Naruto remained unconcerned, as his daily expenditures did not require such a sum. With Kato deceased, there should be no remaining adversaries. I could see that moment. Tazuna suddenly spoke up. Theoretically, there should be none, but for your safety, we will continue to rotate shifts to protect you until the bridge is completed, Mr. Tazuna, Kakashi assured him. Thank you so much. Tazuna bowed deeply to the three, then resumed his strenuous work on the bridge. For the future of the Land of Waves, Tazuna worked tirelessly. Even amidst the chaos that had just unfolded, nothing could deter his dedication to building the bridge. Such diligence was commendable. Naruto sat by the bridge's edge alongside Sasuke, observing Tazuna laboring intensely, gasping for breath. While his perseverance was admirable, how long would it take to complete the bridge? The following day, Tazuna realized that relying solely on himself would prolong the construction indefinitely. So he once more rallied the villagers to assist in building the bridge. This time, with Kato having met his demise, no one dared to refuse Tazuna. All the able-bodied men in the village joined the bridge construction project. After a month of diligent labor, the magnificent bridge connecting the Land of Waves and the Land of Fire was finally completed. The bridge was named Konoha Bridge by Dazna. Originally, it was to be named Naruto Bridge in gratitude for Naruto's contributions. But now it had transformed entirely. Naruto Bridge was meant to honor Naruto's sacrifices for the Land of Waves, whereas Konoha Bridge expressed gratitude to all the ninjas of Team 7. The following day, when Team 7 returned to Konoha, it was already evening. Nevertheless, Kakashi promptly took them to the Hokage Tower to report on their mission. In the past, Kakashi would have waited until the next day to report to the third Hokage. However, given the significance of the Jinchuriki's first mission outside the village, Kakashi could not afford a delay. I didn't expect so many events to unfold. You all must have had a tough time, remarked Sarutobi Hiruzen, somewhat surprised after hearing Kakashi's report. He had not anticipated that Team 7's first rank mission would encounter an enemy of the J-Nin level. Thankfully, their guiding J-Nin was Kakashi, which offered some reassurance. Old man, don't just mention hardships. Let us talk about something tangible, Naruto said nonchalantly. Sarutobi had long since grown accustomed to Naruto's straightforwardness and chuckled, although the danger of this mission exceeded its rank. Mr. Dazna only provided a reward of 10,000 Ryo, so each of you will receive 2,500 Ryo. Naruto scoffed, tilting his head back to gaze at the ceiling, utterly speechless. Noticing Naruto's expression, Sarutobi paid it no mind and turned to Kakashi, saying, "All right, Kakashi, Team 7 performed admirably on this mission. You may all take some time to rest." "Yes, Lord Hokage," Kakashi replied. "Ding! Congratulations, Master, on perfectly completing your first C-rank mission. You have received the reward of the ultimate transformation technique. A bonus of 50,000 Ryo has been deposited into your system backpack, which you may access at any time." After leaving the Hokage Tower, Naruto heard the voice of his system companion, AI. Simultaneously, memories of the transformation technique flooded his mind. The ultimate transformation technique. I wonder how it compares to the transformation techniques of others. As Naruto pondered this, Kakashi suddenly announced, "We won't have any missions for the time being. Everyone should take 2 days off, and we will regroup at the training ground in 2 days. Now, you are dismissed." Upon returning home, Naruto tossed a pile of food onto the table, then proceeded to store each item in the refrigerator. This mission had netted him a total of 62,500 Ryo, with his wallet full. He had no qualms about treating himself. Snacks, instant meals, milk, and beverages amounted to over 6,000 Ryo. He had spent a tenth of his earnings in a single night. However, Naruto felt no regret. After all, earning money was meant for enjoyment, wasn't it? Clutching his snacks, milk, and drinks, Naruto settled onto the couch, wrapping himself in a blanket. AI. Let us watch some anime. Ding. Please select an anime. Master. During the 2-day holiday, Naruto did not venture anywhere. Instead, staying home with the snacks, As dawn broke on a new day, he groggily climbed out of bed, scratching his head at the disarray of his home. It seemed a cleaning was in order. In the next moment, Naruto transformed into a streak of golden light and departed from his bed. The blankets were flung into the air, trash was methodically collected, and clothes were neatly folded after brushing his teeth. Washing his face, tidying up, and having breakfast, everything was finally in order, and the blanket fell back onto the bed. Perhaps this was the speed at which light should travel. Satisfied, Naruto slung a garbage bag over his shoulder and exited his room, tossing it into the downstairs trash before vanishing in the blink of an the third training ground. When Naruto arrived, Sasuke and Sakura were already present. However, Kakashi was nowhere to be found. "Good morning, Naruto." The bond among the three had grown closer after the mission in the Land of Waves. Their camaraderie transcended mere friendship, akin to that of sworn brothers. Nonetheless, Sasuke still harbored a competitive spirit towards Naruto, viewing him as a target to chase and striving to close the gap. During the 2 days of leave, he practiced diligently each day until late at night, all to narrow the distance between himself and Naruto. Unfortunately for him, Naruto was operating on a whole different level. No matter how hard he tried, he could not match Naruto, who had spent the last 2 days lounging at home at 11 in the morning. "Hey, good morning." Kakashi arrived late, greeting the trio. "Kakashi-sensei, you're too slow." Sakura couldn't help but complain. Sasuke wore a similarly disgruntled expression. Naruto, however, was indifferent. While waiting for Kakashi, he had watched a few episodes of One Piece, where Luffy was currently battling an evil dragon. Sorry, I got lost today." Who believes that? Kakashi always had a plethora of implausible excuses for his tardiness, and Team 7 had long since ceased to take him seriously. All right, let us not dwell on it. I'll take you all to receive missions. After 2 days without work, your bones must be rusting." Upon hearing this, Sasuke and Sakura ceased their complaints, knowing that even if they voiced their concerns, Kakashi would remain unperturbed. Half an hour later, Naruto and the others arrived at a kind lady's house to do some weeding. The next day, they picked up trash by the riverside, and on the third day, they assisted the Inuzuka clan in walking their dogs. The series of tasks was exceedingly mundane and tedious. However, for Naruto, as long as money was coming in, he was unfazed, although the rewards for these D-rank missions were not substantial. They sufficed for Naruto to upgrade his ninja tools and purchase new clothing. With no worries about food expenses, he also had some spare cash to buy clothes he liked. Then he planned to head to South Street to visit the skilled hairdresser Hugelu for a trendy hairstyle. Sporting a golden middle-parted hairstyle, a plain white short-sleeved shirt, and black shorts, he bore a resemblance to Sasuke's current style. However, it must be said that this look was far more appealing than Naruto's previous messy hairstyle paired with heavy winter clothing. In the blazing summer heat, while Sasuke and Sakura donned short sleeves, Naruto's choice of winter attire seemed rather out of place. "All right, it's time to disperse," Kakashi said, one hand in his pocket and the other holding a book. Glancing at the birds circling in the sky, "I still need to submit the mission report to Lord Hokage." With the mission report in hand, it would no longer be necessary for Naruto and the others to run to the Hokage Tower each time to hand over missions. Unless it was a special task, Kakashi could handle the minor ones alone. "Then please collect our payment for us." Naruto waved his hand, preparing to leave, but Sasuke called out to him. "Naruto, do you have any plans for later?" Sasuke asked somewhat shyly. "What is up?" Naruto replied, hands in his pockets. Looking at Sasuke questioningly, "I'd like to ask you to help me train for 5,000 ryo a day," Sasuke stated. During this time, he had fully mastered tree climbing and water walking, and now he found himself without a clear training direction. Although he could refine his ninjutsu, such practice did not provide the sense of progress he craved. Or rather, it felt too slow. "Can I join too?" Sakura cautiously raised her hand, observing the exchange. Naruto glanced between Sasuke and Sakura. 5,000 plus 5,000 made a total of 10,000 ryo. Earning 10,000 ryo in a day wasn't insignificant, but he wasn't lacking in funds at the moment. Moreover, aside from the transformation technique and chakra control, he had little else to offer in terms of training. He couldn't possibly teach Sasuke the transformation technique, could he? However, that sword from Zabuza seemed to have been brought back by Sasuke, Kakashi. Huh. Kakashi, who had been munching on snacks, was caught off guard when Naruto called his name. As the guiding Nin, it is your duty to instruct your subordinates. I assenti it? Ah, of course. Kakashi looked around, searching for a valid excuse to refuse, but none came to mind. However, it's getting late. Let us postpone your training until tomorrow. See you tomorrow. With that, Kakashi vanished from sight, leaving Naruto and the others speechless. Then I'll see you tomorrow. Naruto waved to the two and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a square box appeared before him. Konohamaru, didn't he expect you to see through me? Big brother. Ha ha. The voice of Konohamaru emanated from the box, which then bounced around like jelly before bursting open. Boom! The charm of an adult, the older female ninja group. Mo Huang. My utmost preference lies in factorization. Udon. The most formidable genius ninja of Konoha. Konohamaru. The Konohamaru Corps has arrived to pay their respects. Konohamaru, did I not instruct you to refrain from employing such rudimentary ninjutsu? Naruto remarked, casting a glance at the scattered remnants of the paper box on the ground, that I apologize, elder brother. Konohamaru scratched his head, offering an awkward smile that I primarily wish to surprise you today with the newly formed Konohamaru Corps. The so-called Konohamaru Corps is, in fact, the future Konohamaru Squad. The boy with a pot-lid hairstyle and round-frame glasses, his eyes vacant and nose dripping, is Ayasu Udon, a future elite shinobi of Konoha. Proficient in water release and perhaps possessing a modicum of jinjutsu. Beside him stands Moyello, characterized by his brown-yellow tuft and two rosy cheeks, another future elite shinobi of Konoha, skilled in water release and earth release. Rumored to also possess wood release techniques. Well, while I cannot quite speak of surprises, I must admit there's a hint of fright. Naruto replied nonchalantly. Moyello and Udon are indeed my capable subordinates whom I recruited for you. Brother, does this not bring you joy? Konohamaru countered, No, not at all. Not in the slightest. What a dismal failure. Moyello and Udon seemed deeply disheartened, squatting on the ground and drawing circles. Naruto, who are they? Sakura suddenly inquired. We are the little brothers of elder brother, Konohamaru interjected. And who might you be? Me. Sakura pointed to herself, about to respond, when Konohamaru suddenly recalled something and teased. Elder brother, are you quite impressive? Is this your girlfriend? Ah, no, you have misunderstood. I am merely Naruto's companion, Sakura hastily clarified. Companion? Konohamaru blinked, then donned a knowing expression. So, a companion implies a partner, does it not? What nonsense! A partner is simply a partner. Why so oblique? Ouch! Naruto delivered a light punch to Konohamaru's head, stating calmly, a companion signifies a friend or teammate. Do not speak foolishly. Although the tasks they executed had considerably eased the relationship between him and Sakura, he had no intention of seeking a partner in her. Setting aside Sakura's myriad of perplexing phrases, he simply could not find her personality appealing. Furthermore, Sakura's affections lay with Sasuke, so it would be best for him to take on this nuisance. Understood, elder brother. You are rather heavy-handed, Konohamaru replied with a resentful gaze. Enduring a beating is also a part of training. I decree that you treat me to dinner tonight. Naruto stated blandly. Oh, Konohamaru felt that something was amiss, but could not pinpoint what it was. If there are no matters at hand, I shall take my leave that moment. Sasuke, who had been observing for quite a while, turned and departed, rather than linger here to hear Naruto and Konohamaru engage in meaningless banter. It would be more beneficial to practice for a few more minutes. Sasuke-kun, wait. Upon noticing Sasuke's departure, Sakura hurriedly pursued him, blushing as she said, Sasuke-kun, if possible, would you like to enhance our teamwork together? If you have time to trouble me, you might as well spend it honing your ninjutsu to be frank. Your abilities are the weakest in the team. Do you expect someone to protect you indefinitely? Sasuke replied coldly, hands in his pockets, turning away without a backward glance. Sakura gazed at Sasuke's striking silhouette, unable to muster any infatuation. It appears she has truly been struck down. Naruto cast a glance at Sakura. Showing no desire to intervene in missions, they were comrades, but in life they were merely ordinary friends. Naruto had no obligation or wish to meddle in Sakura and Sasuke's private affairs. Konohamaru, let us depart. Oh, all right, elder brother. What shall we do? Let us practice and see how well you have mastered the sealing technique that I have made significant progress recently. Last time, I almost defeated Teacher Ebisu. By the way, Naruto and Ai, could you teach Moyello and Udon the sealing technique? You are already ready to graduate. If they wish to learn, you may instruct them. Thank you, Naruto and Ai. The four of them conversed as they walked away, leaving only Sakura behind, feeling dejected. In the end, am I truly all alone? Sakura trudged toward home like a zombie. Just as she turned a corner, she collided with someone. I have bumped into a Konoha ninja. They appear quite weak. That pallid complexion due to being rejected by the handsome fellow who just passed. Temari remarked, eyeing Sakura with a teasing expression. Weak? Sakura's already dismal mood plummeted further. Who are you? Sakura instinctively questioned. Shouldn't you first apologize for colliding with me before inquiring about others? Temari raised her chin, looking down at Sakura with disdain. Or is it that Konoha ninjas lack basic manners? I apologize. Although Temari's words were rather rude, Sakura recognized her own fault and chose to apologize nonetheless. I forgive you. Konoha's Jinin. Come, Kankuro. Temari's temperament was considerably gentler than Kangaro's. Due to Sakura's apology, she would not pursue the matter further. Wait. As Sakura saw Temari and Kankuro about to leave, she called out to them that, yes, there's something else. Little girl, Temari's tone softened somewhat, seemingly influenced by Sakura's apology, that I see that your headbands are from Sunagakure, correct? Indeed, while Sunagakure and Konoha are allies, it does not permit ninjas from both villages to tread upon each other's territory. Does it? Sakura did not let Temari's friendliness soften her stance. Her gaze was serious, filled with a confrontational edge. It appears you are woefully uninformed. Kankuro, growing impatient with Sakura, turned to her and remarked, but that is understandable. It is normal for a worthless ninja like you to be unaware. What did you say? Sakura, having been struck down time and again, felt her emotions reaching a breaking point. Am I incorrect? Kankuro sneered, declaring that a weakling like you could be dispatched with a mere flick of my hand. You scoundrel! Sakura's patience wore thin, and she swung her fist at Kankuro. However, her fists, which were effective against classmates, were effortlessly caught by Kankuro with a single hand. With such a feeble punch, it wouldn't even hurt if it connected. Kankuro sneered, then squeezed Sakura's fist with just enough pressure to cause her pain. Be mindful in the future. When facing a strong opponent, remember to evade and endure. Otherwise, you may not even realize how you met your demise. Sakura was drenched in cold sweat, attempting to withdraw her hand but finding it impossible. Just as she felt utterly helpless, a flash of gold appeared beside Kankuro, delivering a kick that sent him flying. Are you all right, Sakura? Naruto did not look back. From Sakura's perspective, she could only see his profile. The face she had once failed to appreciate now appeared exceptionally handsome. I'm fine. Yes, she gazed upon Naruto. Returning like a divine warrior, Sakura's eyes brimmed with admiration and gratitude. Kankuro? It was only then that Temari reacted. Rushing toward the spot where Kankuro had fallen, Naruto's kick had already been restrained. Yet even so, Kankuro crashed through a wall, lying there, unconscious. Kankuro! Are you all right, Kankuro? Temari embraced Kankuro, calling out loudly, but he remained unresponsive. If you wish for him to survive, you should promptly take him for treatment. Naruto regarded Temari coolly. Why? Temari replied solemnly. What do you mean, why? Naruto's expression remained impassive. Why did you strike him so severely? Temari clutched Kankuro with one arm and brandished her iron fan at Naruto, glaring at him. Consider it a lesson for you outsiders. Naruto stated flatly, this is Konoha, where the dragon coils and the tiger lies. Should you dare to act recklessly in Konoha again, you shall bear the consequences. Let us go, Sakura. Yes. Sakura hurriedly caught up with Naruto, reminding him, Naruto, they are ninjas from Sunagakure, and we still do not know their intentions. They are merely here to participate in the Chunin exam. Naruto replied nonchalantly. Chunin exam? Sakura expressed her confusion, but Naruto chose to say no more. In a couple of days, she would naturally find out. That moment, a mass of sand gathered before Naruto, and a figure positioned himself between Naruto and Sakura. Another ninja from Sunagakure. Sakura noticed that this individual bore the same forehead protector as the two she had seen earlier. Gaara completely disregarded Sakura, his gaze fixated on Naruto. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Uzumaki Naruto," Naruto replied, maintaining a stoic expression as he met Gaara's gaze. "Uzumaki Naruto." The sand surrounding Gaara swirled in the air, his chakra appearing somewhat volatile, yet it soon settled in a calmness that I will remember you. "Uzumaki Naruto." With that, Gaara brushed past Naruto. He ultimately refrained from making a move, not solely due to the presence of Konoha, but also because of the admonitions from the Kazekage and his teacher. Who was that guy? Watching Gaara depart, Sakura felt perplexed. He was one of the accomplices of those two, a rival in the Chunin exam. Naruto remarked, in truth, this Chunin exam posed no real challenge for him. Neji and Gaara were both opponents he could defeat in a single blow. However, for Sasuke and Sakura, these individuals remained formidable adversaries. I'm going to find Konohamaru and the others, if there is nothing else. "Let us part ways here," Naruto said after walking a distance with Sakura. As she watched Naruto prepare to leave, Sakura hesitated and said, "Wait a moment, Naruto, is there something else?" Naruto paused and turned to face her. "Why did you suddenly come back?" Sakura asked, feeling a bit shy, her cheeks slightly flushed. Sensing that Sakura's demeanor was unusual, Naruto remained silent for a moment before responding. "I found those two Sunagakure ninjas somewhat suspicious. So, I followed them. Was there something you needed?" "Oh." Sakura's expression fell slightly, but she quickly plastered on a feigned smile, saying, "It's nothing. I just thought you were worried about me, and came back for that reason." "Not at all," Naruto firmly denied. Although he did indeed return due to concern for Sakura's safety around Kankuro and Temari, he would not admit it under such circumstances, especially since Sakura's attitude was off. He certainly did not wish to be the object of her affections. "Well then, thank you, Naruto. If it weren't for you, I would have surely been bullied by those two Sunagakure ninjas," Sakura mastered disappointment with a smile. Naruto noticed her disheartenment, but dared not comfort her. "And no need for thanks," Naruto replied curtly. Turning to depart once more, as Sakura watched him walk away, she hesitated, wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. "I have always liked Sasuke, yet now I find myself liking Naruto as well. I must be a terrible person for having feelings for two individuals at once. 2 days later at the third training ground. The members of Team 7 awaited Kakashi, as usual. Naruto sat atop a railing. Sasuke leaned against it, while Sakura vented her frustrations before them. "Honestly, he calls us here so early, yet he doesn't even show up. I haven't even washed my hair. It's all greasy now. Naruto, Sasuke, don't you think Kakashi-sensei is being unreasonable?" Sasuke and Naruto remained silent, simply observing Sakura's outburst, when reality cannot be altered by our emotions. Maintaining composure can render the situation less dismal in our minds. However, if something that truly matters to you worsens due to this reality, you should indeed let loose, for those who remain silent often find that they may never have the chance to speak up again. "Yo, good morning." Kakashi finally arrived, greeting the trio. "I got lost on my way this morning." "Stop lying, Kakashi-sensei." Sakura was not convinced. "Well, actually I was late because I recommended you all for the Chunin exam today," Kakashi said, handing each of them an application form. To clarify, this recommendation is not mandatory. It is entirely your choice whether to participate. If you wish to take part in this exam, please sign the application form and come to classroom 301 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon 5 days from now. Now, think it over. You have no mission for the next few days. Dismissed. After notifying the trio about the Chunin exam, Kakashi left. The members of Team 7 were left to contemplate various thoughts. Sasuke was eager to face opponents in the Chunin exam, aiming to become a Chunin to take on more advanced missions and hone his skills. Sakura, on the other hand, worried about her qualifications for the Chunin exam. As for Naruto, he focused on the task list from Konohamaru. Since the conclusion of the previous C-rank mission, Konohamaru had issued a mission regarding the Chunin exam. Intermediate mission: pass the Chunin exam and become a Chunin. Reward: full mastery of observation haki attributes 2. Indeed, by succeeding in this Chunin exam, Naruto would attain the full level of observation haki he had always desired. However, this Chunin exam could be fraught with challenges, even if he successfully passed all preliminary tests and defeated every opponent. There was no guarantee he would become a Chunin. Sunagakure, Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the current Sakura all posed potential complications. He had yet to determine what role he would play in all this, just as Kakashi stated that participation in the Chunin exam was entirely voluntary. If Sakura chose not to participate, both he and Sasuke would be disqualified. Naruto pondered how to encourage Sakura to commit to the Chunin exam. He heard her voice beside him. Can I train with you for the next few days? I can pay. Although Kakashi had mentioned helping them train a couple of days ago, it seemed he had completely forgotten due to the Chunin exam matter. Now, Sakura's lack of confidence in her abilities made her eager to improve, prompting her to seek Naruto's assistance once more. Of course, she could approach Sasuke, but this time her aim was purely to enhance her skills, not to deepen her relationship with him. Naruto was stronger, making him the preferable choice. Plus, Sakura felt that Sasuke would undoubtedly refuse her, leaving Naruto as her only viable option. Sure, Naruto thought about how to bolster Sakura's confidence and solidify her decision to partake in the Chunin exam. Faced with Sakura's request, he could not refuse her. Really? Thank you, Naruto. Sakura was pleasantly surprised that Naruto agreed and immediately hugged him joyfully. Naruto grasped Sakura's arm and gently pushed her away, saying, "Don't celebrate too early. It's 10,000 Ryo a day. Every Ryo counts." Though he had to agree to help Sakura, he still had to conduct his business. He could not afford to make a loss. No problem, Sakura imitated Naruto's usual gesture, giving an okay sign with a smile. Naruto, I can pay too. Sasuke, who had been listening to their conversation, quickly interjected upon hearing Naruto's agreement to help Sakura train. Well, you can join too, Naruto replied, glancing at Sasuke. Earning a single portion of payment is good, but earning 2 portions is even better. He had no reason to refuse Sasuke. Furthermore, if he were to reject Sasuke and only agree to help Sakura, that girl would surely start overthinking things again. Accepting the payment, Naruto led Sakura and Sasuke to the riverbank beneath the bridge. Sasuke, you've mastered the water walking technique, right? Yeah. Sasuke nodded and then stepped onto the surface of the river. From his composed demeanor, it was clear he had completely mastered the technique. Sakura, this is what you will be learning for the next 5 days, Naruto said to Sakura as he gathered chakra at the soles of his feet. Akin to the tree climbing technique, stepping upon the water surface. In the preceding training, you may first attempt to place 1 foot upon the surface of the river. Once you have succeeded in balancing 1 foot there, you will be ready to advance to the practice of standing with both feet. I understand, Naruto. Having received guidance, Sakura approaches this training with utmost seriousness, just as Sasuke does not wish to remain perpetually in Naruto's shadow. Sakura is equally determined not to be a burden to Naruto and Sasuke. She aspires to fight alongside them. Sasuke! After arranging Sakura's training, Naruto calls Sasuke over. There is not much I can teach you regarding ninjutsu, but if you wish to enhance your strength through my instruction, I can impart 2 abilities. One is taijutsu. The other is kenjutsu. Which would you prefer to learn? Taijutsu encompasses close combat techniques and the enhancement of physical prowess, while kenjutsu is a skill Sasuke has yet to encounter. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, Sasuke opts for kenjutsu. I want to learn kenjutsu. If you wish to learn kenjutsu, go fetch the decapitating sword. And also bring me a knife. Naruto cannot practice with Sasuke using the Tenkai, as even the sharpest blade in this world cannot withstand a lightsaber. Shortly thereafter, Sasuke returns, bearing 2 swords. One is the decapitating sword, while the other is a ninja short blade he hastily purchased from a supplies store. Naruto takes the short blade, performs a flourish, and with a swift strike, cleaves a tree 3 meters away in 2. It will suffice. Holding the short blade, Naruto addresses Sasuke. Come now, take your sword and strike at me. The decapitating sword is a rather heavy weapon, and even when held with both hands, Sasuke feels its weight. He grips tightly and swings it toward Naruto. Too slow, too weak. The decapitating sword is a hefty blade. To wield it effectively requires immense strength. Again, Naruto catches Sasuke's blow with one hand, stating calmly, once more. After deflecting several of Sasuke's strikes, Naruto continues, there are numerous ways to wield a sword, whether to chop, slice, thrust, or do not limit yourself to merely chopping and slicing. Attempt to attack me from various angles with your blade. With this guidance, Sasuke, gripping the decapitating sword with both hands, begins to explore other techniques. Initially, he is quite clumsy, Yet within a mere 10 minutes, he surprisingly becomes proficient in some basic sword techniques an hour later. His chopping motions are fluid, no longer resembling those of a novice. By evening, Sasuke's hands are numb from practicing with the sword, yet he has grasped several fundamental techniques. Naruto, having witnessed Sasuke's progress throughout the day, cannot help but acknowledge his extraordinary talent. Concurrently, Sakura, drenched from a day of water-walking practice, has also made significant strides. Her innate talent for chakra control has always been commendable. After a day's training, she can now confidently stand on the water surface and only requires a bit more practice to master the skill completely. The originally planned 5 days of training seem more than sufficient. Naruto estimates that with just one more day of practice, or at most 2, Sakura will fully command the art of water walking. Let us conclude today's training here. We shall reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Naruto waves farewell to the two and departs. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that Sakura has not abandoned her aspiration to participate in the Chunin exam. Otherwise, there would be no need for her to exert such effort. As for Sasuke, the training over the past few days may not elevate his strength significantly, but it will better equip him to face the upcoming Chunin exam. The challenge of having companions should not hinder his progress in the exam. The remaining dilemma lies in how to confront Tsunagakure, Orochimaru, and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Should he thwart Tsunagakure and Orochimaru's invasion plans? Or should he save Sarutobi Hiruzen? Will he become the great hero who saves Konoha, or continue to remain a mere shadow within its ranks? What if I were to inform Sarutobi of Orochimaru's collusion with Tsunagakure, and their impending large-scale invasion during the Chunin exam in just over a month? Would Konoha prepare in advance, thereby dissuading Tsunagakure from their attack? If both Tsunagakure and Orochimaru abandon their assault on Konoha, what would the future hold? If Sarutobi were to disregard my warning and nothing changed, should I then save him when he is in peril? Or should I choose to remain a bystander? So many uncertainties weigh heavily on Naruto's mind, making decisions exceedingly difficult, for any action he takes could lead to unforeseen consequences. Xiao Ai, will there surely be missions that lead to becoming a Nin in the future? If I complete a task ahead of schedule, will I receive rewards when subsequent missions are announced? Ding! Tasks that have already been accomplished will not be assigned. Master, then, can you simultaneously issue missions for becoming a Chunin and a Nin? Ding! If Master were to become a Nin directly, that would not count as completing the Chunin task, and new missions will not be issued until the current one is fulfilled. Please, Master, do not aim too high. Focus on completing Xiao Ai's task step by step. Has the system just reprimanded me? However, if Xiao Ai's words hold true, he will need to first pass the Chunin exam before anything else. He shall put aside thoughts of rewards for becoming a Nin for the time being. Originally, he had intended to exert all his efforts in the Chunin exam and then rescue Sarutobi, hoping it might lead to an immediate promotion to Nin. However, it now appears that this plan must be abandoned. Yet, this does not mean he will forsake the idea of rescuing Sarutobi. The decision to save Sarutobi will depend on whether he treats Naruto better as Hokage or whether Tsunade, who may become Hokage later, would do so, based on Sarutobi's previous attitude toward him. It is evident he would not extend favorable treatment. Nevertheless, even if Tsunade were to ascend, Naruto would not receive any privileges. From this perspective, the difference in leadership matters little to Naruto. However, to assert that there is no difference at all would be incorrect. If Naruto assumes a passive role and allows Sarutobi to perish during this Chunin exam, will the future 5th Hokage undoubtedly be Tsunade? Naruto believes not necessarily so. The original Tsunade's willingness to return to the position of Hokage was closely tied to Naruto's verbal prowess, which he no longer possesses. Therefore, if Sarutobi were to die, the successor to the 5th Hokage might not be Tsunade. Now, if we hypothesize that the new Hokage is not Tsunade, who could it be? Jiraiya, absolutely impossible. Danzo, upon contemplating this, Naruto has come to a resolution. Sarutobi remaining in the position of Hokage may not be entirely beneficial for him, but it is certainly not detrimental. However, if Danzo were to become Hokage, he would face the dilemma of whether to oppose Konoha and whether he could successfully become a Chunin. Would Danzo grant him the authority to lead missions? That old coot would only think to confine him within the roots as a hidden asset for the village. From this standpoint, allowing Sarutobi to survive becomes Naruto's most advantageous choice. The only remaining consideration is how to deal with Tsunagakure and Orochimaru. As Naruto ponders this, he suddenly feels several shuriken flying towards him. He does not evade. In this world, there exists no armed haki, and he has no need to fear such simple physical attacks harming him. Thud, thud, thud. The shuriken pass through Naruto's body, embedding themselves in the ground. What? A ninja adorned with the headband of the Rain Village suddenly appears before Naruto, seemingly astonished. Naruto gazes at him coolly, slowly extending a finger. The laser coalesces at the tip of his finger, emitting a sizzling sound as it forms the number 9. In the next instant, the laser shoots forth with great force, piercing directly past his head. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the ground behind him erupts in a violent explosion. Gulp! The sound of someone swallowing is distinctly audible. Iruka feels as though his heart is about to leap from his chest. He merely accepted the Hokage's task to assess whether the 9 newcomers participating in the Chunin exam were qualified for the trial. This nearly cost him his life. Thankfully, Naruto did not aim directly at his head. Otherwise, he would truly be dead by now. Regaining his composure, Iruka hastily retreats, not daring to linger a second longer in Naruto's presence. As for Naruto, he does not pursue Iruka, as he understands this was merely a test. Otherwise, he would have definitively taken the life of this Rain Village ninja before him. Speaking of which, it has been quite some time since he last saw Iruka-sensei. Naruto gazed at Iruka's retreating figure, murmuring to himself. Ever since returning from the Land of Waves, Naruto had not seen Iruka. Of course, this could also be attributed to their current scarcity of missions. However, there might be another reason. Their relationship had become rather indifferent. Naruto's rate of growth had far surpassed everyone's expectations, both mentally and in strength. The role Iruka could play in Naruto's development had diminished significantly, resulting in fewer intersections between the two. Moreover, their personalities had diverged greatly. The former Naruto was a child who craved attention, who cared deeply about others' opinions of him. Iruka had witnessed this and felt a pang of empathy. Now, the Naruto before him was someone who could hardly be bothered about others' feelings. Thus, Iruka found it difficult to feel sympathy for him. 5 days had swiftly passed. The members of Team 7 convened at the school gate at 2 o'clock that afternoon. Upon seeing Sakura arrive as expected, Naruto noticed her eyes were no longer filled with the same self-doubt, alleviating his concerns. "Let us go," he stated, leading the way into the Ninja Academy, with Sasuke on his left and Sakura on his right. The trio navigated through a throng of ninjas whose purpose there was unclear, making their way to the 3rd floor of the teaching building. However, upon reaching the 2nd floor, they were met with a gathering of ninjas at the entrance to the 3rd floor. A boy with a green jumpsuit and a bowl haircut, along with a girl in a pink chi-pao and a bun hairstyle, were being bullied by 2 Chunin from Konoha.hm. Is this how you prepare for the Chunin exam? Perhaps you should reconsider attending. Kids, they are merely a bunch of inexperienced youngsters. Faced with the Chunin's bullying, the girl, 1010, appeared fragile as she implored, "Please, let's pass it." Yes, she stepped forward to plead. One of the Chunin slapped her back. Smack! Although Naruto understood that 1010 and Rock Lee were merely acting, the sound of that slap was undeniably loud. He couldn't fathom the necessity of such behavior, especially for the proud Niji. What was the difference between feigning ignorance and actually being ignorant? How excessive! Sakura's sense of compassion flared up upon witnessing this. But before they could intervene, the 2 Chunin began to mockingly converse again. Excessive. Haha, this is merely our gentle side. Do you think the Chunin exam is just a game for ninjas? The brutality of this test surpasses your imagination. Countless individuals have succumbed to despair and abandoned their ninja aspirations after participating in this exam. Furthermore, Chunin are responsible for leading teams. If a mission fails and subordinates die, the blame falls squarely on the leader. Can you little ones bear such responsibilities? Therefore, what necessity do you have to enter if you are unlikely to succeed? As the 2 Chunin spoke, Naruto and his companions pushed through the crowd. Their words held truth. Indeed, the weak had no need to participate in this exam. However, to me, you are merely weaklings. Step aside. Naruto's authoritative declaration captured everyone's attention. Who is this? They had never seen him before. He must be a Konoha ninja, and at such a young age. Which clan could he belong to? Having transformed his appearance, Naruto went unrecognized by the other participants. His hairstyle, clothing, gaze, and demeanor had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Only those who paid close attention and were familiar with him could identify Naruto. Oh, quite the bold words, yet one wonders about his actual strength. One of the Chunin swiftly turned to kick Naruto. Lee, witnessing this, intended to step in both to prevent the attack and to impress his crush, but Naruto was quicker. No one saw Naruto make a move. The Chunin was sent flying in a most undignified manner, crashing against the wooden wall, steel iron. The other Chunin, alarmed at seeing his comrades sent flying, rushed over to check on him. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Steel Iron replied, clutching his chest and shaking his head. His opponent had held back. What? Held back? Everyone present stared incredulously at Naruto. Such speed, and yet he held back. What an impressive individual. Neji scrutinized Naruto, his eyes filled with wariness that Tintin was equally astonished. Even Neji acknowledged this person's prowess. Moreover, judging by their expressions, they appear to be newcomers this year. Are the rookies this formidable? Lee's expression turned grave as well, completely overshadowing his earlier intentions to confess before his crush. Who on earth is this guy? Can we pass now? At that moment, Naruto approached the two Chunin, saying coolly, "I truly fail to comprehend what you two Chunin are doing here. Employing such rudimentary ninjutsu to weed out the weak? If that is your aim, I must say you have succeeded." Without waiting for their reactions, Naruto strode past them, pushing open the door to leave. The aloof Sasuke and the adoring Sakura followed closely behind. What terrifying newcomers! Indeed, they seem to be the trio from Kakashi's team. But shouldn't the genius ninja among them be Uchiha Sasuke? Why does it seem like the strongest among them is? Steel Iron and Kamizuki Izumi exchanged glances, but refrained from uttering Naruto's name, as if they held a deep-seated aversion to it. "Hey, do you two know who that person is?" Hyuga Neji approached them after overhearing their conversation and inquired. "Who is he?" Steel Iron and Kamizuki Izumi exchanged looks before turning to Neji that, if you wish to know, you should ask him yourself. That child's name. With that, they both rose and vanished from sight, clearly unwilling to divulge anything to Neji. Observing their demeanor only piqued Neji's curiosity regarding Naruto's identity. Who exactly is he? At this moment, Naruto and his companions had traversed the corridor and staircase of the second floor. Arriving at the third floor, they were searching for classroom 301. Wait a moment. A voice suddenly called from behind, causing the trio to instinctively turn around. Was it the group from the second floor? Sakura regarded Neji's group with confusion, unsure why they had called out to them. There's something you need," Naruto said coolly. Eyeing the three. Lee, Neji, and Tintin were not unfamiliar to him, especially since they had already crossed paths on the second floor. "What is your name?" Neji, taking the lead, asked Naruto in an impolite tone. Naruto stared at Neji expressionlessly and replied, "I'm under no obligation to inform you." "Interesting," Neji sneered. "You must be the newcomers of this year, right? Which one of you is Uchiha Sasuke?" Although Naruto's performance was the strongest among this year's graduates, only a few were privy to that information. A.S. fellow genin, Neji and his companions only knew that the top newcomer was someone named Uchiha Sasuke. Ignoring Neji's inquiry, both Naruto and Sasuke chose not to respond. However, Sakura, unable to hold back, pointed at Neji, indignantly saying, "Aren't you also a participant? What do you want from us?" Neji glanced at Sakura, then let out a cold laugh. "Do you only know how to hide behind a woman?" No sooner had Neji spoken than a beam of energy whizzed past, slicing through his hair and crashing into the wall behind him. Though he was unhurt, Neji felt as if he had narrowly escaped death. Lee and Tintin were equally stunned. What sort of ninjutsu was that? Speak carelessly again, and I might just kill you, Naruto warned Neji, then turned and continued on his way. Sasuke, casting a scornful glance at the terrified Neji, declared, "I am Uchiha Sasuke. Though I have no idea what you want, if you seek death, I can oblige." With that, Sasuke too turned and followed Naruto's footsteps. Sakura gazed at Sasuke and Naruto, each exuding an air of charisma, her heart fluttering. How fortunate I am to be in the same class as Naruto and Sasuke, she thought, completely forgetting her earlier disdain when she was assigned to the same class as Naruto. Could you please wait a moment? As Sakura prepared to leave with them, Lee, having regained his composure, rushed in front of her, shy yet earnest, and said, "My name is Rock Lee. May I ask your name?" Sakura was taken aback when the rather rude individual's teammate inquired about her name. However, the tone of this person seemed less arrogant and impolite. Though it still felt somewhat peculiar, "My name is Haruno Sakura. There's something you need?" Sakura responded with politeness. "Haruno Sakura. What a lovely name!" Lee Rock exclaimed joyfully, giving a thumbs up and flashing a wide grin at Sakura while winking. "Please go out with me, Sakura. I will protect you until my dying breath." Gazing at the watermelon-hatted boy before her, Sakura began to question her own beauty. "Can even he pursue me?" "I refuse," Sakura declared with evident disdain. "Why?" Lee Rock inquired, his expression sorrowful. "Because your eyebrows are too thick," Sakura replied bluntly. Stung by her words, Lee Rock sulked to the side, leaning against the wall, muttering about his thick eyebrows. Naruto glanced at Lee Rock, shook his head, and called to Sakura to continue on their way. In truth, a man like Lee Rock was not so bad, straightforward and certainly obedient, willing to protect a girl with his life. He was clearly a man of responsibility. Yet, this was an era that valued appearances that a good man was overshadowed by a handsome one. "All right, Lee. She has already moved on. It's time to accept your rejection and move on," Tintin remarked, patting Lee Rock's shoulder. "Understood, Tintin." Lee Rock forced himself to perk up, fire igniting in his eyes. "I will prove myself to Sakura." "Truly hopeless," Tintin sighed in exasperation, turning to look at Niji, who was staring at the wall Naruto had just punched through. "Niji, do you think you can handle that guy?" Tintin asked as she approached him. Niji shook his head. "I don't know. The speed of that jutsu was astonishing that I'm uncertain if I could dodge it even if I were prepared." "Not even you could be certain?" Tintin's expression grew serious. "Are all the newcomers this formidable? From what I can see, it appears so. However, I am more curious about that individual's true identity. Why would even the top newcomer, Uchiha Sasuke, willingly stand beside him?" Niji mused. "Perhaps he is a newcomer who has kept a low profile at the Ninja Academy," Tintin speculated. "Regardless of who he is, we will find out once we enter the examination room." Niji glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. "Time is running short. Let us head to the classroom." Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions had just located classroom 301, where Kakashi had been waiting for them for quite some time. "Oh, Sakura has arrived as well," Kakashi remarked with mild surprise upon seeing Sakura. "That means we can officially apply for the Chunin exam." "Officially apply? What do you mean?" Sakura asked, confusion evident on her face. "From the outset, this exam has always required teams of 3. Only through collaboration can one participate," Kakashi explained calmly. "But Kakashi-sensei, didn't you say that it was our choice whether to take the exam?" "Ah, I did say that." Kakashi turned his gaze toward the window. "Indeed. Why? Because if I had informed you from the beginning that the exam necessitated 3 participants, Naruto and Sasuke would have undoubtedly coerced you into participating. Even if they didn't, you would likely feel compelled to join due to their influence," Kakashi stated solemnly. "While the Chunin exam mandates teams of 3, it is still an individual test for each participant. If you lack the resolve to compete, it is best not to participate at all. This exam is incredibly harsh. Without a steadfast will to engage, the setbacks encountered may obliterate a ninja's entire career." Before arriving here, Sasuke and Sakura had heard from Steel and Kamizuki about the brutal nature of the Chunin exam. However, since those 2 Chunin were of average strength, Sasuke and Sakura had not taken their word seriously. Now, hearing those same sentiments voiced by Kakashi, their spirits grew heavy. Noticing their change in demeanor, Kakashi encouraged, "You need not worry too much. While the Chunin exam is indeed brutal for many, I have absolute faith in your abilities. For you are my most prized subordinates." Encouraged by Kakashi's words, Sasuke and Sakura's faces brightened, the tension they had felt moments ago dissipating. However, Naruto remained unimpressed. "What a cheesy thing to say about your prized subordinates. If there is nothing else, let us head in," Naruto declared, pushing past Kakashi to open the door to classroom 301. Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura. Initially, Sakura and Sasuke had been quite moved, but Naruto's words made it feel somewhat silly. Kakashi-sensei, we're going in. Sakura smiled awkwardly at Kakashi before following Naruto's lead. Sasuke silently trailed behind, casting a glance at Kakashi that left him feeling somewhat awkward. This guy, Naruto. Kakashi scratched his head, watching the trio depart, filled with a sense of nostalgia as he felt the passage of time. The classroom was already filled with students. As Naruto and his companions walked in, many fierce and intimidating gazes fell upon them. While Naruto seemed unfazed by the unfriendly and scrutinizing stares, Sakura and Sasuke felt a wave of nervousness wash over them. Kakashi's earlier reassurance seemed to have little effect at that moment. Ino, who had arrived at the exam venue earlier, pounced onto Sasuke's back. Sasuke-kun, you're so slow. I've been waiting here for you since early this morning just to see you. Although Sakura had grown fond of Naruto, she had not abandoned her feelings for Sasuke. Thus, upon witnessing Ino clinging to Sasuke, she could no longer contain herself. Get away from Sasuke, you big fat pig. Ino. Oh, is that you, Sakura? It's been a while. And your forehead still looks just as wide. What an ugly duckling you've become. Ino taunted. What did you say? Rarara. Just as it seemed the two girls would erupt into a brawl, Ino's teammates, Shikamaru and Choji, approached. I didn't expect you all to participate in this troublesome exam. Seriously, Shikamaru remarked, hands in his pockets, eyeing the trio. You're Naruto? Naruto. Ino and Choji finally recognized the figure standing between Sasuke and Sakura after Shikamaru's prompt. Yuri Naruto? Ino stepped in front of Naruto, incredulity etched on her face. You can't be serious. Are you his stand-in? Given how handsome you are, I advise you against that, if the proctor catches you cheating. You'll be in big trouble. Stand-in? Is that for real? Choji stared at Naruto, finding the situation quite odd. Shikamaru scrutinized Naruto, hoping to glean some insight. Yet, no matter how they looked at it, the features were unmistakably Naruto's, though his demeanor and attire were entirely different from the Naruto they once knew. Seeing Ino's misunderstanding, Sakura hurriedly interjected, He is Naruto. Ino, he is Naruto? What a joke. Do you think I'm an idiot? Ino crossed her arms, still skeptical that that moment. The last three members of the rookie teams arrived. Finally found you all. Everyone's here. Kiba Inuzuka grinned as he approached. What were you all discussing? Naruto. Is he not here? Naruto. Kiba. But Naruto is right here, Hinata said, glancing curiously at Kiba before stealing a quick glance at Naruto and quickly averting her gaze. Naruto-kun looks so good right now. Naruto is here. How come I didn't see him? Kiba scanned the group and, upon finally spotting Naruto, scrutinized him for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, I get it. You must be Naruto's older brother. Naruto, this was getting increasingly absurd. Ah, he is indeed Naruto. Sakura remarked helplessly. How could that be? He has no connection to Naruto whatsoever. Inuzuka's face was one of disbelief. He then turned to Hinata and asked, Hinata, how did you recognize Naruto, aside from bearing a slight resemblance to him? He is entirely different. I can't feel it. He is Naruto, Hinata replied, her cheeks slightly flushed as she spoke cautiously. Although Naruto had undergone significant changes in character, Hinata trusted her instincts. Moreover, she had sensed Naruto's transformation during the graduation examination at the Ninja Academy. Even after their class division, Hinata had consistently kept an eye on Naruto. Thus, she was well aware that the reticent, extraordinary young man before her was indeed Naruto. What a feeling. He was completely baffled by Hinata's assertion. Can one truly recognize someone based on feelings? Enough of this wild speculation. We might as well ask Naruto directly. Ino intervened, attempting to quell the chaos. She turned to Naruto and inquired, Naruto, who was our teacher at the Ninja Academy? Naruto cast a sidelong glance at Ino and responded nonchalantly, Idiot. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, as none expected Naruto to openly insult Ino. Sakura, however, seemed to recall some rather embarrassing memories. Hadn't Naruto also called her an idiot on the day of class division? How dare you call me an idiot? After a brief silence, Ino was furious. She raised her fists, ready to take her frustrations out on Naruto, but was tightly restrained by Shikamaru and Choji. All right, let us not get caught up in such trivialities at this moment. Yes, we're all classmates. We'll need to look out for one another during the exam. Who would want to look out for this underachiever? Among the 9 of us new graduates, he has the worst scores. It is uncertain who will be looking out for whom. Enough already, you lot. Just as the 9 were bickering, a bespectacled man approached them. You must be this year's newcomers, how adorably noisy you are. It is not like you're going on a picnic. Who are you? Why do you care about us? Ino, already irked, snapped back at the man who dared to trouble her at such a time. I am Yakushi Kabuto. Despite being confronted by Ino, Kabuto maintained a friendly demeanor. But more importantly, you should take a look around. Around? The group glanced about, only to discover that they had attracted the attention of every other candidate present. Some were even casting them with predatory glances, making them feel as if they were being eyed by a pack of wolves. The people behind you are from the Rain Village. They're quite impatient. Everyone is anxious before the exam, and they were merely warning you before things escalated. Seeing the concern on the faces of the newcomers, Kabuto let out a light chuckle. Ah, it's quite amusing. Seeing you fresh-faced novices reminds me of my own early days. Kabuto had a very amiable appearance and spoke with great consideration for the newcomers, quickly winning the favor of everyone except Naruto. Is that Senior Kabuto? Sakura asked uncertainly. Indeed, Kabuto replied with a slight smile. May I inquire if this is your second time participating in the Chunin exam? No, it's my 7th. Kabuto shook his head. 7. Everyone except Naruto was taken aback. The Chunin exam is held twice a year. This was already Kabuto's 4th year participating. Kabuto always spoke with a smile, showing no signs of despair despite his numerous failures. If Naruto did not know that Kabuto was gathering intelligence through these attempts, he would have admired his tenacity, so Senior Kabuto must know a great deal about the Chunin exam, right? Sakura exclaimed excitedly. Well, one could say that, Kabuto beamed. Knowing so much about the Chunin exam, yet never passing it, Shikamaru teased. It is somewhat embarrassing. Kabuto scratched his head and laughed, appearing slightly bashful, yet showing no sign of anger at Shikamaru's jest. Seeing Kabuto remain unperturbed by his teasing, Shikamaru felt a slight affinity for him. Is the Chunin exam really that difficult? This is becoming increasingly troublesome. It truly depends on the individual. I simply happen to be weaker. Kabuto reassured them. He then pulled out a stack of cards and said, As your adorable juniors, let me offer you some assistance. With these ninja knowledge cards, simply put, they are cards imprinted with information using chakra. Kabuto explained as he knelt down and placed a stack of cards on the ground. In preparation for the exam, I have gathered a wealth of information over the past 4 years, totaling around 200 such cards. With that, Kabuto revealed the top card, exposing its blank face. That it may appear blank, but when infused with my chakra, the card spun under his left index finger, and with a puff, information appeared. Impressive. What information does it contain? Sakura asked in astonishment. This card details the total number of participants in this Chunin exam, their respective nations, and the number of candidates from each ninja village. Kabuto responded, then posed a question. Why do you think ninjas from various countries participate in the Chunin exam together? The group was unaware, and even Naruto only had a personal understanding that he could not be sure was correct. Noticing their confusion, Kabuto explained. Firstly, it is to enhance friendship among nations. Secondly, to collectively improve the abilities of ninjas. However, but what? Sasuke interjected, but the true purpose is to assess the strength of neighboring nations' ninjas. To maintain a balance of power among countries, thus achieving a state of parity. Kabuto clarified. Parity? Shikamaru questioned, puzzled. Why go through such trouble? For survival. Without such measures, weaker nations would soon be devoured by stronger ones and could potentially face unilateral subjugation. Kabuto elaborated. This so-called parity also refers to mutual checks and balances. Are there cards with personal information as well? A trio approached, the leader inquiring of Kabuto, is at you 3. Sakura was surprised to see Niji and his companions. Nice to see you again, Sakura. Rock Lee greeted with a wave, but Sakura chose to ignore him, quietly retreating behind Sasuke and Naruto. Hey, you were newcomers from the last session, right? Kabuto assessed the trio, lingering on Niji's face for a second longer. Recognizing him as the top candidate from the previous year, a member of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Niji. The Hyuga clan? They realized he was from the same family as Hinata. The group turned to Hinata, who seemed hesitant to meet Niji's gaze. Brother. So this person is Hinata's brother? Yes, Niji is my cousin, Hinata explained in a hushed tone. I could see this moment. Niji also noticed Hinata and remarked coolly, Hinata, do you truly believe you have the strength to participate in this exam? Hey, what do you mean by that? Inazuki could no longer contain his anger at Niji's veiled insult towards his companion, but Niji did not regard him. You lot as well, aside from the one called Naruto. You are merely here to fill the ranks. If you do not wish to be demoralized, it would be wise to withdraw now. What did you say? Upon hearing Niji's words, everyone except Naruto shot him furious glances. The hot-headed Inuzuka was particularly incensed and swung his fist at Niji. However, Niji merely tilted his head slightly to dodge the punch and effortlessly pushed you back. The rest were astonished by Niji's skill. Although he was not particularly strong, he was certainly not weak. Yet Niji had dealt with him so casually. Observing the frustration, Niji let out a derisive chuckle. The Yakushi Kabuto, is he? I wish to examine his intelligence card. Niji pointed towards Naruto and inquired. Naruto, is it? Yakushi Kabuto squinted slightly. Adjusting his glasses, he had already discerned Naruto's uniqueness moments ago. Compared to the other newcomers graduating this year, this youth exuded a remarkable calmness. As if he were unfazed by the tumult around him, IT was not an affectation. Rather, he possessed an air of absolute confidence in his own abilities. The information I have might differ somewhat. Yakushi Kabuto mused as he retrieved Naruto's ninja identification card. Uzumaki Naruto, a newcomer of this cohort, had regrettably ranked at the bottom during his time at the Ninja Academy. Apologizing, Yakushi Kabuto scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed in front of Naruto. However, Naruto merely cast a glance his way, ignoring him altogether. This elicited a fleeting glimmer of coldness in Yakushi Kabuto's eyes as he continued. Task experience. D-rank missions. 12 times. C-rank missions. Once. His class instructor is the Leaf Village Jonin, Hataki Kakashi. Did I ask that all? Niji expressed his dissatisfaction, noticing that Yakushi Kabuto had ceased his recitation. Apologies, but since he is a newcomer this year, I did not anticipate their participation in the Chunin exam. Hence, I lacked adequate preparation, Yakushi Kabuto replied, his demeanor reflecting regret. In truth, there was another reason. Naruto's performance at the Ninja Academy had been so lacking that he had not deemed it necessary to pay him much attention. His investigation into Naruto had been limited to only the most basic information. However, he could not afford to express such sentiments, as it could easily offend. He was currently playing the role of the amiable good guy, and such remarks would be ill-advised. TSK, what a waste of time. Niji gave Naruto a penetrating look before turning away with Rock Lee and Tintin at Ino, observing the retreating figures of Niji and his companions. Remarked with irritation, what a conceited fellow. Kabuto-senpai, do you have a ninja identification card for him? Please hold on. Yakushi Kabuto nodded, then sifted through a stack of identification cards, retrieving one featuring Niji's photograph. Hyuga Niji, a genius hailing from the Hyuga clan, a year older than you, and the top graduate of the previous cohort. Task experience. D-rank missions 20 times, C-rank missions 11 times. His class instructor is the Leaf Village Jonin. My guide out he excels in the Hyuga clan's taijutsu while having some expertise in other abilities. He is not particularly skilled in jinjutsu, yet lacks any glaring weaknesses. Humph, sounds rather unimpressive, doesn't it? We have our own top graduates as well. Don't we, Sasuke-kun? Ino seized the opportunity to boast about Sasuke. Sasuke, looking exasperated, regarded Ino, who was clinging to his back. Though he agreed with Ino's sentiment, he felt no need for her to be so close in conveying it. Ino, get off Sasuke. Not a chance. Big forehead. How infuriating. Among the 9 newcomers present, only Ino and Sakura were truly boisterous, entirely oblivious to their surroundings as they engaged in playful banter. That moment, Yakushi Kabuto produced another card, revealing its contents. The ninja villages of Konoha, Suna, Aim, Kusa, Taki, and Odo had dispatched numerous elite genin to partake in this exam. However, due to the recent establishment of the Sound Village, there was scarcely any information available on their ninjas. In any case, the other nations were comprised of formidable ninja villages, and the ninjas they sent were all formidable in their own right. They warranted careful attention. Hearing Yakushi Kabuto's provocatively insulting remarks, Naruto cast a brief glance his way. Was he intentionally stirring up trouble? This was not characteristic of him. Was he attempting to familiarize himself with the Sound Village ninjas? The three from the Sound Village were indeed allied with Yakushi Kabuto. Within Orochimaru's scheme, Yakushi Kabuto was tasked with infiltrating Team 7 to observe and gather intelligence on Sasuke, while the three from the Sound Village were to test and probe Sasuke's potential. Yet, with Naruto present, it remained uncertain whether Orochimaru would dare to place a curse mark on Sasuke. After hearing this, Hinata suddenly wore a worried expression. Such disheartening words were ill-timed. It's not good to speak like that now. Naruto interjected for the first time, asserting, these so-called elites from various nations are merely genin. Aside from a few whose abilities have long surpassed that rank, we're all more or less on the same level. The others turned their gaze towards Naruto, clearly surprised that he would utter such encouraging words. Ino approached Naruto, her face inches away from his, filled with suspicion, say, "Are you really Naruto? Why have you changed so much?" Naruto stepped back slightly, replying nonchalantly, "Must I always act boisterous? That's not quite what I meant." Ino continued, "It's just that your appearance has changed dramatically." Having not examined him closely before, she now scrutinized Naruto. Realizing that he was, in fact, rather handsome, that he sported hair similar to Sasuke's and wore a perpetually calm expression, reminiscent of his second Sasuke. Could it be that he was imitating Sasuke? But can one truly imitate such an inherent quality? Watch out! Before Ino could continue her observations, three sound ninjas suddenly launched a surprise attack on Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto first leaped backwards to evade a kunai, then leaned back to dodge a punch from Hiruzen. His swift reflexes elicited admiration from the onlookers. However, the next moment, his glasses shattered, splintering into numerous fragments that fell to the ground. How could this happen? I clearly dodged, Sasuke remarked, taken aback. Perhaps he grazed his nose? Shikamaru speculated. Just as the two were conversing, Yakushi Kabuto suddenly felt dizzy, stumbling and collapsing to the ground as he began to vomit. What on earth? Upon witnessing Yakushi Kabuto's distress, Sakura rushed over to assist him. "Are you all right, Kabuto-senpai?" she inquired with concern. "And I'm fine." Yakushi Kabuto gritted his teeth, forcing a strained response that it was evident that he had sustained considerable injury. "Umph. So much for being a senior who has trained for 4 years. Your strength is hardly impressive." Hiruzen sneered. The three sound ninjas stood together, self-satisfied as they regarded the Konoha ninjas, seemingly flaunting their prowess. "Shut your mouths, you bunch of worthless fools." Suddenly, a cloud of smoke erupted. The esteemed Jonin, Marino Ibiki, appeared on the platform, accompanied by a group of Chunin. "Apologies for the wait. I am Marino Ibiki, the proctor for the first exam of the Chunin selection process." The moment the scarred, chiseled face of the man was revealed, the entire examination hall fell silent. Marino Ibiki surveyed the crowd, eventually fixing his gaze upon the trio from the Sound Village, encircling Yakushi Kabuto. "You three from the Sound Village. Behave yourselves during the exam, or do you wish to be eliminated prematurely?" The Sound Ninjas exchanged glances, then, after a brief pause, Hiruzen spoke apologetically. "My apologies, it was our first exam, and we were overly excited, which led to our lapse in restraint." Seeing Hiruzen's sincere demeanor, Marino Ibiki showed no inclination to pursue the matter further. He turned to the rest of the group, stating, "I will take this opportunity to inform you of some rules. Unauthorized battles are strictly prohibited without the examiner's permission. And even with permission, one must not take the life of another. Anyone who dares defy my orders will be immediately eliminated. Do you all understand?" Though the crowd remained silent, many sighed in relief upon hearing the rules. Their lives were no longer at risk. "Now, let us commence the first exam. Submit your application forms. Take this number tag and sit down in the order of your numbers." Marino Ibiki held up a square card inscribed with the number 1, stating that he would distribute the test papers shortly thereafter. The assembled candidates lined up to submit their application forms in their respective teams. Naruto noticed that although they were submitting their applications as a trio, the number tags they received were deliberately spaced apart. This was clearly a tactic to disrupt their order. Soon, the front of the line was cleared, and it was Naruto's turn. Uzumaki Naruto, Marino Ibiki scrutinized the application form and the photo on it, which bore only a faint resemblance to the current Naruto, casting a dubious glance. "Are you certain this is you?" If it is a proxy application, you should consider the consequences. I merely changed to a trendy hairstyle. Naruto replied, somewhat exasperated. Marino Ibiki studied Naruto intently for a moment before stamping the document and handing him the number tag 36 S long, as you know your own identity. That's sufficient. Next, regarding the identity of Uzumaki Naruto as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Marino Ibiki is exceedingly aware that it is implausible for someone of such significance, who draws the attention of Konoha's higher-ups, to be inconspicuous during the exam. Thus, Marino Ibiki chose not to delve deeper and opted to trust Naruto for the time being. After acquiring his number plate, Naruto made his way to the center of the room and settled beside Hinata. What a coincidence, Hinata murmured softly, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush upon noticing Naruto beside her. Yeah, what a coincidence, Naruto replied with a nod, then fell into a serene wait. His perception of Hinata was far more favorable compared to that of Ino and Sakura. Therefore, despite not being teammates, he treated her with a degree of kindness. Moreover, who could possibly dislike a shy girl who harbors affection for them? After a brief interval, as all examinees took their seats, the exam papers were distributed one by one. Naruto received one of the papers, skimmed it briefly, and promptly abandoned any intention of answering it. The breadth of knowledge encompassed in this examination was overwhelming, spanning topics from ninja lore to physics, chemistry, mathematics, history, and even English. Did anyone speak English in this world? Naruto was uncertain, but given his abysmal English proficiency prior to his transmigration, scoring below 60 was undoubtedly out of the question. Thus, he naturally relinquished the idea of attempting to answer. After all, this examination permitted cheating, provided the methods employed were not overly clumsy. Next, several crucial rules were laid out that I will not entertain any further questions. So listen closely, Marino Ibiki declared, abruptly striking the chalkboard with a piece of chalk. First rule, all of you begin the exam with 10 points. The written exam consists of 10 questions, each worth 1 point. This examination operates on a deduction system. 1 point will be deducted for each incorrect answer. If you miss 3 questions, you will only have 7 points left. Answering all questions incorrectly results in a score of 0. Rule 2. Your eligibility will be determined by the total score of your team of 3. If any member of your team scores 0, the entire team will be eliminated. Rule 3. If you cheat during the exam or engage in behavior resembling cheating and are caught by the proctor, you will lose 2 points for each instance. This means that some of you might be disqualified before the final results are even revealed. Those who resort to the shameful act of cheating are courting disaster. Remember this well. You all aspire to become Chunin. As ninjas, you must conduct yourselves with the integrity befitting an exceptional ninja. Finally, the question for the 10th item will be presented after 45 minutes into the exam. With a total duration of 1 hour, with Marino Ibiki's announcement of the rules concluded, everyone buried their heads in their exam papers. Although Naruto knew that he could potentially pass without writing a single word, he still resolved to aim for a perfect score. To facilitate those candidates who might resort to cheating, Marino Ibiki had arranged for several Chunin well-versed in the answers to mingle among the examinees. Thus, as long as he could locate these Chunin and copy their answers, achieving a perfect score would be entirely feasible. Naruto scanned the room, observing several candidates fervently scribbling away. Even a genius like Sakura paused to contemplate before writing, which made the fervor of these others seem suspicious. Light duplicity. Naruto extended his palm, and the light within the classroom began to refract. Soon, a miniature version of the exam paper gradually materialized in his hand. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the answers on the paper were continuously being filled in. At the podium, Marino Ibiki suddenly sensed the classroom's illumination flickering erratically for a moment before returning to normal. Rubbing his eyes in confusion, he pondered, was that an illusion? Surveying the candidates below, he observed several astute individuals already utilizing their own methods to cheat. Uchiha Sasuke activated his Sharingan to mimic the actions of others as he wrote down answers. Hyuga Neji employed his Byakugan to surreptitiously glance at his peers' responses. Inuzuka Kiba utilized Akamaru to sneak a peek at nearby answers. Yamanaka Ino was employing flies to record others' answers, which she then recalled to herself. While Naruto could comprehend the cleverness of a dog, how could a fly exhibit such intelligence? At this moment, Tintin, skilled in the use of ninja tools, was manipulating fine threads to control reflective mirrors on the ceiling to project others' answers onto her forehead protector. What is this? Tintin noticed Naruto's reflection on her forehead protector, while he held a tiny golden exam paper. But why was it so small? Tintin strained to discern the contents of the golden paper. Yet it was far too diminutive to decipher. What kind of ability is this? She murmured softly, before beginning to transcribe the answers Naruto was penning. As Naruto completed his writing, she too finished just in time. Then, she utilized the mirrors on the ceiling to reflect the answers onto Rock Lee's forehead protector. With that, they all achieved perfect scores. 45 minutes swiftly elapsed, during which numerous candidates were expelled from the examination room due to their clumsy, cheating methods. Nevertheless, over 100 candidates still remained. Clearly, those daring enough to participate in this examination possessed some degree of skill or commendable principles. Time is running short. We are now preparing to commence the 10th question. Marino Ibiki's voice rang out, prompting all, whether they had completed their papers or not, to direct their attention towards him. You are all curious about the topic of the 10th question, aren't you? A light chuckle escaped Marino Ibiki's lips. You will soon find out, but before that, you must first decide whether or not you wish to attempt this 10th question. What happens if we choose not to answer? Temari inquired, perplexed. Marino Ibiki regarded Temari and replied coolly. If you opt not to answer, the candidate will be automatically awarded a score of 0. This means disqualification, and the two companions accompanying that candidate will also be eliminated. Upon hearing this rule, nearly all the candidates realized that they had no choice but to tackle the 10th question. Since refusing to answer would lead to disqualification, they could only opt to attempt the question to avoid being eliminated. However, Marino Ibiki's subsequent words caused them further internal conflict. Do you think I am making a meaningless statement, that you can only answer this question? Listen carefully. In addition, there is another rule. If you choose to answer this question but fail to do so correctly, the individual who answered will be permanently stripped of their eligibility to participate in the Chunin exam. What? How could such a foolish rule exist? Some of these candidates had participated in multiple Chunin exams. Observing the rebuttal from Inuzuka Kiba, Marino Ibiki let out a series of cold chuckles. Your luck is rather poor. This year, I am the rule. And haven't I provided you a way out? Those without confidence should simply choose not to answer. You can always come back next year or the year after. A profound silence enveloped the classroom as many began to waver, deliberating their choices. However, Naruto remained unfazed internally. This was not solely because he knew the answer to the 10th question, but also due to the inherent flaws in Marino Ibiki's rhetoric. This year you are the rule, hence everyone will be ineligible for the Chunin exam in the future. But next year, will you not cease to be the rule? Using the sword of a previous dynasty to cut down the officials of the current one, what audacity you possess! Such rhetoric could be seen through by anyone with a modicum of intelligence. Unfortunately, the majority of those remaining in this classroom lacked such discernment. Before long, someone raised their hand to withdraw that individual exited. Their two companions were also judged to have failed, witnessing the parade of timid souls and those filled with resentment leaving the examination room. Marino Ibiki wore a sickly smile. Time is running out. For some of the mentally fragile candidates, this statement served as a death knell, prompting yet another round of withdrawals. After another 10 minutes elapsed, only 57 candidates remained in the classroom. Without Naruto's interference, this examination had eliminated an additional 21 participants. Marino Ibiki glanced at the time, then at the remaining candidates. Are there any more who wish to withdraw? I will ask one final time. If you do not withdraw now, those who cannot provide an answer to the 10th question will forever be barred from becoming Chunin. No one responded to Marino Ibiki, nor did anyone withdraw. Clearly, those remaining were either astute individuals or possessed resolute minds. Very well. It seems you all possess determination. Marino Ibiki addressed the group. Thus, I declare all remaining candidates in this examination to be qualified. Qualified? What on earth is happening? What about the topic for the 10th question? Why are we suddenly deemed qualified? Sakura expressed her confusion. This question has never existed from the very beginning, if it were to exist. The previous choice would be the 10th question. Mori no Ibiki laughed heartily. Wait, if that's the case, what purpose do the previous 9 questions serve? Hanami questioned. They are not without purpose. The first 9 questions were designed to assess each of your information-gathering abilities. Information-gathering abilities? Indeed. From the onset of this examination, I warned you all against employing disgraceful methods of cheating. You are to demonstrate the qualities befitting an exceptional ninja during this test. Thus, those who resorted to foolish means of cheating have been eliminated. As he spoke, Mori no Ibiki removed his headband and forehead protector, revealing his scar-laden bald head. Information can sometimes be more vital than life itself. An erroneous piece of intelligence can deliver devastating repercussions to the village and your comrades. To ensure the accuracy of information, one must eradicate third-party intelligence and possess the capability to gather information independently. The previous 9 questions serve to eliminate those of inferior abilities and fulfill their purpose. Despite this, the nature of the 10th question and its answer remained somewhat difficult to accept for Hanami. Humph. Mori no Ibiki remarked as he donned his headband and forehead protector once more. While the first 9 questions tested your information-gathering abilities, the true trial of this examination lies in the 10th question. Why? The group looked at Mori no Ibiki in confusion, awaiting his explanation. Answering or not answering the question may seem like a simple choice, but it imposes immense psychological pressure on each of you. Mori no Ibiki spoke calmly. If you choose to answer, you must consider not only your own inability to ever become a Chunin, but also whether your decision may prevent your comrades from achieving the same. Should you choose not to answer, you will condemn your comrades to elimination alongside you. You may struggle to grasp the significance of this, so allow me to provide an example. Imagine you are already a Chunin, and you receive a mission to seize a secret document. However, you know nothing of the enemy's ninja numbers, capabilities, or whether they possess additional military resources. Moreover, the enemy may have laid traps that end such a situation. Do you choose to accept the mission or refuse it? If you refuse out of fear for your life, it means exposing your comrades to danger. Can you continue to evade such responsibilities? As ninjas, you will inevitably encounter perilous missions from which you cannot turn away. In these moments, exhibiting courage to your comrades and possessing the ability to overcome adversity are traits essential to an exceptional Chunin. Those who lack the courage to gamble their lives, who are timid and fearful, placing their hopes on uncertain tomorrows or the future, are unworthy of becoming a Chunin. Conversely, those of you who choose to answer the question represent the optimal solution for the 10th question. Congratulations on passing the first phase of the Chunin exam. I hope you will rise to challenges in the future. Upon hearing Mori no Ibiki's words, Naruto felt a sense of resonance, aside from the necessity of accepting missions regardless of personal safety. The rest of his statements held some truth that in the face of danger. As a leader, one must possess courage that far surpasses that of others. Your courage becomes the courage of your subordinates. If you, as the captain, are cowardly and evasive, your teammates will lack courage even more. That a squad devoid of courage will only face annihilation when confronted with danger. Suddenly, the window shattered as an elegant female ninja leaped through. Simultaneously, several shurikens pierced the ceiling, and a black cloth dramatically unfurled. The proctor for the second phase of the exam, Mitarashi Anko, someone murmured, gazing at the words inscribed on the black cloth. Indeed, Mitarashi Anko declared with a flourish of her hand, casting aside her cloak. Although you have passed the first phase of the exam, now is not the time to celebrate. Stay alert, Genin. A peculiar silence enveloped the classroom as they observed Anko's animated gestures on the podium. Under the scrutiny of so many curious eyes, Anko felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Look at the atmosphere. Anko, Mori no Ibiki quietly reminded her, revealing half of his face from behind the black cloth. Ahem. Anko cleared her throat to ease the awkwardness and swiftly shifted the topic to 57 individuals, 19 teams. There's still a few too many remaining. You were too lenient, Ibiki. This current crop of exceptional individuals is somewhat excessive. Mori no Ibiki replied nonchalantly. This is already the final outcome after Naruto's interference has been removed. The fact that so many have passed is indeed tied to their individual excellence. Humph. Well, for the next phase. I intend to reduce that number by more than half, Anko declared, observing the tense candidates in their seats. We'll discuss the details tomorrow. For now, let's change locations, gather the venue and time from your instructors. Dismissed. Phew, that was terrifying. I never expected the first phase to be so challenging. Once they exited the examination hall, Sakura finally let out a sigh of relief. Despite undergoing Naruto's rigorous training, she still felt somewhat uncertain. Fortunately, the first phase was a written exam, her forte, and she managed to pass without incident. Relax, the Chunin exam isn't as daunting as you imagine, Naruto remarked, glancing at the setting sun. Let's go find Kakashi. We need to learn the location of tomorrow's exam. Although he remembered that the second phase would take place in the Forest of Death, he was unsure of its exact location. Looking for me. Before Naruto and the others could begin their search, Kakashi appeared out of nowhere. Have you been here all along? Naruto asked, gazing at Kakashi. Yes, although I don't want to admit it, I was quite nervous watching your exam. Kakashi replied with a squint and a smile. But it seems you all performed admirably. Congratulations on successfully passing the first phase. He held confidence in Naruto and Sasuke. Yet the first phase's proctor was Mori no Abiki, whose evaluation was not based on individual combat prowess or teamwork. His only concern had been Sakura's strength and mental resilience. However, the results indicated that she had grown. Besides congratulations, do you have any more tangible encouragement to offer? Naruto suddenly inquired. Kakashi understood what Naruto meant by tangible rewards. In essence, he was referring to money. Yet he genuinely had none to give. Ahem, the exam location for tomorrow is the 44th training ground, the Forest of Death. The exam will commence at 2:30 in the afternoon. Make sure to arrive early. Without giving Naruto and the others a chance to respond, Kakashi vanished in a puff of smoke, seemingly eager to avoid any further requests for money. Naruto huffed in annoyance, muttering, just like the old man Sarutobi, so stingy. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged amused glances at the scene that to them. Both Naruto and Kakashi were figures they looked up to, yet witnessing these two engage in such a comical exchange over a trivial amount of money was quite entertaining. At 1:30 the following day, Team 7 arrived early at the 44th training ground to gather, gazing at the Forest of Death, enclosed by barbed wire and formed by towering trees. Sakura and the others felt a profound sense of awe. Naruto even speculated if this Forest of Death was a remnant of the battle fought by Senju Hashirama. Is this truly the Forest of Death? Just the sight of it is somewhat intimidating. Sakura said, clenching her fists with worry. It may merely be an illusion. The unfamiliar environment and ominous name might be designed to instill fear. Sasuke replied coolly, though his tone suggested he was trying to convince himself. Naruto glanced at the two and reassured them, don't worry. This exam involves teamwork. With me here, there won't be any problems. Hearing this, Sakura sighed with relief and smiled softly. Yes, with Naruto and Sasuke-kun here, there will definitely be no issues. Sasuke cast a glance at Naruto, remaining silent. Although Naruto's words were not incorrect and indeed alleviated Sasuke's concerns regarding the risks of the exam, it was not what he desired. The revival of the Uchiha clan and vengeance. These were matters that he must undertake alone. Naruto could not assist him. Even if Naruto were willing to help, he would refuse. Because Naruto was not a member of the Uchiha clan, he did not wish, nor could he bear the thought of forever standing in Naruto's shadow. He needed greater strength. One that surpassed Naruto. At this moment, the 57 who had passed the first exam had yet to gather. Thus, Naruto and the others were still required to wait for the arrival of others before the exam could commence. Big Brother Naruto, Konohamaru. Upon seeing the trio of Konohamaru outside the Forest of Death, Naruto was puzzled, wondering how they had ended up there. Big Brother, we have been assigned to cover a special report for the ninja school's annual news regarding the Chunin exam selection. So we decided to come and interview you. Big Brother Naruto. I refuse. Naruto had no intention of participating in such interviews and preferred his words to be featured in the campus news. It was far too embarrassing. He absolutely did not want to gain fame in such a manner. Big Brother, please help us. Yes. If you help us this time, you can come to my house for dinner anytime. I will too. Do I look like a glutton to you? And even if I don't help you with the interview, I could still drop by your house for a meal. All right, speaking of which, it has indeed been a while since I had a meal prepared by Sarutobi's magpie. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Hey, what are you doing? As Naruto pondered, Mitarashi Anko approached, sensing the situation. Anko, you're just in time. These three said they wanted to help the school with the annual news interview. You see how we should handle this. Anko, Mitarashi Anko twitched her lips slightly, looking at Naruto. Did I ask this from Kakashi's team? To call me by my name so boldly is quite audacious. The Hokage has already discussed the matter of the news interview with me. How about this? I'll give you 10 minutes. And everyone being interviewed must comply. That includes you, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto. There was an undeniable sense of being remembered. He wanted to refuse, but upon seeing the eager, pleading expressions of Konohamaru and the others, he hesitated and reluctantly agreed. After all, there was still some time before the exam, and idleness was not appealing. Fine, 10 minutes it is. Hurry up, Naruto sighed, addressing Konohamaru and the others. Don't worry, big brother. We won't take up too much of her time. Konohamaru and his companions led Naruto to a quieter glade, with Sakura and Sasuke following suit. Let us start with big brother. Konohamaru took out a notebook and a pen, looking at Naruto with anticipation. What should I say? Just talk casually, big brother. For instance, how did you graduate from the ninja school? What growth have you experienced since graduation? What are your expectations for this Chunin exam? Expectations? Naruto felt that Konohamaru's literary prowess might have exceeded the syllabus. Sigh. Then I'll just speak freely, and my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto truly did not excel at interviews. Discussing expectations, growth, and personal anecdotes felt akin to recounting a biography. He did not believe there was anything noteworthy in his brief ninja career that warranted Konohamaru's documentation. Yet Konohamaru was writing with great enthusiasm. After 5 minutes, Naruto genuinely found himself at a loss for words. That enough. I feel like I've exhausted my entire vocabulary. He remarked helplessly, no problem. Big brother, you were fantastic. I've noted everything down. When it's published in the campus news, everyone will surely admire you. I thank your entire family. Naruto rolled his eyes, uninterested in Konohamaru. Next, let us interview Big Brother as companion and girlfriend. No, you've got it wrong. I am not Naruto's girlfriend. Upon hearing Konohamaru's designation, Sakura's face flushed as she hurried to clarify. Naruto grabbed Konohamaru and gave him a light punch. If you're going to interview, do it properly. Don't fabricate facts, understood? But if I don't write those things, no one will read it. And rest assured, Big Brother, I promise to record everything accurately. Fair and square. Konohamaru shrank back, frightened, when Naruto said he would hit him. He truly meant it. His strikes were not at all lenient. After interviewing Sakura for 4 more minutes, the 10 minutes came to an end. After the interview time was up, Sasuke could have rightly refused to be interviewed. Yet Naruto did not let him off the hook. Why? As a comrade, must you stand apart? Upholding the bond of comradeship, Naruto insisted that Sasuke accept Konohamaru's interview. 5 minutes later, after Sasuke had uttered not a single extraneous word, the entire interview finally concluded. Thank you for participating in the interview. Thank you. Big brother Naruto, good luck. After bidding farewell to Konohamaru and the others, there were still 40 minutes remaining until the exam officially began. Mitarashi Anko, noticing Naruto and the others returning, could not resist teasing. How does it feel to be interviewed? Is it somewhat of a different experience? Not bad, Big Red Bean, Naruto replied, casting a sidelong glance at Mitarashi Anko. Big Red Bean. Mitarashi Anko's forehead twitched, her teeth gritted as she glared at Naruto. I hope your strength is as formidable as your tongue. Little Naruto, I also hope your strength matches your size. Big Red Bean. Upon hearing Mitarashi Anko's continued jibes, Naruto retorted without hesitation. The surrounding examinees were captivated by the back-and-forth banter between Naruto and Mitarashi Anko. It was indeed quite amusing to witness an exchange of words between examinees and proctors. Naruto. Sakura tugged at Naruto's sleeve, her expression tinged with concern. Is it really okay to offend the proctor at a time like this? Don't worry. Even if the old man Sarutobi were here, I dare to confront him. Why should I fear a mere special jonin? Naruto shrugged off Sakura's hand dismissively. The old man Sarutobi? Mitarashi Anko's lips twitched again. In Konoha, the only person who could be referred to as the old man Sarutobi must be the third Hokage. This guy truly possessed an extraordinary level of audacity. To directly call out her name and claim to be just a special jonin was one thing, but to even mention the Hokage. Whoosh! Suddenly, a kunai shot out from Mitarashi Enko's sleeve, aimed at Naruto. While both threw kunai, being a special jonin, Mitarashi Enko's speed in throwing was significantly greater. However, whether fast or slow, it made no difference to Naruto. The elemental transformation of the natural system operates in both active and passive modes. The active mode allows Naruto to decide to partially or fully transform elements at will. Conversely, the passive mode activates automatic elemental transformation whenever Naruto's body is subjected to an attack. Therefore, regardless of how swift the opponent's assault, even if Naruto failed to react in time, he would remain unharmed. Facing Mitarashi Enko's kunai, Naruto did not dodge, allowing it to pass through his cheek and fly away. Simultaneously, Mitarashi Enko executed a body flicker technique and appeared behind Naruto, her hand resting on his face, a dangerous smile creeping close to him. Children like you often meet their demise the earliest. Don't they? Unharmed, Mitarashi Enko paused, puzzled. She had clearly seen the kunai graze Naruto's cheek. Why was there no blood? Did she misjudge? How does it feel to touch? Before Mitarashi Enko could comprehend the situation, Naruto's sudden voice snapped her back to reality. She gazed into Naruto's face. Now mere inches away, her cheeks suddenly flushed. Having initially aimed to issue a warning, why did it now seem like she was teasing Naruto? Realizing this, Mitarashi Enko swiftly retreated but inadvertently stepped on a grass knee behind her. As she prepared to apologize, she sensed the grass knee radiating murderous intent. Instinctively, she slid a new kunai from her sleeve into her hand. As he was preparing to counterattack, the intent to kill from the grass-hidden village ninja retracted once more. Simultaneously, a long tongue, coiled around a kunai, extended before her. Your kunai, Yuzuki Akane observed the kunai ensnared by the lengthy tongue. Her eyes narrowing slightly, a vigilant smile gracing her lips as she said, "You've truly been a bother. Thank you. However, do not position yourself behind me with such murderous intent, unless you wish to meet your demise." With that, Yuzuki Akane took the kunai, and the grass-hidden ninja retracted his tongue. "I apologize, you just severed my most precious hair and stepped on me. I couldn't help myself. That is indeed regrettable." The two exchanged glances for a moment, and the grass-hidden ninja smiled faintly before turning to leave. As Yuzuki Akane watched the candidate's retreating figure, she felt a fleeting sense of familiarity, but soon dismissed it that he must simply be a capable and spirited individual. She mused, "It seems this examination has attracted many fiery young souls. How exhilarating!" Yuzuki Akane remarked with a smile. Indeed, rather spirited. Naruto replied nonchalantly. Yuzuki Akane. She turned to Naruto, a slight smile gracing her features. "You are quite amusing. We should converse in more detail another time. However, before that, we must attend to more pressing matters." With that, Yuzuki Akane produced a stack of consent forms. "Now, all participants in this examination, please come forth to sign this consent form." Consent form? In truth, it is merely a death waiver, as this examination may result in fatalities. If you do not sign this, your deaths within will become my responsibility. Ha ha ha. Is that amusing? It is not funny at all. Little Naruto. Could you kindly distribute these consent forms? Due to the time constraints, I must quickly explain the rules of this examination to you. If you express your gratitude, I shall assist you. Dahongdo. Arigato, little Naruto. Naruto smiled faintly, took the consent forms, and tossed them to Sasuke and Sakura, saying, "Distribute them." Yuzuki Akane. Ahem. The second examination, in essence, is a survival exercise. With that, Yuzuki Akane unfurled scroll, revealing a map within, and began to explain the layout of the exercise area. This is the 44th exercise area, encircled by 44 locked entrances in a circular formation. There are rivers, forests, and a tower in the center. The distance from the tower to the entrance is approximately 10 kilometers. You will conduct a survival exercise within this designated area. The specific content entails an unrestricted battle for scrolls. Scrolls? There are two scrolls, the Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll. A total of 19 teams are participating in this examination, and you 19 teams will be randomly assigned one of the scrolls. Approximately half of you will receive the Heaven Scroll, while the other half will obtain the Earth Scroll. Your collective task is to acquire both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls, and then, within 120 hours, the three-member team must reach the Central Tower. 120 hours. 5 days. What about food? Chuji exclaimed in despair at self-sufficiency. The wilderness is a natural treasure trove, Yuzuki Akane replied nonchalantly. Kabuto chuckled, reminding them, it's not just a treasure trove. It is also fraught with danger. Poisonous insects, toxic plants, and man-eating beasts will abound. Isn't that too perilous? Chuji's face contorted in anguish. Hence, it is called a survival exercise. You fool, Ino scolded that can one withdraw midway? Shikamaru raised his hand. Of course not. All participants must remain for the entire duration of the 5 days. Yuzuki Akane smiled slightly. How can it be otherwise? Many who fantasized about escaping danger midway wore expressions of dejection. If one cannot withdraw midway, does that not jeopardize their safety? Now, let us discuss the rules of elimination. First, any team that fails to acquire both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls on time and does not reach the Central Tower together as a trio will be disqualified. Second, any team that loses a member or has a member incapacitated will also be disqualified. Thirdly, none may view the contents of the Heaven and Earth Scrolls prior to arriving at the Central Tower. What happens if one looks? Someone inquired. The consequences, well, you may imagine for yourselves. Yuzuki Akane smiled slightly, reminding them that in the future, you may encounter classified documents. This is to test your trustworthiness, so do not sneak a peek. Now then, teams that assign the consent forms may exchange them for the scrolls over there, and then select the entrance through which you wish to proceed. Following Yuzuki Akane's indication, they beheld 3 Chunin seated beneath a long pavilion. Let us go, Naruto said, holding the signed consent forms before Sasuke and Sakura. Perhaps other teams are still deliberating whether to sign the consent forms for this examination, but Naruto felt no need for hesitation. Likewise, Sasuke had no reason to hesitate. Having come this far, how could they withdraw out of fear of death? Conversely, Sakura hesitated and feared, yet seeing the dependable Naruto and Sasuke, she found her resolve. Though I may be weak, my teammates are strong, the strongest team supporting me. Care to learn more? As they passed by all the teams, under the astonished gazes of everyone, the trio entered the pavilion. Are the Konoha teams this brave? I recall they are the fresh graduates of this cohort, right? Humph. Utterly nonsensical. Some admired, some scoffed, while others remained indifferent. The candidates had varied opinions on Naruto's trio's actions. However, the proctor held but one opinion of them. Little Naruto seems quite impressive, full of vigor and enthusiasm. Yuzuki Akane gazed at Naruto and his companions with admiration. In truth, this consent form serves not only as a disclaimer, but also as a trap. Its purpose is to eliminate those of wavering resolve overlooked by Ibiki. Naturally, it also aims to save some weaker individuals who do not deserve to perish here. The choice between life and death. Even those who are confident in their abilities may harbor doubts and hesitation. Individuals like Naruto, who show no fear, possess either absolute confidence in their strength or an unwavering determination. Thus, Yuzuki Akane regarded him with newfound respect. The scrolls, please. Naruto placed the 3 consent forms before the 3 Chunin. The Chunin examined the signatures on the consent forms, and one of them said, "Please wait a moment. We need to raise the red cloth." The red cloth is drawn to conceal the scrolls obtained by the teams, fostering suspicion among the candidates. Due to mutual distrust, all teams they encounter must engage in battle to ascertain the precise information regarding the scrolls obtained by others. If the scrolls happen to complement each other, the teams may proceed to the Central Tower to pass. If the scrolls are identical, they must seek out other teams to continue battling. This is a devious method to increase the cruelty of the scroll competition and reduce the number of successful candidates. A top-tier conspiracy. However, Naruto did not wish to squander time on this. There's no need. Simply hand over the scrolls to us, he said nonchalantly. But the Chunin appeared hesitant, as this was against protocol. Noticing his reluctance, Naruto added, "Even if you cover them, I will reveal the scrolls shortly. There's no difference. Don't waste your effort." Just give me the scrolls. They clearly did not anticipate Naruto's intent, that wouldn't this increase the difficulty of his own passage? Eventually, everyone would know what his scroll was, and all who obtained the corresponding scroll would come seeking him. Give it to him. Just as they were caught in indecision, Mizuki Akane spoke up, suggesting that if he wished to experience the feeling of being besieged, why not let him? Am I correct? Little Naruto, gazing at the enigmatic Akane Mitsuhashi, blinked once. Yet Naruto remained unfazed. With a stoic expression, he cast a glance at her, disregarding her presence entirely. The words of the spirited Akane were laced with insinuation, evidently disapproving of his actions. Her attempt to speak on his behalf was merely a subtle nudge for him to reconsider his course. Yet, how could she fathom the extent of Naruto's formidable prowess? Not only could he face a throng of genin, but even a cadre of Kaga-level shinobi would not instill fear in him. Seizing the scroll from the hands of Nin, Naruto boldly displayed it for all the candidates to see. The heavenly scroll, how audacious! Kankuro observed Naruto with a scowl. I find it rather impressive, though, Temari mused, her cheeks flushing with admiration, completely oblivious to the fact that her brother had recently been left incapacitated by Naruto's kick. Gaara, emotionless, fixated his gaze upon Naruto, seemingly devoid of any emotional response. However, anyone who dared to meet Gaara's eyes would undoubtedly sense the latent murderous intent within them. Let us depart and exchange the scrolls. Gaara averted his gaze and strode toward the pavilion. Following Gaara's lead, Kankuro and Temari regained their composure and trailed behind him. I could see this moment. It was not only Gaara and his companions who took note of Naruto and his team. The shinobi from Amage-Cure, Takige-Cure, Otoge-Cure, Kusagakure, and even Kanagakure were equally captivated by the trio, displaying the scroll so brazenly. What was he thinking? Is Naruto truly untroubled by this? Ino voiced her concerns, fretting over the potential harm that could befall Sasuke due to Naruto's recklessness. Though hard to believe, it appeared that Naruto was indeed the most formidable among Sasuke's team. Shikamaru remarked, Naruto, the mightiest? Impossible. Ino's disbelief was palpable, yet Shikamaru offered no explanations. Once a woman has set her mind on something, reasoning with her becomes an exercise in futility. This was a source of considerable frustration for Shikamaru. Crunching noisily, Choji munched on potato chips, determined to fill his belly before the exam commenced, entirely indifferent to the surrounding events. Is Naruto truly safe in his actions? Tintin muttered to herself. Humph, foolish arrogance, Neji scoffed. What if we were to acquire the Earth Scroll? Shall we seize it from them? Rock Lee exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm, despite the shock Naruto had instilled in them the previous day. Lee was still eager for a confrontation. Neji pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, too many are fixated on that team. IT would be too risky with so many wolves vying for scarce prey. However, we must advance. Why? Tintin asked, perplexed. Their team is the coveted prize. All who possess the Earth Scroll will surely seek out Naruto and his companions. If those with the Earth Scroll pursue them, who should the others with the Heavenly Scroll seek? Neji elucidated, I see. Tintin's eyes sparkled with newfound understanding, casting an admiring glance at Neji. In the murky waters of competition, the mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows. Neji stated coolly. Noting the fierce rivalry surrounding Naruto's team, we shall contend with the more peripheral competitors. With their strategy established, Neji's team proceeded to the pavilion to exchange their scrolls. Hinata, let us go. Kiba gently patted Hinata's shoulder, who was lost in her worries about Naruto. Yes. Hinata snapped back to reality, following Kiba and Shino's lead, her eyes occasionally darting toward Naruto, her concern lingering. Naruto, before long, all the teams had acquired their scrolls. A team from Kusagakure that had obtained the Earth Scroll flashed a glimmer of excitement. Things are about to get interesting. Orochimaru, disguised as a Kusagakure ninja, observed Naruto's team, licking his lips with his elongated tongue. Naruto, sensing the gaze upon him, turned to look back. Quite perceptive, a good child, Orochimaru mused, lowering his straw hat as he and his two companions made their way toward an entrance to the Forest of Death. Naruto regarded his retreating figure, deep in thought. Orochimaru, was it, in truth, Naruto had been aware of him since he returned the kunai to Akane Mitsuhashi. He understood well that Orochimaru's intentions were fixated on Sasuke and Konoha. If he wished to thwart these schemes, eliminating Orochimaru here would be the simplest solution. However, given Orochimaru's capabilities, completely vanquishing him would prove nearly impossible. Moreover, he was uncertain whether Orochimaru was here in his true form or merely a clone. Naruto, Sakura inquired, noticing his unwavering gaze upon a Kusagaku ninja's back. What is it about that person? It's nothing. Naruto shook his head. Let us go, it's time for us to move out. The second stage of the Nin exam begins. As Akane Mitsuhashi's words echoed, all candidates ventured into the forest of death through their respective entrances. Naruto and his team were no exception. Naruto, where shall we go? Sakura asked, her worry evident. Although Naruto had exuded confidence earlier, the prospect of facing half the participants in the exam left her uneasy. We'll remain here, lying in wait, Naruto replied nonchalantly. Here, Sakura surveyed their surroundings, feeling a bit lost. They were not far from the entrance, perhaps just a few hundred meters, and if they stayed idle, it wouldn't be long before someone sought them out. Sasuke, if someone approaches. Wouldn't you prefer to stretch a bit? Naruto settled comfortably on a stone, addressing Sasuke. Sure, Sasuke nodded, standing beside Naruto with his katana slung over his shoulder. A fidgety Sakura approached, wringing her hands, after a brief wait. The sounds of footsteps echoed from the nearby trees. Someone is coming. Sakura sensed the impending arrival, her heart racing as she reached for a kunai, only to have Naruto grasp her hand. Remain still. Sasuke will handle it. With that, Sasuke vanished from sight. Moments later, the clash of kunai resonated from the trees. Faintly, Naruto could even hear the incantations of jutsu being cast. 3 minutes later, Sasuke returned, bearing scars and clutching another earth scroll. We got the scroll. Should we leave? Sasuke tossed the scroll to Naruto, inquiring. Naruto set the scroll aside, shaking his head. Not yet. Let us eliminate all the mice that covet our prize. We must reduce the competition for the third stage of the Nin exam. Perhaps we can leave no other teams standing besides us in this second stage. Sasuke remained silent for a moment, not uttering a word as he continued to stand by, awaiting the next adversaries. Meanwhile, Sakura hesitated, her thoughts swirling. To be honest, she was the least inclined to stay behind. Why engage in battle with so many? Wouldn't it be easier to simply secure the Earth and Heaven scrolls and pass the exam? Yet, she held no sway in the matter. After all, she was the weakest among the trio. Before long, commotion erupted around them once more. Sasuke, don't hold back. Just as Sasuke was about to make his move, he nodded at Naruto's instruction, vanishing again. Earlier, he had indeed held back against those 3 opponents, refraining even from using his katana. Consequently, he had sustained some injuries and expended a bit more chakra than necessary. 2 minutes later, Sasuke returned, wielding his katana and tossing the second earth scroll to Naruto. Naruto caught the scroll, giving it a casual shake as he asked, "Did you kill them?" "No," Sasuke replied, pausing before adding. "But it was close enough. More will come, so do not hold back. If a single strike can fell an enemy, do not waste a second," Naruto stated coolly. Understood, Sasuke nodded in agreement. No one could predict how many foes they would encounter next, so conserving chakra and stamina was paramount. Meanwhile, Sakura glanced between Sasuke and Naruto, then at the 2 earth scrolls resting on the stone. That can't we just pass already? Sighing inwardly, Sakura resigned herself to waiting alongside her companions. Enduring the tedium, time passed slowly, approximately 10 minutes, when suddenly, Sasuke detected movement beneath them. This time, there was no need for Naruto to issue commands or reminders. He immediately vanished from his original spot in a flash. A colossal beheading blade plummeted from the heavens, forcefully embedding itself in the ground, only to be yanked out in an instant. With a whoosh, the earth was sent flying, but there was no trace of blood. It was evident that he had failed to strike his opponent. With a missed attack, he cautiously scanned his surroundings, yet he failed to notice a gigantic serpent emerging behind him. "Sasuke, be careful." Sakura's warning prompted Sasuke to instinctively teleport away from his position, while the massive serpent lunged forward, only to take a mouthful of dirt. "Oh, quite the quick reflexes, I see." And that beheading blade, While somewhat unsatisfactory in its execution, it must possess greater power since it belonged to one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Right? Having evaded the attack, Sasuke followed the direction of the voice and spotted a ninja from the grass village riding atop the serpent. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, a shiver coursed through Sasuke's heart. There was something off about this individual. Why did his body feel immobilized? Was it an illusion? No, it wasn't the killing intent. How could that be? The murderous aura from the previous Zabuza had never instilled fear in him. Could this person be even more formidable than a Jonin? As doubts swirled in Sasuke's mind, urging him to move quickly, the grass ninja on the serpent charged towards him in a moment of dire urgency. Sasuke prepared to bite his own tongue to suppress his fear when a flash of golden light pierced through the serpent and the grass ninja. The massive serpent let out a howl, blood gushing forth as it collapsed to the ground. However, the grass ninja transformed into mud and vanished. A substitution technique. Sasuke, who was not ensnared by the killing intent, was momentarily taken aback. He had completely missed the hand signs. Such a swift substitution technique. Golden ninjutsu. Orochimaru emerged from the corpse of the serpent beneath him, casting a gaze filled with admiration and intrigue at Naruto. You exceed my expectations. I never imagined that aside from the Uchiha clan's child, there would be such a remarkable talent from Konoha. How about it? Would you care to join me? Ignoring Orochimaru's outstretched hand, Naruto turned his attention to Sasuke. Sasuke, do you wish to continue fighting? Let me make this clear. He is not someone you can handle at this moment. He understood that Sasuke was no match for Orochimaru, and his inquiry was merely to gauge Sasuke's desire to hone his skills. Much like how Sasuke had previously wanted to face off against Haku alone. However, for Sasuke, Haku and this grass ninja were entirely different. Haku, while strong, instilled in him a sense of potential victory, a substantial one at that. This grass ninja, however, was so powerful that it extinguished any thought of resistance. The sense of despair was greater than when he faced off against Zabuza. Seeing Sasuke still hesitating, Naruto swiftly positioned himself in front of him, stating calmly, "Step back and protect Sakura." Sasuke gazed at Naruto's back, the emotions of frustration and unwillingness intensifying within him. His expression oscillated between fury and hopelessness until, with a clenched jaw, he declared, "I will fight." Naruto turned to face Sasuke, noting the rage and defiance etched upon his features, devoid of any other emotion. It was impossible to achieve victory with such feelings, when a person's anger eclipses their reason. Their speed, reflexes, and combat intelligence all diminish. Sasuke was already at a disadvantage against Orochimaru, and in this state, he stood no chance of overcoming him. Nonetheless, Naruto did not deter Sasuke. After all, this was Sasuke's choice. "I will intervene 3 times. After that, you must withdraw, understood?" Naruto took a step back, granting Sasuke room to proceed. This time, Sasuke did not respond, his face set in determination as he advanced towards Orochimaru, wielding the beheading blade. Orochimaru observed the exchange between Naruto and Sasuke, and upon hearing their dialogue, he found his interest in Naruto deepening. How strong could a child whom even Itachi Uchiha's brother respects be? Though he remained fixated on the power of the Sharingan, a genius like Naruto could very well become one of his potential vessels. Shadow Snake Hands. Orochimaru flicked his wrist, unleashing several small snakes toward Sasuke, but they were effortlessly swatted aside by Sasuke, wielding the beheading blade. Subsequently, Sasuke leapt high into the air and unleashed a thunderous crescent slash. Boom! The beheading blade struck the ground, emitting a dull thud as it fractured the earth into a spiderweb of cracks. The power was commendable, yet the speed fell short. After evading the attack, Orochimaru appeared beside Sasuke, mocking him, "Your strength is admirable, but your speed leaves much to be desired." A tremor coursed through Sasuke, but he quickly regained his composure. Gritting his teeth as he dragged the beheading blade in a leap, creating distance from Orochimaru, he thrust the blade forcefully into the ground, swiftly forming hand signs. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. The fireball erupted from Sasuke's mouth, yet it failed to strike Orochimaru. The dodging Orochimaru reappeared not far from Sasuke, chuckling as he teased, "Your mastery of ninjutsu is commendable, but with your current strength, the beheading blade must weigh you down significantly. Wouldn't it? Enough of your prattle. Sasuke shouted angrily, drawing the beheading blade once more to strike at Orochimaru, only to have the latter effortlessly evade him, as Itachi Uchiha's brother. Is this all the strength you possess? I must say, I am thoroughly disappointed. Orochimaru taunted while evading with ease. Upon hearing Itachi Uchiha's name, Sasuke's expression faltered, and he questioned Orochimaru. Who exactly are you? Orochimaru merely smiled softly, offering no reply, which only fueled Sasuke's rage further. He cast aside the beheading blade and charged at Orochimaru with kunai in hand. Through the recent skirmish, Sasuke had realized that wielding the beheading blade against Orochimaru was not advantageous. His speed was already inferior to Orochimaru's, and the added weight of the blade rendered him incapable of keeping pace. Sasuke closed the distance to engage in close-quarters combat. Utilizing his fully activated two-tomo Sharingan, he and Orochimaru fought to a standstill. Albeit this was only due to Orochimaru's leniency. Although Orochimaru was not renowned for taijutsu, he certainly did not need to exert much effort to deal with an ordinary genin. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Orochimaru created distance between himself and Sasuke. He perched upon a tree, scrutinizing Sasuke with a hint of appreciation in his gaze. Your application of a Sharingan is commendable. You managed to perceive my speed. However, that alone is insufficient. Summoning Jutsu, Orochimaru invoked several large serpents to surround Sasuke, while he himself remained atop one of the serpents, continuing to toy with Sasuke and test his abilities. Orochimaru had two objectives for coming to Konoha. One was to obliterate the village, and the other was to take Uchiha Sasuke with him. However, before he could take Sasuke, he needed to ascertain whether Sasuke possessed the qualifications to be taken. This qualification was not merely based on how many tomo his Sharingan had activated. It also required assessing Sasuke's innate potential. Many from the Uchiha clan had existed, yet few had truly awakened Sharingan, and even fewer had harnessed its full power. Orochimaru sought the might of the Sharingan, and he certainly desired more than just a simple two-tomo Sharingan. He needed to confirm that Sasuke's body held the potential for awakening a higher-level Sharingan. The onslaught of several serpents left Sasuke struggling to cope. Kunai proved ineffective against these large snakes, and even C-rank fire ninjutsu struggled to incinerate such massive creatures. This forced him to dash hither and thither. Watching Sasuke drift further away, Naruto's brow furrowed slightly. This does not bode well. Although he had agreed to allow Sasuke to continue battling Orochimaru, he was not indifferent to the situation. If Sasuke found himself in a life-or-death crisis, or if Orochimaru attempted to plant a curse mark on him, he would intervene. This was not simply because he was Sasuke's friend, but rather his duty to protect his comrades during the mission. He extended his finger, preparing to strike down the snake pursuing Sasuke. However, at that moment, Sasuke seemed to catch sight of his movement and shouted, "This is my battle. I do not need your assistance." As soon as the words left his mouth, he was struck by a serpent due to his momentary distraction. Crashing into a tree and tumbling down, blood spilling from his mouth. Naruto, do you truly relish suffering this much? Observing the serpent gradually closing in on Sasuke, Naruto hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene. If he did, this brat would surely resent him. If he refrained, would Orochimaru genuinely kill him? He recalled the rules of elimination from the second stage of the Chunin exams, which included the death of a teammate. Naruto, you must save Sasuke. At that moment, Sakura tugged at Naruto's sleeve, pleading desperately that it was not that he was unwilling to assist, but rather that Sasuke had explicitly refused his help. Naruto spoke softly, but observing Sakura, who was already in tears, Naruto felt a sense of helplessness. In no matter which path he chose, he would offend someone, and he certainly could not allow Sasuke to perish here. He still needed Sasuke's assistance to pass the Chunin exams. Suddenly, a beam of laser light flared from his hand and shot forth in an instant. Several beams struck Orochimaru and the serpents beside him. The snake fell lifeless, yet Orochimaru once again transformed into mud. Melting away. Was this truly a body substitution technique? Naruto pondered with suspicion. Once could be attributed to skill, twice to coincidence. If there were a third instance, it would suggest that the Orochimaru before him was merely a clone, and the real one was lurking somewhere out of sight. Where could his true self be hiding? Naruto mused at that moment. Sasuke's physical condition gradually improved as he rose from the ground, and he gazed at the Orochimaru and the snake that Naruto had dispatched so carelessly. Feeling not a shred of gratitude, only an overwhelming sense of humiliation, would he be forever reliant on Naruto's salvation? How infuriating! Sasuke slammed his fist into the ground, drawing blood with the force of his blow. Instead of remaining in a state of rage, it would be wiser to calm down and continue fighting. He still had 2 more chances to strike. Naruto, accompanied by Sakura, appeared beside Sasuke and spoke in a subdued tone. Looking at Naruto before him, Sasuke's eyes were icy. "I do not require your assistance." Naruto furrowed his brow, watching Sasuke, who was engrossed in his pursuit of Orochimaru, feeling a surge of anger. Were it not for the necessity of the exam, he would have relished the thought of leaving Sasuke here to become snake fodder. He certainly didn't feel indebted to Sasuke. As she observed Sasuke moving farther away, Sakura felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety. She had a foreboding that one day she would be separated from Sasuke. Turning her gaze back to Naruto, she noticed his furrowed brow, seemingly displeased with Sasuke. What was happening to everyone? As Sasuke battled Orochimaru, various ninja squads with differing motives silently gathered around them. Where did this grass village ninja emerge from? How could he put Sasuke in such a precarious position? Ino glared at Orochimaru's figure. Her teeth clenched in frustration. Regardless of their origins, we should not intervene. That guy is definitely beyond our capabilities, Shikamaru cautioned, observing Ino's restless demeanor. Initially, Shikamaru's plan was to head toward the central tower while seeking opportunities to seize the scrolls. However, with Ino's insistence on checking on Sasuke, he had no choice but to temporarily abandon his original plan. It's all Naruto's fault for exposing his scroll and dragging Sasuke into this mess. Ino glared at Naruto, who was watching the battle alongside Sakura, her face filled with discontent. "I believe we need not worry about them," Shikamaru analyzed, noting that Naruto had only intervened twice during the recent battle. Each time, he effortlessly defeated that formidable snake and the grass village ninja. This clearly indicated that Naruto could triumph over the grass village ninja. His revealing of the scroll was not an act of arrogance or foolishness, but a manifestation of genuine confidence. Although Ino could not comprehend why Naruto was so powerful, the fact remained undeniable. In another vicinity, Hinata's team, equally concerned for Naruto, had been observing for quite some time. This grass village ninja is incredibly strong. Even Sasuke is no match for him. And what about Naruto? Is he truly Naruto? What was that dazzling jutsu he unleashed? Kiba, crouched among the foliage, chattered incessantly. "Hinata, I think we should just leave. This grass village ninja is beyond our capabilities, and Naruto seems to be managing just fine. I want to see more." Hinata, displaying her stubbornness, left Kiba somewhat exasperated. What is so special about Naruto? He had already discerned Hinata's admiration for Naruto. Her demeanor made it difficult to conceal. "Neji, should we intervene?" Tintin inquired that Neji's team had received the Heaven Scroll, while Naruto's team already possessed 2 Earth Scrolls. If they managed to acquire this Grass Village Ninja Scroll, that would make 3 Earth Scrolls in total. Wait, someone is approaching. Neji raised his hand, signaling for everyone to conceal themselves. In the next moment, 3 unfamiliar ninjas appeared not far from Neji and his team. "Neji, what should we do?" Rock Lee asked, gazing at the trio fixated on Naruto. After a moment's thought, Neji replied, "Engage them. Let's eliminate them. It would be easier to deal with these 3 than to attempt to snatch Naruto's scroll. Now, let's just hope they possess the Earth Scroll." As many flocked toward Naruto's team, Gaara's squad swiftly made their way toward the central tower. "Gaara, shouldn't we take a look over there? It seems rather interesting." Temari remarked, intrigued. "No. The mission is paramount," Gaara replied, his expression impassive. "I fear if we go over there, I won't be able to resist annihilating them. If they all perish, there won't be a 3rd round in the Chunin exam." Kankuro and Temari had not anticipated Gaara's level of insight. However, his reasoning was indeed sound. Should Gaara eliminate them all, their subsequent plans would be thwarted. "Then let us hasten through. I am genuinely curious about the expressions on those leaf ninjas' faces when they see us complete the exam so swiftly. Whoosh! During Sasuke's battle with Orochimaru, Naruto once again saved Sasuke with a laser beam. Sasuke, wordless, launched another attack on Orochimaru. Sakura watched Sasuke with concern, while Naruto noticed that Sasuke seemed to be entering a focused state. His eyes no longer expressed the same anger. Reason appeared to have regained control of his mind. Sasuke deftly maneuvered through the trees, evading Orochimaru's pursuit, then seized the opportunity to bind Orochimaru to a tree with fine threads. Sharingan, windmill, triple blade. After restraining Orochimaru, Sasuke bit down on the threads and formed hand seals with both hands, fire style. Dragon fire technique. Flames erupted from Sasuke's mouth, igniting the threads and resulting in an explosion upon reaching Orochimaru. Hearing Orochimaru's anguished scream, Sasuke felt a surge of relief. It's done. He provocatively glanced at Naruto, seemingly challenging him. Did you not say I couldn't handle this? He expected to see shock or astonishment on Naruto's face. But instead, he found Naruto's expression unchanged, his gaze fixed on the spot where he had just vanquished Orochimaru. Could it be? Sasuke turned his head to look at the place where he had believed he had defeated Orochimaru, only to discover that there was no corpse, only a puddle of mud. Damn it. When did that happen? Sasuke's face twisted in anger, regretting his carelessness. Suddenly, he heard a commotion behind him. Instinctively, he leaped aside to evade Orochimaru's ambush. Yet, Orochimaru did not relent, continuing his pursuit. The speed was so swift that Sasuke could only defend himself with kunai. After a fierce struggle, Sasuke seized the opportunity to tackle Orochimaru from the sky. Thud! Orochimaru's head struck the ground with a resounding crash. Judging by the sound, that was a solid hit. Sasuke gasped for breath, eager to witness Orochimaru's demise. However, Orochimaru's form transformed once more into a puddle of mud. What a frustratingly bug-like technique. Naruto murmured to himself. He had observed the entire battle between Sasuke and Orochimaru, yet he had failed to discern when Orochimaru had employed the body substitution technique or the clone technique. However, considering that even Sasuke's Sharingan could not penetrate the process of Orochimaru's technique, it was hardly surprising that Naruto's ordinary eyes could not perceive it either. Moreover, in Naruto's view, the ability to see through others' jutsu was not particularly crucial. After all, the vast majority of individuals in this world lack the Sharingan. For them, encountering jutsu that could not be deciphered simply required leveraging their own strengths. Talented ninjas relied on bloodline limits, while taijutsu practitioners depended on speed and strength. Ultimately, victory hinged on absolute power, tactical intelligence, and combat experience. The same applied to Naruto. And no matter how sophisticated Orochimaru's body substitution and clone techniques were, they were merely methods of escape. As long as he utilized the advantages of the flash fruit, Orochimaru would stand no chance whatsoever. At this age, to wield the Sharingan to such an extent, one truly lives up to the illustrious Uchiha name. I find myself yearning for you. Orochimaru emerged from behind a tree, a cryptic smile gracing his face. After the earlier test, he had already acknowledged Sasuke's prowess and innate talent. Suddenly, with a clap of his hands, Orochimaru formed a series of seals that, in an instant, Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto felt their bodies ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendering them immobile. Naraka technique. Naruto was taken aback by Orochimaru's sudden aggression towards him, yet dismissed it as mere low-level jinjutsu. I've been observing you for quite some time that I cannot allow you to continually interrupt me. Orochimaru's gaze shifted to Naruto, his smile unwavering. And as for your body, I find myself quite desirous of it. With that, he elongated his neck, his head lunging towards Naruto. Naruto! Hinata exclaimed, alarmed at the imminent danger threatening Naruto, but she was too far away to intervene in time, just as Orochimaru was about to sink his fangs into Naruto's neck. Naruto swiftly grasped his head. What? Orochimaru's visage was one of shock. Meanwhile, Naruto remained unfazed. You don't truly believe such rudimentary jinjutsu could affect me, do you? Having once fallen victim to Kakashi's jinjutsu without the means to escape, Naruto had since contemplated how to unravel such traps. With his mastery over chakra now at its zenith, dispelling Jinjutsu posed no challenge for him. The fundamental method for a ninja to break free from Jinjutsu is to disrupt their own chakra. Naruto, adept at controlling his chakra, could effortlessly achieve this. Is this your true form? Naruto queried, tightening his grip on Orochimaru's head, unleashing a burst of golden light. Orochimaru's head disintegrated into a puddle of mud upon impact. A mere substitute or a clone? Naruto furrowed his brow, only to witness Orochimaru emerging from the muck at his feet, grasping at his ankle in an attempt to drag him underground. Yet, Naruto instantaneously transformed into an ethereal form, freeing himself from Orochimaru's grasp, and unleashed a laser beam at the ground beneath Orochimaru. Boom! The laser pierced the earth, resulting in a violent explosion that sent debris flying as the dust settled. Orochimaru was nowhere to be found. Interesting, such a remarkable ability. My curiosity about you grows ever deeper, a new bloodline limit, perhaps? Orochimaru, having appeared on a distant tree, flicked his long tongue across his lips before forming seals again, slamming his palms against the trunk. Summoning technique. Boom! A multitude of serpents, larger than before, were summoned by Orochimaru, their tongues flicking as they lunged towards Naruto and the others. Witnessing these colossal serpents, Sasuke and Sakura were left dumbfounded, yet their bodies remained immobilized by the Naraka technique. At that moment, Naruto leapt high into the air, fingers pinching his thumb, calmly declaring, "Yata mirror." As his words fell, countless light orbs erupted from Naruto's hand, raining down upon the serpents and Orochimaru. The colossal serpents fell like tofu, pierced by the light orbs, shrieking as they collapsed, blood saturating the forest floor. Orochimaru's face shifted as he perceived the fragility of his summoned beasts, and he swiftly burrowed underground. Once all the serpents lay lifeless, Naruto descended, surveying his surroundings, spotting the blood-drenched carcasses of the serpents, yet finding no sign of Orochimaru. Has he hidden or fled? Naruto's sensory abilities were limited, making it challenging to locate the elusive Orochimaru in this terrain. Konji mirror. Naruto conjured a massive light mirror and launched it into the sky, scanning from above once more, yet still failing to locate Orochimaru. Has he truly escaped? Naruto frowned but quickly relaxed if he has fled. Then so be it. There will be other opportunities to confront him. Through this skirmish, Naruto had gained a clearer understanding of Orochimaru's capabilities, or rather, a deeper insight into the so-called elite ninja. Nothing more. He approached Sakura and Sasuke, assisting them in breaking the Jinjutsu. Phew, I'm free. Sakura slumped to the ground, her expression one of relief and lingering fear. Sasuke leaned against a tree, his gaze fixed on the fallen serpents. A torrent of thoughts swirling in his mind. This was not the first time he had witnessed Naruto unleash such power. Yet, each time left him profoundly astonished and envious at the tender age of 12. Why was Naruto so immensely strong? If only he possessed such strength, could he not seek vengeance against Itachi Uchiha? Could he not restore the Uchiha clan? Sasuke pondered, unconsciously clenching his fists. Meanwhile, Hinata's team, along with Ino's and Niji's, watched in stunned silence from a distance. They were aware of Naruto's prowess, yet never anticipated it to be of such magnitude. Is this fellow truly going to partake in the same Chunin exam as us? Tenten swallowed hard, unable to contain her astonishment. Niji remained silent, lost in his thoughts. Even the ever-energetic Rock Lee appeared dazed, disbelief etched across his features. My guy, can I truly defeat such a genius? Sasuke, are you all right? Ino, snapping back to reality, was the first to emerge from the foliage, rushing toward Sasuke. Ino! Shikamaru observed Ino's impulsiveness with exasperation, but still followed her, and Choji, Sanada, and the others saw Ino and the others stepping forward. They too made their way out. Ino, Shikamaru, Choji, Hinata, Kaba, Shino. What are you all doing here? Sakura inquired, surprise evident in her tone. Shikamaru shrugged, casting a resigned glance at Ayan It was as if to say, I sent it because of this foolish woman. We were concerned about you, hence our visit. Kiba, with Akamaru perched on his shoulder, scrutinized Naruto, astonished by his prowess. Initially skeptical of Naruto's identity, witnessing his strength only deepened his suspicions. This Naruto must undoubtedly be a fraud. I will find evidence to expose him, Kiba mused inwardly, while Choji munched on chips, and Shino remained silent. Naruto, are you all right? I have healing ointment. Hinata approached Naruto, her expression brimming with concern as she assessed whether he had sustained any injuries. I am fine, Naruto replied, shaking his head and declining Hinata's offer. Yet upon noticing the ointment in her hand, he hesitated and asked, May I have that? Of course. Hinata beamed, elated to be needed by Naruto. She hastily handed the ointment to him. But he promptly tossed it to Sasuke. Apply it, Naruto stated nonchalantly. Although Sasuke had caused him trouble earlier, he recognized they were still on a mission that AS the captain. He could not act on impulse. Sasuke caught the healing ointment, glancing at Naruto with a complex mix of emotions that on one hand, he felt immense jealousy towards Naruto, viewing him as a rival, even disobeying his orders during the mission. On the other hand, Naruto's strength and charisma commanded his respect. Thank you, Sasuke uttered softly, and no need for thanks. Just express your gratitude to Hinata, Naruto replied with an impassive expression. Thank you, Sasuke reiterated towards Hinata. You're welcome, Hinata responded politely in a hushed tone. Sasuke nodded, preparing to apply the ointment himself, when Ino snatched it away, exclaiming, Allow me to assist you. Sasuke-kun, step aside. Ino, keep your distance from Sasuke. I can help him. Sakura interjected, unable to restrain herself from confronting Ino's persistent advances. What did you just say? Forehead girl. As the two resumed their bickering, the onlookers could only shake their heads in exasperation. When would these two ever cease their quarrels? Did you just say something? Sakura and Ino simultaneously glared at Shikamaru, their eyes fierce enough to intimidate him into taking a step back, feeling slightly guilty in nothing. The two women huffed in unison, shooting him a warning glare before resuming their argument. Shikamaru wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved. Women are truly terrifying. Just as he contemplated the necessity of never offending women again, Naruto suddenly interjected, Quiet down. Upon hearing Naruto's voice, Sakura obediently fell silent. Even Ino merely cast a glance at Naruto, refraining from continuing her quarrel with Sakura. After witnessing Naruto's true strength, Ino dared not act recklessly in his presence. Moreover, seeing Sakura's evident fear of Naruto, one could only wonder whether he might resort to violence against women. Shikamaru observed the compliance of Sakura and Ino with a look of exasperation, so they only bully the honest ones. How troublesome. Shikamaru, feeling helpless, pondered what sort of person could navigate this world with ease. Noticing that Sakura and Ino had settled down, Sasuke seized the opportunity to retrieve his healing ointment, coolly stating, I can apply it myself. Ino and Sakura hesitated, wanting to speak but fearing Naruto's displeasure, ultimately resigning themselves to silence. What scroll did you obtain? Naruto suddenly inquired of Hinata. The Heaven Scroll, Hinata instinctively replied, while Kiba, standing nearby, looked at her with concern. Is this something one can casually disclose? What if other ninjas with the Earth Scroll overheard? Yet the next moment he saw Naruto hand an Earth Scroll to Hinata, and his expression immediately brightened. This is for you, Naruto said nonchalantly. Oh, I can't accept this, Hinata protested, but Kiba unceremoniously took it from her. Naruto's kindness, Hinata. You shouldn't be so polite. Thank you, Naruto, Hinata exclaimed, her joy evident. Naruto cast a glance at Kiba, but chose to ignore him. He had given the scroll to Hinata purely out of gratitude for her concern. Even though he was not injured, being cared for, in some way, warmed his heart. Kiba and Hinata were comrades, so accepting it meant Hinata benefited. Ino, watching Naruto gift the Earth Scroll to Hinata, felt a twinge of envy. However, recalling that they only possessed 2 Earth Scrolls, she hesitated and ultimately refrained from asking for one that with Naruto holding on to 2 scrolls. Giving one away while keeping the other, she knew that asking for more would likely result in trouble. Let's rest here for the night and set off tomorrow, Naruto suggested, glancing at the dimming sky. Considering Sasuke's injuries, he felt this was the best course of action. Ino's team and Hinata's team had already planned a rest before formulating their strategies for the next day. Seeing that Naruto's group intended to stay put, They naturally decided to huddle together for warmth. With Naruto around, they felt a sense of reliability, completely free from concerns of danger. Not far off, Niji's team watched Naruto and his companions from a distance without making a move. "Niji, what should we do next?" Lee asked, observing Naruto's group preparing to rest. "Shall we join them?" he suggested. Niji looked at Naruto, remaining silent for a moment before shaking his head. "No, we will proceed directly to the central tower." He had no desire to forge closer ties with Naruto's team. There was no need to forcefully integrate into unfamiliar circles at a kilometer away from Naruto's group. Orochimaru stood quietly atop a tree, waiting for something. Soon, Kabuto appeared behind him. "Lord Orochimaru." Kabuto addressed him respectfully. The plan has encountered some unexpected changes. Sasuke's schedule has been delayed," Orochimaru stated in his magnetic, slightly raspy voice. "Unexpected changes?" Kabuto inquired, puzzled. Could it be that the third Hokage discovered something? In his view, only the third Hokage could thwart Orochimaru's plans. "No, it is Uzumaki Naruto," Orochimaru replied. "Uzumaki Naruto?" Kabuto exclaimed in disbelief. Wasn't he merely a genin, and only 12 years old this year? "Kabuto," Orochimaru turned, a knowing smile gracing his features as he spoke. "He is the most talented child I have encountered, surpassing all others I've seen thus far." Kabuto adjusted his glasses, bowing his head slightly. "I understand. I will investigate him." Although Orochimaru did not explicitly state it, Kabuto had grasped the underlying implication. This Uzumaki Naruto posed extreme danger. He was already formidable enough to warrant Orochimaru's caution. "Do not give up on Sasuke's side. I wish to acquire that child as well," Orochimaru added before vanishing into the shadows. "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." Kabuto replied to the empty space where Orochimaru had stood before raising his head, adjusting his glasses, and gazing in the direction of Naruto's group. A cryptic smile playing on his lips. Uzumaki Naruto. The following morning, after a night of rest, Team 7 prepared to head towards the central tower. The previous night had been remarkably quiet, devoid of any ambushes. Not even wild beasts had appeared. Perhaps they were deterred by Naruto's earlier battle, or perhaps the other candidates were simply too far away to reach them. Regardless of the reason, Naruto had no intention of waiting any longer. "Naruto, can we walk with you?" Hinata quietly asked as she noticed Naruto's group preparing to leave. Naruto glanced at Hinata and her companions, replying nonchalantly, "It's up to you, as long as you can keep up." "Yes, thank you, Naruto," Hinata responded with delight. Kiba shook his head at Hinata. He had initially considered finding a spot to ambush other candidates to reduce his competition in the third exam. However, since Hinata wished to accompany Naruto, he decided to go along as well. He also wanted to see if he could find evidence that this Naruto was not the real one. Meanwhile, Ino watched with envy as Hinata's team prepared to leave with Naruto's. "How infuriating! Why couldn't we gather all the scrolls?" Ino lamented. Because they had not collected all the scrolls, they could not leave alongside Sasuke's team. They still needed to spend time searching for other ninja squads to seize their scrolls. "Ino, we should be getting ready to set off as well," Shikamaru urged. Coming. Ino replied impatiently, casting one last glance at Sasuke and Sakura before letting out a sigh and following Shikamaru and Choji in another direction. Sakura, hearing the commotion from Ino's group, turned to look at them as they departed, suddenly feeling a desire to assist Ino. However, with her limited abilities, she felt powerless without Naruto and Sasuke. In the end, she could only offer her moral support for Ino's success in the exam. After Ino's group left, Naruto and Hinata's team headed toward the central tower as well. However, their pace was not brisk. After 2 hours, they still had a third of the distance to cover to reach the tower. "Let us take a break," Naruto suggested as they arrived at a small stream, just as noon approached. Considering Sakura's stamina, he decided to rest here for a while. Throughout their journey, they had encountered no ninja teams, only occasional wild beasts. The number of ninjas eliminated in the first exam had indeed impacted the second exam. As a result, after Naruto's group dealt with a number of candidates, the area had become significantly quieter. "Sakura, Hinata, please gather some firewood. Kiba and Sasuke, see if you can catch any fish in the river. Shino, do you have any way to procure some containers for boiling water?" "I'll give it a try," Shino replied after a brief moment of silence. They hadn't had a sip of water since the previous afternoon. And now that they had stumbled upon a river, they hoped to boil some water to drink. "All right, I'll wander nearby and see if I can catch some wild rabbits," Naruto said as he ventured into the unknown forest. His scouting abilities were the most refined, and his speed was unmatched, making him the most suitable for hunting. Moreover, he had developed a new scouting technique called heat vision last night. This technique allowed Naruto to utilize his eyes to perceive the infrared light emitted by other objects, processing this information to distinguish temperature differences and form a thermal image of the surrounding environment. In other words, thermal imaging. This inspiration came after Naruto's battle with Orochimaru, as he observed the snake's various sensory abilities. While snakes possess hearing, smell, sight, and heat sensitivity, their heat detection occurs through specialized organs called pit organs, which enable them to sense infrared radiation and identify the temperature of surrounding objects, thereby locking onto their prey. These insights were gleaned by Naruto after a moment of inspiration. Utilizing the system's search capabilities in his quest to develop this ability, Naruto deliberately sought out extensive information regarding infrared light and ultimately concluded that infrared light is a form of electromagnetic wave. And indeed, light itself is a specific manifestation of electromagnetic waves characterized by particular wavelengths and frequencies. It was only after arriving at this realization that Naruto spent an entire night pondering, ultimately succeeding in the development of the skill known as thermal vision. Although Naruto awakened at full capacity upon consuming the shining fruit, the techniques he could develop depended on his personal comprehension of light. Initially, he could only replicate a few techniques based on his impressions of Kizaru. However, inspired by his own imaginative ideas, he went on to create skills such as light shuriken, light kunai, light pistol, void mirror, time stop mode, virtual imaging, and now, thermal vision. From these skills, it is evident that the devil fruit indeed possesses boundless possibilities. As Naruto activated thermal vision, the membrane of his eyes instantly turned crimson, transforming his perception from a three-dimensional view into a two-dimensional image composed of various colors. Through this sensory mode, he swiftly identified several objects emitting higher temperatures. Based on the thermal contours, he could reasonably infer what these objects were. For instance, the dark, elongated shapes were grass, while the small patches of red and yellow indicated rabbits. Casually, Naruto pierced one of the rabbits with a light kunai. Its life extinguished, its body temperature swiftly plummeted, leaving it a cold corpse. If he were to employ this ability against Orochimaru next time, it would likely prevent his escape. Continuing deeper into the forest with the hair in hand, Naruto pondered when suddenly his eyes detected human-shaped thermal images. 3 individuals were stealthily hiding behind a tree. Observing him, Naruto reverted his eyes to their normal state and then vanished in a flash of light. Where did he go? The 3, startled by Naruto's disappearance, rushed out from behind the tree. In the next moment, Naruto reappeared before them, startling them. What the? Kill him! The trio, Grass Village Ninja, reacted swiftly. 2 of them brandished kunai and charged at Naruto. With a single kick, Naruto sent both flying, then turned his gaze to the 3rd, who had remained passive. Karui. You know me. The previously resigned Karui was taken aback upon hearing Naruto call her name. Not really, Naruto replied nonchalantly, but I recognize you as a member of the Uzumaki clan. Karui's expression darkened. How do you know? I am Uzumaki Naruto, he stated. Karui, aware of Uzumaki Naruto's reputation from past events, had indeed taken note of him, but questioned, why isn't your hair red? After a brief silence, Naruto replied, who knows? He too found this perplexing. The offspring of Uzumaki clan members typically inherited red hair, yet those born from unions with blonde-haired individuals ended up with blonde hair. Indeed, this blonde descendant of the Uzumaki clan included not only Naruto, but also Tsunade. The difference being Naruto's hair was golden, while Tsunade's was a lighter shade of yellow. So, who are your parents? Karui inquired further. Naruto fell silent once more. Turning to leave, he had no intention of harming Karui. Considering her previous restraint and her tragic past, since childhood, she and her mother had been treated as caretakers, her mother having been bitten to death, leaving her next in line for the same fate. This cycle had persisted until now. The 2 Grass Village ninjas I defeated will surely cause trouble for you if you return to the village. Do not go back. Naruto's figure faded from Karui's sight. His kind warning and handsome visage echoed in her mind. Minutes later, Naruto returned to the stream's edge, where Sakura and Hinata had started a fire, while Sasuke and Kiba were grilling fish. Shino had built a separate fire pit, using wooden cups placed on stones to boil water. Although it was uncertain how long it would take for the water to boil, having hot water was certainly preferable to cold, so they decided to wait patiently. After all, time was not of the essence. Naruto, you're back. Wow. Is that a rabbit? Let me skin it. The moment Naruto arrived, everyone eagerly took the hair from him, diligently preparing it for roasting. In no time, the grilled fish and rabbit emerged, darkened on the outside while remaining tender within. Observing their culinary efforts and inhaling the delightful aroma, Naruto quietly retrieved a military ration pill from his ninja pouch and consumed it. This is still the safer option. We should part ways here, Naruto addressed Hinata and the others. Upon reaching the central tower, they would each need to open a door to enter, marking the conclusion of their journey together. Yes, thank you for your care along the way. Naruto-kun, Hinata spoke timidly yet politely. Naruto nodded, pushing open the door and leading Team 7 into the passageway. Hinata and the others followed through another door. What is that? Sakura exclaimed upon entering, spotting a large calligraphy scroll hanging on the wall. Without the heavens, one knows wisdom. If devoid of the earth, one seeks resources for profit. If the dual scrolls of heaven and earth are activated, one returns to the righteous path. This is the ultimate truth. To become a leader, although a few characters were missing, it seemed to refer to the scrolls. The scrolls' message appeared to instruct them to open the heaven and earth scrolls. Upon hearing this, Naruto produced the heaven and earth scrolls, handing one to Sakura and the other to Sasuke. After receiving the scrolls, Sakura and Sasuke exchanged glances before simultaneously opening them. What is this? Sakura inquired, gazing perplexly at the character for human that appeared on the scroll. Suddenly, the human character on both scrolls swelled, emitting clouds of white smoke. As Sasuke recognized the smoke's significance, he quickly warned Sakura, "This must be a summoning technique. Throw it away." Heeding the warning, Sakura and Sasuke swiftly tossed the scrolls aside. With a loud bang, the summoning technique erupted, releasing an even larger plume of smoke, within which a figure gradually materialized. The figure was Iruka-sensei. What are you doing inside there? The three stared at Iruka. Their expressions varied. Long time no see. Iruka smiled at the trio, lingering a moment longer on Naruto. You all seem rather relaxed. You managed to pass the second exam so quickly. It was still the second day of the second exam. And their early arrival was indeed unexpected for Iruka. Not too bad, Naruto replied nonchalantly. Sakura and Sasuke, however, were reminded of Orochimaru, feeling a lingering dread and thus refrained from responding, still as aloof as ever. Naruto, Iruka observed, smiling, but you certainly appear more mature than before. It's truly reassuring. Reassuring. Naruto silently scoffed. The second stage of the Chunin exam would be overseen by Chunin examiners welcoming the successful candidates. So logically, they should have been greeted by Mitarashi Anko's subordinates, not Iruka. Iruka's presence here was solely due to his initiative in requesting to assist Anko, motivated by his desire to support Naruto. Though he no longer worried excessively for Naruto, he wished to be part of his journey to become a Chunin, to witness his growth firsthand. Now, let us discuss the main matter, as the herald for your second exam. Herald, indeed. First and foremost, congratulations on passing the second stage of the Chunin exam. Now, regarding this, Iruka gestured towards a scroll behind him, stating, "This is a summary of the insights from Lord Hokage regarding the Chunin exams, which I need to explain to you. Can I opt out?" Naruto raised his hand to inquire. No. Iruka firmly rejected him, then earnestly continued, "Pay close attention, Naruto. To become an excellent Chunin, one requires more than mere strength." Naruto felt a twinge of resignation. It appeared he was about to be lectured. In the text, heaven refers to the human mind, while earth denotes the human body. The phrase "without heaven, one knows wisdom, if devoid of the earth. One seeks resources for profit" implies that if a person lacks wisdom, they must acquire additional skills to accomplish their tasks. Iruka remarked that without the foundation of the earth, one must pursue the essence to seek benefits. which implies that if a ninja lacks physical stamina, they must engage in more rigorous training. Sakura, this is something you should pay close attention to. Yes, Sakura scratched her head and smiled awkwardly. If one possesses both heaven and earth, no matter how perilous the task may be, one can bravely confront challenges and surely accomplish their mission. Irika continued, the missing character in the calligraphy is the person denoting a Chunin. This survival exercise tests whether you possess the fundamental abilities to become a Chunin. A Chunin must lead the team as a captain. I hope you all gain a profound understanding of the importance of knowledge and physical strength while executing tasks. Never forget this Chunin insight and continue to challenge difficulties. Finally, good luck in the third exam. Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto. Upon hearing Irika's words, Sakura felt greatly inspired. Sasuke seemed completely indifferent. Naruto wore a blank expression, remaining silent for quite some time. So, is this guy Irika here to flatter me? All this talk about wisdom and strength. After all, ISNT, it's just about carrying out the tasks. ISNT doing tasks, just a form of labor. Do you really think I want to work for you my entire life? Irika-sensei, rather than the third exam, I am more curious about where we will be in the coming days. There's still 4 days until the exam concludes, right? Naruto asked expressionlessly. Yes, there's still 4 days, Irika replied apologetically. Though, I would love to treat you all to Ichiraku ramen. You cannot leave this place until the second exam is completely over. So, does that mean we have to stay in this tower for the next 4 days? Sakura exclaimed in despair. I haven't showered for a day and a night, and I'm covered in sweat. A lady must bathe. There's no need to worry. The tower has arranged resting rooms for you. And there'll be hot water for bathing. If you need clean clothes, I can help you fetch some, Irika said with a smile. Really? Thank you so much, Irika-sensei. With the issues of bathing and changing clothes resolved, Sakura's impression of Irika improved greatly. Irika-sensei is truly a gentle and kind teacher, Sakura thought to herself. Upon entering the lounge, Sakura was the first to head for the shower, while Naruto and Sasuke sat on their respective beds. After a while, Sasuke suddenly stood up and said to Naruto, "Come train with me. 5,000 Ryo." Naruto glanced at Sasuke, then opened his wallet to count his money, with over 100,000 Ryo in savings. He felt quite confident. I want to rest now, Naruto replied nonchalantly. Sasuke stood frozen for a second, then silently turned and left. As Naruto watched Sasuke's retreating figure, he shook his head and asked Xiao Ai to turn on the Naruto anime. One Piece, I've decided. Xiao Ai, it's Naruto, not One Piece. After watching a bit, he earned a full-level Flash Fruit. After finishing the Pain Invasion arc, Naruto lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, contemplating whether to rescue Sarutobi Hiruzen. Previously, he considered saving Hiruzen mainly because he feared that after the Chunin exams, Tsunade would not return and Danzo would rise to power. If Danzo ascended, it would likely mean Naruto would have no chance of becoming a Chunin. Xiao Ai, would you like to issue me a mission to become Hokage? Ding! Please complete your current task first. Do not aim too high. Even without Xiao Ai's reminder, Naruto could guess that in the future, there would surely be a mission to become Hokage. To accomplish this task, he needed a plan early. The first point is that Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot be saved, because if Hiruzen is saved this time, he would likely survive until the Pain Invasion 4 years later, and Pain might not even kill Hiruzen. Even if Pain did, there would still be Danzo and Tsunade as potential competitors. Naruto certainly did not want to spend a decade on a single mission. However, he also had no interest in being Hokage indefinitely. Therefore, if the original plot unfolds, Tsunade being gravely injured and incapacitated, the position of the 5th Hokage could be a promising target, or perhaps a placeholder for the 6th Hokage. But if Hiruzen is not saved, Tsunade must be brought back. Otherwise, that old fossil Danzo might truly ascend early. Currently, aside from Danzo, no one else in Konoha is more qualified to assume the position of the 5th Hokage. If not for Orochimaru's invasion, Jiraiya just happened to be in Konoha. The two advisors might have genuinely agreed to let Danzo take the 5th Hokage position. It seems that after this exam, I must find Jiraiya. Naruto decided to prepare for both scenarios, not saving Hiruzen and first seeking Tsunade. If Tsunade cannot be found, then he would eliminate Danzo. Naruto, where Sasuke, Sakura emerged from the shower. Noticing that only Naruto was present, looking somewhat puzzled, he went to train. Naruto replied casually, rising to take the new clothes Irika had prepared for him into the bathroom. 15 minutes later, when he emerged, he found that he was alone in the dormitory. Naruto paid no mind to where Sakura and Sasuke had gone, lying back down to prepare to binge another episode of the anime. Just then, Sakura rushed in from outside. Not good, Naruto. Sasuke-kun has been attacked. Attacked? I just want to find Sasuke-kun and happen to see that ninja from the grass village we encountered in the forest of death. That person bit Sasuke. Orochimaru. Naruto was not surprised by Sasuke being bitten. He couldn't possibly stay by Sasuke's side all the time, and as long as Sasuke acted independently, he was bound to be bitten. However, a single bite wouldn't kill him, and since they had passed the second exam, Naruto was not overly concerned, even if the survival rate of the Heaven's Curse mark is only 10%. Where's Sasuke now? Naruto inquired. Kakashi-sensei took him away. Sakura responded anxiously. Naruto replied calmly. Since Kakashi has taken Sasuke away, we need not worry too much. We can wait here. But will he really be okay? Sakura remained worried, though she did not know where Kakashi had taken Sasuke, so she could only wait with Naruto. A few minutes later, she watched Naruto blankly staring at the ceiling, unsure of what he was thinking, and asked in confusion, Naruto, aren't you worried about Sasuke? Not worried. Naruto replied dismissively without turning his head. Why not? Sakura questioned, puzzled. Could it be because of what happened with Sasuke during the exam? That's not really relevant. I simply believe he won't die. Naruto stated flatly. Although Naruto felt some discontent with certain actions Sasuke took in the Forest of Death, he did not dwell on it. Unless Sasuke continued to defy his orders in the future, if that were the case, he would make sure Sasuke knows why the flowers are red next time. A night passed, and Sasuke still had not returned. Just as Sakura was fretting, Sasuke returned, clutching his neck. However, he did not return alone. Kakashi was with him. Sasuke-kun, Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke ignored Sakura, heading straight to his bed to rest. Kakashi, however, responded to Sakura and then turned to Naruto, who was also lying on his bed, asking, Naruto, can you step outside for a moment? Naruto looked at Kakashi, feeling a sense of dread akin to a misbehaving student being called out by the class monitor. Once outside, Kakashi said, Naruto, Sasuke's current condition is stable, and there are no serious safety issues. However, an extremely dangerous entity has implanted a perilous power within him that I have sealed this power, but once Sasuke's chakra is depleted, this power will automatically surge forth, and even my sealing technique cannot prevent it. Naruto stared expressionlessly at Kakashi. So what do you want me to do? I hope you will pay more attention to Sasuke's situation in the future, preventing him from overusing this power and stopping this force from being triggered. Kakashi said solemnly. You know that is impossible. Naruto replied flatly. With Sasuke's character, he will never give up on becoming stronger. And to become stronger inevitably requires high-intensity battles and exhausting one's own power, unless he has a system. After this exam, I will take Sasuke to train, Kakashi said calmly, if we want to prevent the overexertion of his power. One must either tread cautiously in battle or strive to elevate one's own combat prowess. As long as he can grow stronger, Sasuke shall not be swayed by the power bestowed upon him by Orochimaru. This, too, is the underlying reason for Kakashi's sudden decision to provide Sasuke with specialized training. Although in the original narrative, Kakashi claims it is for the Chunin exams, the truth runs deeper. His true intention behind training Sasuke alone is to prevent the disintegration of Team 7. Kakashi is acutely aware that Sasuke is obsessed with being the top of his age group. If Sasuke can maintain his rank as the strongest among his peers, he will not be enamored with Orochimaru's power. Yet, fate is unpredictable. None could have foreseen that Naruto would become a disciple of Jiraiya, and after undergoing Jiraiya's rigorous training, he would surpass Sasuke in strength. This is something Sasuke cannot accept. He believes he is trained diligently enough, and that Naruto's superiority stems merely from his lack of a better mentor. It is this comparison that leads Sasuke to seek refuge in Orochimaru's embrace. However, now, even without a superior teacher, Naruto is still far from being comparable, and he remains uncertain about how long he can stay in Konoha. Naruto harbors no intention of hindering Sasuke's departure from Konoha. They could be companions on missions or friends, but they can never be akin to father and son. He bears no obligation to fret over Sasuke's future choices. Indeed, as a friend, he ought to respect Sasuke's own decisions that I understand. Naruto acknowledges, though internally he respects Sasuke's choice of fate, he outwardly acquiesces to Kakashi. Upon returning to their room, Naruto notices Sakura gazing at Sasuke with concern, though she seems hesitant to speak, likely having been reprimanded by him. Naruto. Upon seeing him return, Sakura's initial joy is quickly subdued as she lowers her voice. What did Kakashi-sensei say to you? Oh, nothing much. He merely advised me to keep an eye on Sasuke during this period. Naruto replies dismissively. Sasuke is fine. You need not worry to go, and rest well, that's good to hear. Sakura breathes a sigh of relief, her expression towards Sasuke softening. Observing this, Naruto shakes his head, preferring not to intervene further. Just as he prepares to lie down for rest, a knock sounds at their door. May I come in? Naruto turns to find the visitor is none other than Kabuto. Kabuto-senpai, what brings you here? Sakura exclaims in surprise. Kabuto adjusts his glasses and responds with a gentle smile. I just passed the exam and am staying next door. I thought I would drop by, but I didn't expect to find you too. Is that so? What a coincidence, Sakura exclaims innocently. Please come in and have a seat, Kabuto-senpai. Then I shall not be polite. Kabuto smiles slightly as he enters, his gaze subtly drifting towards the prone Sasuke before shifting to Naruto. Good to see you again, Naruto. Naruto casts a sidelong glance at Kabuto, choosing to ignore him. He is well aware of Kabuto's purpose for visiting, likely to gather intelligence on Sasuke and perhaps even himself. Naruto has not forgotten Orochimaru's intent to ensnare him. Unfazed by Naruto's disregard, Kabuto engages Sakura in conversation about the Chunin exams. Yes, they chat. He seemingly notices the scar on Sasuke's neck and intentionally remarks, that scar appears to be from a rather severe injury. It's nothing, Sasuke replies coolly, covering his neck to conceal the wound. I happen to know a bit about medical techniques. Would you like me to take a look? Kabuto inquires. You know about medical techniques, Kabuto-senpai? Sakura responds with surprise. Yes, I grew up in an orphanage and learned from our caretaker, Kabuto explains with a smile. Upon hearing that Kabuto is an orphan, Sasuke glances at him but does not acknowledge his offer. Kabuto, seeing this, feigns ignorance of his previous statement and continues to chat with Sakura for a while before taking his leave. Kabuto-senpai is truly a kind person, Sakura remarks as she watches him depart. The next day, Kabuto visits again. However, due to Sasuke's absence for training, he only exchanges a few casual words before leaving. On the third day, Kabuto returns once more, but again, Sasuke is not present, prompting him to depart once again. It is not until the afternoon of the fourth day at 2:30 that the exam officially concludes. Yet Kabuto still makes an appearance, which causes Sakura to grow suspicious of him. Naruto. I suspect that Kabuto-senpai has ulterior motives. Naruto rolls his eyes. Finally, you've noticed? What motives? Naruto plays along that I've observed that whenever Sasuke is present, Kabuto-senpai lingers in our room for quite some time. Yet, when Sasuke is absent, he leaves promptly. Sakura analyzes earnestly. I suspect that Kabuto-senpai has feelings for Sasuke. Naruto turns over, opening a fanfiction novel about the shining fruit instead, rather than listen to Sakura's nonsensical theories. He prefers to read more, believing it might inspire him in his quest for a devil fruit. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Naruto and the others are summoned to the first floor of the tower. At this moment, all candidates who have passed the second exam gather, including Konoha's Chunin, various leading jonin from different nations, and the third Hokage. Naruto notes that a total of 18 candidates have passed the second exam, and Shikamaru's team is notably absent. Ino and the others are not here. Sakura expresses her concern, having failed to spot Ino. Despite their frequent bickering, they care for each other deeply outside of their rivalry for the affections of the same boy. Congratulations on passing the second exam. Next, the Hokage will introduce the third exam. Mitarashi Anko, lacking the eloquence of Marino Ibiki, succinctly announces the end, leaving the rest to the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen steps forward, addressing the 18 candidates. The third exam will commence shortly, but before I explain the rules, I must clarify something important. He lowers his hat slightly and continues, the true purpose of this exam and why so many allied nations participate together. It is for the sake of friendly coexistence among allied nations and to elevate the level of our shinobi. This is the essence of the exam. Misunderstanding this could lead to complications. While this exam can be seen as a microcosm of battles between allied nations, historically, the current allied nations were once neighboring countries embroiled in constant warfare to prevent mutual destruction. They have deliberately chosen this battleground, which is the origin of the Chunin exam selection process. But why is that? Isn't this exam meant to select Chunin? One candidate inquires. Indeed, this exam serves the purpose of selecting Chunin, but also bears the weight of national prestige. Sarutobi Hiruzen explains, during the upcoming third exam, many lords and notable figures from various nations who commission us will be present. They will personally witness your battles if there is a significant disparity in strength. The stronger nations will receive more commissions, while the weaker ones will see a decrease. Similarly, this serves as a demonstration of national strength and holds significant diplomatic implications. Why must we fight to the death then? Inuzuka Kiba interjects. Sarutobi Hiruzen shoots Kiba a glance, elaborating, the strength of a nation is synonymous with the strength of its village, and the strength of a village is reflected in its shinobi. The true prowess of a shinobi can only be revealed through life and death battles. This exam is a stage for showcasing the ninja strength of your nation, a testament to your resolve. It is precisely because this exam is a fight for survival that it holds its significance. Your predecessors once harbored dreams of participating in this exam. Then why proclaim friendship? A candidate presses that I've stated from the outset that you must not misunderstand. This exam is not a means of maintaining balance among nations through slaughter, but rather an opportunity for ninjas to pursue their dreams and uphold national prestige. Sarutobi Hiruzen declares solemnly. Though Sarutobi Hiruzen insists otherwise, Naruto cannot help but feel that this is indeed the case. If it were not, there would be no need for such a convoluted explanation. Among those here for the exam, how many are truly fighting for the sake of their so-called dreams? And how many are battling for their village? Among the 18 individuals who passed the second examination, 3 from Sand Village aimed to annihilate Konoha, 3 from Sound Village were dispatched for Orochimaru's mission, while another 3 from Konoha were also engaged in Orochimaru's schemes. Additionally, there were 9 others from Konoha, each harboring their own intentions. Naruto merely sought to fulfill the tasks set by the system. Sasuke aimed to hone his skills. Whether he became a Chunin was of little consequence to him. Sakura aspired to follow in the footsteps of Naruto and Sasuke, determined not to lag behind. Neji accepted his fate, while Tenten chose to accompany him. That it seems that only Rock Lee, the embodiment of youthful fervor, truly fought for his own dreams. Ahem. Shikaka coughed twice, and a jounin clad in a headscarf appeared before him, kneeling on one knee. Leave the rest to me, Hokage-sama. Shikaka nodded, indicating for Moonlight Gale to take charge. As Moonlight Gale turned to address the candidates, he was suddenly seized by a fit of coughing due to his discomfort. Is this proctor truly fit for duty? Cough, cough, I am Moonlight Gale. The proctor for the third exam. In preparation for the commencement of this phase, we must conduct a preliminary round for the Chunin exam's third stage. A preliminary round? Indeed, due to the overwhelming number of candidates who have reached this point. Therefore, in accordance with the regulations of the Chunin exams, we shall hold a preliminary match to reduce the number of participants in the third exam. This preliminary round is also considerate of the esteemed guests attending the third exam. With numerous dignitaries present, the competition cannot drag on indefinitely and must adhere to a time constraint. Should any participant feel unwell, they may withdraw from the exam early. The candidates exchanged glances, rolling their eyes. Surely, this ailing individual cannot be you. After a moment of silence, no one withdrew due to health issues, prompting Moonlight Gale to announce the rules. Naruto cast a wary glance at Kabuto, pondering why he chose not to withdraw. Was it due to a lack of suitable excuses, or did he harbor ulterior motives? The forthcoming examination would be a one-on-one battle. The victors would advance to the third round, with no additional rules. The contest would continue until one party perished, collapsed, or conceded. Therefore, if you wish to avoid death, concede swiftly. However, should I determine that the outcome is evident, cough to prevent unnecessary fatalities, I will intervene and halt your struggles. Now, let us consult the electronic bulletin board to draw your matchups. As Moonlight Gale's words faded, the names on the electronic board spun rapidly before settling on two Uchiha Sasuke vs. HG Akimichi. The first match remained unchanged. These two would face each other once more. Yet, in the original tale, even an injured Sasuke was capable of defeating CHG. Now, facing a Sasuke who had recuperated for several days, CHG stood no chance. After Naruto and the others, who had no stakes in this battle, ascended to the second floor viewing platform, Sasuke and CHG clashed fiercely. CHG excelled in utilizing a technique that could absorb his opponent's chakra. Judging by his physique, one might assume he was adept in taijutsu as well. However, when pitted against Sasuke, he was utterly outmatched. Sasuke's speed and strength overwhelmed him with a single sweep of his sword. CHG lay incapacitated. Once CHG struggled to rise, Sasuke's blade was already poised at his throat. The first match concluded with Uchiha Sasuke emerging victorious, advancing through the preliminary round. Boring, Sasuke expressed his dissatisfaction with being assigned such a lackluster opponent. His gaze shifted upward toward the other candidates, Rock Lee, Neji, Gaara, before ultimately resting on Naruto. Damn it, he dared to challenge everyone above him. Yet he saw no hope against Naruto. He even contemplated whether, had Naruto been his opponent, he would have conceded outright. Congratulations, Sasuke-kun, Sakura exclaimed as she rushed to embrace him, only for Sasuke to deftly evade her. Congratulations, Sasuke, Kakashi remarked with a smile, his eyes narrowed. Sasuke replied, his expression stoic, devoid of any joy at his victory. At that moment, a new opponent matchup appeared on the electronic bulletin board. Sakon vs. Shino Aburame. The battle between the two unfolded without significant alteration. Although Sakon had not sustained prior injuries, Shino's insects proved formidable, burrowing into Sakon's arm, rendering him helpless and swiftly defeated. In the third match, Kenji vs. Kankuro. Kankuro claimed victory to in the fourth match, Sakura Haruno vs. TS. Upon seeing Sakura's adversary, Naruto hesitated and grasped Sakura's arm as she prepared to descend for the match. Sakura, just forfeit. You stand no chance against him. Sakura hesitated, reluctant to concede so easily. Yet, faced with a battle deemed unworthy even by Naruto, was there truly any merit in persisting? Just as Sakura grappled with her decision, Kakashi interjected with a smile. Sakura, if you don't wish to forfeit, give it a shot. If it becomes too much, I will step in to assist you. With Kakashi's words, Sakura finally summoned the courage to engage TS earnestly. Nevertheless, Naruto remained skeptical of the outcome. Sasuke possessed the talent and ability to thrive against strong opponents. Sakura, however, did not share such advantages. Still, since it was Sakura's determination, he refrained from voicing his concerns. After all, it was not him who would face the consequences. Naruto, Kakashi suddenly addressed him. What is it? Naruto inquired. I understand you believe Sakura lacks strength. However, shielding her too much is not beneficial. She must eventually become a capable ninja in her own right. Kakashi expressed, I merely spoke the truth. Naruto replied nonchalantly. And with you as her guiding Jounin, I believe Sakura will not always require protection. Kakashi fell silent for a moment before responding. But I will not be your guiding Jounin forever. The conversation ceased, and the battles below commenced swiftly. TS's strength had already reached Chunin level, while Sakura could barely be considered a competent genin. Facing an opponent of a higher tier, Sakura endured a brutal beating, bloodied and disheveled, even losing a couple of teeth. Ultimately, it was only Kakashi's intervention that prevented the tragedy from escalating further. I told you to forfeit directly. Why endure such punishment? Naruto observed Sakura's battered form. Shaking his head in dismay, one could only wonder if Ino, who had already withdrawn from the Chunin exams, felt relief upon witnessing Sakura's dismal plight. Next match, Tenten vs. Temari. Temari wins. The battle between the two yielded no surprises. Temari effortlessly claimed victory in the sixth match, Hinata Hyuga vs. Kin. Naruto was taken aback to see Hinata's opponent had shifted from Neji to Kin, but this did not seem entirely unfavorable. Rather than endure a beating from Neji, it was preferable for her to face a more manageable adversary. That woman excels at utilizing her bell-laden kunai to cast genjutsu. When you battle her, aim for a swift victory to avoid hearing the sound of her bells. Naruto advised as Hinata passed by. She paused, glancing at Naruto, her cheeks tinged with crimson. "Thank you, Naruto-kun." He nodded in acknowledgement, adding, "Do not hold back. Strike decisively." Yes, Naruto's words seemed to imbue Hinata with newfound courage, understanding Kin's abilities. She preemptively muted her hearing and, seizing an opportunity during Kin's moment of negligence, unleashed a series of decisive, gentle fist strikes. The only drawback was her lingering compassion. While attacking Kin, Hinata held back, granting her a moment to breathe, hoping she would concede willingly. Such naive thinking made Naruto wish he could step in and deliver a swift kick to Kin himself. Fortunately, Kin's weakness was evident. Even with the chance to retaliate, she failed to mount an effective counterattack. Ultimately, Hinata found another opportunity and knocked her unconscious. "Next time, do not hold back," Naruto advised as Hinata returned to the viewing platform. "If you continue to be so soft-hearted, you will be irresponsible to yourself and your comrades during missions." "I am sorry, Naruto-kun," Hinata replied timidly, reminiscent of a child caught misbehaving. Naruto regarded Hinata, saying, "You need not apologize to me. You have done nothing wrong. That I simply hope you can improve next time." "Yes, I will, Naruto-kun." Hinata's expression was serious, as if she had genuinely absorbed the information. However, Naruto understood that a person's character would not easily transform. Furthermore, gentleness and kindness are certainly not faults. It is the path of a ninja that poses the true challenge at that moment. The latest battle roster was unveiled. Naruto versus Rock Lee. Naruto was taken aback to find that his opponent had shifted from Kiba Inuzuka to Rock Lee. Nevertheless, this battle seemed destined to be more intriguing. "Kakashi, it's time for my disciple to face off against your subordinate. What an exuberant clash of youth this shall be. Even I feel a surge of excitement." What did you say? On the battlefield, Naruto and Rock Lee had taken their positions. The 7th match of the Chunin exams commenced. Uzumaki Naruto versus Rock Lee, and the fight began. As Moonlight Gale's voice echoed, Rock Lee instantly vanished from his original spot, launching a kick towards Naruto. How swift! All the genin were astonished by Rock Lee's speed. Yet this kick was effortlessly intercepted by Naruto. "Remove your weights. Don't say I didn't give you a chance to shine," Naruto remarked nonchalantly, releasing Rock Lee's leg. Rock Lee stepped back, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had not anticipated that his earnest kick would be so easily caught by Naruto. Yet this matched the strength he had previously witnessed in Naruto. Rock Lee felt no fear, only exhilaration. He glanced up at Mike Guy in the stands, seemingly seeking approval. Guy understood Lee's intent and beamed with a broad smile. Giving him a thumbs up, "Lee, it's time to embrace your ninja way." "Yes, Teacher Guy," Rock Lee responded with utmost seriousness, then sat down to remove the leg weights. Although he was not far from Naruto, he harbored no concern that Naruto would seize the opportunity to ambush him, for he knew Naruto would neither do so nor find it necessary. "Kakashi, your subordinate possesses skills akin to yours. Yet Lee has truly absorbed my teachings. He shall not be defeated by your subordinate." Guy provocatively smiled at Kakashi, who maintained an impassive demeanor, saying nothing. "Can Lee truly triumph over Naruto? You couldn't even manage that yourself." At that moment, Rock Lee had removed all his weights. Iron plates inscribed with the word grit were tossed carelessly to the ground, producing a heavy thud. However, since they were not dropped from a great height this time, the visual impact was far less dramatic than in the original story. That it was merely the removal of some iron plates. What difference could that make? Temari, who supported Naruto in spirit, regarded Lee with disdain. Yet in the next instant, she realized Rock Lee had disappeared as if he had teleported. "What?" Temari exclaimed in shock, staring at the spot where Lee had been. "What speed is this? At least twice as fast as before." Those weights, Temari couldn't fathom how exaggerated the previous burden had been. Now, Rock Lee launched another assault on Naruto. With the weights gone, his speed had reached a point where he left mere afterimages. Such velocity was beyond what Naruto could easily perceive with his eyes or experience. Thus, he chose not to intercept Lee's kick. Should he miss, he would be the one in an awkward position. After all, Rock Lee could not injure him, so there was no need for unnecessary risks. The instant Rock Lee's kick made contact with Naruto's body, Naruto instinctively activated his passive elementalization. Lee's powerful strike thus passed through Naruto, leaving him momentarily bewildered a short distance away. Did I miss? In disbelief, Lee kicked again, but this attempt also passed through Naruto. Jinjutsu. Not only Lee, but everyone present regarded Naruto with confusion. What kind of jutsu is this? Naruto offered no explanations for their bewilderment, as golden light suddenly enveloped him. And in an instant, he appeared before Rock Lee, his foot less than a centimeter from Lee's head. Do you wish to continue? Gulp. Lee swallowed hard, gazing at Naruto's leg with astonishment. So fast. Too fast. It was not only Lee. Everyone present, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, failed to react in time. That same golden light jutsu. Hiruzen's expression darkened. This was not the first time he felt Naruto slipping beyond his grasp. Yet there was little he could do against Naruto's current prowess, for even if he intervened personally, he might not be Naruto's match. I concede. Lee regained his senses and bowed to Naruto, his gaze filled with a mix of determination, reluctance, and respect. This respect was absent in Sasuke. After losing to Naruto, Sasuke's eyes reflected only bitterness and rage, tinged with jealousy. Upon hearing Lee concede, Naruto retracted his leg, casually placing his hands in his pockets as he turned to leave, leaving behind an impressive silhouette. That moment, Moonlight Gale seemed to awaken from his stupor and announced, "The outcome is determined. The victor is Uzumaki Naruto." The expressions of the majority of exam participants and their supervising Nin grew solemn after witnessing Naruto's battle. From this encounter, they discerned that Rock Lee's strength was by no means trivial. Such speed would pose a significant challenge, even for typical Nin. Yet this individual could not even land a blow on Naruto. Not even a mere touch. This Uzumaki Naruto was astonishingly fast, truly the new golden flash of Konoha. Gaara, do you possess the confidence to confront that individual? Sand Village Nin Maki inquired, observing the trembling Gaara. However, what met him was Gaara's sickly yet fervent gaze. Seeing that expression, even Maki couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Although he doubted his own chances against Naruto, Gaara was different. He harbored within him the presence of that entity. After Naruto's match concluded, only Neji Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Gaara, and Kabuto remained among the participants. As the names on the electronic bulletin board flickered, soon the matchups of the final two battles were revealed. Neji Hyuga versus Kiba Inuzuka, Gaara versus Kabuto. Finally, it was our turn to shine. Akamaru. Woof. Naruto glanced at the inexplicably excited Kiba and Akamaru, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Surely, this guy doesn't think he stand a chance against Neji. Does he? 2 minutes later, Kiba and Akamaru lay in a heap on the ground, utterly defeated. The duo, without even utilizing their combined techniques, was swiftly dispatched by Neji's gentle fist. The 8th match concluded, with Neji emerging victorious. Watching Kiba and Akamaru return with their tails tucked between their legs, Naruto felt a sense of exasperation. They had been so brash before the battle, yet they were humiliated in an instant. With the conclusion of the 8th match, only the final preliminary match remained. When the bloodthirsty Gaara faced the amiable Kabuto, the result was, I concede. Moonlight Gale had merely announced the start of the match when Kabuto raised his hand to withdraw. His reason for conceding was simple. He believed he was no match for Gaara. While some looked down upon Kabuto's actions, the reasoning did provide a semblance of justification for his withdrawal. However, Kabuto had withdrawn from the Chunin exams several times before, drawing the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen. I have seen that individual several times. He withdrew from the exams last time as well. What is he thinking? Hiruzen mused, perplexed. Hey, Karui. Mori no Abiki nudged the still-dazed Karui. Oh, right? Karui hastily retrieved the registration book and flipped to Kabuto's page. Kabuto, according to the records, he has failed to qualify in the last 6 Chunin exams. What about his background? Hiruzen's expression grew serious as he looked at Karui. He performed rather ordinarily during his student years, barely passing his graduation exam after 3 attempts. He has completed 2 C-rank missions and 14 D-rank missions, with no particularly noteworthy combat experience. However, Karui hesitated. However, what? Hiruzen pressed. Before he enrolled, Do you recall the boy brought back from the Kikyo mountain battle? Karui spoke solemnly. I see. It's him. Hiruzen inquired, as if recalling something. I believe he was adopted by our medical nin. But what was that medical nin's name? What became of him? Yamanaka no Nai. He perished. The weighty answer left Sarutobi Hiruzen in silence for a considerable time, until Tsukumi Kaze stepped forward to break the stillness. Lord Hokage, a total of 9 individuals have passed this preliminary round. According to the rules of the third exam, one participant will be exempt. What do you think? Exempt, you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen mused, biting down on his pipe. The third exam cannot have an exemption. Let us select one from those who did not qualify in the preliminaries to participate in the third exam. Select from those who failed the preliminaries? Tsukimi Kaze glanced at the list of unsuccessful candidates, his expression troubled. There are Akidu Kai, Saku, Kin Mizuno, Haruno Sakura, Tintin Kin, Rock Lee, Inazuka Kiba, and Yakushi Kabuto, a total of 9 individuals. Choosing one at random might provoke discontent among the others. First, let us inquire if any among them wish to forfeit. Should they still desire to compete in the upcoming exams, we shall have them face off once more, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated. Very well. Reluctantly, Tsukimi Kaze gathered the 9 unsuccessful candidates and asked if anyone wished to withdraw. Ultimately, Haruno Sakura, Yakushi Kabuto, and Tintin chose to forfeit. Thus, only 6 candidates remained. Selecting one from these 6 was still a challenge, but having them compete again would clarify matters. Akidu Kai versus Saku. Saku emerged victorious. Kin Mizuno versus Kin. Kin won. Rock Lee versus Inazuka Kiba. Rock Lee triumphed. Rock Lee then went on to defeat both Kin and Saku, overcoming numerous obstacles to secure his place as the 10th participant in the third exam. This preliminary round took longer than anticipated, and Naruto was taken aback to discover that there was indeed a preliminary round within the preliminaries. He recalled that the original preliminaries concluded with 9 advancing. Yet the number did not increase. Rather, one group would finish their matches before facing another. To be candid, such a rule seemed unfair, as it required one individual to fight consecutively, placing a significant strain on their chakra and stamina. Had it not been for Tsu's reckless pursuit of Gaara, Shikamaru might not have had the opportunity to become a Chunin. It was unclear what had caused this alteration in the preliminaries. Could it be that Rock Lee had not sustained serious injuries? Congratulations on passing this preliminary round, but there remains a month until the official third exam commences. Sarutobi Hiruzen proclaimed. A month? Why must it take so long? It is to allow ample time to invite the esteemed feudal lords and notable figures who will be attending the matches, as well as to provide you with additional preparation time. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied solemnly. In the previous preliminaries, you were unaware of your opponent's abilities. In the upcoming matches, you will have the advantage of knowledge. You may use this month to hone your skills and train specifically against the opponents you have already assessed, thereby increasing your chances of victory. Upon hearing this, several candidates cast glances at Naruto and Gaara. One of them had not yet fought, while the other had fought in a manner that rendered his actions negligible, making it impossible to strategize against him. Now, let us proceed with the drawing of lots. Sarutobi Hiruzen announced. Following this, Mitarashi Anko approached with a box in her arms. Step right up, 1 draw each. No more, from left to right. Each candidate drew a slip until it was Naruto's turn. Little Naruto. Congratulations on advancing in the preliminaries. Mitarashi Anko winked at him. Naruto shot her a glance and muttered a thank you, before expressionlessly drawing a slip revealing the number 7. Originally, Naruto should have drawn 1, thus being the first to face off against Hyuga. However, it seemed the person drawing had changed, for Naruto pulled a 7. According to the match rules, the opponent he would face next was the one who drew number 8. After all the slips had been drawn, Mitarashi Anko returned to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, while Marino Abiki addressed the candidates. Now, from left to right, please announce the numbers on your slips. The individual on the far left. Tsu opened his slip and declared, 8. Next was Rock Lee. 1. Niji 2. Yamanaka Shino. 3. Hyuga Hinata. 5. Naruto. 7. Sasuke. 9. Gaara. 10. Temari. 6. Kankuro. 4. Marino Abiki recorded each name alongside their respective numbers on a board. The final matchups were as follows. Rock Lee versus Hyuga, Yamanaka Shino versus Kankuro, Hyuga Hinata versus Temari, Uzumaki Naruto versus Tsu, and Uchiha Sasuke versus Gaara. The next day at the hot spring district, Naruto arrived at a hot spring inn. This should be the place, right? Tsuru Kin. The Tsuru character is a kanji substitute symbol, also known as a doubling character. T represents different characters based on the preceding one, with various pronunciations. For instance, Hibi can translates to daily in, pronounced as Riri. Tsuru Kin is read Athru, Tsuru Kin, pronounced he. This is a symbol that Naruto cannot comprehend. This symbol created to distinguish between Japanese and kanji. Little AI had endowed him with the ability to understand Japanese, yet had not imparted the historical origins of Japanese characters. Thus, he could only puzzle over it in his mind before stepping into the Tsuru hot spring in Dada. A shriek echoed from within the inn. And moments later, Naruto emerged with a calm expression, striding into the men's bath on the other side. Lost in thought, he neglected to observe the signs distinguishing the male and female bath areas. At this moment, the men's bath was utterly vacant. It was uncertain whether it was due to the lack of male patrons or simply that it was not yet the time for them to bathe. Naruto randomly selected a hot spring pool, leaping in and closing his eyes in serene anticipation. Within his newly devised plan, Sarutobi Hiruzen would perish during this Chunin exam. Following this, Tsunade would return to assume the position of the 5th Hokage, granting him the Chunin title and assisting him with subsequent tasks until Pain's invasion, after which he would retire in glory, to enhance the likelihood of Tsunade returning to become the 5th Hokage. Naruto had come here to seek Jiraiya. Once it was confirmed that the 3rd Hokage had died, the two advisors would approach Jiraiya to nominate him as Hokage. Jiraiya would then refuse and promise to personally bring Tsunade back to take up the mantle of Hokage. Throughout this process, Jiraiya would take Naruto with him. However, originally, Jiraiya intended to take Naruto along to train him and protect the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Thus, Naruto was uncertain whether Jiraiya would still bring him along this time. Regardless of whether he was included or not, Naruto was determined to attempt it. Though he was not particularly adept at verbal persuasion, he understood Tsunade and believed he could be of assistance in certain matters. Should Tsunade not return after all, he would have to seek an opportunity to assassinate Danzo. The reason he refrained from killing Danzo outright was that he could not do so brazenly. Eliminating Danzo in such a manner would jeopardize his future life and missions. However, if he were to conduct an assassination, it would require stalking and investigating Danzo, which was not his forte. Had he possessed the observation haki, things would have been simpler, but lacking such abilities, Naruto felt no confidence in concealing his presence or evading danger. If discovered while covertly following the leader of Konoha's route, he doubted he could use his fondness for Danzo as an excuse to placate Konoha's higher-ups. Of course, he could also eliminate all the higher-ups in Konoha for a permanent solution. But if they were all gone, who would govern Konoha? Naruto had no intention of laboring tirelessly to manage the affairs of the village. Otherwise, he would not solely rely on the power of the system to grow stronger instead of practicing himself. Now he could comprehend Japanese, read ninjutsu scrolls, and possessed maximum chakra control, while he might not learn every ninjutsu in this world. Mastering a few formidable techniques was certainly within reach. Yet he felt no need to exert such effort. Completing little AI's tasks was already quite arduous. Did he really need to train on top of that? Wouldn't that be worse than being a mere beast of burden? As he reflected on his time since his arrival, he realized that aside from the 2 days, he completely lounged around after returning from the Land of Waves. He had either been completing tasks for Konoha or fulfilling little AI's assignments. When had he ever taken a break? Even during those 2 days of absolute relaxation, he had still developed the powers of the shining fruit, which hardly counted as resting. Relishing the sensation of the hot spring water enveloping his skin, Naruto could not help but emit a soft hum of contentment. This must be what it feels like to be on the job. Naruto opened his eyes, gazing with confusion at his reflection in the hot spring water. Surely I did not emit such a lewd chuckle, did I? Wasn't me. There are others arriving. Naruto employed a technique of virtual imaging, conjuring the scene of a bathhouse within the palm of his hand. Why are there so many people? Upon closer inspection, he realized his mistake. This was not an image of the men's bathhouse. After reprojecting, a figure soon materialized in Naruto's grasp. A long-haired old man squatting on the ground, chuckling with a mischievous grin. This must be Jiraiya, Naruto pondered, still somewhat skeptical as he rose and donned his attire. A casual glance around revealed an elderly man with long white hair, crouched beside a wooden partition, grinning foolishly. Naruto approached the elder, squatting beside him and whispering, "Jiraiya." "Oh, you know who I am?" Jiraiya responded, a hint of surprise in his voice as he gazed at Naruto. "You look to be merely 12 years old. How do you know me?" Although Naruto had changed his hairstyle and attire, his height remained unchanged for the time being. "Never mind. What truly matters is that I prefer you call me the Sage of Mount Myaboku," Jiraiya declared, standing up and tossing his hair back, striking a pose he deemed impressive. "And why father is Minato Namake's." Cough, cough. Jiraiya quickly crouched down again, feigning a cough, and inquired, "I beg your pardon, I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat?" "Minato Namake's is my father. That I am the host of the Nine Tails," Naruto reiterated. "The fourth Hokage, Minato Namake's?" Jiraiya asked, uncertainty creeping into his tone. "Yes," Naruto nodded affirmatively. Jiraiya scrutinized Naruto closely. "Do you have any evidence?" "My hair, it's blonde, just like the fourth Hokage," Naruto exclaimed, gesturing towards his hair. "Is that so?" Jiraiya's lips twitched as he questioned. "And what else?" "I am quite handsome." Naruto pointed to his face. "Is that so?" Jiraiya replied, at a loss for words. "And what next?" "Well, my surname is Uzumaki, and I am named Naruto Uzumaki. That I possess the birth gift they bestowed upon me," Naruto proclaimed, channeling a trace of Nine Tails chakra in his hand. "Look at the chakra of the little fox, the very Nine Tails that instilled fear in all of Konoha, and you refer to it as a little fox?" Jiraiya mused, the evidence of Naruto's identity becoming increasingly undeniable. He could hardly believe that the infant he once knew had grown so rapidly. "Very well. What brings you to seek me? Or should I inquire how you came to know of my presence here?" Jiraiya shifted his posture, sitting cross-legged on the ground with arms crossed, observing Naruto with a mixture of curiosity and caution. "I came to enjoy the hot springs," Naruto replied without a hint of hesitation. "You came here alone to soak in the hot springs?" Jiraiya expressed disbelief, questioning the notion of a 12-year-old child visiting a hot spring in by himself. "I just finished the second exam of the Chunin exams and came here to relax. Besides, I have a habit of not inviting others to bathe with me," Naruto stated nonchalantly. He had anticipated Jiraiya's skepticism. His intent was to familiarize himself with the sage, but he would not do so without preparation. The Chunin exams, Jiraiya had heard of them. Though he had not paid much attention, he was surprised to learn that Minato's child was so gifted, having successfully completed 2 rounds of the exams at merely 12 years of age. With a chance of passing the third to become a Chunin, a 12-year-old Chunin was indeed a rare genius in this era of peace in Konoha. "Hey kid, would you like to train with me?" Jiraiya proposed, his tone casual. "Train?" Naruto was taken aback by Jiraiya's eagerness, that he recalled that the original Jiraiya had only relented due to Naruto's seductive jutsu. However, at that time, Jiraiya seemed unaware of Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki. "Sure." Naruto hesitated briefly before accepting Jiraiya's offer. Although he had not planned to become Jiraiya's disciple, the sage's initiative left him with little reason to decline. After all, if he merely wanted to become acquainted, Jiraiya might not necessarily take him to find Tsunade. "Excellent. We'll commence training this afternoon. But before that, I need to gather more materials," Jiraiya said with a devious grin as he moved toward the wooden partition to continue his voyeuristic pursuits. Naruto fell silent for a moment, abandoning any thoughts of joining Jiraiya in his antics. Instead, opting to relax in the hot spring, patiently waiting. He was not in a hurry to learn any jutsu, for Jiraiya's techniques could not possibly surpass the prowess of his own abilities. An hour later, after the bathing ladies had departed, Jiraiya approached Naruto, seemingly unsatisfied. What a pity. The lovely ladies left so soon. Such an encounter is truly hard to let go of. Listening to Jiraiya's soliloquy, Naruto rolled his eyes. "That an encounter. It's merely your one-sided fantasy. Hey Naruto, I'm off to find more beautiful ladies. Do you want to join me?" With plenty of time before the afternoon, Jiraiya had no intention of wasting the opportunity to gather more material by teaching Naruto. hearing Jiraiya's plan to seek out more targets. Naruto instinctively felt inclined to refuse. Yet considering his purpose for seeking Jiraiya, he realized he could not let him slip away so easily. Though Jiraiya had promised to train him, who was to say he wouldn't change his mind at the last moment? "I'll go," Naruto decided, dressing quickly before following Jiraiya out of the hot spring inn, embarking on a rather mischievous adventure through the streets of Konoha. Indeed, a mischievous adventure. Naruto had never imagined an old man's audacity could be so boundless. Brazenly seeking out young, attractive women while sharing lewd jokes in broad daylight, and even attempting to take liberties with some who couldn't resist it was utterly disgraceful. Naruto trailed behind Jiraiya like a wooden puppet, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as he occasionally faced teasing remarks from beautiful women. Fortunately, it was not long before noon arrived, and Naruto treated Jiraiya to a meal of Ichiraka ramen. Jiraiya, unreserved, ordered the exorbitantly priced ramen at 800 ryo a bowl. He devoured 3 bowls in one go. Thankfully, Naruto's wallet remained sufficiently filled at that time. Otherwise, the cost would have left him silently weeping. As the afternoon approached, Jiraiya seemingly forgot about training Naruto, leading him on more aimless excursions in search of lovely ladies. Naruto, indifferent, continued to follow Jiraiya in silence. Eventually, they arrived at a waterfall. After a morning of observation, Jiraiya had formed a preliminary impression of Naruto. Calm, patient, rational, and somewhat dull, though markedly different from the warm-hearted and intelligent Minato. He was not entirely lacking. Nevertheless, Naruto's demeanor often reminded Jiraiya of a younger Orochimaru and Minato's disciple, Kakashi. "By the way, Naruto, who is your guiding jounin?" Jiraiya inquired. Whether intentionally or not, "Kakashi," Naruto replied without turning his head. "Kakashi, is it? That is not surprising," Jiraiya mused. He firmly believed that a teacher would profoundly influence their student, and it was only natural for Naruto, as Kakashi's disciple, to exhibit some of his traits. "All right, let us commence our training here," Jiraiya declared, seating himself on the ground before the river at the base of the waterfall. "Naruto, you already know about the entity within you, correct?" "Yes, the Nine Tails," Naruto confirmed, having learned about it from a Konoha teacher months prior. "Konoha teacher?" Jiraiya thought, puzzled. How could that old man allow such a loose-lipped instructor to teach Naruto? But he refrained from probing further. "Since you are aware of that entity, I trust you have some understanding of the second chakra within you. Moreover, I observe your adept control of that chakra earlier." "Yes, I can completely control that chakra." "Completely control." Jiraiya's expression turned to one of astonishment. Although he had never been a Jinchuriki himself, his extensive research on Kushina had made him acutely aware of the challenges associated with fully mastering the Nine-Tails chakra. Kushina had undergone considerable hardship to harness that power, yet even then, she could not claim to have complete dominion over the Nine-Tails chakra. According to his conjecture, the chakra of the Nine-Tails ultimately belongs to the Nine-Tails itself. The Jinchuriki, without the beast's consent, could never truly master this power. But is it truly feasible to gain the acknowledgement of a tailed beast confined within oneself? At this moment, Naruto appeared to him somewhat unfathomable. "Since you have managed to fully grasp this chakra, allow me to teach you a formidable ninjutsu." As Jiraiya spoke, he bit into his own thumb and slapped the ground, invoking the summoning technique. Boom! With a burst of smoke, a giant orange toad, adorned with black markings and larger than Jiraiya himself, materialized at his feet. This is the summoning technique, a ninjutsu that involves signing a contract with a creature and then summoning it through hand seals. Jiraiya, brimming with pride, showcased this before Naruto, eagerly anticipating a flicker of astonishment on Naruto's face, but none came. Naruto maintained a serene expression, as if such ninjutsu held no allure for him whatsoever. "Ahem," Jiraiya coughed to mask his embarrassment, then instructed the toad, Fukusaku, to produce a scroll for Naruto. "Open that scroll and take a look." Following the command, Naruto unrolled the scroll, revealing several names: Otsutsuki Kagaya, Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, totaling 5 names. Now he was to become the 6th individual to inscribe his name upon this scroll. This is the legendary summoning contract of Mount Myaboku, where one writes their name in blood, seals it with 5 blood prints from their fingers, and then channels chakra into the hand that signed. Performing the hand seals of Utatsu, Hitsugi utilized this ninjutsu. Complying with Jiraiya's guidance, Naruto bit his thumb and inscribed his name, Uzumaki Naruto, in the sixth empty space on the scroll. He then pressed his thumb against the other four fingers, leaving his unique fingerprints. All done, Naruto returned the scroll to Fukasaku, ready to embark on his first ever summoning technique. However, as he raised his hand, he suddenly froze. How does one execute the seals for Inu Tatsusa Hitsugi again? You must be joking with me, you fool. Jiraiya could hardly believe that someone capable of skillfully wielding the chakra of the Nine Tails, potentially becoming a Chunin, could not even perform the hand seals. Yet, I truly do not know how. Observing Naruto's earnest demeanor, Jiraiya fell silent. Could it be true? But how could that be? A ninja who cannot perform hand seals is akin to an air conditioning technician who cannot repair air conditioners. Does that make sense? In truth, I am not entirely inept at performing hand seals. Noticing Jiraiya's expression, Naruto felt a twinge of embarrassment. Thus, he opened his mouth in defense and formed the Hitsugi seal that I can do this one. The Hitsugi seal is the hand sign for the transformation technique and the shadow clone technique within the basic three-body technique. Naruto first learned this sign from Mizuki before his entry into the academy. Later, after mastering the transformation technique, he became even more familiar with this hand sign, that if you can only perform this one ninjutsu. How did you graduate from a ninja academy? Jiraiya remarked, somewhat exasperated. Only knowing the Hitsugi seal implies that Naruto could merely execute the transformation technique and the shadow clone technique. He had managed to defeat a Chunin instructor and graduated. Chunin instructor? The one who told you about the nine tails within you? Jiraiya recalled the teacher Naruto had mentioned earlier. Yes, Naruto nodded. Very well then. Jiraiya felt a sense of helplessness. He had come to regard Naruto as a somewhat reckless underachiever. However, he had chosen this apprentice himself, and with the name signed on the summoning scroll, it was too late for regrets. Let us begin our learning from the very basics. This is the Inu seal, and this is the U seal. Jiraiya patiently taught Naruto each hand sign. Thankfully, Naruto was not dim-witted. These seals were not overly complex. Thus, he managed to memorize them all after Jiraiya demonstrated them once. However, memorization alone was insufficient. While it posed no problem for Naruto to form the seals one by one, he was still somewhat clumsy when required to execute them in a specific sequence. The speed of forming hand seals is indeed linked to muscle memory, and Naruto's muscles had not yet undergone such training, making it challenging for him to become adept quickly. A few minutes later, having gained a modicum of proficiency with the sequence of hand signs, he slowly performed the summoning technique at a measured pace. Inu, Tata, Hitsugi, boom! A cloud of smoke erupted. Beneath Naruto's feet appeared a colossal red toad, clutching a gigantic smoking pipe, wrapped in bandages, and brandishing a short sword. Boss Toad? Jiraiya was taken aback that Naruto had summoned Gamabunta directly. Even he had to bow before the mighty toad. Jiraiya, what do you want with me? Gamabunta glared at Jiraiya, clearly displeased. Well, it's not that I summoned you, Jiraiya chuckled, sitting atop Fukasaku, laughing heartily. Not you. Then who? Gamabunta could hardly recall anyone else alive who had signed the summoning contract aside for Jiraiya. At that moment, Jiraiya unfurled the summoning scroll, revealing the newly inscribed name. Uzumaki Naruto. Gamabunta shot Jiraiya a disdainful glance. You can't be serious. This little brat summoned me? Indeed, Jiraiya affirmed with a nod. Gamabunta fell silent for a moment. Then bellowed, what nonsense is this? A mere child like you summoned me. Faced with Gamabunta's skepticism, Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words. There was no way to send Gamabunta back, only to have Naruto summon him again. Hey brat, you'd better get off my head. Seeing Jiraiya offer no explanation, Gamabunta became somewhat convinced. However, it still sought to test Naruto, beginning to shake its body. Yet, Naruto remained glued to its head, utterly unmoving. Stop squirming. You can't shake me off. Naruto calmly stated from atop Gamabunta's head. His mastery over chakra was no mere facade. Not only could he remain steadfast on a swaying toad, but he could also stand on a slick surface without budging. At this moment, Jiraiya was equally astonished by Naruto's control over his chakra. Though his foundation was shaky, this innate talent was indeed impressive. Jiraiya stroked his chin, his gaze toward Naruto gradually turning appreciative. It seemed he had not been entirely deceived that a slightly lacking foundation could be remedied, but a lack of ninja talent would signify true folly. "You've got some skill, kid." Gamabunta, realizing it could not dislodge Naruto, began to acknowledge him, but it required more than this for full recognition. "Kid, if you have any ability, step down and face me in combat. If you can endure for 5 minutes against me, I shall accept you as my subordinate. You may summon me to aid you in battle henceforth." Upon hearing Gamabunta's challenge, Naruto leaped from its head to stand before it, extending 5 fingers. "If you can withstand my strength for 5 seconds, I will accept you as my leader." 5 seconds? How audacious! Gamabunta, who had previously held a favorable impression of Naruto, was now enraged. "Let us see how you intend to defeat me in 5 seconds. Oh no! How did Naruto offend Gamabunta? Jiraiya immediately retreated upon witnessing Gamabunta's fury. Fukasaku, sensing the impending danger, also utilized reverse summoning to return to Mount Miyaboku. Meanwhile, Gamabunta had already raised a massive hand to strike at Naruto. This blow was delivered without restraint. Had Naruto lacked the strength he claimed, he would undoubtedly have been severely injured. Yet Gamabunta was unperturbed. It aimed to teach Naruto the consequences of boasting. Unmoved, Naruto remained in place, forming a hand seal. Hitsuji, Jiraiya's brow furrowed in confusion at Naruto's chosen seal. Was he attempting to deceive Gamabunta with the shadow clone technique? Would that even work? Just as Jiraiya pondered this, Naruto suddenly transformed with a loud pop into a figure resembling Gamabunta. Transformation technique. Jiraiya gasped, his mouth agape in disbelief. Naruto had transformed into Gamabunta. Could he truly be so adept with the transformation technique? However, the transformation technique is ultimately just that, a mere transformation technique. It is impossible to possess the strength and combat skills of Gamabunta. If you truly intend to defeat Gamabunta in such a manner, it would be exceedingly Navi. Naruto. Jiraiya was pondering this when he witnessed Naruto, in his transformed state as Gamabunta, catch Gamabunta's palm with a single hand. What? Both Gamabunta and Jiraiya were astounded by Naruto's power. They had never anticipated that Naruto could withstand this strike through sheer physical strength. This chakra, Gamabunta could sense that Naruto was not merely using his physical prowess to block the blow, but was instead harnessing this red chakra. This red chakra, so familiar to Gamabunta, belonged to the Nine Tails. "Kid, if you can wield this chakra effectively, you might indeed withstand me for 5 minutes. But you claimed you could defeat me in 5 seconds. And now, there's only..." Before Gamabunta could finish his sentence, Naruto, transformed into Gamabunta, suddenly appeared above him, launching a powerful kick. Boom! Gamabunta's entire body was sent crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. Wasn't the timing just perfect? Naruto, still in his transformed state as Gamabunta, remarked while holding a smoking pipe, "But this form is hardly pleasing to the eye. I think it's best to revert back." The reason he had chosen to transform into Gamabunta was not to augment his strength, but rather to test the limits of the transformation technique. After all, he had seldom utilized the maximum level of the transformation technique since acquiring it. Furthermore, he was still unsure of the distinctions between the maximum level and a standard transformation technique. Now, however, he was beginning to grasp it. The use of the transformation technique requires the user to closely observe and comprehend the target object, and under the maximum level transformation, Naruto became exceedingly sensitive in this regard. Essentially, with just a glance, he could discern most of the target's characteristics, achieving a flawless transformation. Unless one witnessed the transformation process firsthand, very few could see through his technique. Moreover, the vast majority of ninjas face limitations with their transformation techniques. They're constrained by their chakra and chakra control, preventing them from transforming into large entities like Gamabunta. Even if they could transform, they would be unable to combat with the advantage of size as Naruto did. They would merely be a fade. Yet Naruto lacked this drawback. His stable chakra control and immense chakra allowed his transformed Gamabunta to possess relatively formidable defensive capabilities and strength if he were to utilize the Nine Tails chakra. Even the original Gamabunta would be outmatched From this perspective, Naruto possessed shadow-level strength even without relying on the powers of the flash fruit. Good lad, Gamabunta. Having been forcefully kicked down, rose from the ground, his gaze towards Naruto a mixture of fury and admiration. That kick you landed was quite painful, but just because I got up does not mean I have been defeated. Did he not previously notice the resemblance between Gamabunta and Jiraiya? Is this a hereditary trait? Then tell me, Gamabunta, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? What light speed kick? Aye. Just as Gamabunta was about to retort, he noticed Naruto suddenly vanish in a flash of golden light, only to reappear right in front of him. Before Gamabunta could process what was happening, he felt a sharp pain in his chin, and then he was sent soaring into the air by Naruto's kick. But that was not the end. Naruto, observing Gamabunta flying high above, transformed into golden light once more, using the Yata mirror to appear above Gamabunta's head and executed a spinning kick. Light release, shadow leaf dance. Gamabunta plummeted from the sky and crashed into the ground, creating a loud explosion of smoke. Severely injured, Gamabunta was forced to retreat. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who had been watching from a distance, was utterly astonished. What kind of ninjutsu was this? Golden flashes? Are you your father? No, even your father wouldn't do this. Jiraiya rushed to Naruto, who had just sent Gamabunta packing, and eagerly inquired, Naruto, what technique did you just use? Light release and a bit of a standard leaf fluid technique. Naruto replied. Light release? Naruto's speed was so astounding that Jiraiya only caught a glimpse of the fleeting golden light. Thus, he had not been able to discern any details about the leaf fluid technique. Yet he was far more intrigued by this unheard-of light release. It's a special bloodline limit, Naruto explained. Bloodline limit. Jiraiya was both curious and exhilarated by this new bloodline limit. His curiosity stemmed from its uniqueness and unfamiliarity. His excitement arose from the fact that the more extraordinary Naruto became, the closer he drew to the prophecy of the great sage of Mount Myaboku. Could it be that Naruto was the one destined to bring transformation to the entire ninja world? Since the passing of Nagato and Minato, Jiraiya had not seen such hope in anyone for a long time. To think that he might encounter such a person during his materials gathering trip back to Konoha, and that this individual was the son of his own disciple. Gazing at Naruto Uzumaki before him, Jiraiya's mind swirled with thoughts. Initially, he had taken Naruto as his disciple out of a sense of indebtedness to Minato and Kushina, as well as for the sake of Konoha, purely on a whim. But now, it seemed he had struck gold. Who would have thought that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would possess such an incredibly powerful bloodline limit? It was as if he had loaded up on buffs. Naruto, will you be the one to bring change to the ninja world? After confirming Naruto's potential, Jiraiya resolved to take a more serious approach in mentoring him. All right, Naruto, I have decided to take you on a special training journey. Special training? Liquid S. Jiraiya gave a thumbs up, a lecherous grin spreading across his face, promising a thrilling and exciting training experience. Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that Jiraiya was up to no good. Yet he followed him to the training location. Initially, Naruto thought Jiraiya would take him to a perilous place, but when Jiraiya laid eyes on a beautiful young lady, he realized he was mistaken. A beautiful lady? Jiraiya's lecherous smile grew even more pronounced, but he seemed to suppress it as he recalled something. Cough, cough. Naruto, go. Liquid S. Jiraiya wrapped his arm around Naruto's neck and pointed at the lovely young lady, saying, go and flirt with that young lady. Naruto felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Why? Because this is training. Jiraiya feigned seriousness, adding, don't underestimate this as mere flirting. It is in fact a training exercise for a ninja's mindset. Training a ninja's mindset through flirting? Naruto found it difficult to comprehend how learning to flirt with beautiful young ladies would aid in refining a ninja's mindset. However, seeing Jiraiya's earnest demeanor, he hesitated but ultimately decided to give it a shot. After all, he had nothing to lose. He approached the beautiful young lady directly, blocking her path. She was dressed modestly, appearing far from wealthy, yet her long black hair and exquisitely featured face were truly captivating. Is there something you need, little brother? The beautiful lady asked, puzzled by Naruto's silence. After a long pause, Naruto finally murmured, never mind, I mistook you for someone else, before returning to Jiraiya's side. Failed, Naruto said flatly to Jiraiya. He simply wasn't adept at flirting with girls. Or perhaps he just didn't enjoy it, that a person could be sufficiently outstanding and handsome to attract a plethora of attention from girls, allowing them to extend considerable leeway. Yet, sweet-talking was merely a technique for boys to charm girls and girls to please boys. Of course, no one would dislike a smooth talker. However, Naruto had no desire to become such a person. Honestly, you have no talent at all. Jiraiya was quite disappointed with Naruto's performance. He then proceeded to flirt with the beautiful young lady right in front of him, and before long, the two were engaged in a lively conversation, seemingly becoming fast friends. Yet, just as the beautiful lady let her guard down, Jiraiya's true nature was revealed, leading to the abrupt end of their fleeting camaraderie. What a memorable encounter it has been. Jiraiya, while uttering artistic phrases, wore a rather lewd expression on his face, his hands grasping at the air as if savoring something indescribable. Naruto, observing Jiraiya's demeanor, shook his head in exasperation. Were it not for his need for Jiraiya's assistance, he would have turned and walked away. It wasn't that he harbored any dislike for Jiraiya. Rather, he simply had no interest in indulging in Jiraiya's debaucherous antics. Naruto, Jiraiya suddenly exclaimed, "Come, let us proceed to our next training location. You ought not to maintain that perpetual scowl. Who would find such a face appealing?" "Actually, quite a few people find me likable," Naruto retorted. "Oh, is there a girl you fancy? Which one? Or do you fancy them all?" Jiraiya inquired with a gossiping air. "No," Naruto replied, his expression devoid of emotion. "No. Surely you don't prefer men, do you?" Jiraiya smirked skeptically. "I'm only 12, Jiraiya," Naruto reminded him. "And what of it? I was peeking at Tsunade at your age." Cough, cough, you are truly dull. Jiraiya hastily changed the subject. "Since you currently lack interest in women, let us venture elsewhere." Before long, they arrived at a tavern. Drinking, Naruto had no qualms about alcohol. It wasn't that he enjoyed it particularly, but he believed that a modest consumption of low-proof sake was harmless. "Madam, 2 bottles of sake and a plate of appetizers, please." Had it been the original Naruto, Jiraiya would never have allowed him to drink at this moment. Yet, Jiraiya seemed to harbor some ulterior motive, teaching him some undesirable habits. "Thank you for your patience." The graceful proprietress placed the sake and appetizers before them, casting a slightly concerned glance at Naruto. "Young man, would you care for some juice?" "Ah, no thank you. Don't be fooled by his youth. He's quite the little drunkard, huh?" Before Naruto could respond, Jiraiya had already declined on his behalf. "A little drunkard. Ha ha ha. Just be sure to drink in moderation. We wouldn't want you to get intoxicated." The proprietress smiled alluringly, playfully tapping Naruto's forehead with her delicate hand before departing. Jiraiya watched the proprietress with rapt attention, momentarily entranced until he heard Naruto pouring the sake. Upon receiving a glass from Naruto, he chuckled heartily. What a lovely and kind proprietress. Naruto rolled his eyes and downed the drink in one go. The subtle aroma of rice and the sweet flavor lingered on his palate. This was his first experience with sake, and he was pleasantly surprised by the taste. Drinking alone is rather dull. "Let us play some cards." "Cards? Texas Hold'em. I don't know how I'll teach you. It's quite simple." "Are we betting money?" Cough, cough, just a little friendly wager for amusement. Though Jiraiya wasn't as fervent about gambling as Tsunade, he indulged occasionally. "Then I don't wish to partake." Naruto snatched the cards from Jiraiya and began shuffling. "Let's play something straightforward." "Straightforward?" "Yes, Dojiju, landlord." He was willing to play along with Jiraiya. But when it came to money, Naruto was not about to let Jiraiya win easily, especially since he had already spent several thousand on lunch. He knew Jiraiya would not cover the cost of the drinks, and it was absolutely out of the question for him to pay for both the drinks and lose money to Jiraiya. After a brief period of teaching Jiraiya the rules of Dojiju, Jiraiya, having played card with Tsunade before, quickly grasped the game. I see, it's quite simple." Jiraiya laughed. "Let's deal the cards. Joker bomb. A 3. Ha ha. I've won again. Pay up." Naruto, with a dark expression, reluctantly handed over 100 taels to Jiraiya. 100 taels? A bomb doubles the bet. You said it yourself. I played a bomb, and you played 2, so that's a total of 800 taels. Pay up. Having created his own misfortune, Naruto could only swallow his grievances. He never anticipated that Jiraiya, in his first game of Dojiju, would be so formidable. Except for the first round he lost, he hadn't lost another round since. in their match of Dojiju. Naruto astonishingly lost 7 consecutive times. Today, his luck with cards was abysmal. He declared, "I'm done playing." Losing 7 rounds of Dojiju cost Naruto nearly 5,000 taels. If he continued, he would have no savings left. Seeing that Jiraiya was content with his winnings, he cheerfully tucked the money into his clothing. "This game is quite enjoyable. We shall play again." "Madam, the bill please." "Hello, the total is—" Upon hearing Jiraiya's voice, the proprietress approached with the bill, only to find Naruto seated alone. In Jiraiya's place lay only a frog doll. That old man won money and still expected me to foot the bill. Naruto gazed at the frog doll left by Jiraiya's substitution technique. A twitch at the corner of his mouth as he painfully extracted 1,000 taels to pay for the drinks that he strongly suspected that Jiraiya was extorting him under the pretense of training. In just a single day, he had lost nearly 10,000 taels. If he continued to play with Jiraiya for several more days, he would surely become destitute. Exiting the tavern, Naruto saw Jiraiya leaning against the wall, arms crossed, striking a pose. "Are we still going to train?" Naruto asked, his expression impassive. Jiraiya glanced at the night sky, his face somber. "It is quite late. We shall conclude today's training here, but I'm hungry." The next day, Naruto lingered in bed. He had no intention of rising. He would rather stay home and binge-watch shows than train with Jiraiya. Yet fate was unkind. Despite his reluctance to rise, someone came to rouse him. "Get up, Naruto!" Jiraiya sat by his window, munching on steamed buns and sipping soy milk. "How can a young man your age sleep so long? Get up and train with me." Naruto fell silent for a few moments before mechanically getting out of bed to brush his teeth and wash his face. Jiraiya could discern Naruto's inner frustration, which brought a subtle smile to his lips. In Jiraiya's eyes, Naruto's strength was already formidable. There was little he could teach him in that regard. Thus, he planned to impart deeper lessons on will and emotion. Jiraiya believed that someone destined to bring change to the future of the ninja world could not be a lifeless soul. He need not be boisterous or extroverted, but he must possess deep emotional connections and aspirations. Yet he saw little of this in Naruto. Perhaps there were traces, but not enough. Jiraiya sensed Naruto's emotional expression was lacking. Hence, he hoped to expose Naruto to experiences that could stimulate his emotional responses. However, Naruto was still too young. Otherwise, he could introduce him to even more intriguing pursuits. Minutes later, Naruto finished preparing, donned fresh attire, and inquired of Jiraiya, "What shall we do for training today?" "Well, this morning we shall begin with some basic seal exercises." Jiraiya handed Naruto a breakfast, saying, "Your foundation in this area is still rather lacking. I wonder how your previous Chunin instructor taught you." An image of Iruka flashed through Naruto's mind. He believed Iruka had taught well, though he had never attended Iruka's classes. After breakfast, Jiraiya led Naruto to the bathhouse for seal training. Naruto practiced seals while Jiraiya gathered materials, and the two were busily occupied. Thus, the morning slipped away in a rush. At noon, Jiraiya treated Naruto to a 2,000 tael feast of grilled meat, once again leaving behind a small frog doll as a substitute. When settling the bill, Naruto emerged from the barbecue joint holding the frog doll. He asked Jiraiya, "What next? Are we going to the hot spring inn?" "No, follow me." Indeed, as a wandering ninja, his command of English was impeccable. Regrettably, Jiraiya lacks the ability to rap. Otherwise, he might have formed a remarkable rap alliance with Killer Bee. The name has already been conceived by Naruto, and it will be called Yebi Group, because Yebi sounds amusing. Before long, Naruto accompanied Jiraiya to the waterfall, where they had trained the previous day. Just as Jiraiya was about to commence today's training, he suddenly heard the playful voices of young ladies. This voice, there are beautiful young ladies. With excitement, Jiraiya instantly dove into the bushes, wielding binoculars like a master of materials. Observing Jiraiya occasionally emitting a chuckle, Naruto reluctantly found a comfortable spot nearby and settled down to watch a show. Compared to following Jiraiya's training, he was far more inclined to witness Jiraiya being distracted by other matters. This allowed him some much-needed peace and quiet. An hour later, the two young ladies, having exhausted themselves from play, departed from the waterfall. Only then did Jiraiya reluctantly turn to glance at Naruto, who appeared to be in a daze. This guy truly possesses remarkable composure. Others could not perceive the virtual page of little love. So in Jiraiya's eyes, Naruto had sat immobile in the same spot for an hour. This led Jiraiya to a new misunderstanding of Naruto's temperament. This youth is unervingly steady. Now, let us begin our training, Jiraiya called out to Naruto, who was still engrossed in his show, beckoning him over. How has the seal practice gone this morning? Jiraiya inquired. Naruto did not respond, but instead swiftly repeated the hand signs that Jiraiya had taught him. Excellent. Today we shall continue practicing the summoning technique. Still practicing the summoning technique? Noticing Naruto's slight confusion, Jiraiya elaborated. Although you've already mastered this ninjutsu, the true essence of the summoning technique lies not in summoning itself, but in the summoning beasts. To unleash the full potential of this ninjutsu, you must establish a bond with the toads of Mount Myaboku, enabling you to summon the specific beast you desire at any time. In simpler terms, mastering the summoning technique means Naruto can summon various toads, but he cannot summon any toad at will. For instance, the last toad, Gamabunta, was subdued by him, that if Naruto wishes to summon him this time, he would need to convey the summoning information to Gamabunta. If Gamabunta has no pressing matters, he would likely accept the summon. However, if Naruto attempts to summon another toad that does not recognize him, it would most likely reject his call, resulting in a failed summoning. Understanding Jiraiya's intention, Naruto promptly performed a random summoning. Inutsu Torisu? Boom! Smoke erupted as a toad appeared out of thin air. Bearing a chair on its back, with a brown back and blue limbs and head, complete with a tail. Quack! A riding toad? Jiraiya gazed at the toad Naruto summoned, somewhat amused and exasperated, for it belonged to the sage of deep creation. Oh! Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto realized that this toad could not establish a summoning bond with him. Otherwise, the sage of deep creation might find himself without any toads to ride at any moment. Utilizing the reverse summoning technique, he sent the riding toad back and summoned a new one, Inutsu Torisu. Summoning technique, boom! A gigantic purple-red toad appeared at Naruto's feet. Adorned with a U tattoo on its face, bearing a lid-like shield, and wielding a spear covered in spines. Gamaken, you actually summoned this fellow. Well done. Jiraiya laughed heartily. This guy is quite formidable, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. If you need a toad to buy you some time, it will be a reliable ally. No, you flatter me. I'm actually quite useless, Gamaken quietly remarked. Naruto gazed at the large toad beneath him, fully aware of its prowess. The initial Gamaken had once withstood the attacks of several summoning beasts from the animal realm, granting Jiraiya ample time to utilize his two-body technique. How about becoming my summoning beast? Naruto proposed directly. Although he did not require Gamaken's strength, having an additional summoning beast would not be detrimental. Moreover, Gamaken's personality was rather intriguing. Introverted and self-effacing, he seemed far more amusing than the foul-tempered Gamabunta. If you need me, I'm willing to assist you with my humble self. Gamaken quietly agreed to Naruto that it was hard to imagine a toad as large as a small mountain speaking in such a soft voice. And this contrast made Naruto find Gamaken extraordinarily interesting. Having chosen Gamaken as his second summoning beast, the ensuing training revolved around him. Gamaken's first summoner, Jiraiya was more familiar with him, during which he taught Naruto many of Gamaken's strengths, fostering a bond between them. Time quietly passed, and a week later, having become well acquainted with Gamaken, Naruto decided not to continue summoning him, but to randomly summon a new toad once more in Naruto's view. Gamaken ultimately belonged to Jiraiya, that he needed a powerful toad that was entirely his own. Ideally, Naruto wished to exchange for a batch of more impressive summoning beasts, but fate had not favored him, and he could only choose from the toads. Summoning technique? Boom! This time, Naruto utilized a greater amount of chakra, hoping to summon a combat-type toad even stronger than Gamabunta. However, he evidently failed. Such a considerable amount of chakra did not summon a powerful toad, but instead conjured an old toad with green skin. Sage of deep creation, little Jiraiya, long time no see. What brings you to summon me this time? This familiar scene reminded Jiraiya of the moment when Gamabunta was summoned. Ahem, that sage of deep creation. It wasn't me who summoned you, Jiraiya stated while pulling Naruto over. This is my new disciple, Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. The sage of deep creation scrutinized Naruto, feeling a sense of familiarity think this child could summon me. Truly remarkable. It seems you have taken on a prodigious disciple. However, recently my ride was summoned away by someone, causing me to have to walk to find my wife, and I initially thought it was you playing a prank. Now it seems it must have been your disciple who summoned it, right? Remembering the riding toad, both Naruto and Jiraiya felt a twinge of guilt. Oh well, it's not a big deal if there's nothing else. I'll be on my way. The sage of deep creation waved goodbye to the two, disappearing in a puff of smoke. Watching the sage leave, Jiraiya coughed softly and said to Naruto, Naruto, next time, be more cautious. Avoid using such a large amount of chakra. The amount you used when summoning Gamabuna is more than sufficient. Jiraiya feared that Naruto might inadvertently summon the Great Sage Toad as well. Although the Great Sage Toad would likely not come even if summoned, he dared not let Naruto attempt it. Naruto nodded in understanding and then used the summoning technique once more. 3 days later. After summoning an unknown number of toads, Naruto suddenly summoned a toad that was strikingly unique. Oh, a golden toad? Quite unfamiliar. Jiraiya observed the enormous golden toad before him with curiosity. He had never encountered this toad on Mount Myaboku. Could it be a hidden toad, standing atop the golden toad's head? Naruto and the toad locked eyes, neither speaking a word. After an indeterminate amount of time, the golden toad seemed to grow impatient, extending its tongue to place a gold coin before Naruto. Naruto, puzzled, picked up the coin and read the 4 characters inscribed on it. Gold coin toad. A toad that spits out gold coins. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement, gazing at the golden toad as if it were a stunning beauty. Are you called Gold Coin Toad? Gold coin. You can't speak human language? Gold coin. What is this gold coin? Gold coin. Just as Naruto struggled to communicate with the gold coin toad, Jiraiya leaped forward, snatching the coin to examine it. This gold coin likely represents the gold coin toad's acknowledgement, meaning you can summon the gold coin toad from now on. Jiraiya explained, then returned the gold coin to Naruto, that he too was taken aback by Naruto's unexpected summoning of such an unusual toad. A gold coin. Naruto mused, examining the coin before carefully stowing it in his clothing. Does this mean I can't spend it? Jiraiya shot Naruto a disapproving glance, stating, this is a symbol of your bond. What do you think? All right, Naruto replied, sitting down to gaze at the gold coin toad. Inquiring, can you still spit out gold coins? The kind that can be spent? Gold coins, the toad croaked, and then it regurgitated a gold coin from its belly, placing it into Naruto's hand. Upon closer inspection, Naruto noticed that the coin bore no inscriptions or symbols, merely an ordinary gold coin. I've struck it rich today with this gold coin toad, wishing everyone health and prosperity in the new year. After discovering that the gold coin toad could indeed spit out coins, Naruto was eager to have it produce more. However, this request was met with refusal from the toad. According to its explanation, it could only spit out coins under certain conditions. It must first consume gold before it could regurgitate gold coins. In other words, gold must be exchanged for coins. But where would Naruto procure any gold? If he had any, he wouldn't need the gold coin toad's coins. If you wish to amass wealth through the gold coin toad, you might as well start mining, Jiraiya teased. Naruto rolled his eyes, thinking, feeding the gold coin toad gold from mine? What's the difference between that and feeding meat to a dog? He couldn't possibly believe that the gold coin toad would be so altruistic, functioning solely as a gold converter without any desire for reward. Tapping the toad's forehead, he asked, Hey, little gold, can you find a gold mine? If the gold coin toad could indeed locate one, it might prove useful. Unfortunately, it could not. Gold coined if you can't find a gold mine. Then where do you get the gold to eat? And where do the coins come from? Observing the toad shake its head, Naruto felt a mixture of skepticism as he stroked its skin. The golden exterior resembled something more akin to metal than that of a frog. Could it possibly transform the gold it consumed into part of its own body? A golden-bodied toad. Let me ask you a question. Little gold, he began. Gold coin, why did you choose me as your master? Naruto had subdued the toad Wanta through force, and it claimed the toad can because of its docility, yet he was perplexed as to why the gold coin toad had chosen him. The two had merely exchanged glances for a moment before the gold coin toad bestowed upon him the token of their bond. The gold coin, he certainly did not perceive the gold coin toad as a particularly obedient creature. Gold. The gold coin toad uttered a few words which Jiraiya translated, saying, It claims it is because your hair is golden, and it finds it appealing because of my hair. Naruto glanced skeptically at the gold coin toad, wondering if it considered him a kindred spirit. But I don't consume gold. Over the following period, Naruto and the gold coin toad gradually grew familiar with one another, and he gleaned new insights into the toad's character. It was indeed less straightforward than Kin, yet not as clever as Wanta. Compared to Wanta and Kin, the gold coin toad resembled a secretive child, simple yet perplexing. Jiraiya, how do you understand the language of toads? Naruto inquired. Good question, Jiraiya exclaimed, spreading his arms dramatically before fixing his gaze on Naruto. Because I'm the sage of toads. Naturally, a sage understands the language of toads. Can I learn? Naruto asked, wishing to avoid relying on Jiraiya to translate the toad's words in the future. After all, Jiraiya wouldn't always be by his side. Well, do you want to learn? Jiraiya pondered, stroking his chin. Naruto nodded eagerly and asked, Can you teach me? I can, but you must agree to 3 conditions. Jiraiya responded. What are the conditions? I haven't thought of them yet. I'll let you know once I do. Naruto raised a finger and nonchalantly stated, 1.1. You're bargaining with your teacher for knowledge. Jiraiya stared incredulously at Naruto. Just 1. I can assist you with 1 task, but whether I help depends on my mood. Depends on your mood? Jiraiya found this utterly absurd. He had never encountered a disciple as difficult as Naruto. Reflecting on his previous 2 students, Nagato and Minato, though they may not have been completely obedient, they were always agreeable and well-behaved. But Naruto was a different story altogether. 1. I'm not teaching you that. Jiraiya scoffed, displaying a lack of enthusiasm, only to be distracted by a beautiful lady collecting materials nearby. Naruto, indifferent, realized that although not understanding the language of toads, complicated communication with the gold coin toad. The toad could still comprehend his words, thus maintaining a semblance of dialogue. Reclining against the gold coin toad, Naruto contemplated whether to binge-watch a series. With Jiraiya off gathering materials, he certainly wouldn't be back anytime soon, granting him some free time. Suddenly, Naruto thought of the 9 tails within him. Despite having traversed this world for some time, he had yet to hear the voice of the 9 tails or enter the ceiling space to meet it. Moreover, due to the presence of Xiao Ai, he was beginning to think of himself as Xiao Ai's beastly Jinchuriki. Xiao Ai, ding. I'm here, master. What should I do to meet the 9 tails? Naruto asked. You can try to sense the sealing technique within you to enter it. Xiao Ai suggested. Sensing the sealing technique through his chakra, Naruto closed his eyes and soon discovered a chakra seal in his abdomen that he attempted to connect his chakra to this sealing technique. In the next moment, his chakra was absorbed, and the sealing technique appeared somewhat brighter, yet he still did not encounter the 9 tails. Xiao Ai, what exactly should I do? Naruto queried again. You could try using the chakra of the 9 tails. Xiao Ai advised. Acting on this guidance, Naruto attempted to manipulate the leaking chakra of the 9 tails to approach the sealing technique. The moment the 9 tails chakra neared the seal, both Naruto's consciousness and the chakra were drawn into the sealing technique. Naruto felt a flash before his eyes, and his consciousness materialized within a leaking sewer. This must be the place where the 9 tails was imprisoned, he thought. Even in this state of consciousness, he could feel the tangible surroundings, which was quite astonishing. Suddenly, he sensed a fluctuation of the 9 tails chakra. Did it detect my presence? Raising an eyebrow, Naruto followed the direction of the chakra's disturbance, and, upon rounding a corner and passing through a beam of light, he beheld a colossal iron door. This was likely the entrance to the 9 tails prison. Approaching closer, he noticed the interior was engulfed in darkness. Yet amidst that darkness, a brilliant orange chakra glimmered. He wondered if the light from his consciousness could be harnessed. As he contemplated this, a voice emerged from within the iron door. You little brat, come a bit closer. The voice resonated with authority, deep and even somewhat sinister. Naruto halted, refraining from advancing, and calmly addressed the darkness beyond the door. Stop pretending, Kurama. Upon hearing Naruto directly invoke his name, Kurama was taken aback. How do you know my name? Naruto did not respond, but instead observed the surrounding lights and waved his hand. Instantly, the entire prison was illuminated with golden radiance. It seemed that wherever he went, he was destined to be the god of light. A satisfied smile crept onto Naruto's face as he turned his gaze toward Kurama within the iron door. At that moment, Kurama was blinded by the dazzling light, and his form was fully revealed from the shadows. With his fiery orange body, 9 tails, slightly blackened ears, and a fearsome visage, Kurama exclaimed, "Damn you, little brat. What have you done? You were in the dark, so I merely provided you with some light." Naruto scrutinized the 9 tails, his gaze akin to that of a spectator observing a monkey confined within a cage. "Though your appearance may suggest grandeur, it seems somewhat frail. Have you not been well nourished over the years, leading to a state of malnutrition? 9 tails, you wretched brat, do not even think of letting me out. Once I am free, I shall rend you into countless pieces and annihilate all those you hold dear." Listening to the 9 tails' furious tirade, Naruto felt no stirrings of emotion within. A faint smirk graced his features. "Just you, a little fox unable to withstand even a mere glance from the Sharingan. What did you say?" Upon hearing the mention of a Sharingan, the 9 tails was further provoked. One should not strike a man in the face or expose his vulnerabilities. Naruto's words were like salt poured onto the 9 tails' wounds. Yet despite its fury, all it could do was curse verbally, its claws frantically banging against the iron door, unable to touch Naruto in the slightest. "Do not be so agitated, 9 tails," Naruto replied with a calm smile. "Though your strength is exceedingly meager, it remains your sole asset. Perhaps you might consider paying me some rent? 9 tails, I would rather not." Naruto plugged his ears, gazing at the 9 tails, whose expression was rife with worry and urgency. Feeling rather touched, "I understand your gratitude for the shelter I provide, but surely there is no need for such extreme excitement." "Ahem, let us settle the accounts then. You have resided here for 12 years, and I charge you 100 chakra per year, which totals 1,200 chakra. Not too much, is it? If that seems excessive, I can offer you a discount for your prolonged stay. Rounded off, the price is 2,000 chakra. Deal." 9 tails, "I would rather not." Naruto raised his hand, unleashing a laser that pierced through the 9 tails. "Ah!" The 9 tails cried out in pain, halting its barrage of insults. "One ought to exhibit courtesy, whether as a human or a fox." Naruto sighed. "I was merely jesting with you. Even if you were to give me your chakra, it would serve little purpose. Truth be told, were it not for the imminent threat of my demise should I release you, I would have considered freeing you long ago. After all, no one desires a constant watcher scrutinizing their every move. Now that I think about it, if I were to marry in the future, how dreadful would that be? It would mean that this little fox would witness everything, while I would remain oblivious." Suddenly, the 9 tails interjected. "Oblivious?" Naruto exclaimed, astonished. "Indeed, ever since I graduated from that pitiful ninja academy, I have been unable to perceive your actions. Not even your innermost thoughts reach me." The 9 tails grumbled. "If it weren't for the fact that I am still imprisoned here, I would have assumed you were dead. Could it be? Little AI, did you have a hand in this?" Ding. "Yes, master." Naruto had not anticipated that little AI possessed such a passive ability. If the 9 tails could not hear his thoughts, perhaps keeping it confined here would not pose a problem? He turned to the 9 tails, whose face was twisted with hatred, yet shook his head. The mere thought of having such a creature within him filled him with dread. As he feared nightmares would plague his sleep, he did not believe he could persuade the 9 tails to willingly become his strength. Thus, he resolved to seek an opportunity to remove it painlessly. "I shall return to visit you. Farewell, 9 tails." After bidding farewell to the 9 tails, Naruto shifted his thoughts and returned to the real world. Having lingered in the spiritual realm for quite some time, it appeared that time in the outside world had scarcely progressed. It seemed the passage of time within the seal did not synchronize with that of the outside. If that were the case, how much more agonizing must it be for this little fox? Naruto envisioned being trapped alone in a place for decades, or even centuries, certain it would drive him mad. In light of this, the little fox's ability to articulate, let alone hurl insults, was truly remarkable. "Truly, old 9, you are indeed extraordinary. Wow, how magnificent. What a colossal frog. Absolutely incredible." While engrossed in a show, Naruto was startled by 3 exclamations, rising to peer down from atop the golden toad. "Konohamaru, how did you 3 end up here?" "Naruto, big brother, boss, big shot." The trio, unable to see beyond the golden toad, were astonished to discover Naruto perched atop it. "Little Gold, bring them up here." Naruto commanded the golden toad to lift Konohamaru and his companions onto its head. Wow, how impressive. We can actually stand on its head. I could see the village. The three exclaimed in unison, their excitement palpable as they gazed around. Pray tell, why are you three here? Naruto inquired, curiosity piqued. We were training nearby when we spotted this magnificent golden frog. Konohamaru explained, Big brother, why are you on its head? It seems to obey your commands, because it is my summoning beast. Its name is Gold Toad. Summoning beast? Gold Toad, how incredibly impressive. Naruto, big brother, I too wish to have a summoning beast. I want one too. Please, Naruto, big shot. Seeing the trio's pitiable expressions, Naruto shook his head resolutely. That is not possible. You are not even Chunin yet, and you cannot possibly tame a summoning beast. Why not? How I long for one. Does that mean we can have a summoning beast once we become Chunin? Not even Chunin. You would need to be Chunin at the very least. But big brother Naruto, you are also a Chunin, soon to become a Chunin. Gazing down at the giant toad, Konohamaru was consumed with envy. How foolish. I wish to graduate immediately. Udon Moegi. Yes, here, we shall strive even harder in our training. I adore factoring, Udon declared. Even adults would flee from me. Moegi added, the most talented ninja in Konoha. Konohamaru proclaimed, Oh, what a lively gathering. Just then, Jiraiya returned from collecting materials. Who is this old man? Konohamaru inquired, eyeing Jiraiya at me. I am. Jiraiya was about to announce his name with flair when Naruto preempted him, exclaiming, He is the material sage. Material sage? Jiraiya, vexed by the confusion etched on the faces of Konohamaru and his friends, retorted in indignation, No, I am not the material sage. I am the sage of Mount Myabuku, the sage of toads. The sage of toads? Indeed. Upon hearing the trio's titles, Jiraiya beamed with satisfaction, but his expression shifted as he demanded, Who are you three? Konohamaru scoffed, hands on hips. Humph. Listen well, sage of toads. I am Konohamaru, the most talented ninja in Konoha, and the future 5th Hokage. I am Udon, who adores factoring, and Moegi, who even adults would flee from. The Konohamaru Corps, at your service. Jiraiya rubbed his ears, growing increasingly impatient. What Konohamaru Corps? You are merely 3 brats. Enough, this is not a place for your childish games. Return home. We refuse. The trio glared fiercely at Jiraiya. You should be the one to leave, you bizarre old man. The material sage, old man with white hair. Material sage, 3 fools. I have already stated that I am the sage of toads. Jiraiya rolled up his sleeves, appearing ready to confront the trio, prompting Konohamaru to swiftly form hand seals. Behold, seduction technique. With a loud bang, Konohamaru transformed into a stunningly beautiful maiden. Jiraiya, taken aback by the transformation, stood frozen, then let out a yelp as blood gushed from his nose, sending him flying backward. Humph! What sage of toads? You were defeated by my single technique. As he gazed upon the fallen Jiraiya, Konohamaru let out a disdainful huff, his expression rife with contempt. Truly, he was a prodigious ninja. And how remarkable he was! Incredible! Konohamaru. With the flattery of his 2 companions, Konohamaru found himself somewhat lost in self-admiration. However, more than the praise from his peers, he yearned for Naruto's approval. When Naruto noticed Konohamaru glancing in his direction, he hesitated for a moment before giving him a thumbs up as a sign of encouragement. After all, this ninjutsu was taught to Konohamaru by him, and as a mentor, he felt obliged to acknowledge his disciple's performance. Genius! At that moment, Jiraiya flipped onto his feet and approached Konohamaru, his face alight with excitement. This ninjutsu your invention? What is its name? This technique is called the Serpent of the Weasel, and its creator is my elder brother, Uzumaki Naruto. Konohamaru proudly gestured towards Naruto. Naruto? Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, his gaze towards Naruto filled with skepticism. Could this taciturn disciple of his possess such talent? Yet, he was a paragon of virtue, completely uninterested in women. How could it be that? Jiraiya's mind exploded with realization. Beneath the surface, Naruto, perceived as an upright gentleman, was in fact a mischievous rascal brimming with wickedness and lewd thoughts. Why did he maintain such an image? Certainly, it was to cultivate a persona. Nowadays, many young women are drawn to aloof, handsome men. The less interest you show, the more intrigued they become. Naruto, it seemed, feigned indifference to attract such women's favor. Ah, now it made sense. Naruto, no wonder you appear so disinterested in beautiful ladies. Jiraiya cast a meaningful glance at Naruto, leaving him feeling perplexed. What do you mean by that? What kind of look is that? Jiraiya offered no explanation, instead wearing a sly grin as he turned to Naruto. Your disciple has developed the Serpent of the Weasel to such an impressive degree. You must be even more formidable, right? Don't even think about it. Naruto's expression shifted as he replied, You should abandon that thought. I will not use this ninjutsu. Come on, just use it once. If you do, I'll teach you an even more powerful technique. Jiraiya tempted Naruto with the allure of ninjutsu. Seeing Jiraiya's unwavering determination, Naruto patted the head of the golden coin toad, which immediately understood and extended its tongue to ensnare Jiraiya, tossing him away. Wait. Jiraiya never anticipated that as a sage, he would be betrayed by a mere toad. I'm leaving, heading home, little coin. Naruto remarked as he patted the golden coin toad's head, which promptly hopped away with Naruto and Konohamaru and Tito. By the time Jiraiya returned, Naruto and the others had long vanished. What a stingy student, he mused, stroking his chin, a mischievous smile creeping across his face as he plotted some nefarious scheme. The next day, under the pretense of seeking assistance from Konohamaru and his companions for training, Jiraiya summoned Naruto to find them. However, Naruto was well aware of Jiraiya's true intentions and promptly refused. He initially thought that would be the end of it, but before long, Jiraiya claimed to be gathering materials and brought Konohamaru and his friends along. Jiraiya's rationale was to have them assist Naruto in mastering the Serpent of the Weasel technique. In essence, he intended for Konohamaru and his friends to use the technique against Naruto in an attempt to defeat him, while Naruto was to diligently train his ninja perseverance, determined not to be vanquished. This seemingly absurd training was presented so grandiosely by Jiraiya that Konohamaru and his companions actually believed it. Naturally, Naruto was unwilling to accept such a ridiculous regimen. How could he, the new generation leader of Konoha, partake in such folly? Here it comes, Konohamaru, the triple combination of the Serpent of the Weasel technique. Naruto, ignoring the manipulation of Konohamaru and his friends, silently observed his own play. Days passed, and with only one day left until the third round of the Chunin exam, Naruto stood resolute, while Konohamaru and his friends could not help but admire his formidable strength. Naruto is truly amazing. Indeed, compared to Naruto, that so-called Toad Sage is utterly pathetic. Although Konohamaru and his friends employed their ninjutsu against Naruto, he remained unharmed, while the observing Toad Sage was left with a nosebleed time and again. In fact, he had collapsed countless times throughout these days. Nevertheless, this only served to demonstrate the prowess of their ninjutsu. Konohamaru. That makes sense. Mastering this technique, the position of the fifth Hokage is within reach. Wahaha! Waha! As the day of the exam approached, Naruto and Sakura stood by the bridge, watching the flowing stream, waiting for something that, do you think Kakashi and Sasuke will make it back in time? With only an hour remaining until the third round of the Chunin exam, Sakura expressed her concerns, fearing that Kakashi and Sasuke would lose track of time in their training. If they haven't returned in another half hour, we should head to the venue. Naruto, however, was not worried about Kakashi and Sasuke missing the exam. They were not that careless. His only concern was whether they would arrive early to meet up at the training ground or, as usual, arrive late just before the exam began. As time passed, half an hour slipped away. Naruto glanced at his watch and said, Let's go. A few leaves fluttered down. Just as Naruto and Sakura took a few steps, two figures appeared before them, standing back to back. Sorry to keep you waiting. Naruto's finger slightly raised, charging a laser. If you keep pretending, I'll shoot you. Kakashi and Sasuke quickly returned to their usual demeanor. Cough, cough. Really, Naruto, after a month apart, you've become quite heartless. Kakashi feigned a sorrowful expression. Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke-kun. Sakura joyfully rushed towards them, throwing herself into Sasuke's embrace. Sakura, let go, let go. Watching Sasuke and Sakura playfully banter, Kakashi couldn't help but smile. Sakura, you remain just the same. All right, let us set off. At that moment, the venue for the Chunin exam was already bustling with people, with nobles and dignitaries from various nations seated comfortably, engaging in lively conversation. "Hey, Kakashi," as Naruto and his friends arrived at the venue. They heard Might Guy calling out to them from a distance. "Isn't that the teacher with the prominent eyebrows?" Sakura had been deeply impressed by Might Guy during the preliminary rounds, even momentarily mistaking Rock Lee for his biological son. "Kakashi, you all arrived rather late." Might Guy approached them with Lee and the others. "I sent T the exam yet to start." Kakashi glanced upwards, noticing that even the Hokage had yet to arrive, which put his mind at ease. "Is this Sasuke?" Might Guy remarked, noticing Sasuke's transformation with admiration. To T.O. have such presence in just a month is truly remarkable. Neji and Rock Lee, standing nearby, also sensed the threat emanating from Sasuke, but what truly captured their attention was Naruto. His strength was unfathomable, and they were thankful they hadn't drawn him in this exam. "Naruto." Hearing someone call his name, Naruto instinctively turned his head. "Hinata." After a month apart, Hinata appeared largely unchanged. "It's been a while." "Naruto," she said softly as she approached him. "It's been a while." Naruto nodded, glancing behind her. Kiba and Shino were familiar faces, and that dark-haired, red-eyed Kunoichi, Tsunade, had also been seen during the preliminary rounds. The three Jonin engaged in conversation. And soon after, the last team from the Konoha rookie class arrived at Among the Konoha rookie teams, "Our class is the only one not advancing to the finals," Asuma lamented, casting a resentful glance at Shikamaru and his friends. Shikamaru gazed up at the sky, muttering, "What's so great about advancing to the finals? It's a hassle." Asuma looked at them with disappointment, then turned to Kakashi's team. With one Sasuke and one Naruto, they were all trustworthy. Were it not for the necessity of having the pig-deer butterfly in the same class, he would certainly protest to the old man about the absurdity of placing two formidable individuals like Naruto and Sasuke in the same cohort. "Naruto, Sasuke, it's time to descend." At this moment, the proctor Noiragama had already arrived at the examination venue, and the candidates gradually entered the examination hall. Before the official competition commenced, these candidates were required to perform for the amusement of the daimyos and nobles. Much like monkeys in a show, esteemed guests, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you all for attending the Chunin selection exams hosted by Kanagakur. Now, let us welcome the 10 selected contestants to commence the selection matches. Please enjoy the competition. The voice of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, echoed from the highest seats of the viewing platform. As he concluded his speech, thunderous cheers erupted from the audience, clearly indicating the immense respect Sarutobi commanded among them. Before the official match begins, I must clarify a few points. Noiragama suddenly spoke up, explaining that although the venue was different, the rules of the competition remained the same as the preliminaries, one-on-one battles, continuing until one side is either defeated or concedes. Should I determine that the outcome of the match is evident, I will terminate the battle. Is that understood? Seeing the 10 candidates remain silent, Noiragama continued. "Now, let the first round of the match commence, with Rock Lee and Hyuga Neji remaining. The others may return to the waiting area." Upon receiving the command, the others retreated to the viewing platform, leaving only Neji and Lili, though reluctant to say it. Mustering his courage, asked, "Are you truly going to fight me?" "You stand no chance." Neji spoke with an indifferent expression, as though stating an undeniable fact. "No need for more words. Neji, I have awaited this day for far too long. Today, I will give my all to defeat you. I will prove that hard work can surpass genius," Rock Lee declared earnestly. Neji chuckled lightly. "Indeed, hard work can surpass genius. But what if the genius is hardworking as well?" Lee's heart trembled, yet his resolve remained unshaken. "Then I shall work harder than the genius, even more diligently. I will certainly win." It seems further discussion is futile. Neji activated his Byakugan and assumed the starting stance of the gentle fist, stating seriously, "Then come, Lee, and let me witness how your efforts will defeat me." "I will prove it." Rock Lee clenched his fists, brimming with determination. Observing that the banter between the two had concluded, Noiragama announced, "Then let the third match of the Chunin exams. First round begin." As his words fell, the venue erupted into deafening cheers once more. Sitting in the audience, Naruto, shook his head at the excited expressions of the nobles nearby. The shinobi fought desperately for their so-called dreams, yet it merely served to provide amusement for these aristocrats. Konoha Hurricane. On the arena floor, after facing off for a moment, Rock Lee could no longer contain his impatience and launched a kick. His speed was remarkable, clearly having shed his weights before the match. He intended to give his all against Niji from the very start. Your speed is commendable, but under my gaze, your taijutsu is utterly transparent, Lee. Niji effortlessly blocked Rock Lee's attack with a mere raise of his hand, rendering Lee's swift movements ineffective. After retracting his leg, Lee leapt back, his expression grave. To contend with Niji, he would need to accelerate further. He paused for a moment before stating solemnly, Niji, I plan to use that technique. If you cannot withstand it, please concede quickly. That technique. They both shared the same instructor, and Niji prided himself on his understanding of Lee. However, he was unaware of the specifics of the technique Lee referred to. Lotus, but that momentum doesn't seem to indicate. The third gate, the gate of life, open. In an instant, Rock Lee's entire body surged with chakra, his skin flushed red, and the air around him shimmered with green energy and blue chakra. He can already open the third gate, Kakashi exclaimed in shock. Might Guy crossed his arms proudly, but that's not all. The fourth gate, the gate of pain open, what? Kakashi's pupils dilated in disbelief. Guy, is this excessive? That boy's opponent is another of your subordinates. Right? Indeed. Might Guy's expression turned serious. Yet even so, Lee has every reason to give his all. For Niji is the genius he has always aspired to surpass. Just like you, a youth of humble origins. Devoid of any innate ninja talent, dreams only of surpassing the geniuses. Lee, go forth. And Niji, I apologize. With the opening of the fourth gate, Rock Lee vanished from his position. His speed was such that even Niji's Byakugan struggled to track him. Yet, even if it barely managed to catch a glimpse, it was futile. Niji's body could not keep pace with Rock Lee's astonishing velocity. He was too fast. Niji was propelled into the air by a powerful kick from Lee, letting out a muffled grunt. Before he could react, Lee continued to unleash a barrage of attacks upon Niji with inhuman speed, resembling a batter swinging a baseball bat. In the audience, Naruto observed Niji being pummeled. Deep in thought, perhaps he too could develop a technique of this nature. Moreover, with the powers of his Goma Goma no Mi, he could execute it even faster and stronger. After all, even Might Guy's 8 gates could not surpass the speed of light. Ninjutsu. Light release. Niji, will you concede? Rock Lee inquired while delivering blows, but Niji remained silent, his eyes darting around as he sought a flaw in Lee's onslaught. However, he could not foresee the future. His Byakugan could perceive Lee's current position, but could not predict where Lee would appear next. Thus, all his efforts were in vain. Moreover, in this state, he could not utilize his strongest defense, Heavenly Spin. Seeing Niji's prolonged silence, Lee made up his mind. The fifth gate, the gate of limit, open. Niji had no way to evade. Enduring the full brunt of Rock Lee's strike, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. Boom! The earth shattered and dust billowed upwards. The arena was left in ruins. Silence. The venue fell into an eerie quiet. Everyone holding their breath, awaiting the final outcome. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the dust to reveal the final results. Niji lay motionless on the ground, while Rock Lee stood, gasping for breath. The outcome was crystal clear. The first round of the match concluded, and the victor was Rock Lee. Roar! With Noera Genma declaring the result, the entire venue erupted in fervor. Everyone was astonished by Rock Lee's strength and invigorated by his spirit. Prior to the match, nearly all had placed their bets on Niji from the Hyuga clan, last year's top graduate, hailing from a prestigious family, one of the strongest clans in Konoha. To think that such a genius could be defeated by a civilian with no ninjutsu, no genjutsu, and only basic taijutsu. How exhilarating. So it really is impossible to win. Naruto was not particularly surprised by the outcome at that moment. Although Niji was regarded as the strongest genin, a Lee who had opened the fifth gate could even pose a challenge to Konoha's Jounin. Unfortunately, the burden of this technique was immense. Lee would likely need at least a month to recuperate after this battle. Were it not for such significant side effects, one could argue that Lee possessed Jounin-level strength. The second match, Kankuro Yamanaka Ino stepped forward. After Niji and Lee were carried off, Noarigama announced the participants for the second match. However, to everyone's surprise, Kankuro chose to forfeit. What is this? The Suna ninja dared to forfeit in such a crucial match. If I ever go to Sunagakure again to issue a request, I must be a fool. Indeed, the ninjas of Sunagakure must be cowards. You damn coward, refund my money. The audience erupted in boos, yet this did not alter Kankuro's decision to concede. As such, with Kankuro's forfeiture, the result of the second match was declared in favor of Yamanaka Ino. Noarigama expressed his displeasure. For the third match, participants Hyuga Hinata and Temari stepped forward. Surely, none of you intend to forfeit? Temari indeed contemplated forfeiting to conserve her strength, but upon witnessing the ravenous gazes of the nobles, she realized that should she forfeit again, she would undoubtedly face severe backlash. The village of Sunagakure would undoubtedly suffer damage to its reputation due to their withdrawal. After a brief moment of hesitation, she gracefully descended on her FAN that moment. Hinata Hyuga had also arrived at the arena. This time, Naruto refrained from offering her any advice. Temari's abilities had already been thoroughly revealed in the previous match. Therefore, if Hinata had prepared, she must have already devised a strategy to counter it. Seeing both contestants descend, Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief. He feared further withdrawals would complicate the competition significantly. Sunagakure might earn the label of a cowardly ninja village, while Konoha could be unjustly labeled as a village of intrigue. If anyone were to assert that the surrender of Sunagakure's ninja was a result of Konoha's bribery, no amount of explanation would suffice to dispel the unfavorable impression it would leave on the feudal lords. Thus, it was imperative to avoid falling into the trap of self-justification. Those who spread falsehoods must be dealt with decisively. Thus, the third match of the Chunin exams commenced. Hinata and Temari had no banter to exchange. Upon hearing Orochimaru announce the start, they immediately engaged in combat. Temari wielded her fan to unleash a wind-based attack on Hinata, who, with her Byakugan, effortlessly discerned the wind technique and swiftly evaded. The initial skirmish between the two was evenly matched, neither side gaining the upper hand. There was still one more chapter to come. Remember to claim your prize. What do you desire today? I shan't allow you to come near me. Temari smirked as she observed Hinata's persistent attempts to close the distance, continuously executing wind-based jutsu to harass her. Compared to Hinata, Temari was not adept in close combat, and thus could not afford to engage in direct confrontation, as long as she capitalized on the advantages of her wind techniques. Hinata's defeat was merely a matter of time. Hinata was acutely aware of her lack of long-range offensive capabilities and was determined to find a way to approach Temari. However, against Temari's insurmountable wind attacks, she found herself with no opportunity, unless, after several rounds of stalemating, Hinata seized an opportunity to flip and approach Temari. Unperturbed, Temari resorted to her wind jutsu once more, yet this time, Hinata disregarded Temari's wind attack entirely, opting for an exchange of injury to close the distance. What? Temari exclaimed, astonished that the seemingly fragile Hinata possessed such a fierce side. Yet, she remained naive. As Hinata drew near, Temari showed no signs of panic. Her face adorned with a smile. She swiftly closed her large iron fan in front of her, effectively blocking Hinata's advance. Then, seizing the moment of Hinata's surprise, she swung her fan with force. Hinata, unable to evade in time, could only raise her arms in defense, yet was still sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the wall. The battle was not yet concluded, but the outcome was already evident. Even with prior knowledge of Temari's combat strategies, Hinata's inherent strength was still insufficient. A month was hardly enough to instigate a qualitative change. Defeat was inevitable. After a brief struggle, Hinata, with the assistance of several jonin, was ultimately pulled from the fray. After the battle concluded, Naruto intended to visit the infirmary to check on Hinata. However, as he was scheduled for his next match, he could only proceed to the arena. Humph, little brat, although you performed impressively in the preliminaries, I have already found a way to deal with you. Tosu began with taunts, simultaneously displaying the sound pipe in his right hand as a show of intimidation. Naruto paid him no mind, instead turning his gaze toward Orochimaru. Can the battle commence? Orochimaru, biting his senbon, glanced at Naruto and declared, "Ah, the fourth match begins." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Tosu prepared to seize the initiative to counter Naruto's unpredictable speed. However, before he could move, a burst of golden light pierced through his heart. Instant kill. The arena fell into a profound silence. No one had anticipated that a ninja who had advanced this far would be so swiftly eliminated. "Hey, it's time to announce the results," Naruto said to the dazed Orochimaru. Yes, the fourth match concluded, and the victor was Uzumaki Naruto. Roar. Though the clash between Naruto and Tosu lacked excitement, Naruto's display of strength exhilarated the crowd. Is this the prowess of a Konoha ninja? Truly formidable. Indeed, both Konoha ninjas in the first match and Naruto in the fourth were exceptionally powerful. Uzumaki Naruto. Is he from the Uzumaki clan? Could he be a descendant of that lineage? Naruto's outstanding performance sparked a flurry of chatter as the feudal lords and nobles, already favoring Konoha, grew even more optimistic. In the infirmary, several individuals were currently lying down. Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Hinata were all present. Naruto disregarded Niji and Lee, making his way directly to Hinata's side. "Are you feeling any better?" Hinata, clearly surprised by Naruto's visit, felt her face grow warm. "Yes, much better." Hinata's voice was barely a whisper, so soft that those a little distance away could scarcely hear her. "Hey, Naruto, aren't you supposed to be fighting? What are you doing here?" Inuzuka Kiba asked, puzzled by Naruto's presence. "That's right, Naruto. Isn't this match against that ninja from the Sound Village? You mustn't forfeit the match just to come see me." Hinata exclaimed anxiously. She had not forfeited, but had finished her match early to come. Yui Kurini entered from outside and said, "Finish your match?" The others looked on in confusion, but only Yui Kurini regarded Naruto with admiration. Just moments ago, Naruto had defeated his opponent with a single move, allowing him to arrive swiftly. One move. Finished? Kiba was initially shocked, but recalling Naruto's performance in the second exam, he soon found it less surprising. This guy could wipe out the entire Inuzuka clan with a single skill. What was so astonishing about defeating a mere Chunin with one strike? With this realization, Kiba's expression returned to calm. "I'll take my leave now," Naruto suddenly announced. "Aren't you going to stay a bit longer?" Yui Kurini asked, attempting to retain him. She could see that Hinata had feelings for Naruto, yet Naruto's attitude was somewhat inscrutable. If one could interpret it as affection, he remained indifferent toward Hinata. Conversely, if one deemed he lacked interest, he still made a special visit when Hinata was injured. "No," Naruto replied curtly before departing without a backward glance, leaving Yui Kurini further puzzled by his demeanor. Meanwhile, in the arena, Sasuke and Gaara had already engaged in battle. Unlike the earlier matches where speed was the deciding factor, this time, Sasuke wielded a large sword with forceful strikes, directly cleaving through Gaara's impenetrable defenses. Were it not for Gaara's sand armor, Sasuke could have easily inflicted injury with just the sword. Recognizing Sasuke's formidable strength, Gaara shifted into a serious mode. Countless grains of sand surged towards Sasuke like a tide, causing him considerable distress. While the sword was powerful, it could only defend against attacks from one side. It offered no absolute protection. After several rounds of entanglement, Sasuke activated a Sharingan, discarding the sword, and unleashed a speed comparable to Lee's 8 gates. In this high-speed scenario, Gaara's sand struggled to keep pace with Sasuke, leading to a brief period where Gaara was on the defensive. Eventually, realizing that Sasuke was proving troublesome, Gaara encased himself within a sphere of sand. Within the protective confines of the sand sphere, Gaara could both attack and defend without fear of Sasuke's speed feints, allowing him to conserve his energy. This was a sound strategy, but unfortunately, he underestimated Sasuke's offensive capabilities. Upon witnessing Gaara retreat into his protective shell, Sasuke first used kunai to test the defenses. When the kunai proved ineffective, he picked up the large sword to strike. However, given his current strength, wielding the sword was insufficient to breach Gaara's sand sphere. Each slash not only failed to penetrate Gaara's defenses, but also resulted in him being wounded by the spikes that suddenly emerged from the sphere. "Tisich, it seems I have no choice but to use that." Sasuke had hoped to conserve some strength, but Gaara's might exceeded his expectations, compelling him to fight with all his might. Chidori, satisfying your request, sign in to claim your small skirt or traverse with a little love system. Upon seeing Sasuke unleash Chidori, Naruto discerned that Sasuke was not significantly stronger than his usual self, and chaos was soon to unfold. You actually taught Sasuke that jutsu. What a reckless move, Kakashi. Others may have the right to critique me. But you certainly do not, Guy. Just as he returned to his seat, Naruto witnessed the argument between Kakashi and Guy. Naruto, you're back. Yeah. Naruto nodded in response to Sakura, and then took a seat to continue watching the match. Just moments later, Sasuke had already inflicted injuries upon Gaara. He surveyed his surroundings and discovered that there were 8 Umbu present in the venue, one of whom was quietly forming hand seals. It is about to begin. In the next instant, feathers began to descend from the sky, causing the noblemen and even some less capable ninjas to feel drowsy. The technique of Nirvana Sanctuary, an expansive E-rank genjutsu. To cast an illusion that could simultaneously hypnotize so many individuals was indeed a formidable feat. Naruto gazed at the drifting feathers, deep in thought. Genjutsu release. Sakura performed the hand seals to dispel the illusion, glancing at the numerous people around her who had succumbed to sleep, her expression turning anxious. What is happening? Sakura, go wake the others, Naruto commanded. Sakura paused for a moment before hastily replying, Oh, yes. Boom. Suddenly, an explosion erupted from the Hokage viewing platform. All eyes were drawn to the commotion, and the invasion plan of Konoha officially commenced. Hurry, protect Lord Hokage! A group of Umbu shouted as they dashed towards the viewing platform, only to be abruptly halted by a barrier that emerged out of nowhere. One Umbu ninja, unaware of the barrier's presence, charged forward only to be scalded and cry out in agony. Below, Gaara, having been injured, was escorted away by Kankuro and Temari, while Sasuke pursued them alone. The Sand Village's Jonin, Maki, was embroiled in a fierce battle with Kakashi, while a cluster of sound ninjas obstructed Kakashi and Might Guy, preventing them from aiding Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naruto silently observed the unfolding chaos, having no immediate intention to intervene. However, when a sound ninja made a move against Sakura, who was busy helping others break free from the genjutsu, he shot forth a beam of laser light to resolve the threat. He could not appear to be slacking off too blatantly. Protecting Sakura was a justifiable reason for his involvement. Kakashi, I can handle it here. You need not worry. After Kakashi dispatched a sound ninja, he glanced at Naruto and stated, No, I am more concerned about Sasuke. You should take Sakura and the others to assist him. Naruto was taken aback that Kakashi would assign such a task to him. Given his own understanding of his strength, wouldn't it be wiser to remain here? Or was it that Kakashi lacked concern for the old man Sarutobi? As the Hokage of Konoha, it was only natural for Kakashi to possess confidence in Sarutobi, who was regarded as the strongest of all time. Yet, this aligned perfectly with Naruto's desires. He agreed to Kakashi's directive, and once Sakura had roused the sleeping Shikamaru and the rest, they set off in pursuit of Sasuke's direction. Might Guy observed Naruto and the others departing and could not help but express his concern. Will they be all right? With Naruto handling a few Jonin, there should be no issue, Kakashi replied nonchalantly, and no problem with a few Jonin. Guy's lips twitched at the thought. Was that boy really that formidable? Ah, stronger than we can imagine, Kakashi asserted as he dispatched another ninja. I'll fight, Guy declared, unwilling to be outdone, as he sent an enemy flying with a punch. If that were the case, why not let him stay here? There were plenty of enemies within the venue. Kakashi glanced at the distant third Hokage and remarked, We old-timers should suffice here, but I cannot shake my concern for Sasuke and the others. If Naruto doesn't go, I want to feel at ease. Indeed, at that moment, chaos reigned throughout Konoha. Sending merely a group of Chunin to pursue the enemy could lead to their demise along the way. Yet, with the Jonin unable to spare time to assist, the task fell to Naruto, a Chunin whose strength was not inferior to their own. Naruto, do you know where Sasuke and the others have gone? Having departed the venue ahead of time, Sasuke and his companions were now deep within the forest. Blindly pursuing them would likely yield no results. Wait a moment. Naruto halted, summoning a golden light mirror that shot into the sky. What is that? During the events in the Forest of Death, Shikamaru and the others had witnessed Naruto utilize this technique. However, at that time, they were too astonished by his prowess to inquire about the specifics of his jutsu. This time, although they asked, Naruto chose not to reveal anything. Found it, Naruto declared, immediately pursuing a specific direction. Seeing that Naruto had disregarded their inquiries, Shikamaru and the others exchanged glances, feeling somewhat disgruntled, yet they said nothing further. Knowing Naruto's current disposition, they realized it would be futile to press him for answers. Such actions would only lead to embarrassment. Their pace was not particularly swift, as Naruto deliberately slowed down to accommodate the lagging Sakura and Ino. This decision resulted in a few sound ninjas catching up to them. Anyone want to practice? Surrounded by several sound ninjas, Naruto refrained from engaging, instead glancing at Shikamaru and the others. If he chose to act, he could resolve the encounter in mere seconds, but that would contradict his strategy of holding back. If you can handle it, then do so quickly. I don't want to get involved. It's too much trouble, Shikamaru retorted. Ino and Sakura lacked initiative and were not adept at direct combat. Shino remained silent, seemingly disinterested in intervening. As for Kiba, Choji, and Tenten, they were currently in the infirmary tending to the injured Niji and Hinata, and were not present. Seeing this, Naruto contemplated stepping in himself, but the group of sound ninjas suddenly let out anguished cries. A swarm of leeches, seemingly appearing from the treetops above, descended upon them, engulfing them entirely. Blood-sucking leeches. Naruto observed the grotesque leeches, which were as plump as loaves of bread, feeling a wave of discomfort. In hindsight, it might have been better to handle it himself. With a few bursts of laser light, he eliminated the sound ninjas and then said, "Let us move forward." Naruto, just as he was about to continue leading the way, Sakura interjected, "Why don't you all go ahead and pursue Sasuke? We'll follow behind at a slower pace." She was somewhat worried about Sasuke's safety and recognized that she was slowing them down. Ino echoed Sakura's sentiment. "Yes, Sakura and I will follow at our own pace. You guys go ahead to support Sasuke." Naruto was reluctant to leave Sakura and Ino behind if they ventured off alone and were pursued again. Their abilities would likely lead to their swift defeat. However, if he insisted on bringing them along, they would undoubtedly feel guilty for holding him back. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto instructed Shino and Shikamaru, "You two stay with them and find a safe place to wait. I will go ahead." Without allowing for any objections, he transformed in a golden light and vanished. Shikamaru and the others exchanged glances. Feeling somewhat at a loss, "Where do we go now?" Ino asked. Following Naruto's lead, "We should find a safe place to wait until this is over." Shikamaru replied helplessly, sigh. "What a hassle. If I had known we would be of no use here. I would have preferred to stay at the venue. At least there, the Jonin could provide protection for them, the lower-ranked ninjas. Now, having left the venue, they could only rely on themselves for safety. Don't want to go after him." Shino spoke up for the first time. "Why?" Sakura and Ino questioned, puzzled. Shikamaru shot Shino a glance, discerning his thoughts. "You want to find that Kankuro, right? Because he forfeited?" Shino remained silent, but his silence spoke volumes. "That don't go. At that guy's speed and strength, by the time you reach him, Kankuro will have likely been dealt with," Shikamaru advised. Shino contemplated Naruto's strength, maintaining his silence but no longer insisting on leaving. Meanwhile, Naruto, after departing, quickly caught up with Sasuke and Gaara. Kankuro and Temari, seeing Naruto blocking their path, wore grave expressions. With a tiger in front and a wolf behind, it seems we have no way to escape. "Kankuro," Temari said, gripping her iron fan, her demeanor serious. "But Gaara hasn't fully recovered." Kankuro, carrying Gaara, appeared flustered. Naruto had instilled a deep psychological fear in him. He felt that only once Gaara was fully restored and transformed could they hope to confront this foe. "Do not be anxious. You two are merely waiting for him to recover, correct? Let it be here. Use whatever medicine is available, and if there is none, allow him to heal on his own," Naruto stated. His hands tucked into his pockets, his expression impassive. Kanjiro and Temari were momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" "I mean quite literally. I merely wish to witness the entity within him. Dealing with the Sand siblings and confronting the one-tail Jinchuriki Gaara are two entirely different matters." Reporting such a feat would not only render his idleness less conspicuous, but would also bolster his reputation. What do you think, Sasuke? Sasuke, arriving late, caught wind of Naruto's words and, after a brief hesitation, nodded. Rather than eliminating a half-conscious Gaara, he was more eager to engage with the entity residing within him. Just how formidable is that being that even Naruto Uzumaki is concerned? You two lunatics. Have you truly lost your minds? Kanjiro exclaimed, gazing at them as if they were monsters. You have no idea how terrifying the creature within Gaara is. You will both be killed. You fools, Kanjiro, Temari interjected, cutting him off. Since they wish to court death, we shall not hinder them. Do you understand? Yes, yes. Kanjiro, chastised by Temari, came to his senses. Although Naruto and Sasuke's actions were reckless, they were advantageous to their cause. They are enemies. There is no need for him to interfere. Kanjiro set Gaara down against a tree to rest and took out a raven to stand guard. Although Naruto and Sasuke claimed they would not attack, it was better to be cautious. Even combined, he and Temari were no match for either Naruto or Sasuke. After a while, seeing that Naruto and Sasuke had no intention of attacking, Temari retrieved a box of medicine from her clothing. Kanjiro, keep watch. I will administer the medicine to Gaara. Rest assured, Kanjiro commanded the raven to shield Temari and Gaara. Even in death, he would not yield. Yet Naruto and Sasuke remained still, observing without making a move. Once Temari fed Gaara the medicine, he emerged from his stupor. However, Gaara's condition was far from favorable, particularly upon seeing Sasuke. A splitting headache surged through him, consumed only by thoughts of slaughter. Temari, Kanjiro, step aside. Gaara, what is wrong? I said step aside. Gaara glared at the encroaching Kanjiro and Temari, pushing them away with a forceful palm. Unleashing an overwhelming aura, he emitted a sound of pain mixed with exhilaration, his body trembling as it underwent a bizarre transformation. Is he losing control? Naruto found Gaara's gradual transformation into a tailed beast intriguing. Given his mastery over the Nine-Tails chakra, it was unlikely he would ever become tailed himself. However, he could certainly attempt the Nine-Tails chakra mode. Temari, what should we do? Kanjiro helped Temari to her feet, inquiring that we should retreat for now. Let them finish their battle first. Temari, observing Gaara teetering on the edge of losing control, realized they could not prevent what was to come. Charging in recklessly might lead to their own demise at Gaara's hands. Watching Temari and Kanjiro withdraw, Naruto did not intervene, and if the two little calamities wished to leave, then so be it. In a flash, Naruto appeared beside Sasuke. Oh, you want to give it a try? Sasuke, wielding his executioner's blade, replied coldly, he is my adversary. Here we go again. Naruto shook his head and vanished after the events in the Forest of Death. He had little tolerance for Sasuke's recklessness that he hoped this guy wouldn't end up crying for help. Before long, half of Gaara's body transformed into Shikaku's form. Then, seemingly unable to suppress his murderous desires, Gaara swung his massive claws toward Sasuke. Seeing the look in Gaara's eyes, Sasuke felt a flicker of fear, yet he did not flinch. He met Gaara head-on with his executioner's blade. Duong, after the clash. Sasuke's blade was sent flying, and he was knocked back, his hands numbed by Gaara's overwhelming strength. That moment, Gaara pursued Sasuke, who was still airborne, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Just as Gaara was about to strike, a beam of laser light shot forth, blocking the path between Sasuke and Gaara, resulting in a violent explosion. Boom! The terrifying shockwave sent both Gaara and Sasuke flying in midair. Gaara's eyes glowed like those of a beast as he let out a hoarse roar. Is this the tailed beast transformation? More akin to becoming a feral beast. Naruto gazed at Gaara, now devoid of humanity, feeling a twinge of pity for him. And as for Sasuke, who had just attempted to confront a tailed beast with his executioner's blade, he must have a death wish. I will kill you all. I will slay you. Gaara, resembling a madman, screamed as he charged at Naruto. But he had barely taken 2 steps when several kunai, embedded with explosive tags, intercepted him. Your opponent is me. Sasuke discarded his executioner's blade, forming a hand seal that a crackling sphere of lightning coalesced in his palm. Chidori. As Gaara charged at him, Sasuke, with a sickly pallor, rushed toward him as well. Then, Gaara's right hand collided with Sasuke's Chidori. Naruto initially thought this would be a balanced confrontation, yet it turned out to be a one-sided crushing of Gaara by Chidori. Gaara's right hand was completely pierced. Has the tailed beast transformation rendered him senseless? Naruto mused quietly. Keek, just like that. Slay all who can harm me. Take everything from him, Keek. Only then can I feel that I'm still alive. Gaara raved, further succumbing to the tailed beast transformation. His arm, pierced by Sasuke, healed, and fine sand began to flow from the gourd on his back, forming a tail behind him. For early Jinchuriki, the more pronounced the tailed beast transformation, the greater the increase in power. Faced with a now significantly strengthened Gaara, Sasuke, whose chakra was severely depleted, was no longer a match. Yet Naruto had no intention of intervening this time. In fact, he didn't plan to intervene even if Sasuke were to face death. To avoid being subjected to his scorn, he certainly did not wish to rescue a fool. Gaara relentlessly pursued Sasuke, who continuously evaded. During the skirmish, Sasuke found opportunities to attack Gaara, but due to the unique nature of Jinchuriki, his strikes could not inflict any substantial damage. Damn it! The one-sided battle left Sasuke feeling profoundly powerless, yet he had no means to remedy the situation. Should he seek assistance from that guy? Glancing toward Naruto, who stood at a distance with his hands in his pockets, Sasuke's face reflected his unwillingness. He would never again seek help from that person. The longing for power caused a twinge in Sasuke's neck, leading to a costly mistake in battle, as Gaara seized the opportunity to pin him against a tree. It's over. Now half-tailed beast, Gaara drooled, his face alight with bloodthirsty excitement. He pressed down on Sasuke's arm with just enough force to inflict intense pain, drawing a piercing scream from him. Ah! Ha ha! Scream! Scream! Even if you cry out until your throat is raw, no one will come to your aid. No sooner had Gaara's words left his mouth than a beam of light pierced through his entire arm. Naruto appeared in front of Sasuke in a flash, asking, "Am I not human?" Ah! Gaara did not respond but continued to howl in agony. Observing this, Naruto delivered a swift kick, sending Gaara flying hundreds of meters away, shattering countless trees and igniting a massive explosion. Boom! The violent blast left Kanjiro and Temari, who were watching from afar, utterly astonished and terrified. That guy just knocked Gaara down in that state with a single kick? Is he also a monster? Temari, what should we do? Gaara doesn't seem to be their match. No, let us not speak too soon. Gaara has yet to reach his complete form. But once he does, it's likely that both you and I will perish. At that moment, it would be wise to retreat a little further. Once he exits his transformation state, we shall bring him back to Sunagakure. We cannot allow Gaara to perish here. After all, he is our brother. Although both individuals harbor a profound fear of Gaara, they possess an indescribable sentiment towards him deep within their hearts. This feeling is not solely rooted in their shared paternity, but also in the time they have spent together. Their interactions have allowed them to empathize with some of Gaara's suffering, fostering a sense of sympathy for this brother who has been overlooked by their father. At this juncture, Naruto, having repelled Gaara, turned to glance at Sasuke behind him. Sasuke was clutching his neck in agony, the cursed seal on his body having erupted with countless runes due to his desperate resistance moments ago. That cursed seal of yours is not particularly formidable. If you wish to grow stronger, you must not rely on it, Naruto remarked nonchalantly. Sasuke lifted his gaze to meet Naruto's calm eyes, gritting his teeth against the pain. He retorted, "What do you know?" With that, Naruto chose not to elaborate further, deeming it unnecessary to waste breath on explanations. Sasuke was not the type to heed advice. The more Naruto tried to persuade him, the more Sasuke's rebellious nature flared up. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated from afar, shrouding the forest in a thick cloud of smoke. Both Naruto and Sasuke turned their attention to the source of the blast, where a vague silhouette emerged from the haze. As the smoke dissipated, a colossal raccoon dog, adorned with purple curse markings, revealed itself before their eyes. However, this creature bore an uncanny resemblance to a tanuki. "What is that?" Sasuke exclaimed, his pupils dilating with a flicker of dread and helplessness, that he could sense that the power of this immense tanuki far surpassed that of the serpents he encountered in the Forest of Death. It was inconceivable. The world could not possibly be this vast. At that moment, Sasuke felt as though he had just emerged from a well, gazing up at the sky like a frog, his eyes filled with disbelief. He could hardly fathom how distant he was from the strength of this world, especially knowing that his opponent was merely a boy of similar age. The inner turmoil and unquenchable thirst for power caused the cursed seal on his neck to stir restlessly. Sensing something amiss with Sasuke, Naruto turned his gaze towards him, only to find the seal spreading across half of his body, to prevent Sasuke from becoming a liability in the forthcoming battle. Naruto swiftly incapacitated him with a precise strike that, as Sasuke fell unconscious, the cursed seal seemed to lose its consciousness as well, gradually receding. Strength cannot be attained through shortcuts, Sasuke, unless you possess a little love. Naruto sighed, redirecting his attention to Gaara, who had transformed into the Shaku. He had given Gaara ample time in anticipation of this moment. Only in this state did Gaara possess the value necessary for Naruto's experimentation. Naruto Uzumaki, I will kill you. Though Gaara had assumed the form of the one-tailed Shikaku, he still retained his awareness, earning Naruto's newfound respect. Yet, that was merely a fleeting sentiment. Now it is your turn to make an entrance. Little gold coin, Xiao Ai, the summoning technique. Today's writing was slow, leaving only the nocturnal tanuki. Anyone interested? As the smoke erupted, a golden toad of the same size as Shikaku materialized out of thin air. What is that? A giant toad. Why is it golden? Kurama and Temari initially believed that Gaara, in his complete form, would be capable of handling Naruto, only to be astonished by Naruto's ability to summon a giant toad monster. Standing atop the gold coin toad, Naruto patted its head and said, "This is your first battle. Do not disgrace me. Use all the combat skills you have learned. Understood?" Gold coin. The golden toad responded earnestly. Yet its eyes retained a childlike innocence, causing Naruto to feel a twinge of unease. "It won't be killed, will it?" After all, even Gamabunta could only contend with Shikaku under Gaara's control. Once Shikaku regained control, Gamabunta struggled in direct combat, even sustaining injuries and finding himself at a disadvantage. How intriguing, Naruto Uzumaki. You are truly fascinating. More thrilling than the Uchiha. Meanwhile, Gaara, in the form of Shikaku, emitted a sickly voice that in gratitude for the amusement you have provided. I shall repay you well. Sand binding coffin, Gaara extended his Shikaku hand towards Naruto and the golden toad.